In July 2025, the first wave of monstrous tides surged forth, plunging the human realm into darkness and compelling the era of demon taming to commence. Humanity embarked upon a treacherous and enigmatic path of cultivation. 30 years later, a more terrifying second wave of demon tides swept across the land, heralded by a blood moon, marking the onset of a cataclysmic age where half of humankind perished. Subsequent waves grew increasingly formidable, instilling dread in the hearts of the people. Fortunately, the awakening of mysterious ancient artifacts emerged as a glimmer of hope for humanity in their battle against these fiends. The protagonist, Chen Qing, devoted his previous life to safeguarding a Riverside community, pouring his heart and soul into this endeavor, only to be met with betrayal and a tragic demise. Reborn, he returned to 1 month prior to the onset of the second wave, resolved to rewrite his fate. Drawing upon his past experiences, Chen Qing relentlessly amassed wealth, stockpiling vast quantities of resources and weaponry. By a stroke of fortune, he also discovered the 7 treasures demon suppression tower, the Vajra demon subduing technique, and the Zhong Kui demon exorcism map, among other extraordinary treasures. Moreover, he successfully awakened S-level talent, embarking upon the path of martial cultivation and acquired the S-level black abyss contracting technique. Chen Qing captured 12 uniquely manifested demons within the suppression tower, inadvertently activating the golden form of Zhong Kui and successfully forming a contract with this master demon hunter. From that moment, he obtained a powerful lineage inheritance, unlocking the higher levels of the suppression tower and continually binding more demons, thereby dramatically enhancing his strength. As the second wave of demon tides descended, Chen Qing, wielding formidable power, navigated the apocalypse with great difficulty, systematically eliminating those who betrayed him in his previous life while unveiling astonishing secrets concealed within, uncovering the monumental conflict between humanity and the Asura. In this apocalyptic realm, Chen Qing relentlessly ventures forth, engaging in fierce confrontations with formidable spirits and elite warriors, embarking on one breathtaking adventure after another. The novel meticulously crafts 1,000 distinct types of spirits, each possessing a unique method of evolution and a comprehensive progression sequence, all deeply rooted in the rich tapestry of Chinese mythology. The narrative intertwines elements of mystery and horror, centering around the bond with spirit companions. The plot is filled with dramatic twists, delivering satisfying moments of retribution, while the emotional arcs remain concise and impactful. The battle scenes are charged with fervor, drawing readers into a captivating world where sentiments of patriotism, camaraderie, familial love, valor, and chivalry intertwine splendidly. Should you have any thoughts regarding the portrayal of certain spirits or the protagonist's forthcoming adventures, I warmly invite you to share your insights, enabling me to further refine the synopsis and highlight the aspects that intrigue you. Chapter 3. The first artifact acquired. Chen Qing was startled, nearly losing his balance, and swiftly rolled to the side, seizing the hammer at his waist. However, the apparition before him was merely a ghostly sculpture, its hand ensnared by a rope. Gazing at the effigy, he felt a lingering trepidation. Having endured the ghost tide, he could not dismiss this as mere figment of his imagination. Tentatively, he struck it with a heavy blow. Thud! A muffled sound resonated, not that of stone, but reminiscent of hardened leather, or perhaps jerky. A chill crept over him, yet regardless of its authenticity, retreat was not an option. Even if specters lingered within the tower, he would resolutely press onward. The 7th floor housed numerous ghostly statues, all grotesquely contorted, as if their insides had been ruptured by the oppressive tower. Protective talismans and copper gourds were typically placed upon the beams. The ceiling of the 7th tier was low. Save for the central area, Chen Qing could reach it on tiptoe. However, upon touching the first beam, nothing. The second, still nothing. The third. Soon, he was coated in dust, yet nothing had been uncovered. How could this be? Chen Qing, momentarily lost in thought, meticulously examined the 8 large beams once more. Still, no discovery. Subsequently, he scoured every inch of the walls and the ground, yet found nothing. Could this be a jest by the tower's master? Chen Qing silently gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the statue on the 7th floor, a tower, suppressing a multitude of ghosts, their insides spilling forth. Was there something hidden within this sculpture? Chen Qing would not permit himself to leave empty-handed, even if it meant dismantling the entire 7th floor, crushing it to pieces. He was determined to find what he sought. If not on the 7th floor, then the 6th, the 5th, the 4th. With unwavering resolve, he brought down the hammer with great force from the pinnacle of the sculpture. Crack! Fragments scattered, sparks flying. Chen Qing's heart sank. This was carved from a single massive stone. It was impossible for a tower to be concealed within. If it were a clay sculpture, perhaps it could be hidden inside. But a solid stone? How could that be? Yet at this moment, Chen Qing seemed possessed, relentlessly striking. The sounds of cracking echoed around him. Suddenly, a clear metallic ring pierced the air. Chen Qing, somewhat entranced, paused for a moment and looked again. To his astonishment, the tip of a small tower emerged from the center of the stone sculpture. He had found it. Elation surged through Chen Qing. A quarter of an hour later, the entire small tower was revealed. Grasping its body, he pulled with all his might, but suddenly his grip loosened. Bang! Chen Qing tumbled backward onto the ground, clutching the demon-suppressing tower. Simultaneously, an icy breath erupted from the hollow where the tower resided. Hiss whoosh, a whispering breeze wafted past. It seemed as though someone was blowing softly into Chen Qing's ear. These ghostly energies were filled with phantoms, most of which were ethereal and indistinct. Yet one specter stood out, remarkably solid, tapping rhythmically on a bamboo tube, passing through walls. Each strike resonated deep within Chen Qing's soul. He felt the hairs on his body stand on end, gripping the demon-suppressing tower tightly against his chest, warding off all evils. Ward off all evils. Ward off all evils. Ward off all evils. Thank you, young master, for your rescue. A sweet voice circled around Chen Qing, belonging to an ancient woman holding a floral umbrella. Her visage was somewhat ethereal and indistinct, yet instinctively Chen Qing knew she was an unparalleled beauty. A ghostly maiden with an umbrella? Chen Qing's heart raced, yet there seemed to be no memory of such a presence. After a while, the commotion subsided, leaving behind an eerie stillness. However, it appeared that some specters on the 7th floor of the ghostless tower were unable to depart in time, lingering in a daze. These were merely the most elementary grade F wandering souls, also known as nascent spirits, easily shattered upon contact and posing little threat to humans. Naturally, Chen Qing had no intention of provoking them and promptly retreated. Upon reaching the ground floor, he finally exhaled in relief. Before him stood an iron-cast small tower, approximately the size of a mineral water bottle, exquisitely crafted with clearly visible fine window panes. This was the Ghost Suppression Tower, 7 Treasures Ghost Suppression Tower, one of the 2 super antiquities of Ximing City. With this artifact in hand, Chen Qing and his companion were essentially secured. However, observing the multitude of footprints within the tower, he furrowed his brow. Time flew swiftly. Soon, the dawn began to break. A young monk hurried to the abbot's chamber. Master, there was movement in the ghostless tower last night. Movement? The abbot frowned, well aware that it was due to the presence of someone inside. He He casually remarked, "Oh, a benefactor devoted to Buddhism requested to stay the night." Oh, the abbot could no longer remain seated. Without even donning his robe, he swiftly took the key and accompanied the young monk towards the ghostless tower. Upon opening the door, a thick cloud of dust rushed forth, akin to smoke. The entire tower was engulfed in dust, causing the abbot to cough several times. "Benefactor, benefactor," he called out repeatedly, and from the upper floors, Chen Qing's voice echoed back. "Coming." In the next moment, covered in dust and barely recognizable, Chen Qing emerged on the ground floor. "Revered one. What is this?" The abbot was momentarily taken aback. "Ah, I noticed the thick layer of dust and took the liberty to tidy up," Chen Qing replied, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Master, do you have a basin of water? Many of the statues have gathered dust and require a thorough cleaning. Oh, by the way, I accidentally created a hole. I am uncertain how to compensate for it." The traces of Chen Qing's footsteps were scattered throughout the tower, impossible to conceal. Therefore, he pretended to have completed a thorough cleaning, effectively obscuring the signs of his ascent to the tower's pinnacle. "No, no, no," the abbot exclaimed, deeply moved, yet persistently waving his hands. "Your safety is paramount. This tower has been neglected for far too long. Please do not venture further." He added, "One needs only to harbor the Buddha within their heart. There is no need to be bound by mere appearances." Chen Qing attempted to protest, but the abbot rebuffed him gently. After a while, a young monk emerged, saying, "Master, this benefactor has already reached the 4th floor." The abbot, filled with shame, remarked, "Alas, while we chant here daily, we cannot compare to you, a worldly individual." "Not at all," Chen Qing replied. "Revered one, please step into the temple for a meal." It was a courteous invitation, yet it carried an underlying plea. "Please, do cease your efforts." Holding the urn containing the ashes of the demon-suppressing tower, Chen Qing felt a sense of fulfillment. Although the temple had somewhat adopted a commercial air, its dining practices remained quite stringent: steamed buns, congee, and stir-fried vegetables, no meat to be seen. As Chen Qing ate, a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire, "Master, do you have the Vajra demon suppression technique here? My memory may be flawed, but it resembles those words. Is this what you seek? My grandfather once mentioned that this practice could strengthen the body, especially for those who hold a deep faith in Buddhism. For them, the benefits are even more pronounced. Indeed, there exists such a practice." Chen Qing hastily pushed a thick envelope forward. "Master, please grant me this favor. Considering my efforts in sweeping the 4-tiered pagoda, I am truly devoted to the Buddha." The abbot, taking a bite of steamed bread with his vegetables, ultimately nodded in agreement. Chen Qing was overjoyed, never expecting such a delightful surprise. This method of body cultivation is of the highest caliber. For practitioners, the blood moon offers numerous advantages, the most significant being their robust vitality, which can incinerate ghostly entities. To a ghost, the fist of a body cultivator is akin to a searing hot iron. Among the renowned cultivation techniques, Chen Qing was familiar with this one, merely asking out of curiosity, not realizing it originated from this very place. The prospects for Chen Man's cultivation were looking promising. In his past life, at the final moment, Chen Man unleashed a blinding burst of blood light, a manifestation of innate vitality. After their meal, they proceeded to a study filled with towering shelves brimming with books. The majority were modern publications, while a few ancient ones dated back approximately 40 to 50 years. The abbot extracted a copy of Vajra Subduing Demons and handed it to Chen Qing. Chen Qing was momentarily speechless. It was a printed edition. The price of 22.8 yuan was even printed on the back. "Are you truly selling this to me for 50,000? That seems rather unreasonable," Chen Qing chuckled, shaking his head and declining the offer, stating, "We already possess this title at home." The abbot appeared somewhat embarrassed, replying, "It is quite worn, I fear." Chen Qing then slipped another envelope forward. "Master, even if it were in its original condition, its market value would scarcely reach 5,000. However, my grandfather is sincerely devoted to the Buddha. I kindly ask for your understanding. Knowing this, there is no reason to let it go. After all, money will soon become mere scraps of paper. Even if I were to take out 100,000 from my pocket, it would be inconsequential." The abbot, beaming with joy, approached a safe while holding 2 envelopes. To my surprise, there was indeed a safe. Chen Qing, understanding the situation, turned away. With a series of clicks, the abbot handed Chen Qing a rather tattered ancient text, inscribed with the traditional characters for Vajra, subduing demon technique. Chen Qing was elated. Although it appeared on the verge of disintegration after the blood moon arrives, even bullets would struggle to penetrate it. Chapter 4. The most potent defensive artifact, acquired. His heart brimmed with joy. 200,000 secured the demon-suppressing pagoda, and unexpectedly, he also obtained the Vajra-subduing demon technique. The abbot shared in his delight. It had been ages since he encountered such a generous benefactor. The next target was the Zhong Kui capturing ghosts painting. Unlike the demon-suppressing pagoda, the Wu family understood the preciousness of the ghost-suppressing painting. In these times, restless souls roamed outside the city at all hours, even if no extraordinary phenomena were evident. Hanging such an ancient painting in one's home provided a sense of security. Thus, Chen Qing was uncertain of the painting's potential value. Would it be 100,000? A million? Or perhaps even more? Upon returning home, he found that Chen Man had already left for school. An idea struck Chen Qing, and he searched for loan applications in the app market. To his surprise, he found one. Palm Loan. Beneath it, a long list of similar lending platforms appeared. Money was coming in. Chen Qing felt a surge of excitement, clicking to download each one, and soon his phone was filled with 5 pages of loan applications. Opening the first one, he discovered he could only borrow 3,000. Chen Qing was instantly filled with disappointment. In the depths of the software, I stumbled upon an asset verification feature. What a relief. A plethora of instructions appeared, and I consented to each one without hesitation. The details regarding the prohibition of using these funds for purchasing property or engaging in stock trading were also accepted without a second thought. Subsequently, I underwent a series of live verification processes, ultimately confirming my identity. At last, a sum of 120,000 was transferred in full. Chen Shan had almost solely bequeathed this property to Chen Qing and Chen Man historically. They had been frugal to the point of splitting a single dollar in half. Yet now, gazing at the substantial figure in his account, he felt an inexplicable emptiness. This accumulation of wealth seemed destined to become worthless. With a sigh, I navigated to the second application. After a series of maneuvers, I managed to secure an additional 50,000. Then on to the next one, and the next, and yet another. I toiled through the night, intending to indulge in a well-deserved slumber, only to find myself still occupied well into midday. At that moment, my account had swelled to an impressive 8 million, reaching a grand total of 8 million. Surely, this should suffice? The most significant asset, naturally, was the Zhong Kui town ghost-repelling painting. Its value was uncertain, contingent upon the owner's appreciation. It could range from 200,000 to 300,000, or soar into the millions. Chen Qing needed to prepare thoroughly. In addition, he planned to renovate his own residence, equipping it with 2 extraordinary antiquities for protection against spirits, while also ensuring defenses against human threats. Before the ghost tide, constructing a safe haven in the apocalypse was an exceptionally niche concept. Yet now, it had evolved into a business rivaling real estate in profitability. Most enhancements were tailored for ghost deterrence, such as silver talismans adorning every corner, entire houses constructed from peach wood, and walls infused with elements like black dog blood and glutinous rice, among various others. Furthermore, provisions and attire remained significant expenses. Acquiring even 1,000 tons of supplies felt far from secure. The ghost suppression tower possesses a storage function, yet it remains dormant for now. It is merely an ordinary artifact with an intriguing background. Its awakening is contingent upon the blood moon, and once that event passes, acquiring items becomes impossible, thus creating a vicious cycle. Chen Qing contemplated this and recalled an ancient tomb located outside the city, which had become a significant source of ghostly energy. Perhaps borrowing some spirit energy from within could activate the ghost suppression tower? I am hungry. Upon entering the room, Chen Man noticed that Chen Qing had not prepared any food and chose not to comment. Instead, she made her way to the kitchen, standing on a small stool to wash and rinse, successfully cooking rice in the rice cooker. Afterwards, she approached a rather dilapidated small table, spread open her books, and began her homework. As expected, the first question prompted her to call out, "Chen Qing, I don't understand the first one." The second question met with a similar response. "Chen Qing, I can't do the second one." And again, "Chen Qing, I cannot solve the third one." Chen Qing, already accustomed to this, patiently guided her through the answers. Chen Man was quite sensible, albeit somewhat slow-witted. The following day, Chen Qing treated himself to a new mobile phone, donned a fresh outfit, and had a thorough grooming session at the barber's. Gazing into the mirror, he saw a slicked-back hairstyle, a suit, and a briefcase. which made him appear 5 or 6 years older. At last, he arrived at the doorstep of the Wu family's villa. It was not the pinnacle of luxury, but it was close enough. He knocked on the door, and a young man appeared, looking at Chen Qing with curiosity. "Who are you?" "My name is Li Qing. I come on behalf of a foreign friend to discuss a business matter," Chen Qing replied, handing over a bag of fresh, glistening fruit. "Ah, a business?" The young man appeared somewhat puzzled, but still welcomed Chen Qing inside. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man descended from the second floor, prompting Chen Qing to rise immediately. "I am Wu Xiaoman, pleased to meet you." The two took their seats. "I apologize for the intrusion, but it seems that a foreign friend has taken a liking to the exquisite painting of Zhong Kui from your esteemed household," Chen Qing remarked. "That foreign friend is indeed quite fond of it, and has entrusted me to inquire whether you might be willing to part with it." "A foreigner?" Wu Xiaoman furrowed his brow but shook his head. "This painting is a family heirloom, and I cannot sell it." Without inquiring about the price, the refusal posed a dilemma. "Indeed, I completely understand. The Wu family in Ximing City is quite affluent and is certainly not in need of money." Chen Qing endeavored to find the right words. "However, this foreign friend has a genuine appreciation for Tang culture, particularly for Zhong Kui and the ghostly lore he embodies, which is dear to his heart. He is well acquainted with you and holds great respect for your illustrious history, expressing a willingness to exchange anything of value." Wu Xiaoman chuckled. Perhaps everyone has their points of pride, and for Wu Xiaoman, it is the grandeur of his ancestry. "I would very much like to meet this foreign friend. I wonder if you could introduce us, young man?" Wu Xiaoman smiled. He peeled an orange brought by Chen Qing, popping 2 segments into his mouth without uttering a word. It was time to propose a price, Chen Qing thought to himself. This painting must be acquired, even if it means emptying his savings. Would he be willing to offer 100,000? A middle-aged woman's voice echoed from afar. Yes, certainly." Chen Qing's heart leapt with joy. Looking up, he saw a plump middle-aged woman. "This is my wife," Wu Xiaoman stated. "Good day, Mrs. Wu." Chen Qing slightly bowed and said, "I shall make a phone call." With that, he stepped into the courtyard and dialed his brother Chen Quan's number. Certainly, it is indeed a defunct number. Both Wu Xiaoman and Mrs. Wu were taken aback. Given that this painting is not an ancient relic, its market value could potentially be diminished by a zero. Suddenly, Mrs. Wu stood up, exclaiming, "Oh, no, it's not 1 million. 200. No, 3, 5 million. 5 million. As she spoke, she raised an eyebrow at Chen Qing, saying, "Young man, as an agent, a higher transaction price means a higher commission for you. If it's convenient, do elaborate. If we settle at 5 million, I shall reward you handsomely. Am I to reduce my own price?" Chen Qing was at a loss for words, shaking his head. "Mrs. Wu, based on my understanding of that gentleman, I fear this price may be rather implausible. It is likely we can secure a bit more, but it is limited. Not to worry, just speak freely. I'll grant you a 20 commission on any amount exceeding 1 million. Chen Qing nodded in agreement, yet inwardly, he was elated. To acquire it for just over 1 million? It felt like a windfall. He feigned a phone call once more, this time with exceptional duration. Wu Xiaoman furrowed his brow. In truth, he had no intention of selling. The ghostly tide had limited impact on the north, yet even in peaceful times, people sought divine intervention. In a world beset by spirits, having an antique painting of Zhong Kui hanging in one's home would certainly provide a measure of comfort. Mrs. Wu seemed to sense his thoughts and nudged him with her elbow. "We have quite a few other antiques at home. This money would be just right for buying a nicer apartment for Xiao Min." Wu Xiaoman finally nodded in agreement. Only then did Mrs. Wu turn to Chen Qing, joyfully inquiring, "How shall we transfer the funds?" "Draft a contract, and we can transfer the money immediately." Consequently, Mrs. Wu and Chen Qing engaged in light-hearted banter while drafting the contract. Before long, Chen Qing transferred 1.6 million from his account to Mrs. Wu's account. Madame Wu cheerfully presented a painting, accompanied by an envelope. Chen Qing had just sent out 200,000 yesterday, so he could easily discern that the thickness of the envelope suggested it contained at most 50 or 60,000, far from the promised 20%, or 120,000. Chen Qing's expression darkened slightly, though he feigned dismay. One must appear to suffer during negotiations to make the payer feel they have gained an advantage. "Ah, young man, that's enough. Don't be greedy." Madame Wu patted Chen Qing's knee. "You've earned 50,000 in just 1 hour, which is quite commendable, and surely that foreigner will also pay you a commission." With a snort of disdain, Chen Qing unfurled the painting. The grotesque visage of Zhong Kui captured 2 little demons, with a heap of their corpses beneath his feet, vividly lifelike. There was no need for further authentication. This was indeed the piece. He recalled its fierce visage, visible from half the city. Zhong Kui's painting was finally in his possession. Chapter 5. Your name is Huang Can, isn't it? Upon exiting the Wu residence, Chen Qing felt an exuberance that nearly propelled him into a leap. Madam Wu, you have been an incredible help. It was evident that Wu Xiaoman was reluctant to sell, and had he quoted a price, it would likely have been exorbitantly high, making negotiation quite difficult. Yet, Madame Wu's attempt to gain an advantage inadvertently provided him with a tremendous opportunity. Wild child, born to no one's affection. Wild child, scavenging buns from a rubbish heap. I do not scavenge buns, Chen Man interjected, his nose bleeding from apparent scuffles. I only collect bottles to exchange for money to buy buns. Laughter erupted from the other children, filling the air with mirth. The eldest child is around 10 years old. Named Huang Can, a neighbor's child. He seized Chen Man's cheek, twisting it forcefully a few times, taunting, look at this little brat. He doesn't dodge when beaten, nor does he retort when scolded. A natural punching bag. Haha. Chen Qing gritted her teeth, swiftly advancing to confront Huang Can, firmly grasping his hand, causing it to crack audibly. It hurts. It hurts. Huang Can's expression shifted, tears welling up instantly. Chen Qing, have you lost your mind? You're attacking a child. A woman rushed out from a nearby shop, forcefully shoving Chen Qing. Chen Qing staggered but did not relinquish her grip, coldly regarding the woman. Lu Yanhong, the owner of a snack shop in Jiangpan Community, was complicit in the harm done to her brother. When he was beating my brother, you stood idly by in your shop. Now you dare to call him a child? Let go. I'll tear you apart. Lu Yanhong yelled fiercely, her bony, sharp nails dug into Chen Qing's hand, slicing open a wound, blood spilling onto her palm. Yet, Chen Qing held on tighter, exerting even more strength. Huang Can wailed loudly. Lu Yanhong, in a frenzy, shouted, let go. I'll tear you apart. Do you believe me? At that moment, Chen Qing suddenly released her grip, her fingers darting towards Chen Qing's eyes. Chen Qing sidestepped, evading her claws, then smiled, very well, and turned to leave with Chen Man, who dragged a large bag that clinked with numerous empty bottles. Chen Qing crouched down, gently patting his head, filled with tenderness. Little man, you don't have to pick up bottles anymore. But Chen Shan's money is almost gone, he replied. But I've earned a lot of money. Chen Qing opened the envelope given by Mrs. Wu, revealing it to be brimming with crimson bills. Look, isn't it a lot? Chen Man leaned in attentively, shaking his head. I can't count this many, but at least we won't have to collect bottles anymore. Do you understand? Chen Man remained expressionless yet earnest. All right then, the two of them, in their solitude, carefully counted every single penny while diligently striving to earn each bit through their limited means. As long as it could procure a bun or an eraser, it was worth the effort. Dignity? Only the cherished child can afford to make a fuss. All they had ever known was the burden of maturity. From now on, no matter who strikes you, you must tell me, understood? Understood. Oh. Chen Qing approached a garbage bin where 3 homeless children were rummaging for scraps. The northern winds carried a chill, claiming many lives, while also giving rise to numerous destitute children, living much like rats. The trio bore faces soiled and reeked of neglect, eyeing Chen Qing with suspicion. Chen Qing pulled out a red bill and handed it to one of the homeless children, pointing towards Lu Yanhong's eatery. Go create some mischief at that snack shop. The child's face lit up with joy. Chen Qing then produced 2 more red bills, offering them to the other 2 children. Gesturing towards Huang Can, who was pretending to be someone. Go give him a beating, this is yours. The 3 children beamed with delight. One of them seized a brick and cautiously approached the entrance of Yanhong's snack shop. The oil in the pot bubbled ominously, occasionally spitting hot droplets that stung the skin. Suddenly, the homeless child hurled the brick into the pot. He turned and fled. Crash. Splat. Hot oil splattered everywhere. Lu Yanhong, who was frying potatoes, let out a piercing scream. She trembled in agony, her mouth spewing a torrent of profanities involving parents and genitalia, as she let out a desperate scream and chased after him. Yet, how could a greasy middle-aged woman ever catch up to a street child as slippery as a mouse? Huang Can, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, glanced at his mother, who was frantically shouting and sprinting towards the street. Suddenly, a resounding slap caught him off guard. Staggering, he noticed a filthy street child, roughly his age, standing before him. You. Huang Qin instinctively shielded his face and took a couple of steps back, having always harbored a fear of these plague-like children. Another slap followed. Simultaneously, another street child landed a punch on his face. "So you are called Huang Qin?" His vision filled with stars as blood gushed forth. Dazed, he attempted to push the two away, only to be tripped and fall to the ground. The two street children swiftly mounted him, raining blows upon him. Huang Qin wept bitterly, cradling his head. Seeing the attention of many adults drawn to the commotion, the street children seized his face and yanked it harshly. They then unleashed a flurry of punches at the exposed gaps in his hands and mouth before fleeing in a frenzy. Huang Qin, his nose and mouth smeared in blood, cried out in despair, "Ah! Ah!" Xu Chang and Chen Qing observed the scene with indifference. Compared to their own lives and that of Xiaoman, this was nothing, merely a triviality. They needed to safeguard this group of people, gradually whittling them down amidst the tide of despair. With this thought in mind, Chen Qing turned into a bank and retrieved an envelope. Deposit. He deposited the sum of 10,750,000. The counter attendant, however, asked Chen Qing to wait a moment, then hurriedly followed him outside. "Good day, sir," she said earnestly, presenting him with a card. "Sir, your deposit has reached the silver card standard at our bank." She extolled a multitude of benefits, including discounts on fuel, half-price movie tickets, complimentary car washes, and free services at designated hair salons. Chen Qing felt somewhat bemused. Logically, such perks should be bestowed upon those with modest deposits, not someone like him who had already attained a silver card. Why is it that the finest rewards are reserved for the affluent? Aware of these contradictions, he casually accepted the silver card and was about to leave when the counter attendant once again barred his path. This time, she was promoting insurance and funds, promising guaranteed returns of 8, potentially reaching 12. As for 12, he wouldn't even consider 1,200. Growing somewhat impatient, Chen Qing noted her realization of his disinterest. Mechanically, she opened a booklet and mentioned the construction of safe houses. At this point, she seemed disinclined to elaborate further, closing the booklet with a polite smile. "I apologize for taking up so much of your time, sir." "What did you say? Safe houses?" Chen Qing's curiosity was piqued. Was this a service offered by the bank? The attendant, delighted, gestured invitingly. "Please, sir, follow me to the VIP room upstairs." As the two ascended to the second floor, 3 tall and strikingly beautiful women were attending to business in the lobby below. One of them, possessing the most remarkable looks, gazed in astonishment at Chen Qing's retreating figure. Had he turned around, he would have instantly recognized her as the #1 target on his list. Chenxi, recalling something, approached the spot where Chen Qing had just deposited his money and picked up an empty envelope that had been carelessly left behind. On the reverse side, the envelope bore the insignia of Taming Securities in 4 small golden characters. Her gaze instantly narrowed. She was constantly contemplating aligning herself with the affluent and was acutely aware that such firms operate within a hierarchy. The standard envelopes from Taming Securities are marked in red lettering. Silver signifies total assets reaching 5 million, while gold indicates an astonishing 50 million. Could Chen Qing truly possess such wealth? Little did she know, this envelope originated from the Wu family, and Chen Qing was entirely oblivious to the whereabouts of Taming Securities. Gold indeed. Next to Chen Qing, Fu Yiya glanced toward the second floor, questioning her own perception. Was that not the Chen Qing who had pursued you before? Chen Qing smiled, a sweet smile, emphasizing, not someone who pursued me in the past, he is still pursuing me now. Chapter 6. The most cost-effective food in the apocalypse turns out to be this. Prior to the outbreak of the ghost tide, safe houses were a niche topic of discussion. Those interested in safe houses were predominantly individuals engrossed in apocalyptic novels, brainwashed by cults, or exceedingly cautious about their lives. After the ghost tide erupted, coupled with a surge in crime rates, safe houses transformed from a mere hypothetical concept into a pressing necessity. Ranging from a simple alloy door to comprehensive inventory for apocalyptic supplies, the demand for safe houses skyrocketed. During the ghost tide outbreak decades ago in the southern regions, 9 out of 10 homes lay vacant. This phenomenon sparked a fervor for safe houses even in the northern areas, which initially remained unaffected. However, in recent years, people have come to realize that the ghost tide is not as terrifying as once thought, particularly in the north, where encounters with ghosts are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, with new safe house companies opening their doors daily, prices have once again begun to decline. The individual attending to Chen Qing was manager Jade. The Dongfang Bupo Security Company specializes in ghost prevention, employing multiple layers of black dog blood, glutinous rice, black donkey hooves, and other materials embedded within a solid wall, complemented by talismans consecrated by masters. In contrast, the Sambai Weisher Company focuses on human threats, utilizing a variety of materials such as aluminum alloy, titanium alloy, chromium molybdenum steel, and tungsten steel, with hardness ratings ranging from HRC 35 to 70. Their facilities include surveillance cameras, generators, diesel storage, and an arsenal of weapons and medical supplies. The firearms, which are semi-legal, utilize silver-plated bullets capable of inflicting penetrating wounds on ghosts. While such wounds can be fatal to humans, however, ghosts, even with numerous punctures, can still run a marathon. Thus, the primary focus of the firearms is indeed on human threats. Regarding lighting regulations, there are stipulations concerning the permissible quantity of gunpowder, the shape of bullet heads, and generally, these firearms are not intended to be lethal. Nevertheless, there remains considerable room for practical modification, with slight adjustments to the standards. It is still feasible to inflict lethal damage. Chen Qing meticulously inquired about every detail. With the presence of the Zhong Kui diagram, his primary concern was human threats. Therefore, minimal ghost deterrence would suffice, but the alloy walls and firearms must be meticulously arranged. Additionally, measures such as pepper spray, electric batons, and tear gas would only enhance security. More is indeed better. Tungsten steel boasts a hardness of HRC 70, though chromium molybdenum steel with a rating of 65 is preferred. Should we invite the personnel from the Sambai Weisher Company for discussions? Absolutely. Chen Qing nodded. Soon, the representatives from the Sambai Weisher Company arrived, demonstrating a level of professionalism far exceeding that of Manager Jean. Mr. Chen, greetings. My name is Yang, and here is my business card. Have you considered a small farm? If your room is sufficiently spacious, a small farm can be established, specifically a vertical farm, utilizing our recommended crops, which can yield approximately 3 kilograms of vegetables per square meter each week. For staple foods, we suggest potatoes, such as the Qing Shu 90 variety, which, when the temperature and humidity are properly controlled, can produce up to 90 kilograms in just 80 days. The soil is enriched with a specially formulated fertilizer, complemented by organic manure, specifically human waste, which can typically sustain around 300 cycles of cultivation. Even under intensive planting, a span of 50 years is feasible. Additionally, there is a water collection area. Simply leave an opening to extend the collection rod, which can gather roughly 1 liter of water daily. During rainy or overcast days, the collection is significantly enhanced. The medical room is provisioned with common pharmaceuticals, capable of addressing minor ailments, and is equipped with a decentralized intravenous kit, designed for ease of use, allowing one to administer fluids independently, with antibiotics and anti-inflammatory medications capable of alleviating most ailments. Moreover, there is a recreational room housing an extensive library of 200 terabytes of novels and comics, encompassing approximately 900 billion words, including around 100,000 web novels, each averaging 5 million words, alongside 60,000 anime series, covering nearly every genre from action and combat to romance and adult themes. The gaming library totals 9 petabytes, featuring about 5,000 large-scale games and approximately 200,000 mini-games. The gaming consoles utilize highly mature chipsets, graphics cards, and memory, ensuring robust performance, typically lasting for over a decade, with spare parts readily available. The storage capacity for video content is approximately 1 petabytes, which allows for the preservation of around 6 million hours of footage at 1080p resolution. This extensive collection encompasses films, television series, variety shows, and can be allocated according to personal preferences. Additionally, there is a gym equipped with silicone dolls with interchangeable key parts. The security residence has evolved significantly over the past few years, now offering a comprehensive range of amenities for dining, entertainment, and leisure. The insights and ideas that Chen Qing had, as well as those he had not considered, have been addressed with remarkably professional solutions by others. Currently, the main dilemma lies in the inadequacy of space to accommodate such an array of facilities. Should he contemplate relocating? High-rise buildings are promptly dismissed due to the overwhelming presence of flying spirits. The options in 6-story complexes appear rather limited. The Riverside Community, situated by the water, is advantageous, as most spirits, aside from those who have drowned, tend to fear water. This particular community features street-facing properties on all four sides, creating a wall-like effect, with Chen Qing's residence conveniently positioned in the center. With an area of several hundred square meters, it is also essential that the property receives ample sunlight. What would be the cost of a house meeting these criteria? It would either be a villa or a manor, typically. Three-story villas in the Western District are priced around 7 million yuan, offering approximately 300 square meters of living space along with a garden of about 70 square meters. Chen Qing is greatly intrigued. How much would it cost to convert a villa into a secure residence? It could prove somewhat expensive, as 300 square meters is not insignificant. Furthermore, the family farm must be enveloped in a fully protective structure, bringing the total price to around 26 million yuan. Chen Qing is left speechless, yet he calculates in his mind that, regardless of the approach, the villa size will inevitably lead to considerable expenses. The necessity of having a family farm remains paramount. Typically, one might neglect to glance at humble vegetables like cabbage and tomatoes, yet in the throes of an apocalypse, the mere thought of fresh produce can drive one to madness. Residing on the top floor, the prospect of cultivating such greenery on the rooftop, is it feasible? Mr. Chen, you may not be aware that the structural integrity of buildings in the Tang dynasty exceeds mandatory standards by at least 30, often reaching 40 to 60. Furthermore, the materials used in these older complexes are remarkably robust, ensuring adequate load-bearing capacity. Additionally, we will reinforce the structure during construction. However, after a moment of hesitation, Manager Yang expressed his concern. The top floor is indeed an excellent choice, but it constitutes an illegal structure. Although regulations are currently rather lax, any reported violations could lead to mandatory demolition. No worries. Should a report arise, with the inefficiency of the Tang government, a few departments will pass the buck until the blood moon rises. Yet Manager Yang pondered a deeper implication. This consideration naturally elevated his regard for Chen Qing. The next step was to negotiate the price. Chen Qing invited Manager Yang and Manager Jean from the bank to his residence. Manager Yang was quite forthright, even displaying the market price of chromium molybdenum steel, swiftly estimating costs based on the blueprints. The pricing was fair, as they themselves mentioned, they were only making about 5 profit. Nonetheless, as the costs accumulated, Chen Qing began to feel the strain. A medical room was essential. What about medications? They come at a cost as well. Adequate supplies of cold and pain relief medications are necessary, along with glucose, anti-inflammatories, antibiotics, and analgesics. Adding in some rarer medicines, the total came to an astounding 850,000. The entertainment room proved to be a significant expense as well. Skipping over terabytes, the idea of storage measured in petabytes sounded quite impressive. The price for each piece approaches 100,000. With the expenses for various gaming devices, spare parts, and entertainment rooms soaring to 1.3 million. I have decided against running to the supermarket for food, opting instead for a direct order of 125 cubic meters of assorted canned goods. There is so much that it can only be stored on the rooftop. In addition to the diesel generator, the power generation equipment includes solar panels covering the entire building, wind turbines, and hand-crank generators, each accompanied by spare parts. Furthermore, there is a family super farm, which is essentially just soil, yet it is sold by the kilogram. Adding it all up, the total has reached 14 million. That exceeds the budget. Manager Jean chuckled at the appropriate moment, asking Mr. Chen how he preferred to make the payment and what the down payment would be. Down payment? Indeed. How could I have forgotten? A light of realization sparked. And I inquired, what is the minimum down payment? Typically it is 40, but as a silver card holder, you can reduce it to 20. Excellent. Chen Qing was overjoyed. To him, this felt akin to a clearance sale at a fraction of the price. It was truly a heartfelt liquidation. This was more than sufficient. Chen Qing also purchased a substantial amount of firearms and ammunition, totaling around 3 million. All three were in high spirits. Chen Qing secured a safe house at a bargain. Manager Yang clinched a deal worth 14 million, and Manager Jean arranged a loan in the millions. Had it not been for the lack of preparation at home, they would have raised a toast. Chen Qing pondered for a moment and asked Manager Yang, as an expert, what offers the best value for survival in a just-stay-alive scenario? In a post-apocalyptic world, every morsel of food is an invaluable treasure. Food is the true currency of the end times. As long as there is food, anything you can conceive is readily available. Manager Yang smiled and provided Chen Qing with an unexpected response. Pig feet. Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback. Pig feed is typically made from the byproducts of oil extraction from soybeans, peanuts, sesame, and corn, essentially the residue left after oil has been pressed out. It is high in carbohydrates, rich in protein, low in fat, and entirely natural, supplemented with vitamins specifically designed for health. In all honesty, even in the present day, it surpasses the dietary habits of the majority of people. Chen Qing pondered over this matter. His initial thought was to purchase raw materials like wheat and corn, with the intention of processing them later. However, a sudden shift in perspective illuminated new possibilities. How is pig feed generally sold? If purchased in small quantities, it typically costs around 2 yuan per pound, but in bulk, well, it could be acquired for just over 1 yuan per pound. Perfect. This is the way to go. Chapter 7. Is this top-ranked individual truly that formidable? After ensuring that nothing was overlooked, both parties finalized the contract. As for the completion date, Chen Qing was quite firm, within 20 days. This was still considering the additional layer being added to the rooftop. Otherwise, a modular custom home could be assembled in just 2 or 3 days. After settling Chen Min into a hotel, they occupied a presidential suite costing for 999 a day. Indeed, having wealth is quite delightful. This suite spans over 200 square meters, and every piece of furniture exudes an air of luxury. What Chen Qing particularly cherished was a large safe. Upon locking the Zhong Kui painting inside the safe, he heard Chen Man exclaim, "Chen Qing, this is bigger than our home." Within, there was a children's room filled with toys, yet Chen Man felt little affinity for them. Instead, he engrossed himself in a captivating animal documentary. He needed to amass a substantial stockpile of food. The demon suppression tower possessed storage capabilities, but having yet to experience the ghostly aura, it remained merely an antiquated relic. As the blood moon approached, it would be too late. Fortunately, Chen Qing was aware of an ancient tomb to the east of the city, reputed to be significant and rumored to possibly be a princess's burial site. After the blood moon, it became a major source of ghostly tides. Surely, there must be enough ghostly essence there to activate the demon suppression tower? Lost in thought, Chen Man completed his evening routine and settled down beside Chen Qing. "Good night, Chen Qing. Good night." The following day, Chen Qing received a phone call early in the morning. It was from the homeroom teacher, Lu Shi, also known as Happy Lu. "Chen Qing, just how long do you intend to nurse this cold?" It was then that Chen Qing recalled having taken a leave of absence a few days prior. He had nearly missed a week of classes. This time, the cold felt rather severe. "Hurry up. The talent assessment is tomorrow. If you manage to pass, there will be plenty of people eager to pay for your college tuition." "Understood. Thank you, Brother Shi." After hanging up, Chen Qing remembered that tomorrow was July 24th, the day the ghost suppression team would come to evaluate talents. However, in his previous life, Chen Qing had not attended due to feelings of inferiority. He had long felt hopeless, a sentiment common among children who had endured life's hardships. The only difference lay in how well some concealed their insecurities while others could not suppress them. After the blood moon descended, in a desperate bid for survival, Chen Qing had joined the reserve of the ghost suppression army, only to discover that he indeed possessed talent. It was simply too late by then. Talent must be tested, and only those who qualify may join the demon suppression team, the demon extermination team, or the university, to learn the art of binding demons. This art directly pertains to one's ability to control the demon king within the demon suppression tower. The tower has 12 positions, capable of suppressing 12 demons. Once filled, it summons a demon king. During the first blood moon, Shiming City suffered significant casualties, yet the elite forces remained largely unscathed. While for ordinary people it felt like the end of the world, overall order had not collapsed. However, during the second blood moon, the demon king within the tower went berserk, leading to an internal and external assault that ultimately caused the true downfall of Shiming City. Chen Qing survived to witness the third occurrence, but upon seeing its magnitude, despair enveloped everyone. If anyone were to survive, it would likely be the Wu family, who possessed the Zhong Kui map. With his thoughts adrift, Chen Qing pressed the service bell. Being in the presidential suite, 2 attendants swiftly arrived, wheeling in the breakfast with great formality. The spread was lavish: fried ham, fried eggs, fried bacon, cured meat, fried dough sticks, bread, sandwiches, congee, soy milk, orange juice, along with several side dishes, totaling 15 selections. The pleasures of wealth are indeed delightful. After quickly finishing breakfast, Chen Qing remarked, "Xiao Man, don't run around today. If you need anything, just ring this service bell, and someone will bring it to you." Today was Saturday, With no classes at school, Chen Man nodded and opened her homework. Chen Qing, who should I ask if I don't understand a question? Just ring this service bell as well. Those older brothers and sisters will explain it to you. Today, you would have to moonlight as a tomb raider. As I pondered where to procure a shovel, I unexpectedly encountered a visage etched into my memory in the lobby. Chen Qi. What an unfortunate coincidence. Chen Qing had pressing matters to attend to and chose to disregard her, promptly exiting the hall. Chen Qi had managed to track him down after spotting him at the bank yesterday, employing every means at her disposal to locate him here. The presidential suite. At last, she had confirmed Chen Qing's identity, a discreetly affluent second-generation heir, a distinguished client of Shiming Securities, currently constructing a secure abode valued at no less than 10 million, clearly capable of residing in a presidential suite. She secretly lamented her previous lack of discernment in mistaking Chen Qing for merely a backup option. Hence, she had waited here today, intending to feign a chance encounter. As Chen Qing drew near, she planned to pretend to twist her ankle and fall into his arms, anticipating that he would instinctively invite her to join him. However, she resolved to take her time, avoiding any premature advances that might diminish his regard for her. She would offer him a taste of sweetness first, delaying any direct advances, perhaps aiming for second or third base instead. But to her utter astonishment, Chen Qing simply walked away. He walked away. Did he not see me? Having always held unwavering confidence in her appearance and physique. This was undoubtedly a crushing blow. Just as Chen Qing was heading to the hardware store to purchase tools, he noticed an outdoor camping shop and felt a spark of inspiration veering inside. The store was predominantly filled with military camouflage gear, mountaineering boots, backpacks, windproof lanterns, thermal blankets, and more. Chen Qing had a clear objective, a military shovel. He sought to acquire a military shovel. The shopkeeper immediately approached with great enthusiasm, pointing to a military shovel hanging on the wall. This is crafted from tungsten steel. It can serve as a hoe for digging, a spade for shoveling, or even as a mountain axe. It can effortlessly chop and slice. Once cleaned, it can also be utilized as a small cooking pot. Oh, and the handle contains needles, thread, matches, and a compass. I'll take the most expensive one. The priciest item was priced at $34.99, with no room for negotiation. Just swipe your card. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, realizing a significant customer had arrived. He promptly began promoting further. Handsome, do you need a mobile phone? Chen Qing was about to shake his head, but paused. It was an incredibly thick phone. The shopkeeper, displaying his talent, wasted no time and smashed the phone onto the floor with considerable force. When he picked it up again, it was unscathed. It was equipped with 4 defenses: dustproof, shockproof, waterproof, and dropproof. Under normal usage, the power-saving mode could last a month. It even featured a rescue module and satellite communication. This device was indeed a perfect companion for the apocalypse. Chen Qing immediately nodded. I'll take 4. 3 of them should be delivered to the presidential suite at the Aria Hotel. Also, get me 2 more military shovels. The shopkeeper was elated and began promoting other items. Among them, one was something Chen Qing genuinely needed. A compact flashlight that included a compass, a small knife, and a windproof lighter, among other tools. Feeling intrigued, he inquired, do you have anything for dealing with spirits? Indeed, this particular spray can reveal spirits. This peachwood knife is crafted from aged peach wood, soaked in black dog blood for 100 days. Additionally, this device emits radio waves that generate frequencies unpleasant to spirits. With one in hand, you shall be impervious to supernatural entities. Is there really such a thing? It must be a fabrication. Even after spending 3 months in the midst of the ghastly tide, Chen Qing had never heard of such an item. Moreover, with just an additional wire, it could transform into a radio station. Purchased. Thus, he rummaged through the shop, acquiring nearly 300,000 worth of goods. With a remaining balance of 7,750,000, he felt free to indulge. The shopkeeper was so elated that he nearly leapt with joy. He promptly upgraded Chen Qing to a lifetime Supreme membership. Perhaps he hadn't anticipated the astonishing prowess of the top patron. Even the highest-tier diamond card could hardly encapsulate his essence. After some searching, he unearthed a diamond card numbered 888, which at least highlighted Chen Qing's uniqueness. Originally intended for delivery to the hotel, Chen Qing, disinclined to carry it home afterward, instructed, my house is still under renovation. Please deliver it to this address in 20 days. The shopkeeper, overjoyed, repeatedly acknowledged the request. Chapter 8. I was merely teasing my boyfriend. And you all betrayed me for 3 years. Clutching a military shovel, Chen Qing boarded the subway. There exists but a single subway line in Ximing City. The train was crowded, and Chen Qing busied himself transferring data from his old phone to his new one. Humph. A girl in front of him stomped her foot, unsure if she was pouting or angry, but Chen Qing paid her no mind. Yet, this girl was incensed. Wasn't she the one who previously longed to kiss the soles of her shoes? Why, now that he was right in front of her, did he ignore her? She was none other than Chen Qi. She was not one to easily relent, especially after deeming Chen Qing an extraordinarily exceptional asset. Chen Qing, I have you firmly in my grasp. Not even Jesus could keep him away, I assure you. Chen Qing did not raise his head, intent on transferring data. The next station arrived. Chen Qing remained engrossed, oblivious to her surroundings, as she was at the terminus. Suddenly, Chen Qing swiftly snatched the phone from her grasp and darted outside the subway, just as Chen Qing was about to give chase. The doors of the train closed at the perfect moment, separating the two. Standing outside, Chen Qing brought her feet together, slightly leaning forward. One hand behind her back while the other waved the phone, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. With a light laugh, she declared, "Tomorrow, I will be here to return your phone." Inside the subway, several young men gasped in astonishment. Her beauty and figure were undeniably captivating. Who could possibly resist? They turned their envious gazes towards Chen Qing, filled with questions about what kind of person could earn the affection of such a girl. Chen Qing smirked coldly and promptly dialed the police. At Changhu Station, a thief has stolen my new phone. What is its value? A satellite phone worth several thousand. Yes. Contact this number. After speaking, she paid no further heed to the situation. Flirting? Perhaps in her past life. She had been blinded by folly to be attracted to such a person. Now, let her go charm the police. The passengers in the subway were utterly bewildered. Wasn't this beyond the realm of mere male attention? This was akin to a transformation. It was evident that the stunning beauty had taken a liking to you. The surveillance in the Great Tang was renowned throughout the land. Soon, the authorities pinpointed the suspect with remarkable efficiency. The facts of the crime were indisputable. In a matter of moments, the police located Chen Qing, who was waiting for a bus, looking utterly perplexed. "Please accompany us." "Officer, you must be mistaken," she protested. "We are not mistaken. You stole the phone. The surveillance footage is crystal clear, and this is indeed the phone in your possession." This, Morning Twilight, is rendered speechless, utterly dumbfounded. This. Is he out of his mind? Her thoughts are in utter disarray. How dare he? How could he dare to do such a thing? That scene from just moments ago was not a mere whim. It was a meticulously rehearsed scenario in her mind. With boundless energy, she believed she could easily win over Chen Qing. Even if Chen Qing were to become upset, would it not merely be a matter of playful pouting? Grasping his arm, feigning an accidental brush against his chest, if one approach failed, she could always try another. Yet, among countless potential outcomes, she never anticipated this turn of events. "Let us go." Morning Twilight is genuinely bewildered as the police seize her arm. She abruptly wrenches free from their grip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. We were just joking. Chen Qing is my friend. No, he is my boyfriend. Don't believe me? I have his number right here. I can show you on WeChat. Please come with us, the officer insists, offering no leniency. They are well versed in the tactics employed in nightlife establishments, having encountered numerous similar situations. There are those who, while being restrained, attempt to touch inappropriately, and others who, once undressed, plead for release with promises of compliance. What does this amount to? They have grown desensitized. If she truly wishes to explain, it can wait until they reach the station. Morning Twilight is genuinely panicked as she is ushered into the police vehicle, tears brimming in her eyes. She feels wronged, truly wronged. Upon arrival at the station, she retrieves Chen Qing's number and dials it. Is it really necessary? Only to find it switched off. He truly is my boyfriend. We were merely playing around. As she provides her statement, tears stream down her cheeks. Let us not dwell on whether he is indeed your boyfriend. Even if he were, this constitutes a crime. Another officer glanced at her, stating, "This phone is valued at 15,000. Robbery charges carry a sentence of no less than 3 years and no more than 10. A sense of dread enveloped Chincy, freezing her in place. 3 years? Tears welled up in her eyes, and her hands trembled slightly. Meanwhile, Chen Qing had arrived at the eastern part of the city. The atmosphere was heavy with a malevolent aura, reminiscent of an autumn morning clad only in a thin garment, or the sudden chill of a winter blanket being flung aside. Having experienced the ghost tide, he was acutely aware that even in daylight, An encounter with the supernatural was not entirely out of the question, albeit the odds were exceedingly slim. At the onset of the Blood Moon Ghost Tide, the city's elite had orchestrated a counteroffensive, which included this very princess's tomb, thus the route was well known to him. Now, most people had migrated into the city, yet numerous villages remained outside, inhabited by those who could not afford the exorbitant city real estate. After all, one cannot simply resort to sleeping on the streets. After walking for half an hour, Chen Qing arrived at an abandoned village. Not far from the village, a mound of earth rose, crowned by a colossal, withered locust tree. Beneath this mound lay the princess's tomb. In his heart, Chen Qing silently prayed for a mere touch of ghostly essence. He folded his tool into a hoe shape and began to dig. The uppermost layer of loose soil was easy to excavate, yet as he delved deeper, the earth grew increasingly compact. Each strike resonated with a sound akin to striking stone. The tombs of significant figures were generally quite deep, and Chen Qing had mentally prepared himself for several days of labor. As he continued his work, noon approached rapidly. With another thrust of his hoe, his grip suddenly slackened. Had he struck an empty void? Swiftly clearing the layers of earth, Chen Qing soon discovered a slanted passage that could accommodate a single individual. A chilling draft emanated from within, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. This was the aura of the supernatural, a tomb raider's entrance. It was evident that this grave had been visited by a skilled individual. If he were a legitimate tomb raider, he would surely be in tears at such a discovery. Yet Chen Qing was filled with exhilaration. A task that would typically require at least 3 to 4 days had been accomplished in an instant. This should suffice to awaken the demon-suppressing tower. He promptly placed the tower at the mouth of the raider's tunnel and leisurely began to nibble on some compressed biscuits. Descend? He dared not. At present, he was merely an ordinary person, and given the ominous presence he sensed, there were undoubtedly numerous wandering souls within, perhaps even malevolent spirits. Wandering souls and malevolent spirits, particularly F-level wandering souls, could be regarded as the newborns of the supernatural realm, chaotic and naive, acting purely on instinct, seldom causing harm. Malevolent spirits, in contrast, exhibited significantly enhanced powers and a greater degree of intelligence, developing a predatory intent towards humans as a means of ascension. For instance, a child who perished would transform into a wandering soul known as a little ghost, and upon meeting certain conditions, could evolve into a malevolent spirit termed a night-wailing child. Having an insatiable appetite for children, it was certain that this tomb harbored a multitude of wandering souls, with the tomb's master likely being a malevolent spirit. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Chen Qing suddenly noticed a middle-aged woman observing him intently from a short distance away. After scrutinizing him for some time, she ultimately turned and departed. Chen Qing exhaled in relief. With no signal on his phone, he grew bored and dozed off, only to be stirred by a commotion. Upon glancing over, he saw the middle-aged woman returning, accompanied by a group of individuals, marching towards him with an imposing demeanor. Indeed, this was the place. He could see it clearly. Was this the tomb raider? Dare to steal our belongings? Have you grown impatient with life? More than a dozen individuals, most wielding hoes, approached with an aggressive demeanor. Chen Qing felt a sense of foreboding, yet he rose calmly, betraying no sign of fear. Having endured the apocalypse, he understood a crucial truth. A mere hint of weakness would embolden his adversaries tenfold. Silently concealing the demon suppression tower, he regarded them with an impassive expression and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Chapter 9. Words of reason fall on deaf ears. The foremost man, his face a mask of fury, bellowed, "How dare you invade our village to plunder? Have you taken leave of your senses? Do not waste words on him. Just kill him. Damn it, kill him." The crowd was incensed, their anger palpable. Many of them cast glances toward the tomb behind Chen Qing, their eyes aflame with desire. Presently, Chen Qing was but an ordinary person. He likely could not contend with even one of these burly men. In a moment of quick thinking, he graciously stepped aside, revealing the entrance. A chilling aura emanated, causing goosebumps to rise even in the midday sun. "I am from the city's Ghost Suppression Army. We have discovered numerous malevolent spirits in this vicinity. If you wish to survive, I suggest you leave immediately." A flicker of fear crossed the faces of several men. Spirits? In the past, such tales were merely children's stories, yet now these entities were undeniably real. Who were they attempting to frighten in broad daylight? And as for the Ghost Suppression Army, what a farce. One individual sneered, "I have been outside the city since the onset of the Ghost Tide. I have lived for decades and encountered countless spirits, yet none have laid a finger on me. Indeed, you haven't even grown a proper hair yet. Pretending to be part of the ghost suppression army. In the light of day, even if there are spirits, what havoc could they possibly wreak? You are nothing but a tomb raider. Step aside at once. The treasures within belong to our village. Chen Qing furrowed his brow. Since the day he had pierced himself with that knife, the remnants of his kindness had dwindled to almost nothing. Yet, he could hardly be deemed cold-hearted. He gestured towards the excavation site, saying, "The treasures have long been removed. There is not a single item left inside, only spirits. Entering their spells, certain death." Enough of this nonsense. A girl resembling a high school student continued to film Chen Qing with her phone, her laughter tinged with derision. "Just moments ago, you were pretending to be a ghostbuster, and now that we've seen through your ruse, you claim there's nothing inside? How amusing. If there's nothing left, why are you guarding the place? Are you keeping watch for the ghosts?" An elderly woman who had been foraging for wild vegetables retorted angrily, "Young man, we've shown you considerable restraint by not confronting you. Step aside quickly. We shall pretend this incident never occurred, but if you don't move, do you believe we want to drag you to the police station?" Good words cannot persuade a stubborn ghost. Chen Qing shook his head. He discreetly gathered the magic suppression tower, the military shovel, biscuits, and bottled water, stepping aside. The magic suppression tower had likely not yet awakened. He could not leave just yet. "What are you still doing here? Are you still coveting what's inside? I've been digging all morning, and I'm weary. I'll take a moment to rest before departing. Brother Nyo, I sense this lad is up to no good. He might attempt to take something on the sly. Keep an eye on him. Rest assured, if he manages to leave here with even one item today, I shall take his surname." The robust man strode directly to Chen Qing's side, deliberately nudging him a couple of times, sneering, "How intriguing. If it weren't for you, we would still be oblivious to the treasures beneath our feet." Another added, "You've helped us dig for so long. How about we give you a few dozen bucks as a token of appreciation?" At that moment, one bolder individual had already activated the flashlight on his phone and boldly ventured inside. Chen Qing thought to himself, "This group of fools will inadvertently awaken whatever lies within." The girl, who had been filming, immediately turned her camera towards him, exclaiming, "I'm aiming to become a lawyer." Chen Qing contemplated retorting that she was essentially incriminating their current activities, yet he remained silent, inwardly praying for the awakening of the demon-suppressing tower. Wow, so many treasures. The first entrant suddenly cheered, and all the villagers erupted in joyous celebration, collectively exclaiming in delight. Several of them jostled to squeeze into the narrow excavation. "I hit the jackpot. Moving to the city now seems promising." Soon after, the second individual who ventured in also shared their exhilaration. "Gold. Jade. Wow, so much gold. I've struck it rich. Quick, grab some sacks. I'm rich." The girl filming scoffed. "Didn't you just say it was already emptied? And what about now?" Chen Qing calmly inquired. "Have you ever considered why there are excavation holes, yet so many items remain?" The girl paused, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the existence of the holes suggested that tomb raiders had previously entered. Why, then, did so many treasures still linger inside? She struggled to comprehend, but stubbornly retorted, "What is it to you? Jealous because you can't get your hands on any? Hey, have you rested enough? Just scram," the robust figure shouted. As the clamor within the cave intensified, "No shoving. Everyone be calm. Regardless of the number, we shall share equally. No pushing. By heavens, it's happening. This ring is undoubtedly worth a fortune." Although only a dozen individuals had ventured into the cave, their exuberance resonated as if a multitude had gathered. "There's a coffin. Come on, let us all push together." With this proclamation, an overwhelming aura of dread surged forth, far more potent than before, sending shivers down everyone's spine. The demon suppression tower trembled slightly, dark mist beginning to envelop the surroundings, heralding its awakening. In his previous life, the paper armor and knife provided by Chen Quan had awakened, so Chen Qing was not unfamiliar with this phenomenon. To be safe, he refrained from activating the demon suppression tower, but he was prepared to flee at any moment. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. "What the hell? That startled me. What happened?" She seemed to have moved? Moved? Nonsense. She truly moved. By heavens. A ghost. A ghost. The cries of terror echoed, and the expressions of all present dramatically shifted. The demon suppression tower finally began to manifest changes. The girl who had been persistently tugging at Chen Qing was abruptly yanked into the abyss, her hands desperately clinging to the entrance in a final plea. "Save me. Save me." A faint smile flickered across Chen Qing's face as he discarded his weaponry and fled in a frenzy. The ground trembled violently, as if a colossal beast were attempting to break free from the depths below. Chen Qing was jolted upwards, nearly losing his balance as he stumbled away in haste. Ah! Ah! The screams persisted, echoing in the air. Outside, several individuals appeared to be utterly lost, with a burly man fleeing in a frenzy. Voices from both within and outside the cave converged, faintly coalescing into a singular feminine tone. At a certain moment, all cries abruptly ceased. The blazing sun hung serene in the sky, and the earth remained still, devoid of wind. Only Chen Qing remained, gasping for breath, gripping the demon suppression tower with fervor. Running as if possessed, he sprinted until his lungs felt as though they might tear, his throat nearly igniting with smoke, and finally collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The malevolence he had encountered was of a ghastly caliber. Those who had perished at its hands would likely transform into specters themselves. After a considerable interval, Chen Qing regained his composure. Having traveled a significant distance, nearing the city, he finally turned his attention to the demon suppression tower. He produced the flashlight he had just purchased, unsheathed a small knife, and made a delicate incision on his fingertip, smearing the blood upon the tower's surface. Instantly, he experienced a peculiar sensation. He weighed the tower in his hand and exclaimed, "Small." At this utterance, the tower, previously the size of a mineral water bottle, immediately shrank by half. Chen Qing rejoiced. Small. The tower diminished to the size of a number 5 battery. Observing a large stone by the roadside, he concentrated his thoughts and commanded, "Collect." The stone vanished instantly, absorbed into the tower. Truly, these were 2 extraordinary relics. A surge of inspiration struck Chen Qing, and he gently tossed the tower while simultaneously envisioning, large. In the next instant, a towering iron structure, as tall as a person, crashed heavily to the ground. It struck like a colossal hammer, sending sparks flying and creating a spiderweb of cracks in the cement. Chapter 10. I apologize. I am the wretched one. It is futile to reason with the damned spirits. The fates of these individuals were of no concern to Chen Qing. On his way back to the hotel, he once again found himself at the outdoor camping store. The shopkeeper naturally welcomed him as if he were the god of wealth. Do you have a necklace or some other item that can hold half a cigarette for convenient carrying? Chen Qing displayed the half cigarette for comparison. He refrained from taking out the shrunk, demon-suppressing tower. Although no one recognized it, it was better to be cautious in uncertain times. The human heart in a post-apocalyptic world was far too terrifying. It was imperative to possess something robust, impervious to both blade and flame. Indeed, the shopkeeper promptly produced a braided rope. This is made of ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene fiber, boasting a strength 15 times that of steel, even superior to aramid fiber. Despite its slender appearance, it can easily tow a 5-ton vehicle. As he spoke, the shopkeeper revealed a finger-sized amulet. With a press at the base, it twisted open counterclockwise. Inside lay a groove, perfectly sized to accommodate half a cigarette. This was known as the Desperate Necklace, rumored to have been worn by spies. Containing lethal poison capable of both murder and suicide. It was now said that extreme enthusiasts would fill it with adrenaline, a potential lifesaver in critical moments. Chen Qing assessed the item, finding it just right for his shrunken, demon-suppressing tower. He promptly asked the shopkeeper to secure it around his neck, fastening it firmly. Handsome. Think this through. Once it's secured, removing it without professional tools could take days. Understood. Is everything in order? How much do I owe you? You are our esteemed customer. The cost is negligible. Chen Qing did not insist and simply departed. Upon reaching the hotel lobby, he received a call. It was from Chen Qing. As soon as he picked up, her distressed voice echoed through the line. Chen Qing. You. What do you mean by that? Woe is me. You scoundrel. How dare you insult me? Chen Qing scoffed coldly and abruptly ended the call. The phone rang again. Chen Qing. Chen Qing. Please don't hang up. I beg you, don't hang up. The voice of Chen Qing was laced with desperation. I was wrong. Please come and explain. Chen Qing feigned ignorance. What do you mean? Another voice emerged from the phone. Today you reported that someone stole your phone. But this lady claims that you were in a relationship and merely playing around. We need you to come to the station. Otherwise, this young lady could face a minimum sentence of 3 years. Upon hanging up, Chen Qing felt a pang of astonishment. He had not anticipated such severity. He thought it would merely result in a 15-day detention, not a 3-year sentence. Would that not condemn her to a living death? That would only serve to benefit her. Among the ghastly faces he had etched in his memory, Chen Qing was the one who could not easily perish. He resolved to extricate her from this predicament. Ugh, this is truly infuriating. Upon arriving at the station, Chen Qing encountered Chen Qi, whose eyes were swollen from tears, her makeup smeared as if sullied. The moment she saw Chen Qing, she lunged at him. Chen Qing instinctively sidestepped, forcefully pushing her against a nearby table, exclaiming, "What on earth?" Chen Qi collided with the table's edge, wincing in pain. Chen Qing, it's me." She struggled to muster a smile, which appeared more grotesque than tears. "Huh? Chen Qi, is your family in dire straits? Why have you resorted to thievery?" Chen Qing's expression was one of disdain. "Robbery too? It's a misunderstanding." Chen Qi winced in pain, grimacing. At that moment, a middle-aged woman emerged from the restroom. Her fury ignited upon sighting Chen Qing. "Ah, you wretched creature!" she shrieked, advancing to claw at him. "You are the reason Xiao Shi has been locked away. You vile scoundrel!" Instantly, she was restrained. Chen Qing uttered not a word, merely turning to depart. Chen Qi grew anxious, as did the middle-aged woman. "Stop! Halt!" The police intervened, blocking Chen Qing's path. "What is the matter?" Chen Qing frowned. "You called the police, and this young lady claims you are friends, merely engaging in a jest. Robbery, 3 years. Let us proceed with that." His irritation at the woman was palpable. Chen Qing nonchalantly gestured towards the hysterical middle-aged woman and continued walking away. You simply wish to extort money," she shouted. "We will give it." Chen Qi quickly intervened. "Mother, please don't complicate matters. They are not in need of money." Chen Qing, with a cold smirk, remarked, "The facts are clear, the evidence undeniable. Let it be 3 years." The middle-aged woman, seething with rage, trembled as she pointed at Chen Qing. You. Speak another word, and I shall turn away," he warned. Chen Qing, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed the middle-aged woman. "I kindly request an apology for your earlier conduct." "An apology? Not a chance. You, who have brought ruin to my parents." Chen Qing turned away once more, unyielding. He showed no leniency towards them. Chen Man, expressionless, munched on a chicken leg while completing his homework, with a tutor seated beside him. A waiter cast a wry smile at Chen Qing, finding himself more fatigued from tutoring Chen Man than from 2 night shifts combined. "You've worked hard. You may leave now." Chen Qing casually produced 200 yuan notes. The waiter accepted them, his expression brightening as he departed. Before Chen Qing could exchange a few words with Chen Man, a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by 2 police officers, one elderly and the other youthful. "Young man, there's no need to be so impulsive." The older officer spoke amiably. "If we can mediate this, why not? Would you truly feel comfortable knowing a young girl is taken away for several years?" Chen Qing pondered seriously for a moment. "I would feel quite comfortable." "Indeed, huh?" The older officer faltered, his train of thought abruptly derailed by Chen Qing's response, a glitch in his tried-and-true rhetoric. An awkward silence enveloped the room. The younger officer seized the opportunity, inquiring, "How would you like to resolve this?" Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Qing noticed someone lurking in the nearby corridor. An apology is certainly in order. A daughter who resorts to theft. A mother who resorts to violence and insults. What kind of family raises such an uncouth individual? The figure in the distance trembled, clearly incensed. Chen Qing felt a surge of satisfaction. "Did you witness the scene with that menopausal woman today? She was flailing about. It terrified me. I thought a ghost had arrived. My own cat in heat isn't nearly as fierce." The figure quaked even more violently at his words. Ahem. The police officers awkwardly cleared their throats, gesturing dismissively. "All right, enough of this nonsense. Yujin Xiao, please come forward and apologize." Indeed, it was the middle-aged woman, her face flushed crimson and her hands trembling uncontrollably. "Apologies," she murmured. But Chen Qing promptly shut the door. Hey. The young officer pressed his foot against the door, furrowing his brow. "What does this mean? Did you not witness her apology?" Chen Qing scoffed. "Who the hell do you think you're showing that face to?" The elder officer, visibly displeased, glanced at Chen Qing before turning his gaze to the middle-aged woman. "If this mediation fails, I shall wash my hands of it. Your daughter will truly face the consequences." The woman's expression shifted at these words, and she took several deep breaths, gritting her teeth. "I apologize." Chen Qing, busy cleaning the dirt from beneath his nails, did not even spare her a glance. Not sincere enough. The woman trembled with rage, inhaling deeply. "I was in the wrong today. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. What about the matter of insulting my parents?" Chen Qing flicked off some black soil. "You claimed I am the wretched creature who brought misfortune to my parents?" The woman was momentarily taken aback, inhaling deeply, her body shaking as her voice quavered with tears. I am the wretched creature. I am the one who brought misfortune to my parents. Is that sufficient? She struggled to maintain her composure while gazing at Chen Qing, her eyes reddening. Chen Qing chuckled. No, I meant, do you all always look like you're ready to commit murder when apologizing? The woman clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. Wiping her face vigorously. Forgive my foul language. I spoke words I should not have uttered today. Please, show mercy. With that, she unexpectedly struck her own face with a resounding slap. Slap, slap. Chen Qing observed calmly, remaining unmoved. Is this enough? The old police officer furrowed his brow. Let us make do, Chen Qing replied with a smile. I find this arrangement rather satisfactory. Let us call it a day. Chapter 11. We are friends and lip service. The case was dismissed. Chen Qing signed a mediation document. The morning sun revealed swollen, red eyes, and her makeup resembled a mess akin to a sewer. Eugene Xiu also sported bloodshot eyes and a swollen face. Chen Qing felt not an ounce of compassion. Compared to his own life and that of Chun Man, what was this? It hardly amounted to interest. Yet, this did not detract from his satisfaction today. Tomorrow, July 24th, he would undergo a talent assessment. He needed to rest early tonight. The date lingered in his mind. July 24th. July 24th. Chen Qing felt as though he had overlooked something. He could not recall, so he let it be. After dinner, he took Chun Man out for a stroll. The streets bustled with activity, warmth emanating from the vibrant atmosphere. Various shops glowed with brilliant lights, neon signs illuminating the night. And the cries of street vendors filled the air. What a commonplace scene, yet in a month, such sights would vanish completely from this land. Now, a small, rotten piece of orange lay discarded in the trash, while some would fight for it. Would there still be those willing to chase after crisp banknotes in the opulent garments displayed in shop windows? Observing the plump boy beside him, it struck him that he had never truly enjoyed a day of comfort. He was both naive and considerate. He tried so hard. Yet his dull intellect hindered him from succeeding in many endeavors. At times, when life became too burdensome, Chen Qing would scold Chen Shan and Chen Quan for abandoning the two of them. Nevertheless, Chen Man had never held anyone accountable. He never blamed Chen Shan when collecting bottles. He would obediently cook when no one else did. When the family faced hunger, he would find ways to gather items to sell. Then he bought steamed buns to eat. If the money sufficed, he would have one, and Chen Qing would have another. If the funds were insufficient, they would share equally. Even in the previous life, when Chen Qing pressed him against the knife, choosing to die together, he uttered not a single complaint, but held Chen Qing tightly. Now, with two extraordinary artifacts in hand, a weight lifted from his heart. It was time for Chen Qing to ensure he relished the final era of prosperity. Chen Qing crouched down and embraced him. Xiao Man, what do you desire? What do you wish to eat? What do you wish to play? Speak to me about it all. I want jianbing guozi, with an extra egg. We can indulge in even more delightful treats. How about KFC? What about ice cream? Too expensive. Have you forgotten that I now possess an abundance of wealth? Well, all right then. Chen Qing refrained from suggesting steak, knowing that Chen Man would not be fond of it. That evening, Chen Qing felt at ease. In the most upscale mall, he selected several outfits for Chen Man, made of soft fabric without any unpleasant odor. He purchased the finest children's watch, capable of making calls and playing games. He bought a small bicycle, albeit one that required training wheels for stability. He acquired the softest, whitest socks, the brightest shoes, and the largest balloon. Observing the clean, radiant little chubby boy, a smile graced Chen Qing's face. He should have been able to enjoy such days long ago. What should a child of this age experience? Chen Man had never had a reference answer, thus his life trajectory had never been corrected. Consequently, his small world had always been filled with empty bottles, constant cooking, and occasionally a glimpse of cartoons or the animal kingdom. Silent in his struggles, Chen Qing focused solely on his homework. Burdened with bags filled to the brim with Chun Man's belongings, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction at that moment. As he passed by the lottery shop, an abrupt realization struck him. He had forgotten something crucial. The lottery ticket. The ticket for the 24th. The numbers 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 33. Except for the last number, the first 6 were consecutive. He had even remarked on how perfectly aligned those numbers were. Surely the result of human intervention. Thus, it remained etched in his memory. Without hesitation, Chen Qing bought 5 tickets. He did not succumb to greed. Could it really be that a staggering 25 million would simply fall into his lap? How bizarre is this world? Chen Man's little belly was round and full. For the very first time, he indulged in such a feast, consuming so much. What a satisfying meal. Chen Qing, I'm tired. Good night. Chen Qing, good night. Xiao Man taking out the magic suppression tower, Chen Qing began his experiment. The tower possessed a storage function, that much was certain. What he needed to ascertain was the flow of time within. He set a mechanical timer to 0 and placed a cup of boiling water inside the tower. After a 10-minute wait, he retrieved the items. There was no discernible change. Wait, there was. The timer's hand seemed to have moved slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he reset the timer to 0 and placed it back into the space. He would check again tomorrow. If time within the tower remained static, that would be ideal. He could book 100 or 80 tables at a lavish hotel, arranging for Chen Man and himself to enjoy the exquisite cuisine crafted by a master chef for decades to come. If time was not frozen, then he would need to consider provisions such as canned goods and seeds. Everything shall be revealed by tomorrow. The following day, as Chen Qing awoke, he promptly opened the necklace and retrieved the timer from the demon suppression tower. The needle pointed to approximately 4 seconds. After accounting for the time taken to place and retrieve it, the actual duration was likely less than 2 seconds, having slept for over 8 hours. If we consider 2 seconds, the time discrepancy is nearly doubled. This implies that the warm dishes placed inside could remain warm for around 300 days. If we take into account the degree of preservation, they could still be considered fresh after 30 years. According to the flow of time, only a single day has passed after 40 years. How delightful. I must procure more of Chen Man's favorite delicacies like jianbing guozi and Western fast food. Having confirmed the capabilities of the demon suppression tower, the next step is to stock up. Currently, I possess 7 million. I must exchange as much of it as possible for various items, such as pig feed. However, I must first undergo the talent assessment this morning. Mastering the contract ghost technique is imperative. Today is Sunday, yet the school is bustling with activity. With a spiritual talent, one can enter the ghostly command army, the demon extermination squad, or even martial arts academies. Regardless of the path chosen, it represents a significant leap forward. In my previous life, Chen Qing had forsaken the assessment. Firstly, he feared that if he left, no one would care for Chen Man. Secondly, it stemmed from his own insecurities. In truth, Chen Qing's confidence was forged in the crucible of the apocalypse. It was through countless life and death struggles that he gradually found his footing and garnered self-assurance. Chen Qing, I thought something had happened to you. A robust young man approached him. It was Ho Tianyi, affectionately known as Monkey, his brother. Monkey? Chen Qing was taken aback. They had been inseparable since childhood, yet on that fateful day when those men barged in, they were already stained with blood and wielding Monkey's knife. It was highly likely that Monkey had met his demise at the hands of these individuals. Chen Qing tightly embraced the monkey, exclaiming, "Good brother. How disgusting. Let go. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. We share a platonic bond. Release me." After a while, the monkey retorted, "Why not give it a try? I could pierce through you. Would you welcome me?" A chill ran through Chen Qing, and he ultimately relinquished his grip. At that moment, a voice emerged from the flag-raising platform. "Today, the one testing your talents is the captain of the 5th Ghost Command, Han Yuan." A robust man with thick brows and prominent eyes stood upon the platform. Chen Qing was taken aback. It was the captain. In his previous life, he had followed Han Yuan. Chen Qing had survived the 3rd Blood Moon Demon Tide, while Han Yuan had perished during the 2nd Tide due to his ghost's betrayal, a terrifying existence of the evil spirit level. This ghost hailed from the Demon Suppression Tower, and Han Yuan was the master of that tower in his past life. Chapter 12. Level S. On the flag-raising platform, Han Yuan spoke eloquently. In terms of equal weight, one can scarcely find a more fragile species than humanity, let alone the terrifying demons. The reason humanity has withstood the onslaught of these demons for so many years lies in our formidable souls. Soul movement, essence, ethereal springs. However, the prerequisite for cultivation is the possession of talent. If one's talent reaches sea level, one can become a reserve member of the Ghost Command, earning an additional 50 points in the college entrance examination. Should one attain B-level talent, they can join the Ghost Command as a full-fledged member, receiving a bonus of 100 points in the examination. Believe me, it will undoubtedly exceed your imagination. Han Yuan spoke with a mysterious smile, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The crowd began to stir with excitement. While many had heard whispers of what he spoke, The gravity of having a commander of the ghost army articulate these words in person was a different experience altogether. Let the test commence. The procedure was straightforward. Simply place your hand upon the massive ghost orb atop the flag platform. The orb was semi-transparent, with a swirling mist of dark gray within. One student approached for the test, yet there was no discernible change. Then came the second and the third. It was only at the fourth attempt that the mist seemed to disperse slightly, as if stirred by a breath of wind. Wait, the staff signaled for another go. The student, brimming with enthusiasm, reached out once more. Wherever he touched, the dark gray mist parted as if evading his hand, a clear sign of spiritual energy leakage. Han Yuan proclaimed, "Only in this manner can one cultivate." Although his energy level was merely classified as C, this did not signify a bleak future. Much like intelligence quotient, a higher IQ may facilitate easier learning, yet it does not guarantee top marks. Energy levels can be enhanced, and those with lower levels need not despair. Next, one by one, individuals stepped forward. Approximately 20 exhibited talent, with the majority falling into the C category. Occasionally, a B level emerged, eliciting gasps of awe from the audience. At that moment, another individual approached. As soon as they placed their hand upon the orb, the mist within began to swirl rapidly as if caught in a gust of wind. The crowd erupted in exclamations. "Wow, the master has arrived. This is impressive." While others seemed to merely blow a gentle breeze. "He is like the wind from an electric fan." Another individual stepped forward, causing Chen Qing's brow to furrow. It was Chen Qing, the younger brother of Chen Shi, the second target on the assassination list. The very knife that pierced Chen Qing's chest belonged to him. Chen Qing appeared somewhat anxious, taking a deep breath as he raised his hand. The ghostly orb trembled slightly, and the mist within swirled violently. "Goodness, is this a bug?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, and Chen Qing, though initially surprised, quickly transformed that surprise into delight. Han Yuan also looked taken aback, exclaiming, "There's actually an S-class." Upon hearing this, the crowd was astounded. "Teacher, is S-class the highest rank? What are the odds of such a rarity? Does this qualify as a 1 in a million talent?" "Do not dwell on that." Han Yuan waved his hand dismissively. While high talent does correlate with accelerated training speed, it is not the sole criterion. Nor does it guarantee that his future achievements will surpass those of others. Nevertheless, the crowd continued to cheer. They had witnessed such narratives countless times. Did novels not often proclaim that individuals like him could accomplish in a single day what others might take several days to achieve? Chen Qing remained expressionless. One's temperament and circumstances will ultimately determine their future heights. In his previous life, Chen Qing began with an air of invincibility, yet after merely losing a ghostly pet, he lost all courage to confront spectral entities, instead seeking refuge behind others. How much more so in this life? Regardless of whether you are a novice or a prodigy, I shall undoubtedly make you suffer. Damn, what a stroke of misfortune. The monkey spat disdainfully, for he and Chen Qing were at odds. After cursing a few more times, it was his turn. The monkey nonchalantly placed his hand upon the ghost orb, which began to swirl gently. Level C. Next contestant. The monkey was momentarily taken aback, but then elated. This was his opportunity to bring honor to his family. The next was Chen Qing. Aware of his own talent, he had received a low-grade technique from Han Yuan in his previous life. However, it was too late, and he had failed to cultivate anything substantial. Han Yuan observed Chen Qing, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Chen Qing placed his hand on the orb. With a whoosh, it was as though a hairdryer had been switched on, causing the mist within the ghost orb to surge. What the hell? Another S level has appeared. A significant figure has arrived. Han Yuan and several staff members were taken aback, but he confirmed, level S. "Well done, Xiao Qingzi," the monkey exclaimed, rushing over to offer his congratulations. "Does the Great One still accept disciples?" "Chen Qing, you are impressive." Their homeroom teacher, Zizalong, also approached, giving Chen Qing a hearty pat on the shoulder. "See, this is why I encouraged you to participate in the test." Suddenly, Chen Qing approached. His gaze icy as flames seemed to erupt from his eyes. "You were the one who harmed my mother and sister, weren't you?" "I did not harm them," Chen Qing replied earnestly, shaking his head. "Your mother slapped herself while apologizing to me, left and right." "Oh, and she didn't just stop there. She also exclaimed, 'I am the dog,' and then slapped herself again." "Your lordship is quite magnanimous," Chen Qing vividly recounted, gazing at him calmly. Chen Qing, already infuriated, clenched his fists and charged forward. "Damn you. Chen Qing swiftly delivered a forceful kick to his thigh. Chen Qing stumbled backward, clutching his thigh in pain, his face contorted. Is it true that no one in your family has any upbringing? Chen Qing frowned and remarked. Your sister steals at the slightest disagreement. Your mother throws tantrums at the police station, and you habitually insult others' mothers. Is it too much to ask for some decorum? I'll teach you manners. Chen Qing, now somewhat dazed with anger, limped forward again. With a swift motion, Chen Qing slapped him across the nose. The nose, being fragile and connected to the tear ducts, caused tears to stream down Chen Qing's face. Fearing others would see, he quickly covered his face and crouched down. Chen Qing grasped his hands and gently pried them apart, revealing the tear-streaked visage to the onlookers. Don't cry. This is so pointless, Chen Qing consoled him. All right, I won't hit you anymore, okay? He spoke as if soothing a child. You. Chen Qing wiped his face vigorously with his sleeve, pointing at Chen Qing. Gritting his teeth in fury, Chen Qing raised his hand as if to strike again, causing Chen Qing to instinctively retreat. Look, you can't fight back, and you cower like a dog. Here you are, yelling about your mother. Chen Qing scolded, waving his hand dismissively before turning away, ignoring him. Both Shi Zhilong and the monkey stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Chen Qing, what has happened to him? The once silent and submissive youth, who swallowed his feelings in silence, has suddenly transformed into someone brimming with audacity and freedom, as if cloaked in the very wind itself, resonating with fervor. Are you all right? Monkey inquired, gazing at Chen Qing with a hint of astonishment and caution. Chen Qing remained silent. All right, how could that be? Behind every drastic change in temperament lies a multitude of untold hardships. Yet, he was not one to bare his soul openly. He merely shook his head and replied, You wouldn't believe it even if I told you. Chen Qing, Chen Qing, Yangxing Shui, Huang Sha. The staff called out a slew of names. Please come to the stage. Chen Qing. Zizalong exclaimed immediately, They likely want to recruit you into the ghost army. Don't rush to agree. Take a few more days to see if the martial arts school can offer better conditions. The martial arts school? Shin Chi would not entertain such thoughts. Once he entered the martial arts academy, the blood moon would inevitably arrive. The group ascended the stage, and at that moment, Chen Qing intentionally lagged behind, distancing himself from Chen Qing. Just as Zizalong had predicted, Han Yuan sought to enlist them into the ghost army. All the students shook their heads, perceiving themselves as mere commodities awaiting the right price. However, Chen Qing remained resolute. I have but one condition. Oh, Han Yuan turned his gaze towards him. I wish to choose any martial arts technique from the ghost army. That is a given. Martial arts techniques are not merely for others to learn. Greetings, boss. Chen Qing delivered a fist to his chest in salute. The others behind him rose in unison, extending their greetings. Welcome to the team. As the crowd exchanged glances and laughter, the atmosphere became infused with a delightful mirth, reminiscent of reuniting with an old friend after traversing countless mountains and rivers. Chapter 13. The blind man Zizalong gazed into the distance, momentarily lost in thought. Chen Qing was no ordinary student. He was a solitary orphan, lacking guidance in the simplest of skills, how to wield chopsticks, the perils of consuming junk food, and the art of mending torn trousers. While others were taught to address adults with respectful titles, he had to glean such fundamental lessons from the disdainful looks of those around him. Consequently, Chen Qing was a source of concern, sensitive, insecure, and troubled by numerous issues. Yet it is often the most troubled child, burdened with flaws, who is cherished by their parents. Thus, Zizalong's protection of Chen Qing was overt and unwavering. As long as he was present, no one could dare to harm Chen Qing. However, as he observed the audacious youth on stage, a subtle smile crept onto his face. This boy, who had lost both parents and was tasked with caring for his younger brother, seemed to be on the verge of liberation from his burdens. On their way back, Chen Qing called out to Monkey, Do you trust me? Monkey paused, grinning broadly. First, tell me what's on your mind, and then I shall decide whether to trust you. Stock up on food, instant noodles, canned goods, anything that has a long shelf life. Consider it done. Monkey nodded enthusiastically. This small request is granted. If there are conditions, we might consider constructing a safe house. A safe house? Monkey furrowed his brow, realizing the magnitude of such a project. Do you have some insider information? Not to underestimate the situation, it seems that this time it will be quite challenging. Chen Qing did not elaborate much, as it is rather peculiar. The monkey nodded in agreement, stating, I will engage in some persuasion with them. Chen Qing also sent a message to Shi Zhilong. urging him to stock up on food without disclosing the specific reasons. The monkey's residence is also in the Riverside Community, but since Chen Qing is currently staying at a hotel, they parted ways at the intersection. While still on the road, Chen Qing called Manager Yang. Manager Yang, do you have any reliable suppliers of pig feed on your end? Are you really looking to purchase? No, I am merely curious and wish to prepare a small amount. You know, I tend to be a bit paranoid. There are some. Soon, Manager Yang sent a PDF document. It was inconvenient to examine it in detail while traveling, but a cursory glance revealed over 10 suppliers of pig feed. Upon returning to the hotel, a lavish lunch had already been laid out before Chen Qing, who was indulging with greasy delight. He took a seat and casually grabbed a tomahawk steak to gnaw on while perusing the PDF. Among the suppliers listed, 2 seemed particularly suitable, local, reasonably priced, and appropriately scaled. He called one of them to inquire about the pricing. How much do you require? 1,000 tons. That will be 3 million then. What if we include meat in the feed? The person on the other end paused, slightly taken aback, and replied impatiently. Are you suggesting adding meat to your pig feed? Are you joking? I am not jesting. I was referred by Yang, the manager of Sambai Weisher. Oh. It is either the addition of inferior meat or the inclusion of aged frozen fish and meat. If you have connections, even the scraps from processing plants are possible. It is truly perplexing. In this day and age, some are adding meat to pig feed. This customer service representative exhibits a rather audacious demeanor. After hanging up the phone, Chen Qing let out a long sigh of relief. A prolonged absence of meat can sap one's vitality. If one conserves their consumption, 10 adults could easily deplete a ton in a year. 1,000 tons would suffice to sustain an entire community. The vitality of a person is the foundation of all. Without it, even the most formidable formations will crumble. Generally, places brimming with vitality, such as military camps or schools, deter malevolent entities. However, financial constraints loom large, compelling one to seek out usurious lenders for additional funds. Just as Chen Qing was about to dial a second number, he felt a gentle vibration emanating from the necklace around his neck. Startled, he felt an immediate tightening in his chest. There is a ghost. A peculiar voice, infused with an oddly cheerful tone, echoed, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan. Suddenly, an apparition appeared in the room, standing half a meter tall, emaciated and ragged, shouldering an enormous bag nearly a meter in diameter. Is it Jin Buhuan? Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback. Jin Buhuan. He called out, but received no response. Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan. As the specter continued to chant, it leapt high into the air, landing inside a single flip-flop, vanishing from sight. Naturally, the flip-flop transformed into a pure gold sandal. Weighing it in his hand, Chen Qing noted it to be around 10 pounds. The density of gold is substantial, and this sandal boasts a thick sole. Seizing an opportunity to sell, he exchanged it for some supplies and casually placed them in the Demon Tower. Chen Qing arrived at the Riverside Community, where the construction of his safe haven was progressing splendidly. After a moment of contemplation, he made his way to the northeast corner of the complex, where the electric bike shed was located. Upon arriving at the back of the shed, he encountered a familiar figure, blind Uncle Xia. In this apocalyptic world, there were only 2 individuals who had not betrayed Chen Qing, the monkey and Uncle Xia. Within the Jiangpan community, Chen Qing also had a relative, his aunt. Mustering his courage, he sought assistance from her, imploring her to lend him 200 yuan with the last remnants of his dignity. However, he was met with nothing but humiliation, particularly as he lingered in the hallway. He overheard his aunt's boisterous laughter echoing from within her home. Every word etched itself into his mind. That wretched child has always targeted me, excelling in everything. Ha ha ha. Look, now her worthless offspring has come begging at my door. That winter, Chen Qing often believed that he and Chen Man would perish. It was during this bleak time that Uncle Xia bestowed upon him a handful of filthy, malodorous small bills, totaling 48 yuan and 5 jiao, which even included 2 toy banknotes. Thus, during the blood moon, it was only because Uncle Xia had eaten his fill that Chen Qing could have a meal himself. Were it not for Uncle Xia's steadfast refusal, he would have long since taken him into his home. At this moment, Uncle Xia was busy preparing a meal. As a blind man living alone, his hygiene was undoubtedly abysmal. The water in the pot was murky, and he fumbled to place the small pot atop a stove constructed from 3 bricks. Struggling for quite some time before finally igniting the wooden pieces beneath it, leftover scraps from construction materials. During this process, The lighter inadvertently burned his hand. Yet perhaps accustomed to such discomfort, he merely shook it off and paid it no mind. As the water in the pot began to bubble, Uncle Xia tore open a crinkled packet of instant noodles, fumbling to place the noodle cake inside before adding the accompanying seasoning packets one by one. He then dismissed the remnants of the noodles from the bag into his palm and consumed them, licking the seasoning packets clean. After a brief wait, Uncle Xia retrieved a wooden board, swept the ashes aside to extinguish the flame, and finally procured a pair of disposable chopsticks from a nearby large bag. Just as he was about to eat, he suddenly furrowed his brow. "Who is it?" Chen Qing took a deep breath, a smile adorning his face as he responded. "Uncle Xia, it's me, Chen Qing." Uncle Xia immediately beckoned. Come. Would you like some noodles?" Chen Qing approached and settled onto a dark, tattered brown sofa, replying with a smile. "How have you been lately?" The surroundings were quite disordered, yet Chen Qing understood that nothing could be moved. Uncle Xia had memorized the precise locations of all his belongings. Even the slightest shift would cause him inconvenience. Chen Qing pondered how to offer him money. Unlike others who struggled, Uncle Xia was a resolute and stubborn man. Even Chen Qing felt a sense of inferiority. Yet Uncle Xia, despite being blind, he was a figure of considerable presence, akin to a flag planted amidst a heap of refuse. "Oh," Chen Qing was somewhat taken aback. Though this lad may seem a bit dim-witted, he would undoubtedly achieve greatness as he matured. Uncle Xia chuckled. "And what about you? Surely you've assessed your talents by now." "What were the results?" "I passed. My talent is at level S. Quite remarkable, isn't it?" "Really?" Uncle Xia exclaimed with delight. "See? After the storm comes the calm. After the storm comes the calm." In that moment, Chen Qing was struck with inspiration. "Uncle Xia, it is as follows. Upon achieving their talents, they send out shopping vouchers. But alas, those vouchers are nearing expiration. I have purchased an abundance of items, some of which I cannot finish. If you cannot consume them, do pass them to me, you little rascal." Fine. I shall bring them over immediately." Thereupon, Chen Qing made his way to the supermarket, selecting not extravagant items, but rather practical ones such as biscuits, instant noodles, bread, sausages, and self-heating rice. When he delivered the 2 large bags to Uncle Xia, the latter's face beamed with delight. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Qing took his leave. Uncle Xia, facing the direction in which Chen Qing departed, caressed the 2 large bags. Lost in thought, after a prolonged silence, he sighed deeply. What kind of ghost general bestows shopping vouchers, especially those on the verge of expiring? My eyes may be blind, but my heart is not. With that, he bowed towards a dilapidated statue of Buddha in the corner, murmuring a prayer. The world is tumultuous. May the 2 children remain safe and sound, healthy and well. Chapter 14. Do not overthink, do not inquire, do not be curious. Ultimately, one is blind and cannot afford to be overly generous, lest one attracts unwanted attention. For now, it shall remain as such until the blood moon approaches. Then, I shall ensure he is brought home. As he contemplated this, the feed factory's phone call arrived just in time. We can proceed, as per your specifications. With a meat content of approximately 8, at an additional cost of 320 yuan per ton. So little? Chen Qing was taken aback. Initially, a ton was priced at 3,000 yuan, and the addition of meat only increased the price by 10. But upon further reflection, it made sense. Firstly, the meat content was minimal, and secondly, the meat in question was of inferior quality. Let us settle on 3,300 yuan, and I will order 1,000 tons. Please send over your account number. Yet, they promptly provided the account details. 3 million was transferred immediately. Sir, I am unsure how to address you. At this point, he found it absurd. He did not even know the surname. Yet he had transferred 3 million without fearing that we might be fraudsters. My surname is Chen. Time is of the essence. Please expedite the production process and notify me once it is completed. Certainly, I will provide you with a number that operates 24 hours a day. Feel free to communicate any instructions you may have. After ending the call, Chen Qing dialed Manager Yang. Manager Yang, do you have an available warehouse I could borrow for a week at most? Yes, there are 3 vacant warehouses in the North City high-tech zone. You are welcome to use them, and I will notify them at any time. Thank you. Not at all. Without delay, he hailed a cab to the high-tech zone. Before the ghost tide, this area operated almost around the clock. Although the impact of the ghost tide in the north is minimal, the current vacancy rate of warehouses indicates that it has indeed affected various aspects. Each of the 3 warehouses is quite spacious, exceeding 10,000 square meters. And what Chen Qing particularly appreciated was the conveyor belt that connects directly from the back door to the front. Remarkably, the conveyor belt passes through 2 security machines, effectively dividing the entire warehouse into 3 distinct areas, each invisible to the others. In short, he would have them package the vegetables and place them onto the conveyor belt. Chen Qing retrieved a phone number. I hold VIP card number 527. Are there any benefits for reserving a table at your hotel? Certainly, sir. As long as it is within the city, if you reserve a full table, we can arrange for a packed delivery, with compensation for any delays. If there are more than 50 tables, we also have mobile catering carts available for on-site service. Chen Qing was aware of this and inquired, how much is it for each table? The dishes are categorized into 5 price tiers, ranging from $688 to $48.88. The standard for the 688 table includes. You mentioned the 4,888 option. The 4,888 package consists of 18 exquisite dishes, 8 delightful cold appetizers, garlic Australian lobster, poached prawns, wine-infused fresh fish, huadiao treasure crab, secret sauce beef head, scallion oil dalian abalone, and lotus leaf stewed turtle. Truly a feast of rare delicacies from land and sea. However, it does sound rather excessive for one's health. It seems that one's taste is dictated by circumstance. The 4888 option is for 100 tables. The 1288 option is for 500 tables, and the 688 option is for 1,000 tables. Sir, are you certain? The other party paused slightly. 100 tables is already quite an extensive banquet. The scale of 1,600 tables is unheard of. Moreover, it is considered a grave error to have different tiers of dishes across tables. If funds are limited, it is better to have the dishes at each table and lower the tiers by 2 levels than to have some tables with superior offerings and others with inferior ones. Thus, they assumed Chen Qing was merely making a prank call or perhaps a scam. Nevertheless, in the service industry, one must maintain a polite demeanor. Then please come to the warehouse area in the high-tech zone, specifically Warehouse C, numbers 2 to 11. I apologize, sir, but given the quantity you are requesting, it is rather excessive, and we require a deposit before proceeding. Oh, how much? The total cost is 1.82 million, and we need to collect a deposit of 20. That amounts to. What are your account details? The operator reported the account details, a cold smirk forming within. This method of deception was utterly cliché. He anticipated the imminent mention of frozen bank cards, followed by a barrage of well-worn scams, such as clicking links in text messages. Suddenly, while lost in thought, a voice erupted, announcing, "There's a colossal order of 1,600 tables in the warehouse area? Are we hosting a banquet for the entire city?" The operator was taken aback. What? Is this not a blatant scam? How can it be real? Quickly, everyone mobilize. The first group of chefs should take over 100 tables worth of home-cooked ingredients, while the others rush to procure supplies. Call all suppliers. We must secure this order. The operator paused, hesitating. Isn't this a scam? The deposit has already been transferred. To hell with that. The entire hotel buzzed with activity. Everyone was astonished. 1,600 tables. Was this truly a banquet for the whole city? The hotel operated with remarkable speed, and the mobile catering trucks swiftly arrived at the warehouse area. But several chefs were left dumbfounded. Where is everyone? Just one person? Where are the guests? Mr. Chen, where are the attendees? This is an urgent task. Do not concern yourselves with that. Just package each order and place it on the conveyor belt. Someone will take it away from the back. You are to remain in the front loading area. Under no circumstances are you to venture behind. Do not overthink. Do not inquire. Do not be curious. The chefs felt a jolt of unease, their minds racing with conjectures. The gaze directed towards Chen Qing had undergone a profound transformation. Could it be the renowned Ghost Command? This youth, despite his tender age, must surely be a significant figure within the Ghost Command. Curiosity stirred within, yet he restrained himself from inquiring further, merely beckoning his companions to commence their preparations. Before them stood a semi-trailer truck. Upon activating the switch, the 2 side doors swung open, and amidst a rumble, a spacious area of approximately 7 meters by 7 meters unfolded. The chefs moved swiftly, soon bustling about, the rhythmic sound of chopping filling the air. The conveyor belt within the warehouse was covered with plastic sheeting, which, when lifted, revealed its pristine condition. Furthermore, the meals were pre-packaged, rendering any dust inconsequential. With a resounding whoosh, the flames ignited. The intensity of the fire ensured a rapid pace in the preparation of dishes, and soon the first plate of stir-fried meat slices made its way across the vast expanse of the warehouse to Chen Qing. Upon opening the container, he was greeted by the sight of steaming, fragrant delicacies, which greatly pleased him, and he promptly stored it within the demon suppression tower. The unique temporal flow within the tower implied that even after a decade or two, the dish would remain warm upon retrieval. Chen Man could comfortably spend the latter half of his life enjoying these meals. As time progressed, the second, third, and eventually the 100th and 200th dishes emerged. 2 hours later, the pace of serving suddenly doubled. It appeared that a second wave of personnel had arrived. In the midst of this flurry, evening soon approached. He called Chen Man, advising him to eat and rest well, while Chen Qing casually devoured a couple of boxes himself before returning to work. This involved utilizing his psychic energy to collect the dishes. At that moment, Chen Qing felt utterly exhausted, yet it seemed that his psychic abilities were subtly strengthening. Could this be considered a form of cultivation? Chapter 15. Matters of the Jianghu should be left unspoken like Chen Qing. The chefs in the food truck had soaked through several layers of clothing with sweat. Everyone was utterly exhausted. Clapping his hands, the manager suddenly appeared, a broad smile illuminating his face. Everyone, perk up your ears and listen closely. Keep your hands moving while you listen. The chairman is aware of this order. He declared. He has stated that if we execute this order successfully, each of you will receive a bonus of 10,000. Wow. What? 10,000? Amazing. Long live the chairman. Damn it. Today I will give my all on this food truck. Let us rally together, brothers. The crowd erupted with excitement. The head chef seemed to contemplate something and leaned in, whispering, that young man must have some significant connections. It's highly likely he is affiliated with the Imperial Ghost Army, the manager replied quietly. The Imperial Ghost Army has been quite active lately. They must be planning something substantial. I suspect all this is for their consumption. Then why not just go directly to the military? Wouldn't it be better to prepare there? If we could prepare on site, would I even be asking you? The manager shot him a glance. In matters of the Jianghu, it's best to refrain from probing too deeply. Just then, the phone rang. It was a call from the chairman. Even though he was out of sight, the manager instinctively hunched slightly as he answered. Xiao Jin, this matter must be resolved. It absolutely must be handled properly. Do you understand? Ah, yes, chairman. You can rest assured. I will stake my head on it. I yearn to rush over in person, yet they have not approached through official channels. Thus I cannot make an appearance. In any case, remember this. If we successfully finalize this transaction, we may just seize the opportunity. Understood. It shall be accomplished without fail. The chairman, clearly uneasy, reiterated. Recently, the city has seen an influx of demon-slaying troops. According to several influential figures, these troops may take control of Shiming City. Therefore, irrespective of what that young man says, comply unconditionally. Do not inquire, do not be curious. Diligently focus on the tasks at hand is far superior to flattering 1,000 times. Understood. Understood. The manager hung up the phone and dove back into the catering cart, emphasizing, ensure your hats are secured tightly. I know everyone is warm, but maintaining hygiene is paramount. Not a strand of hair should fall. Ayu. Go fetch 10 more cans of soda, and also 20 pounds of green onions and 200 pounds of potatoes. Choose the finest yourself. Xiaoqin, make the meat cubes finer. Just as Chen Qing was about to yawn, he suddenly slapped his forehead. While gathering the ingredients, he opened his phone. Chen Man has a penchant for KFC, and he had forgotten to place an order. Thus, he ordered 100 family buckets from each of the 21 locations across the city. He also called the manager to assist in placing them on the conveyor belt. The manager's demeanor was exceedingly cordial. One could almost hear him bowing through the phone. Chen Qing was puzzled. Has the service industry become so competitive? In a swift moment, a phone call interrupted. Apologies, sir. We do not have enough family buckets available at our store. Please cancel your order or reduce it to 50. Similar calls flooded in, yet ultimately, an order of over 1,600 was placed. Chen Qing contemplated for a moment and decided to follow the takeout list, ordering a hodgepodge of items: skewers, marinated dishes, fried chicken, ice cream, milk tea, fried rice, pastries, all in abundance. At the entrance of KFC in the northern square of the city, delivery personnel grew increasingly curious. Are you from Warehouse C? You too? Incredible! Is it now fashionable to feast on KFC? They urged each other to follow along. The further they walked, the more astonished they became, as an ever-growing number of delivery workers joined the throng. Soon, They formed a formidable legion of electric bicycles. Warehouse C? You too? The closer they approached the high-tech zone, the more astonished the crowd became. Eventually, questions ceased. In my elementary school days, I penned a novel featuring a wealthy character, and to illustrate his affluence, I claimed he consumed 100 family buckets daily. Remarkably, I witnessed this surreal scenario unfold in my lifetime. As they reached Warehouse C, the legion of electric bicycles had become a chaotic mass. The manager was compelled to direct traffic and instruct the crowd to place their orders onto the conveyor belt. Almost everyone was inquiring about the identity of the individual placing the order. Yet the manager merely responded with a stern expression, "Do not pry into the affairs of the world. Do not pry into the affairs of the world. Do not pry into the affairs of the world." At 9 o'clock in the evening, a group of helpers was summoned from other hotels, significantly increasing the pace of work. Finally, by 2 in the morning, everything was completed. Everyone was utterly exhausted, including Chen Qing. After a day of intense mental exertion, his mind felt itchy, as if something was trying to grow within. The manager's voice was hoarse, yet he still managed to call Chen Qing. "Mr. Chen, all orders have been fulfilled. Could you please acknowledge receipt?" Chen Qing promptly arrived at the warehouse, but was taken aback to see dozens of chefs, all wearing different uniforms from various hotels. He couldn't help but be slightly astonished. How remarkable it was to witness such solidarity in the hospitality industry. When one is in distress, 8 come to assist. Without hesitation, he signed off. The payment will be processed immediately. No, there's no rush. It can be settled at any time. Chen Qing found himself momentarily bewildered by the unexpected camaraderie in the hotel industry, where even the urgency of payment seemed to dissipate. He felt a peculiar thrill. If only payment could be made in installments. The manager and the head chef directed the team as they began to tidy up the chaotic surroundings with impressive speed, swiftly carting away a load of refuse. Once calm returned, a delivery scooter approached slowly, the rider comparing addresses in confusion, inquiring, "Is there a Mr. Chen here?" "Aye. Your delivery." "Oh no, your takeout. Enjoy your meal." Chen Qing accepted the milk tea and handed it to the delivery person. "And here's some skewered meat. For you as well. The spicy ones, they are yours too." The young man found himself somewhat bewildered, having encountered one of the most bizarre nights of his career. After escorting Chen Qing to the hotel entrance and indulging in a couple of sips of milk tea, he murmured, "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Man stirred groggily awake. "Good night, Chen Qing." "Good night." Chen Man promptly fell back asleep, her snores resonating in the quiet room. Suddenly, Chen Qing had a revelation and retrieved the lottery ticket. 25 million. A fortune. The numbers 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 33. This was indeed the winning combination for the draw held on the 24th, beginning with 24. Without needing to double-check, he was convinced of his victory. These numbers were far too distinctive to forget. He seemed to recall something about taxes, perhaps 20. Should he wear a helmet when claiming the prize? Chen Qing mumbled to himself as he casually searched for the winning numbers. Then, he froze. 4, 6, 9, 18, 24, 27, 32. Had he misread? He meticulously verified the numbers again. Checking the date, July 24th, it matched. So what had gone awry? 6. It was indeed 6. In frustration, he tore the ticket to shreds and fell asleep, embracing Chun Man Chapter 16. The dark prison contractual sorcery, perhaps due to the need for mental acuity. Chen Qing slept until noon. Chen Man had already departed for school. After having his meal, he proceeded to report to the 5th Brigade of the ghostly military. Chen Qing, welcome. Han Yuan greeted him with a salute, his right fist striking his left chest. You may already have some knowledge, but allow me to introduce our brigade. The Ghost Command, the Demon Extermination Team, and the Martial Arts Academy constitute the 3 principal cultivation systems of the present era. Among them, the Ghost Command is primarily tasked with defense and boasts the largest number of personnel, forming the foundation of the entire Tang dynasty. The Demon Extermination Team, on the other hand, is considerably more perilous. They function as a mobile unit responsible for decapitation and reconnaissance, akin to elite special forces and epitomizing the pinnacle of combat prowess. The Martial Arts Academy gathers most of the gifted individuals who are averse to violence, focusing instead on the refinement of martial techniques and the development of weaponry. For instance, the standardized military weapon, the Kunwo blade, was conceived by the Academy. Chen Qing is undoubtedly aware of this. The most favorable treatment is afforded to the demon extermination team, yet Chen Qing, being responsible for Chen Man, finds it impossible to engage in extensive campaigns. You seem quite knowledgeable about the Ghost Command. Do you know which 3 weapons we possess? The Kumla Blade, the Kunlun crossbows, and firearms. Without hesitation, Chen Qing declared, I choose the Kumla Blade. Once a weapon is chosen, it essentially dictates the subsequent allocation of roles. I understand. The Kunlun Blade is for close combat. The Kunlun crossbow serves as an auxiliary for medium to short-range sniping. Firearms are auxiliary for long-range sniping. Han Yuan nodded. Let us assess your aptitude and then issue your equipment. Generally, those who attain an A-level aptitude possess their own opportunities. Thus, they are not compelled to remain in the team. What about you? I wish to stay in the team for a few days to learn. The contracting ghost technique must be mastered, especially the black prison contracting ghost technique. Yichang, please take Chen Qing to assess his aptitude. Soon, a robust man approached, chatty and animated, who upon seeing Chen Qing began to speak effusively. I am Yichang, an avid fisherman. In the past, my family engaged in pig slaughtering. Have you ever slaughtered a pig? I heard from the captain that you possess an S-level talent. It would indeed be a pity if such a gift were not utilized within the demon extermination team. What does it feel like to have an S-level talent? As we conversed, we arrived at a location that bore a resemblance to a hospital's radiology department. Beside us stood a wall, featuring a large glass pane, behind which 2 individuals clad in white coats, along with Han Yuan, were observing intently. In the center, there was an apparatus resembling an electric chair, equipped with handrests that bore indentations shaped like palms. Once seated, one was instructed to place their hands within. Numerous wired clamps were affixed to the hands and feet, and a helmet connected to an array of wires was then placed atop the head. It had been an eternity since an S-level newcomer had graced the team. Those who existed had long been claimed by the demon extermination team. One could only hope that this S-level talent would remain here. Yichang confirmed that everything was in order and gave an okay sign to those behind the glass, grinning mischievously as he inquired, Are you ready for your soul to transcend? Chen Qing nodded in response. A gentle hum resonated, and a tremor coursed through his entire being, particularly in his head, as though something were pulling at him from a distance. It truly felt akin to a soul detachment. The values on the computer display fluctuated erratically before abruptly stabilizing. At the end of the myriad of readings, a small inscription appeared. Energy level, SS. The doctor gaped in astonishment. Double S level. SS level. You share the same rank as the captain. Huh. If I tell you to change it, you must change it. Do you believe I want to take action against you? All right. They were well aware of the implications of this revelation. If the demon extermination team were to learn of it, they would undoubtedly seek to claim the individual. However, Captain, the machine will have a record of this. By the time they realized it, my charismatic personality was such that even Chen Qing could not drive me away. Soon, Yichang and Chen Qing also witnessed the outcome. Indeed, it was a genuine S. Congratulations, Chen Qing. Compared to last time, you have made a slight improvement, Han Yuan remarked. The 2 doctors exchanged glances, remaining silent. Chen Qing thought to himself that he had indeed grown a bit. He sensed it when he ordered takeout using the demon suppression tower. After pondering for a moment, he asked Han Yuan, Captain, my head has been quite itchy these past few days. How should I describe it? It feels as though I might be developing a brain. Is this a normal phenomenon? Upon hearing this, Han Yuan, the 2 doctors, and Yichang were all taken aback. Congratulations. Yichang began, but Han Yuan abruptly kicked him away. Yichang was sent flying and quickly shut his mouth. Han Yuan, with a grave tone, said, The new brother might be experiencing a brain anomaly. Do you still want to be clever? Yichang replied, Chen Qing, wait here for a moment. Han Yuan instructed as he led the 3 into a glass room. Is he about to awaken? Boss, is he going to awaken? Silence. Han Yuan rubbed his hair, his face resembling someone wearing a mask of anguish. After all this effort to find a promising candidate, he was on the verge of awakening. It would be impossible to keep him now. After struggling for a while, he angrily exclaimed, Change it. Change it to A. Huh? Boss, that's a bit harsh. It's not fair. His treatment will be slashed by half. Change it. Do you believe I want to beat you up? TSK. From now on you shall be known as Captain Black. The lawlessness is palpable. And Yichang's attempts at banter were swiftly met with a forceful kick that sent him sprawling. There exists a mental tumor within your mind, one that siphons your psychic energy. Thus, your true energy level is classified as a psychic tumor. This entity will gradually dissipate as you cultivate your abilities. so there is no cause for alarm. Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback. An air of the uncanny enveloped the situation, yet the need for intellect felt undeniably real. Perhaps there is indeed an influence at play. Come, let us select the cultivation techniques. What do you desire? Upon the mention of this, Chen Qing's thoughts swiftly shifted. The Black Abyss contracting technique. This is an absolute necessity, though it must remain unspoken, for its nature is classified, and he could offer no explanation of how he came to know of its existence. Originally, Chong was to guide the journey ahead, yet Han Yuan appeared exceedingly eager, taking the initiative to lead the way. They arrived at what could be tentatively dubbed the Library of Tomes. In truth, it was a room with stringent security, housing numerous locked black boxes. Some of these boxes were particularly elongated, others hefty, and some quite diminutive. The techniques were contained within these various black boxes. Each individual was permitted to select 2 items of A-level caliber, freely chosen. Each black box bore a metal plate, detailing the contents within: item name, contracting technique category, cultivation method level, B danger level, none remarks, essential for contracting spirits, a requisite for any spirit master. Item name, high precision tactical rifle, silver bullets, category, weapon level, B danger level, none. Note, capable of loading specialized ammunition, effective for long-range elimination of ghostly leaders. Item name, blood red garment. Category, relic. Level, S-class. Hazard level, none. Remark, left behind after vanquishing a female ghost, it possesses formidable defensive capabilities against specters. Chen Qing examined each item, noting that the relics were of extraordinarily high grade, predominantly S-class and above. Undoubtedly, his own demon suppression tower and Zhong Kui painting were of the highest SSS class. With a cap of 10 S's, there would be 10. And with a cap of 100 S's, there would be 100. Such is the pinnacle. Regrettably, if it were S-class, he could select the blood-red garment. Chang and the 2 doctors cast disdainful glances at Han Yuan, their contempt unabashed. Ahem, Han Yuan cleared his throat twice, and in the spirit of fostering newcomers. You may select 1 more SS-class item, deducting the contribution points from my account. Contribution points? These are earned upon task completion and can be exchanged for money or rewards. If the desired items are unavailable, one may also request from the superior warehouse. Oh, Chen Qing nodded, continuing to browse. Item name, Hellish Contract Ghost Technique. Category, Technique. Level, SS class. Hazard level, NA. Remark, an advanced method of the Contract Ghost Technique. Upon use, it confines the ghost within the realm of the soul, and can only be released when a singular soul fluctuation remains. Note, if one party perishes, only the other remains, or if the ghost submits to the human, a unified soul fluctuation occurs. Note 2. This technique is exceedingly domineering, a matter of life and death. Please choose with caution. Captain, I wish to acquire this. Han Yuan's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 17. His talent could not be merely this is unacceptable, Han Yuan declared, shaking his head. Choose another one. Chong echoed his sentiment. Brother, you should really select something else. Chen Qing turned his gaze toward the 2 of them, examining the danger level. Han Yuan's expression grew solemn. As long as those 4 words are present, even if it is merely 1 star, it is exceedingly perilous. Generally speaking, items with a danger level of 2 stars do not appear in our vicinity. All of these are managed uniformly by a mysterious organization at headquarters known as the Tianji Pavilion. The presence of danger level indicates that whether it be an ancient artifact or a technique, it bears considerable risk. The only reason it remains here is that it has yet to be submitted. Chong further urged, Brother, take a look at the notes above. They imply that confining a ghostly entity within this abyss yields only 3 outcomes: your demise, its demise, or a successful contract. The success rate for contracting a ghost is exceedingly low, perhaps less than 1 in 10. It is akin to thrusting oneself into a death trap. As long as one survives, there is always the possibility of contracting another. Why take such a risk? Chen Qing was well aware of this, and it was precisely this understanding that motivated his choice of technique. I will go with this one. Han Yuan regarded Chen Qing with a furrowed brow, gritting his teeth. You must select another, one of SSS level. Yet, Chen Qing remained resolute. Thank you, Captain. You yourself stated that those whose talents reach a level possess their own fortuitous encounters, and my fortune happens to require this. With a sigh, Han Yuan retrieved a peculiar key and opened a box, revealing a slender ancient tome. The walls were adorned with numerous acupuncture points. accompanied by instructions on how to guide spiritual energy through the vacant spaces. Having selected this item, I also chose an energy detector for spiritual entities. This device resembled a wristwatch and possessed the additional functionality of timekeeping, integrating features such as a compass. Most importantly, it could detect the energy levels of various spectral beings, wandering souls, malevolent spirits, and sinister entities, categorized as Grade B wandering souls and Grade S malevolent spirits, among others. With one selection remaining, Chen Qing found himself at a loss for what to choose next. If nothing piqued his interest, he could opt for selections at a later date. Next, he received a standard kunwa knife, reminiscent of a tang saber, its surface adorned with crimson patterns, weighty and substantial in his grasp. Following that were the team uniform, identification documents, and so forth. His assigned room number was 5 to 27, accessible without a key, utilizing facial recognition technology. Do you have a mentor for your training? Chen Qing inquired. I wish to begin at once. We have enlisted experts from martial arts academies to serve as your theoretical instructors. They should arrive within the next couple of days, replied He Chong. They have already arrived this morning, he added. Ah, then you may seek him out yourself, Chen Qing responded. He quickly located the instructor's dormitory. The teacher, surnamed Wu, was known as Wukong. It appeared he had only just finished arranging his space. Engrossed in crafting a PowerPoint presentation titled The Essence of Soul Movement Lies in Thought and Spirit Movement. Upon hearing Chen Qing's intentions, Wukong expressed mild surprise but nodded approvingly, stating, I appreciate those eager to learn. What is your talent level? Grade B, Chen Qing replied. Remarkable, Wukong exclaimed, further astonished. Given the limited conditions of the dormitory, he welcomed Chen Qing inside, placing a cup of water on the table and encircling it with his hands, maintaining a distance of approximately an inch. Envision an electrical current coursing between your palms and endeavor to manipulate it, just so. With that, the water within the glass trembled ever so slightly, despite the absence of physical contact. This embodies the soul-moving realm, which, in essence, is the animation of thought, the fluidity of spirit, the instigation of intention. It is akin to those who are naturally adept at twitching their nostrils or wiggling their ears, an ability that eludes others entirely. The soul-moving realm is such that one either possesses the aptitude or does not, though it is the most rudimentary and foundational of realms. Without innate talent, a century of assiduous effort would be rendered futile. Typically, it requires a time frame spanning from 1 day to 1 month. Suddenly, Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment, for the water glass between Chen Qing's hands was indeed moving. Indeed, the captain himself verified it. Wukong, though perplexed, nodded in acknowledgement. Congratulations, you have attained the soul-moving realm. Truly? Chen Qing exclaimed with elation. However, Wukong had also stated that it was the most straightforward and fundamental of realms. Thus his attainment was not entirely unexpected. Wukong produced a large card, a folded hard card that, when unfolded, revealed a chart of acupuncture points, the size of a broadsheet. Come, disrobe. Chen Qing promptly complied. Wukong then produced a pistol-like device, its muzzle adorned with a thumb-sized piece of jade, and a ghost pearl embedded in its butt. NB level, signifying a considerable amount of spiritual energy within you. Wukong positioned the muzzle against the hollow beneath his throat. This is known as the celestial chimney acupoint. I shall mark it for you with a guiding gun. Attempt to channel your spiritual energy towards this point. As he spoke, a chill emanated from the barrel of the gun, accompanied by a tingling sensation. Chen Qing, who had never previously sensed the spiritual energy within him, discovered its presence as he began to channel it. He made a concerted effort to control it, albeit with considerable difficulty. It was reminiscent of the cumbersome experience of using a mouse for the first time. One could move it, yet exerting precise control demanded great effort. After some time, Chen Qing gradually discerned the technique, laboriously directing the spiritual energy towards the point indicated by the guiding gun. The ghostly orb at the base of the gun began to glow steadily. Wukong gaped in astonishment. Was it truly successful on the first attempt? What kind of prodigy is this? Teacher, is this correct? Chen Qing aspired to channel more spiritual energy, yet the new wave could only sustain a small amount at the Tian-2 acupoint. It is possible, Wukong replied, still in a daze, pointing to a red line on the acupoint diagram. This circle of acupoints is known as the Zhoutian. To control the spiritual energy in a complete circuit is termed one Zhodian. If you find the time, remember to guide the energy through the Zhodian. This will generate a force field-like phenomenon, attracting more spiritual energy into your body. Chen Qing received a large, Fintome. There are no shortcuts in cultivation. Practice is essential. Understood. Thank you, teacher. As Chen Qing departed, Wukong remained in a state of bewilderment. After a moment's contemplation, he dialed Han Yuan's number. Captain Han, there seems to be an error in Chen Qing's talent assessment. It cannot be merely an A. Han Yuan fell silent, then replied with a firm resolve. Indeed, I conducted the test myself. He inquired further, what is the matter? He has awakened his soul. Moreover, he has already mastered the gradual control of spiritual energy. A sound of spitting was heard from the other end of the phone. Chapter 18. I will give you 10,000. What? Han Yuan was genuinely astonished. Typically, soul movement requires a week to a month, yet he succeeded instantaneously. Then, by channeling spiritual energy, Chen Qing managed to succeed on his first attempt with the guiding gun, which was only set to the first gear. Generally, the guiding gun must be adjusted to the fourth or fifth gear to be effective. Some individuals even need to keep it operational for several days to barely learn to channel spiritual energy. This talent is truly extraordinary. It is absolutely impossible that he is merely of A grade. He might even be S, double S, or even triple S. In this case, he will no longer be your student, Han Yuan said helplessly. In an instant, Wukong understood everything. The usually gentle Wu exploded with an exclamation of disbelief. This is too outrageous. Outrageous indeed. Han Yuan retorted, what? Is there something I cannot teach? Or is there equipment I lack? Moreover, he himself has no desire to join the demon extermination team. It is not as if I am forcing him to stay here. Wukong stood in a daze. Do you understand? Hey. He opened his necklace and stored the Kunwa blade and equipment within the demon suppression tower. Chen Qing began to focus on circulating his energy. With the guiding gun, it was as if a lighthouse illuminated the night. All he needed was to channel his energy toward it. Now, however, everything had become chaotic, requiring a gradual exploration. Referring to the acupoint diagram, Chen Qing carefully controlled the flow of spiritual energy. Chen Man shouted aloud and entered. As Chen Qing practiced diligently, though unaware of his exact endeavors, he chose not to inquire further. He contentedly munched on a few morsels before immersing himself in his assignments. Chen Qing, I am unable to solve the first problem. Chen Qing waved his hand dismissively and rang the bell, then resumed his meditative state. Chen Man pressed the service bell, and the attendant began another round of arduous tutoring. Throughout dinner, Chen Qing remained motionless. At 9 in the evening, Chen Man stifled a yawn, prompting Chen Qing to suddenly open his eyes. Haha, I have completed the first cycle. Chen Qing exclaimed. Good night, Chen Man. After brushing his teeth, Chen Man quickly drifted off to sleep. Chen Qing hastily finished his meal and commenced another round of practice. This time, he noticeably progressed at a quicker pace. Upon completing the second round, the surroundings were enveloped in darkness, leaving him uncertain of the time. Undeterred, Chen Qing endeavored to embark on a second cycle. The acupoints of this new cycle proved more elusive and the path more intricate. Consequently, his speed diminished significantly. Even after Chen Man had breakfast and departed, Chen Qing remained engrossed in his cultivation. Perhaps due to the restorative effects of his practice, he felt no fatigue despite having stayed up all night. It was no wonder that those in seclusion could lose track of time for years. Just as Chen Qing was enjoying dinner with Chen Man, the hotel doorbell chimed. Chen Man opened the door to reveal a voice that was both familiar and foreign. Ah, Chen Man, you've grown so much. You are becoming increasingly charming. 3 individuals entered. A middle-aged woman, one hand grasping a box of milk and the other a bag of fruit, appeared somewhat slender, with elongated eyes accentuated by bold red lipstick. Accompanying her was a middle-aged man, clad in formal attire, his rotund belly gleaming with polish. There was another girl of similar age to Chen Qing, chewing gum and resembling a middle-aged woman with her elongated eyes. Chen Qing furrowed her brow. The middle-aged woman was Chen Qing's aunt, named Huang Shui, accompanied by her husband Hong Jian and cousin Hong Ya. They also resided in the Riverside Community and were Chen Qing's only relatives. Yet they had not been in contact for 6 or 7 years. During Chen Qing's most arduous times, when she faced hunger, she had approached them for help. She would never forget, at the tender age of 13, braving the biting cold of winter to ask for a mere 200 yuan. 200 yuan. What significance did that hold for a dual-income family? Yet, that sum could have salvaged both her and Chen Man. She had endeavored to ingratiate herself, adopting the most humble tone and demeanor, but what did she receive in return? Her aunt sighed heavily, rummaging for a few rotten apples to feign poverty. while the silver dishes beneath them gleamed. As Chen Qing left the house, she sat by the door for quite some time, haunted by the unforgettable laughter. That wretched girl has always targeted me, surpassing me in every regard. Ha ha ha. Look, now her illegitimate offspring has come begging at my door. How excruciatingly harsh. Chen Qing had never envisioned that her own kin would observe her struggle in the mire with such mirth. It was instead a blind old man, solitary throughout his life, who extended a helping hand. From his filthy pocket, he pulled out a handful of crumpled small bills, rescuing both her and Chen Man during that frigid winter. Since then, despite residing in the same community, Chen Qing had severed all ties with them. They never exchanged greetings when they crossed paths. Ah, Chen Qing, you've grown into such a handsome young man. Annie gazed at him with a sense of rarity. As she spoke, she began to survey her surroundings. Huang Shui sat down, sighing, and remarked, "Your parents left us too soon, leaving you too in desolation. Often, when I think about it, it truly weighs on my heart." Her eyes reddened as she spoke. Chen Qing remained silent, but at that moment, his eyelids twitched violently. An inexplicable anger surged toward his forehead. Not a pleasant feeling. We reside in the same neighborhood. For 7 years. Have you ever bothered to visit us even once? 200 yuan used to feel like stars in the sky to me. Now, 5,000 a night seems trivial. Chen Qing fixed his gaze on Huang Shui's eyes and inquired, "Auntie, do the milk and fruits you brought today amount to 200 yuan? Huang Shui's expression shifted, and she forced a smile, saying, "What are you talking about, child?" Humph. Chen Qing's past grievances, counted meticulously, were met with a disdainful glance from Hong Ya, who was chewing gum. "It's just 200. Do you intend to remember it for a lifetime? Enough already." Chen Qing's eyelids twitched slightly. His hand instinctively pressed against the necklace. Sensing Chen Qing's discontent, Hong waved his hand and turned to Hong Ya, saying, "Let us refrain from further discussion. It's not that we don't wish to see you. There have simply been too many matters to attend to in recent years. I've been busy, and your aunt has been busy as well." After a moment of contemplation, he pushed the bag of milk and fruits forward, saying, "Isn't this an opportunity to visit you? These are fine milk and fresh fruits." At that moment, Chen Man brought over a large plate of fruit, munching away while watching cartoons. Each time he encountered a durian, he grimaced and tossed it into the nearby trash can. Hong Jian's demeanor was somewhat awkward. Chen Qing did not even glance at the fruit. Over the past few years, she had become rather particular about her tastes, generally refusing to eat any fruit priced below 200. "Let us be straightforward. What brings you here?" "It is like this. Xiao Qing," Huang Shui began. "It's better to address her as Chen Qing." Chen Qing frowned, saying, "Not everyone can call her Xiao Qing. How can you speak like that? She is my mother. Moreover, she is your elder." Hong Ya retorted, her gaze fixed on Chen Qing. "You, little girl, mind your words." All right. Hong Jian interjected, frowning. He spoke slowly. "Yesterday, I heard from Chen Qing that you achieved an S in your aptitude test, while Xiaoya did not perform well and received a C. I have connections. You two could switch. You wish to join the Ghost Army, don't you? The Ghost Army does not require such high aptitude. I want to ask you to assist me for nothing." Hong Jian stated earnestly as he produced a stack of red bills. "This amounts to 10,000. Once the aptitude is switched, I will give you an additional 5,000. Chapter 19, 20,000. Is that a lot?" Staring at the neat, precise 10,000, Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Chen Qing erupted into a wild laugh, startling the three of them. After a considerable pause, she finally ceased her laughter, her tone turning solemn. 10,000? A complete 10,000. I understand that you are somewhat comfortable now. 10,000 may not seem excessive, yet it is not insignificant either. Furthermore, Chen Qing, we are, after all, bound by blood. Should your sister achieve something in the future, you will benefit as well." "Benefit?" With a sardonic chuckle, Chen Qing scoffed. "An S-tier talent joining a martial arts academy garners at least 100,000 in scholarship funds, and you offer me a mere 10,000? Are you trying to patronize me?" Huang Shui and Hong Jian were taken aback. The sum to be offered to Chen Qing had been deliberated upon extensively, ultimately settling on 10,000. The additional 5,000 was a last-minute addition by Hong Jian, presuming Chen Qing, being an orphan, would be oblivious to such scholarship matters. They sought to profit handsomely from the scholarship, securing a prestigious school for Hong Ya in the process, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Little did they anticipate Chen Qing's familiarity with martial arts academies. You. Anyway, you won't need it if you don't go. With Xiaoya's intelligence, she's destined for greatness in a martial arts academy. When that time comes, securing a sinecure for you will be a cinch, Huang Shui earnestly implored Chen Qing. Xiao Qing. We are, after all, kin bound by an unbreakable blood tie. Huang Shui added, how about an additional 10,000? That's 20,000 in total, a considerable sum. Chen Qing regarded them coldly. Noticing Chen Qing's wavering, a glimmer of joy surfaced on Huang Shui's face. Chen Qing approached the bedside and pressed the service bell. Send up 10 bottles of mineral water, delivered by 10 different people. Huh. The operator was taken aback. Presidential suites are equipped with refrigerators stocked with mineral water, beverages, and even wine. Is that feasible? Ah, yes. The operator cursed inwardly, but acquiesced. The staff grumbled vociferously, but they had no choice. Each carried a bottle of mineral water upstairs. They truly don't treat us like human beings. Just bored and looking for trouble. Enough, enough, let us speak less. The requirements for the presidential suite must be met to the fullest extent possible. 10 individuals stood in line, each cradling a bottle of mineral water in their hands. Upon noticing the door ajar and 3 additional people inside, they exchanged puzzled glances, yet remained cordial as they knocked softly. Mr. Chen, your mineral water has arrived. Chen Qing waved his hand, beckoning them closer. The first attendant presented the bottle with both hands. Chen Qing casually accepted it and handed over 2 yuan for the water. The attendant paused, about to mention that it was complimentary. Chen Qing then produced 2 stacks of red banknotes. This is for your tip. The attendant was taken aback. Huang Shui was stunned. Hong Jian stood in disbelief. Hong Yu was equally astonished. Chen, sir, the remaining attendants were left speechless. The once orderly line had become somewhat disarrayed. Chen Qing cast a cold glance at Huang Shui. 20,000? Is that a significant amount? The second attendant, suppressing his excitement, approached Chen Qing, holding the mineral water aloft. Chen Qing again offered 2 yuan for the water. He then moved to the safe and retrieved 20,000. This is your reward. Chen Qing glanced at Huang Shui once more. When I was starving, borrowing 200 from you was a lifeline for me and Xiaoman. He chuckled coldly. Now, is 20,000 a lot? The third attendant trembled as he approached. Chen Qing handed over the cash again. Now, do you think 20,000 can purchase my S-class talent? Your money must be made of gold, right? Are you unwell? Huang Shui's expression shifted dramatically as she abruptly stood up. Chen Qing, what do you mean by that? Oh, and you too, cousin? Indeed, your actions are quite contemptible. What I mean is this. I would sooner bestow my S-tier talent upon a canine than grant it to you. At this juncture, all the waitstaff comprehended the situation. This was a real-life enactment of a young man's rise from obscurity. Hong Jian scoffed coldly. Chen Qing, do not make such definitive pronouncements. He fixed his gaze upon Chen Qing. Do not push matters to the extreme. Extreme? Do you even comprehend the meaning of extreme? And to think you dared utter the word relative? Disgusting. I shall forever remember your phrase. The lowly wretch has come begging at our doorstep. 2 aged, contemptible individuals, accompanied by their equally contemptible offspring. Today, you dare to appear before me, bearing only a paltry offering of milk worth a few dozen yuan. Chen Qing, in a fit of rage, delivered a sharp kick to the milk carton, causing it to explode upon impact. The contents splattered everywhere, thoroughly drenching the Hong family. Huang Shui, consumed by fury, stammered, You are disobedient? You are unfilial. Filial piety to your mother. Chen Qing retorted. Did you raise me or give birth to me? Had you so much as given Xiaoman and me a single corncob, I might have acknowledged you as elders. Filial piety? I would sooner show filial piety to a dog than to you. I shall tear you apart. Hongya, unable to restrain herself, lunged forward, only to be restrained by the waitstaff. Release me. Indecency. Rape. Hongya screamed, but remained firmly pinned down. A waitress delivered a sharp slap to her face. Silence. You struck me? Hongya was stunned. Chen Qing, too, was taken aback by the slap. Suddenly laughing, he tossed 2 stacks of money over. A skillful endeavor, a reward. Hong Jian and Huang Shui forcefully pushed several waitstaff aside, breathing heavily. Chen Qing. We shall see. They attempted to leave, yet the attendants had already blocked the exit. Panic enveloped the trio. What do you intend to do? Rather than see, why not sit and observe? Chen Qing coldly regarded the 3. Chen Qing, you are still young. Do not act impulsively. Huang Shui was already flustered. We apologize for our transgressions. Just pretend we never came. Please let us go. Chen Qing's hand grazed the necklace, yet he ultimately lowered it. Instead, he erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Do you see those once lofty wretches? Today, they have come begging at my door. Chen Qing laughed maniacally a few more times before declaring loudly, "Let those 3 wretches go." The trio, faces ashen, dared not utter another word, storming away in fury. Suddenly, a waiter dashed outside and called out, "We apologize. The elevator is out of service today. Please use the stairs." You are being excessively cruel. Please use the stairs. This is the 30th floor. Please use the stairs. Chen Qing, listening to the commotion outside, tossed another 20,000, laughing heartily. A skillful endeavor, a reward. Chapter 20, A Stroke of Luck. An extraordinary girl. In just 10 minutes, Chen Qing spent nearly 300,000. However, the exhilaration was unparalleled. Apart from those he had dealt with, Huang Shui was among the individuals he loathed the most. The other 2 individuals are Chen Shan and Chen Quan. They mysteriously vanished 6 years ago, leaving behind 2 paper knives and 2 pieces of paper armor. It is precisely this set of equipment that enabled Chen Qing and Chen Man to survive until the 3rd blood moon. However, on that fateful day, both Chen Qing and Chen Man were away from home, missing the opportunity entirely. They may have their reasons for leaving, but abandoning the 2 for 6 years is unconscionable. When they departed, Chen Qing was merely a primary school student, and the hardships of raising Chen Man alone are unimaginable. Chen Qing is filled with resentment. Resentment towards Chen Quan for never even having laid eyes on him. Resentment for their lack of explanation. Even a simple acknowledgement of their difficulties would have sufficed. Yet, not a single word was spoken, nor a fleeting glance exchanged. His thoughts were tumultuous. Once the waiter had tidied up the room, Chen Qing turned his gaze towards the demon suppression tower. He had not retrieved the items from the safe. Rather, he had taken them directly from the tower. Having reached the soul motion realm, he was capable of exuding spiritual energy and retrieving objects from a distance. Ignoring these distractions, Chen Qing immersed himself once more in his cultivation. He was determined to master the Black Prison Contract demon technique as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Chen Qi approached the Arya Hotel, filled with hope. She carried a basket of fruits, artfully arranged and adorned with 9 peculiar little flowers. These were Soma flowers, the sacred flowers of the people, symbolizing restrained love, eternally yours. This selection came after she meticulously chose from hundreds of flowers. They are sufficiently niche, avoiding the commonality of mainstream choices, and the symbolism is exceptionally fitting. Initially, after the incident at the police station, she considered giving up. However, upon hearing 2 pieces of news, the renovation costs of Chen Qing's home were likely nearing 10 million, and Chen Qing had achieved an S in his talent assessment. With this newfound knowledge, Chen Qi could no longer remain seated. A potential gem, a stock of immense potential. It must be secured. After careful consideration, she realized that her interactions with Chen Qing had been remarkably harmonious, save for the misunderstanding regarding the subway. Yet, as the saying goes, adversity strengthens bonds. Such tribulations only serve to highlight the uniqueness of their relationship. Much like a romantic drama, one must endure numerous misunderstandings and obstacles for the love to solidify. Tonight, she could stay over, and as she contemplated her first encounter, she wondered how she ought to present herself. Should she embody pain or fear? Although she had experienced this many times before, the thought of a renewed fracture, after having been mended, still stirred a twinge of discomfort. Men, after all, harbor a primal beast within. The sensation of conquering, particularly the breaking of that delicate barrier, must rank among the most exhilarating experiences. She wore a loosely draped shawl that, while modest, was precariously close to slipping off. Her ultra-short skirt unveiled a pair of elegantly straight legs. She had meticulously groomed herself, leaving no trace of hair. Her mind recalled the discomfort of the process, causing her to instinctively tighten her grip. As the elevator ascended slowly, she adjusted her demeanor in the reflection of its polished walls. Upon exiting, Chen Qi donned a new expression, tinged with timidity and delight. Her lips adorned with just the right amount of crimson, glistening with a hint of allure. She pressed the doorbell, and after a moment, Chen Man peeked out, stating her absence with utmost seriousness. Chen Qing is not here. With a decisive slam, the door shut. Chen Qi stood frozen, caught off guard. None of the countless scenarios she had envisioned in her mind had prepared her for this unfolding moment. Was this a cruel twist of fate? Surely. This was indeed a toxic situation. Taking a deep breath, the morning light prompted Chen Qi to send Chen Qing a voice message. Chen Qing, open the door. It's me. There was no response from Chen Qing, who was diligently circulating his life energy. Chen Qing adjusted her stance at the doorway, her toes aligned, gazing downward with an air of timidity tinged with anticipation. She envisioned herself slowly raising her head as Chen Qing opened the door, her mind racing with imagined scenarios, complete with background music and special effects. However, 5 minutes elapsed without a sound. Hasn't he noticed? Chen Qing grew impatient and sent another message. Chen Qing, please open the door for me. I've come to apologize. Another 5 minutes passed, her heels beginning to ache, yet still no response. Damn it. Chen Qing gritted her teeth and pressed the doorbell again. Chen Man peered at her through the crack in the door once more, the security chain still in place. Chen Qing, she's back. Whoever it is, don't open it. Chen Qing retorted, his tone impatient. There are too many gaudy, promiscuous types these days. Most of them are debauched. Ignore her. Chen Qing's cheeks flushed crimson. How vulgar, she thought. Does he know? As Chen Man moved to close the door, Chen Qing wedged her foot in the opening and called out, Chen Qing, it's Xiaoxi. Please open the door for me. What do you want? Chen Qing's eyes welled up with tears. I wanted to apologize. She sniffled softly, gazing at her toes. I was wrong about what happened on the subway. I know I upset you. Here, I bought you some fruit. It's fruit again. Chen Qing cursed under his breath. The dawn light momentarily startled Chen Qing. While Chen Qing was deeply engrossed in his critical training, still reeling from the lingering effects of the Huang family's aura, leaving him no time to attend to her. Brother Chen Qing, could you please let me in? I've been standing here for quite a while. Let you in? For what purpose? Chen Qing furrowed his brow. Chen Qing, momentarily taken aback, thought, what do you think I'm dressed like this for? However, she could not simply assume that she was being delivered like takeout. At a loss for words, she stamped her foot in frustration and exclaimed, You are bullying me. With that, she covered her face and dashed away, disappearing down the corridor. Once she entered the elevator, her brows knitted together in distress. She felt utterly wronged. Truly. She felt a profound sense of injustice. Confident that she had done nothing amiss, she wondered why every situation seemed to spiral beyond her control. She believed that matters were still within her grasp. Without a doubt, Chen Qing's message would arrive shortly. The phone rang. Indeed, Chen Qing's heart leaped. But the caller ID displayed Chen Qing. Why was it him? Sister, where are you? I'm at Arya. As soon as Chen Qing spoke, she slapped her forehead. Just as she suspected, Chen Qing's voice erupted in anger. Did you go looking for that scoundrel Chen Qing? How shameless can you be? Feeling wronged. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Do you have any conscience? Who do you think I'm doing this for? ISNT it all for you. After a moment of silence, Chen Qing replied, All right, I shouldn't have said that. But sister, you absolutely must meet someone. Who? A man whose family background, appearance, and potential surpassed Chen Qing by 100-fold. Chen Qing spoke with a hint of excitement. His name is Ji Luo. Both of his parents are prominent figures. I must tell you, he possesses an SS-level talent. He has already reached the soul motion realm. I heard that soon, various neighborhoods will be organized into battle zones. His family has insider information, which is why he specifically came to Ximing City. If we get connected with him, Chen Qing won't stand a chance. Chen Qing was greatly intrigued. Where is he? We're together. I'll come to pick you up shortly. Don't come to the hotel. Meet me at the entrance of Dahua bookstore. Before long, a luxurious G-class vehicle pulled up in front of the bookstore. Chen Qing, holding a copy of Jane Eyre, stood with her feet together and a smile on her face, seemingly oblivious to the car as she gazed in another direction. She radiated youthful exuberance. Is she your sister? Ji Luo's voice was filled with awe. Coming from a prestigious background, he had always been in a semi-enclosed environment, either practicing martial arts or studying, and had indeed encountered few girls his age. Ji Luo hurriedly stepped out of the car, a spark of excitement in his demeanor as he extended his hand. You must be Chen Qing. I am Ji Luo. Chen Qing reached out her hand, only to have it grasped tightly, causing her face to flush crimson. In a voice barely above a whisper, she said, Please, let go. Ji Luo quickly released her hand, his gaze falling upon the book she held, further igniting his admiration. You enjoy Jane Eyre too? I have a particular fondness for Mr. Rochester. He embodies the qualities of a true gentleman. Ji Luo's heart raced with enthusiasm. What incredible fortune! On his very first outing, he encountered such a remarkable girl. With her striking looks, excellent figure, profound intellect, and serene demeanor, she was indeed a prime candidate for a future wife. Chapter 21. F-Class Wandering Soul. The excrement demon, the mere thought of the dawn brought a wave of nausea to his heart. What kind of folly had led him to be enamored with such a wretched being in his past life? Yet, the urgency of cultivation outweighed these distractions. With a resolute heart, he settled into a meditative posture once more. The path of cultivation is not one that can be rushed, but with the blood moon drawing ever closer and the daunting tasks that lay ahead upon mastering the infernal contracting demon technique, he knew he must hasten his pace. Chen Qing, may I accompany you outside today? Chen Man inquired, drawing near. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qing shook his head. Why not have those brothers keep you company instead? With that, he pressed the service bell. Chen Qing yearned to relish the fleeting moments of tranquility, but he was unable to indulge in such luxuries. I will not go then, Chen Man replied impassively, shaking her head, her expression unreadable, perhaps tinged with disappointment. Time slipped away swiftly, and as midnight approached, Chen Qing gradually rose to his feet, extending a finger towards a teapot. Inferno! An overwhelming surge of dark energy enveloped both Chen Qing and the teapot. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves within a shadowy realm. The space was circular, devoid of walls, shrouded in a mist-like substance that resembled tendrils, creating an ethereal and surreal atmosphere. The teapot lay quietly at his feet. A casual kick sent it spinning across the ground. Once ensnared within the inferno with a ghostly entity, one of two fates awaited. Either one would perish, or the ghost would submit, culminating in a unification of their souls, thus dissolving the inferno. This was Chen Qing's ultimate strategy against the Demon King of the Demon Suppression Tower, forcing a choice. Either it would extinguish its own existence, and as the master of the tower, he would effectively be dragged into oblivion alongside it, or it would yield to his will. In his previous life, during the second blood moon, the Demon King had betrayed him, plunging the entire city's order into chaos at that very moment. Chen Qing was determined not to allow history to repeat itself. Therefore, he was prepared to take the gamble, gambling on the submission of this ghostly monarch. Chen Qing found himself the sole living entity within the confines of the Black Prison, affording him the ability to release it at will. With a mere flicker of his intention, the Black Prison dissolved. Suddenly, an unexpected sound echoed. Gold does not change. Gold does not change. The voice of Jin Buhuan emerged abruptly. A figure emaciated and diminutive, clad in tattered rags, appeared in the room, burdened by an enormous sack. The ghostly energy detector in Chen Qing's hand quivered violently, the data fluctuating wildly, leveling from ghostly soul F to E to D in an instant. It surged to ghostly soul C, then B. The ominous presence escalated to evil spirit E, then D. Gold does not change. Gold does not change. Jin Buhuan leapt onto the teapot that had just fallen to the ground, vanishing as if plunging into water. The teapot transformed into a golden vessel. Chen Qing was left speechless. Why choose a teapot of all things? What value can such a small item possibly hold? Jin Buhuan was a spirit of gratitude, and in a past life, Chen Qing had indeed been indebted to many. Yet in this lifetime, he could scarcely fathom to whom he owed gratitude. After a moment's contemplation with no answers emerging, he chose to dismiss the thought. Grasping his Kunwu sword, he descended the stairs. At last, he was ready to hunt ghosts. It was now 2 a.m, and taxis were sparse. Chen Qing hailed one, and an hour later, he arrived at the outskirts of the northern part of the city. Faint, ghostly wails echoed in the distance, the air thick with malevolent energy, causing the hair on his arms to stand on end even in the sweltering summer heat. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his sword and moved forward slowly. 10 minutes passed, then half an hour soon. Chen Qing furrowed his brow in concern. There were far too few spirits present. Unlike the spectral entities that roamed freely after the blood moon, the current density and potency of spirits are alarmingly low. After wandering for quite some time, I have yet to encounter a single one. Glancing at the ghost detector, which serves as a spectral energy gauge, I noted the varying concentrations in the vicinity. Thus, I resolved to abandon the main path, using the detector as my compass, and I meandered slowly towards areas where there was more pronounced. I leaped over ditches, traversed fields of wild grass, and skirted a fish pond. In the distance, I spotted a diminutive structure. My necklace pulsed slightly. They have arrived. My grip on the knife tightened. I turned my gaze towards the small house. It was quite modest, measuring merely 4 meters in length and width, with a flat roof. It likely served as a storage shed for farming tools such as hand tractors. Rusty hoes and shovels dangled from the walls, their corrosion staining the surface a deep iron red. I cautiously approached the front, where I beheld a figure squatting inside, wielding a sickle to cut. A single flip-flop. The ghost detector trembled slightly, revealing a number, 6, a level F wandering spirit. The most inferior of specters. It poses virtually no threat to humans. F-level wandering spirits typically act on instinct, existing in a state of confusion and ignorance. Such spirits are of no significance to a ghost master, but for me, they are perfect. The strength of the Ghost King is directly related to the 12 spirits I can suppress. The weaker the spirits, the weaker the Ghost King, thus increasing the likelihood of a successful contract. Once I contract the Ghost King, I can easily replace these feeble spirits. However, I am uncertain how to draw the spirits into the tower. I can only attempt it. Capture. A cacophony of clanging metal ensued as a collection of hoes and shovels was drawn into the demon-suppressing tower. Yet the spirit remained unmoving. Sensing the commotion, it stood up, revealing a pale, gaunt figure. The striped shirt bore the inscription Shiming Psychiatric Hospital. The crimson undergarment indicated a lack of outerwear. One foot was adorned with 2 socks, while the other remained bare. Only a single slipper graced one foot, the other having met its demise at the hands of the entity. One eye stood vigilant, while the other kept watch, surveying disparate surroundings. This was a lunatic. Chen Qing stared in astonishment. Without hesitation, he attempted again. Capture. Yet, it remained futile. The mad spirit tilted its head, one eye scrutinizing Chen Qing, while the other remained fixated on the ground. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Qing focused his thoughts and hurled the demon-suppressing tower. Magnificent. The diminutive tower, akin to half a cigarette, suddenly expanded to a height of 5 meters. With a thunderous crash, it crushed both the small dwelling and the spirit into oblivion. Dust billowed forth. Chen Qing stepped back a few paces, smiling. He could sense the mad spirit being contained within the tower. Come forth. The lunatic materialized before Chen Qing. Unchanged, one eye gazing skyward, the other fixed upon him. Kneel. The spirit complied, descending to the ground. Jump. The spirit leaped. Run. The spirit began to sprint. Testing its strength revealed it to be exceedingly feeble. Its physique was akin to that of an ordinary person. Yet its power was likely only comparable to that of Chun Man. One down. At that moment, Chen Qing turned his gaze towards the spirit's direction, gradually moving towards an area saturated with darker energies. Approximately 10 minutes passed. The necklace trembled slightly. The sound of slurping echoed. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Like a pig devouring its meal. Chen Qing tightened his grip on the knife, cautiously approaching the fetid drainage ditch, a receptacle of filth that had festered for several years. Within the depths of a foul mire, something writhed and stirred, releasing an acrid stench that stung Chen Qing's eyes. At long last, he beheld the apparition, a creature resembling a dog, yet bearing a human head, its body grotesquely decayed. It was voraciously consuming the putrid muck from the bottom of the cesspool, smacking its lips in gluttonous delight. This was an F-class wandering spirit, commonly referred to as a toilet ghost or a feces-eating ghost. Chapter 22. Legends of 100 Spirits. Chen Qing refrained from toppling the demon suppression tower, for the ghostly visage indicated it too was an F-class spirit, signifying minimal peril. The foul ditch was scarcely a meter deep, easily accessible from above. Treading lightly, Chen Qing positioned himself over the toilet ghost and struck with his blade. The bloodstained edge shimmered ominously as it severed the head, which fell with a soft thud. The dog's body froze momentarily, yet its limbs remained entrenched in the mire, as if still seated. In an instant, both the head and the canine form dissipated into a wisp of dark vapor, swiftly merging with the demon suppression tower. A revelation dawned upon Chen Qing. With a mere thought, both the toilet ghost and the mad ghost materialized before him. The form of the toilet ghost appeared intact. After a moment of contemplation, he pondered whether the ghosts he vanquished were inevitably drawn into the tower. Could it be that the mad ghost was not merely captured, but rather perished at the hands of the tower's might before being absorbed? Observing the mad ghost, Chen Qing furrowed his brow, for this marked his first encounter with such a spirit, and even the name Mad Ghost had been an arbitrary designation he had assigned. In contrast, Chen Qing was well versed in the evolution sequence of the toilet ghost, classified at the wandering spirit level as a toilet ghost or feces-eating ghost, ascending to the malevolent spirit level known as filth eater. The classification at the malevolent spirit level remained an enigma. Legends spoke of exactly 100 distinct spirits inhabiting the world. Every type of specter possesses its own unique pathway to ascend as a ghost king, and upon this elevation, both form and abilities experience a significant enhancement. The process of ascension necessitates a spiritual catalyst, which may manifest as a blend of certain spiritual herbs, ghostly entities, or ancient artifacts, or could entail conditions such as the demise of 100 individuals. Chen Qing is well aware of the complete spiritual catalysts required for the evolution of the child ghost and the drowned ghost into a malevolent spirit. The child ghost is characterized by its night-wailing, chubby visage, while the drowned ghost resembles a water monkey or kappa. Given sufficient conditions, Chen Qing is capable of elevating both to the malevolent spirit level. Simultaneously, he is cognizant of the incomplete pathway for the vengeful ghost's evolution into a malevolent spirit, the sleepless vengeful ghost known as the Red Robe. However, he only possesses the name and lacks knowledge of the spiritual catalyst. Vengeful ghosts are exceptionally formidable specters, particularly the terrifying Red Robe at the malevolent spirit level, which is an entity that inspires dread. If he were to discover the ascension catalyst, Chen Qing would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to acquire one. As for the mad ghost, Chen Qing had never encountered such a being before. Even the name was a product of his imagination, aptly reflecting its absurd appearance. What might its malevolent and malevolent spirit levels be called? Mad dog? Heartless one? As he pondered while walking, the necklace suddenly trembled slightly. Chen Qing tightened his grip on the knife, scanning the surroundings, but finding nothing. After another thorough search, he still came up empty-handed. Suddenly struck by a thought, he looked up towards the trees and beheld a figure perched at the treetop. Its lower half was shrouded in smoke, while its upper half resembled a gaunt woman, so emaciated that her ribs were distinctly visible, and her breasts were shriveled, akin to two water bags filled only halfway. At this moment, its two nostrils flared wider than its mouth, greedily inhaling the air like a glutton. The specter of hunger. Observing the ghostly clock, it was a level F wandering spirit. The tree soared to a height of 7 or 8 meters, and Chen Qing was reluctant to risk climbing it. Consequently, he hurled the demon suppression tower into the air with great force. With a resounding hum, the tower expanded, displacing a circle of air, towering even higher than the tree, and came crashing down. A cacophony of sharp cracks resonated as branches flew in all directions. The demon suppression tower landed heavily on the ground, splattering dirt and creating a deep pit, as if it had naturally grown in this very spot, were it not for the scattered broken branches and leaves at its base. Sensing a disturbance, the gluttonous spirit also manifested within the tower. Chen Qing gazed upon the demon suppression tower, curious to see how lofty it could become. It grew larger once more. The tower swelled to an impressive 20 meters, forcefully pushing aside the earth beneath it, akin to a muffled thunderclap erupting from the soil. It was now at least 6 stories high. Chen Qing looked up, his heart filled with astonishment. It grew larger still. Chen Qing found it impossible to gauge its height, estimating it to be approximately 10 stories. Once again, it expanded. At this point, the demon suppression tower had surpassed the height of the ghost tower that housed it. The door atop the tower now stood nearly 2 meters high. A sudden impulse surged within him, compelling him to push open the tower door. It swung open with remarkable ease, devoid of any sound. Inside, a swirling mist of gray awaited, yet Chen Qing hesitated to step inside. It was not out of fear of danger, but rather a dread of the terrifying differential in time flow. In such harrowing conditions, even a brief entrance could lead to months passing outside. The proximity to the city heightened his apprehension of attracting formidable entities, prompting him to retract the demon suppression tower. Continuing to follow the ghostly watch, the necklace began to vibrate once more. Gripping the kunwood dagger tightly, I cautiously approached. By the riverbank, the grass stirred gently. Glancing at the ghostly watch, there was still no reaction. This device's detection range and speed were significantly inferior to those of the demon suppression tower. Gradually drawing closer, I finally laid eyes upon the specter. In the darkness, it nearly blended into the water's surface, vaguely humanoid in shape, yet with disproportionately large hands, webbing between its fingers, and scales adorning its back. It appeared to be evolving towards that of an otter or a lizard, a drowned ghost. I recalled the complete evolutionary sequence of the drowned ghost. However, I furrowed my brow. This particular specter had a remarkably intact form, suggesting a high level. The ghostly watch trembled. Indeed, the values swiftly fluctuated before settling. 32. D grade Wandering Soul. 6 levels. The Wandering Soul now included an F grade, representing its nascent stage. 4 Wandering Souls, 1 to 10K corresponds to F grade, 11 to 20K to E grade, and subsequently, every increase of 20K raises the grade. 21 to 40k becomes D grade, 41 to 60k C grade, 61 to 80k B grade. The S, SS, and SSS levels are classified as transcendent grades, defying conventional measures. They are also referred to as numerical anomalies. At this level, they possess combat capabilities that transcend their rank. An S-grade wandering soul possesses strength far exceeding that of lower-grade malevolent spirits. The documentation cautioned with 4 words, extremely dangerous. This drowned ghost was particularly suitable for me, especially since I was aware of its complete sequence. Yet, precisely because of its elevated rank, I found myself unable to make a choice. The attributes of the Ghost King are directly correlated to the 12 spirits. The weaker it can be, the weaker it shall be. At present, Chen Qing lightened his steps and gradually retreated. Before long, he encountered the 5th apparition, the toilet ghost, classified as E-level. This particular specter was wallowing in a pit latrine, thoroughly indulging in filth, and despite his struggles, Chen Qing found himself unable to take action. He slipped away. Just before dawn, he came across the 6th ghost, the hunger spirit, classified as an F-level wandering soul. He successfully captured it. This time, his haul was quite substantial, comprising 1 mad ghost, 1 toilet ghost, and 2 hunger spirits. Soon, the sky began to lighten, and the phantoms vanished almost entirely, with the blood moon yet to arrive. The only apparitions he encountered were the most commonplace, of low rank and minimal potency. Once the blood moon appeared, however, all manner of bizarre and formidable entities would be rampant. Merely contemplating this sent shivers down his spine. As he pondered, a call from Hichong interrupted his thoughts. Chen Qing, the training camp has commenced. Understood. Compared to other newcomers, Chen Qing enjoyed a bit more freedom, provided he fulfilled his training requirements. Today marked the first day of the intensive training, and naturally, attendance was mandatory. Chapter 23. The training camp begins on his way back. The view outside the car window was bustling with activity. Various renovation teams were entering the neighborhoods, diligently engaged in construction. After a moment's reflection, he opened the community WeChat group. It's so annoying. What's with this community defense nonsense? Ghosts have never invaded the city. Who are we defending against? Indeed, the cars could only be parked outside. Who would cover the parking fees? Scrolling further, he found a mix of supporters and detractors. Chen Qing's brows gradually furrowed. Community defense? This was something he had never encountered in his previous life. Could it be that the Tang dynasty authorities had foreseen the impending arrival of the blood moon? Such a notion was utterly astonishing. Yet if he could be reborn, why not others? Ah, handsome, are you from the ghost army? The taxi driver kept glancing at Chen Qing through the rearview mirror, his curiosity piqued. At that moment, Chen Qing was clad in the dark green uniform of the ghost army. Yes, he nodded affirmatively. Oh my, what an honor. The ghost army, truly remarkable. The driver continued. Just the other day, they were testing talents, and my son didn't get selected. It has left me unable to enjoy my meals. I dream of joining the ghost army. But alas, my son lacks the talent. What was your talent test score? The driver, a chatterbox, kept babbling on. Soon, they arrived at the ghost army base. Just as Chen Qing was about to pay, the driver waved his hands dismissively. No, no, no. How could I ever charge a fare to a member of the ghost army? I will never accept it. Chen Qing nodded in agreement, allowing the driver to have his way. There were already many newcomers present, all donning the ghost army uniform, engaged in lively conversation. Monkey was already there. Upon seeing Chen Qing, he hurried over. Chen Qing, do you know any insider information? What? Chen Qing inquired, intrigued. As soon as you mentioned stockpiling supplies, I urged my parents to buy a ton of things: rice, flour, oil, instant noodles, canned goods, filling our storage room to the brim. However, they disagreed about the safe house due to the exorbitant costs. But yesterday, they began transforming the community's defenses. So my dad asked me to inquire if something really is amiss. Monkey was a brother, and in his previous life, he had likely perished due to his own actions. Chen Qing felt compelled to repay that debt. Yes, he replied earnestly, money will be of no use if we don't survive. If you truly have none, I can lend you some. He reminded once more, do not tell anyone that your home is stocked with numerous items. The monkey paused momentarily, pondering the implications. Not to mention it. Was he concerned about others stealing? Could the situation escalate to the point of theft? With this thought, the monkey nodded earnestly. I understand. Chen Qing. Suddenly, a feminine voice interrupted. It was Hongya, clad in the uniform of the ghostly legion. She gazed coldly at Chen Qing, declaring, I had initially intended to attend the martial arts academy, but I have since changed my mind. Wherever you are, I shall be there too. Everything you have given me, I shall return tenfold, 100-fold. What significance does an A-level talent hold? Though I am merely a C-level, I too can bear the weight of this world. I will trample you beneath my feet, shattering all that you possess. Chen Qing was rendered speechless. The overwhelming aura of youthful rebellion radiated from her. It was as if she had consumed a few volumes of Do Not Underestimate the Youth's Poverty. He waved dismissively. Oh. Turning to the monkey, he whispered. The type of safe house should ideally provide protection against both ghosts and humans. The monkey nodded, then quietly inquired, what about weapons? It would be best to have a variety. At this, Hanya faltered slightly. The atmosphere had reached a heightened tension, and she expected a confrontation. Yet, Chen Qing merely responded with an "oh." She found herself at a loss for words. What should have been a climactic moment now lingered awkwardly in the air, utterly vexing. With a heavy huff, she turned and departed. Damn, the monkey exclaimed, watching her retreating figure. How did these individuals come together? Chen Qing glanced back at him. In the sight of Hongya, Chen Qing stood alongside a strikingly handsome youth, conversing while casting glances in Chen Qing's direction. Did you see the one with Chen Qing? The monkey spoke earnestly. You must exercise caution. I have never encountered him before. Chen Qing felt certain. His name is Ji Luo. He is reputed to be the strongest of our cohort, with a talent assessment reaching SS level, and I have heard he has attained the soul motion realm. Is soul motion particularly difficult? Chen Qing inquired with curiosity. Besides him, there is also a female, rumored to possess a fake ghost. This revelation genuinely startled Chen Qing. A fake ghost. Ghosts and humans are sworn enemies. Yet a fake ghost is innately bonded to a specific individual, achieving an almost telepathic connection. A fake ghost does not occupy the Spirit Master's ghost pet space and will never betray its master. The most terrifying aspect is its ability to share a portion of its powers with its owner. It is an exceedingly rare ghost pet, far surpassing the significance of an S-level ghost pet. The fact that it is a fake ghost. Yet, what kind of fake ghost it is remains uncertain. If it is a powerful ghost species, it would be even more formidable. Silence. A sudden, resonant command reverberated throughout the venue. Yichang coldly surveyed the crowd. His sparse words bore a certain intimidating weight. Instantly, the assembly fell silent. This time, there were 118 participants, with 9 possessing talents rated A level or above, including newcomers accompanied by fake ghosts. The quantity and quality are unprecedented in all previous iterations. Although it may be improbable, I still hope that each of you can obtain your own Kunwa blade. Kunwa blade? Isn't it distributed along with the military uniform? Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback, before swiftly realizing he had indeed secured a recommendation qualification. The ghostly troops bear a heavy responsibility. In the front, they must support their comrades of the Demon Extermination Squad, while in the rear, they must safeguard countless citizens. Over the next 20 days, you will endure rigorous training. Those who pass the assessment shall be awarded the Kunwa blade. With that, Han Yuan thumped his chest and saluted before departing. Yichang stepped forward. Now, heed my command. All personnel, run 10 laps with a time limit of 20 minutes. Report, shouted Hongya, standing tall. That is unfair. The physiological structures of males and females differ. The training load should not be the same. Demons will not show you mercy simply because you are a woman. In the ghostly troops, there are no genders, only competent soldiers. Yichang glared coldly at her. The door is always open. You may leave at any time. Hongya gritted her teeth, tempted to storm off, but unwilling to concede. Run. Chen Qing dared not voice any objections and began to run. Physical endurance is the foundation of all. Within the first lap, the disparities became evident. Due to inherent physiological differences, most of the female recruits lagged behind. Chen Qing maintained a steady pace, neither fast nor slow, naturally positioning herself among the leading 10. However, to her surprise, the fastest runner was not Ji Luo, but another female recruit, whose movements appeared effortless, as if she conserved energy. Ji Luo, determined to catch up, pushed herself to the limit, knowing her physical prowess rivaled that of seasoned veterans. Meanwhile, Yichang stood like a flagpole, arms crossed behind his back, immobile, observing everyone intently. Time gradually passed, and after approximately 5 laps, the first girl succumbed. She suddenly knelt upon the ground and began to vomit. Yuan Shanshan is out, He Guiqiang announced loudly, marking a line on his clipboard. Soon, 2 soldiers approached, assisting her out of the venue. This scene left many spectators trembling with shock. This was serious. There was not even a second chance. A chill ran through everyone, yet physical endurance is minimally affected by subjective will. Particularly, this was 10 laps. Very few individuals could run such a distance without pause. If one could not continue, then they simply could not. The second, third, and fourth participants soon followed her in exiting the race. Meanwhile, the girl who had maintained her lead had already come to a halt. She had completed the entire course. Chapter 24. The Demon Master, the Berserker, the Spiritual Practitioner. Ji Luo arrived about half a lap behind her. Subsequently, Chen Qing and others crossed the finish line as well. At this point, those who were exhausted exhibited remarkably strained running postures. Individuals continued to collapse. Soon, the main group arrived, including those like the monkeys. Once they crossed the line, they all collapsed onto the ground. After a moment, He Guoqiang began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Those near the finish line exerted every ounce of their strength. Several crossed in succession. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In the final moment, a chubby boy leaped recklessly, crashing heavily to the ground. His head struck the earth with a sickening thud, blood splattering across his face. Another one is out. No, this is unfair. We are merely ordinary students. This is the first time running out. He Chong spoke again in a cold tone, and despair spread across the faces of everyone behind him. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. It's unfair. Let's go file a complaint. The Ghost Command cannot be dictated by you. He Chang remained resolute, summoning numerous members of the Ghost Command to expel everyone from the camp one by one. See, girls are no less capable than boys. Hong Ye's voice rang with excitement. The first place is held by a girl. This is proof. Is this guy out of his mind? The monkey frowned, fully aware of Hong Ye's family's disdain for Chen Qing, finding her particularly irksome. He Chong spoke once more. You have 10 minutes to rest, then proceed to the underground training arena. This round alone had eliminated 28 individuals, leaving only 90. How brutal. The monkey gasped. I've never heard of such intensity in the Ghost Command before. This rivals the training regimen of the Demon Slayer squad. The chubby boy, nursing bruises, also expressed his despair. Is this really unbearable? He Chong sneered. Listen carefully. For the next 20 days, you will increase your laps each day, with a time limit. Still set at 20 minutes. How is that possible? Someone exclaimed in horror. On the final day, we must complete 30 laps in 20 minutes? That's impossible. This is akin to a 100-meter sprint record. Each lap must be run as if it were a 100-meter dash. Chen Qing was also somewhat taken aback. Can this even be achieved? Time's up. He Chong picked up the stopwatch again. You have 2 minutes to reach the underground training arena. The crowd was taken aback, hurriedly struggling to their feet and recklessly rushing towards the underground training arena. This time, 3 individuals were eliminated, leaving a total of 87. The underground arena was vast, even larger than a standard basketball court. It was dimly lit, with only a few faint green lights illuminating the space. A chill swept through, causing the hairs on everyone's neck to stand on end. However, Chen Qing furrowed his brow slightly. It was not merely the cold, but an oppressive aura. Wu Kong stood in the shadows, the reflection of his glasses glimmering faintly. Once everyone had gathered, Wu Kong proclaimed loudly, Has anyone here ever encountered a ghost? A few individuals in the crowd raised their hands hesitantly. Seeing this, Chen Qing also lifted his hand. It would indeed be a farce if the ghostly army had never witnessed a ghost. As the gentle breeze passed, a chilling presence enveloped the arena. In that instant, everyone froze in place. Suddenly, a terrified scream erupted. A ghost! A ghost! Oh no! Suspended in the air within the arena was a massive figure. Its body somewhat resembling that of a toad, with a large mouth akin to that of a catfish. Its lower half was misty, voraciously inhaling the surrounding air. Chen Qing's ghost detector trembled slightly, the reading halting at 164. An E-rank malevolent spirit. This entity was known as the Wind Devourer. Wu Kong explained slowly. The manifestation of a soul-eating specter upon its ascension to malevolence. Behold the essence of a malevolent spirit. As he spoke, the Wind Devourer slowly turned its head, and an indescribable pressure permeated the entire arena. A piercing scream echoed through the air. One person collapsed immediately. The Wind Devourer suddenly opened its mouth wide, drawing in a breath as if to consume a soul. Chen Qing suddenly activated his circulatory energy, stabilizing his spirit. The sound of thuds echoed as one individual after another collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, a baboon appeared unexpectedly, shielding the first-ranked girl, and raised its head to roar at Tuanfeng. After a brief exchange with the girl, the baboon vanished once more. Wukong raised a hand, and Tuanfeng finally ceased its onslaught. Among the multitude of newcomers, only 4 remained standing. The top-ranking girl, Ji Luo, Chen Qing, and Chen Qing. The first 3 stood firm, while Chen Qing wavered slightly. Wukong nodded at the quartet, signifying his approval. As the others gradually regained consciousness, Wukong spoke in a calm tone. Tuanfeng did not unleash its full power. Had it done so at such close range, you all would have perished. His gaze swept over the crowd. I shall not eliminate any of you, but you have now reached adulthood. Consider carefully. For the entities you will encounter in the future include spirits like Tuanfeng. Indeed, there are even more terrifying beings. Make your choice. A profound silence enveloped the room. I apologize, one girl exclaimed, her face still pale with fear. I withdraw. I too shall withdraw. I never anticipated that the spirit commanders would be so perilous. One by one, hands were raised, and individuals quietly exited the training arena. It took some time for the crowd to settle. 72 remained. We shall commence the formal lesson now. First and foremost, you must determine your specialization. The spirit commander focuses primarily on enhancing one's spiritual strength. The stronger the spirit, the greater the number and prowess of the spirits one can command. The berserker, primarily honing the essence of blood and energy, can be perceived as a frontline warrior, a tank, or an assassin, akin to a human cannonball. The spirit cultivator, on the other hand, primarily cultivates spiritual energy, resembling the immortal practitioners or mages found in novels. In our squad, we lack an instructor for this path. Thus, those aspiring to become spirit cultivators must apply for a transfer to the demon extermination team. I offer a suggestion. For those with high aptitude, it is preferable to choose the Ghost Master path. Upon a second selection, the majority chose to remain here, with only 6 individuals opting for the berserker role, led away by a muscular man. Now, let us commence the formal lesson. Wukong pointed to the ghost gauge on his wrist, directing it towards Tunfeng. The value fluctuated rapidly before settling at 165. This figure, denoted in K, represents the ghost energy value, essentially a measure of combat prowess. Wukong then aimed the gauge at himself. The value danced before halting at 318. This signifies my soul power value, 318K. Bear in mind, the owner's soul power value must, without exception, exceed the ghost energy value of the ghost pet. Should the soul power value drop below that of the ghost pet, betrayal is imminent. Do not be lulled into a false sense of security regarding the stability of your contract with the ghost pet. This is determined by the contracting ghost technique, unyielding to human will. Furthermore, considering the impacts of combat injuries on soul power, it is prudent to reserve approximately 50. A minimum of 70 should be maintained. For instance, if your soul power value is 100, it is advisable to contract with a ghost pet possessing a ghost energy value of 50K, ensuring that it does not exceed 70. As Chen Qing listened, a thought flickered in his mind. The Black Prison contracting ghost technique seemingly lacks this restriction. One must seek opportunities to inquire with the captain. The potency of one's spiritual energy bestows numerous advantages. Firstly, it enables the forging of contracts with more formidable spirit companions. Secondly, the greater the disparity in spiritual energy, the higher the success rate of such contracts. When the difference in spiritual and ghostly energy exceeds tenfold, one can almost forcibly contract any spirit companion. Thirdly, it allows for the contracting of a greater number of spirit companions. In the realm of soul movement, one can contract 2 spirit companions. In the realm of essence refinement, 3. And in the realm of phantom spring, 4. Suddenly, Chen Qing recalled the demon suppression tower. Through this tower, he could contract 12 spirit companions, thus rendering him invincible. Chapter 25. Exorcising the Empty Temple. Lastly, let us discuss the classification of spirit entities. Regardless of whether they are wandering souls, malevolent spirits, or sinister entities, they are categorized into 5 grades: E, D, C, B, and A. The F grade is exclusive to wandering souls, also referred to as the nascent stage. The E grade is termed the fragile stage. Wandering souls, when injured, may dissipate, while malevolent spirits, upon injury, may regress to the realm of wandering souls. The classifications are as follows. 1 to 10 corresponds to F grade, 11 to 20 to E grade, 21 to 40 to D grade, 41 to 60 to C grade, 61 to 80 to B grade, and 81 to 100 to A grade. Starting from E grade, every increase of 20k elevates 1 S grade. For malevolent spirits, the range of 100 to 200 is E, and thereafter, every increment of 200k promotes 1 tier, 201 to 400 corresponds to D, 401 to 600 to C, 601 to 800 to B, and 801, 1000 to A. The subsequent classifications for sinister entities follow suit. 1000k denotes E grade for malevolent spirits, while reaching 10,000 signifies a grade for malevolent spirits. A question was posed. Teacher, wasn't it mentioned that there are S, double S, and triple S ranks? Indeed, these 3 levels are collectively referred to as the transcendent ranks, representing entities that surpass normal comprehension. An S-ranked spirit can effortlessly vanquish lower-tier malevolent specters, rendering them exceedingly perilous. Thus, one should refrain from attempting any contracts. To forge a bond with an S-ranked spirit companion, one must possess a soul power at least tenfold that of the spirit. This was firmly etched in everyone's minds. Now, we shall commence the soul motion course. Students who have attained the soul motion realm may take their leave. Upon reaching the soul motion realm, one is eligible to receive their Kunwa blade. Simultaneously, they may apply to participate in tonight's mission. Chen Qing was taken aback. The ghost temple has experienced a minor ghost wave outbreak, and not a single person within the temple has survived. The captain will lead a team to cleanse the area tonight. The captain? Chen Qing suddenly comprehended. In his previous life, Han Yuan had likely acquired the demon suppression tower during this very mission. Presently, he still required 8 more spirits, and wild spirits were exceedingly scarce. Furthermore, he dared not provoke places like the Princess Tomb. Following the captain and seizing opportunities seemed to be the most prudent choice. Brother Luo, there is no need for you to waste time here. You have long since reached the soul motion realm, far surpassing us. Chen Qing flattered. Ji Luo nodded. Indeed. I shall take my leave. With that, he rose and departed. The top-ranking female student also stood and left. Chen Qing turned to the monkey. I will take my leave as well. Upon saying this, he too stood and made his exit. The departure of the first 2 elicited little surprise from the crowd. However, when Chen Qing rose, astonishment rippled through the onlookers, particularly in the expressions of Hongya, Chen Qing, and the monkey, who gazed at Chen Qing in disbelief. After the 3 departed, Hongya stood there, dazed, and murmured, Teacher, has Chen Qing truly reached the soul movement realm? Wukong nodded slightly. He had intended to elaborate that Chen Qing had accomplished this in merely a few minutes that afternoon. However, he refrained from voicing it. The arrival of 3 SS grade prodigies in this cohort was already a considerable blow. Further discouragement might sap their motivation to learn. He had initially held the highest hopes for Chen Qing. Meanwhile, in Han Yuan's office, Zhou Yanqiao, Ji Luo, and Chen Qing arrived successively. Are you all 3 planning to enroll? Yes, gather at the playground at 6 this evening. As the trio exited the office, Han Yuan chuckled. Did you see that? This is the charm of personality. In previous years, we were grateful for even 1 A grade student, and now we have 3 SS grades. He Chong rolled his eyes. Indeed. Indeed. In the next moment, He Chong was unceremoniously kicked out. Determined to remain in the base for rigorous training, he found the overall experience manageable. However, completing 30 laps within the final 20 minutes posed a significant challenge. Timing meticulously on the track and exerting their utmost effort, they managed to cover 19 laps by the end of the 20 minutes. It was inconceivable for them to set an insurmountable task. Was there perhaps a trick to it? For instance, could soul power enhance physical strength? Throughout the afternoon, Chen Qing pondered this question while meditating in the dormitory. As 6 o'clock approached, a voice like a monkey's echoed, "I'm exhausted. How can I achieve soul movement?" The entire afternoon, that cup of water remained utterly still. While some of their peers had made slight progress, they knew they had to strive even harder. As night descends, I find myself yearning for rest. Yet the conversations of 2 voices draw near. One belongs to a plump young man known as Monkey, while the other is a rather aloof youth. The indifferent boy, having confirmed his dormitory number, promptly reclines on his bed. Monkey gestures towards the stout fellow. "Chen Qing, I wish to share a dormitory with you. This chubby lad is quite agreeable company and wishes to transfer here as well. By the way, he goes by He Runsheng. Greetings, esteemed one." He Runsheng immediately extends his hands for a handshake. "Hello." Chen Qing observes him closely and inquires, "Your family must be fabulously wealthy, am I correct?" The plump boy is taken aback, shaking his head. "Not at all." "Brother, what is your name?" Monkey queries, glancing at the indifferent boy still lying on the bed. Guxinggu, is there truly a surname like that? Monkey does not press further and instead begins to lament with the stout boy. Esteemed one, may I inquire how you achieved the state of soul motion? That bowl of water remains utterly immobile. Chen Qing ponders for a moment, replying, I merely followed what Teacher Wu advised. After exerting some effort, it moved. He indeed possesses little experience to impart. He Runxing is momentarily stunned, then sighs. The esteemed one is indeed extraordinary. By the way, Chen Qing, how many attempts did you make? Monkey asks. Chen Qing does not conceal the truth. Once. What? Is that for real? No way, esteemed one. Just once? Indeed. Monkey remained speechless for a while before bursting into laughter, yet Chen Kuan's bowl of water did move. But he expended an entire afternoon. Today, he got entangled with Hongya, claiming he would teach you a lesson. I am rather curious to see how they intend to do so. What is the matter? Do you harbor a grudge? Upon hearing how the monkeys treated Chen Qing at Hongya's residence, the plump fellow furrowed his brow, exclaiming, This is utterly unacceptable. Noticing that it was nearly time, Chen Qing rose and made his way toward the playground. Be careful. Take your time, esteemed one. By the time he arrived, 5 armored vehicles were already awaiting them at the playground. After a brief wait, everyone had gathered, 30 individuals in total, including the 3 newcomers. Han Yuan remarked, Let us proceed with our usual strategy. Chang will vacate 3 seats on the vehicle for the newcomers, and he will brief them on the tactics during the ride. Let us depart. Everyone swiftly boarded the vehicles, which soon rumbled away from the base. The 3 of them occupied the back seat, with Zhou Yang on the left, Chen Qing in the center, and Ji Luo on the right. It smelled delightful, Chen Qing mused. Chang commenced his tactical briefing. Have you heard of the 3-3 strategy? When confronting the spectral entities, we typically employ this tactic. 3 individuals form a small team, arranged in a triangular formation. 3 such teams constitute a combat unit. Still in a triangular layout. 3 combat units together make a combat group, maintaining the triangular structure. A combat group consists of 27 personnel, excluding the 3 of you, which makes our number precisely 27. It would be prudent for you to observe our methods today. Any minor entities that slip through may serve as suitable practice. The vehicle soon came to a halt, approximately 1 kilometer away from the Wugui temple. If they approached too closely, some of the entities would be deterred from emerging. They decided to wait until all had revealed themselves before proceeding. Chen Qing pondered briefly before asking, Changge, where do the ghosts hide during the day? No one knows. Chang replied with a smile, It's the world's greatest unsolved mystery. We must wait for them to reveal themselves. No one knows. Chen Qing mused thoughtfully. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life with Han Yuan's bold voice. Brothers, follow me. Chapter 26. B-Class Evil Spirit. The Night Watchman 5 armored military vehicles surged up the mountain, arriving swiftly at the ghostless temple. The team, well acquainted with their formation, disembarked and immediately formed multiple small squads of 3. Most wielded kunwo blades, positioned further back, while one soldier, armed with a sniper rifle, sought a vantage point. Han Yuan stood at the center, drawing his kunwo blade with a flourish. A flash of crimson light erupted as flames engulfed half of his body. Charge! With that command, everyone stormed into the ghostless temple, some entering through the doors while others scaled the walls, their movements swift and decisive. Chen Qing tightened his grip on the kunwo blade and followed suit. Ahead, a figure emerged, a gaunt silhouette with an unnaturally pale complexion, riddled with festering sores. It advanced slowly, coughing violently as if on the brink of death. A soldier from the ghost-suppressing army dashed forward, his kunwo blade gleaming. With a swift stroke, the blade cleaved the ghost in 2 at the waist. The upper half of the ghost coughed with a resounding crash. Han Yuan leapt forth from an unknown origin. The blazing kunwo sword was thrust into the corpse of the specter, and the flames swiftly consumed the ghastly form. Han Yuan furrowed his brow, recognizing it as a deathly spirit. The soldier, momentarily taken aback, nodded and hastily exited the haunted temple. A short distance ahead, the first 3 warriors became entangled with a female ghost clutching a child. This specter murmured incessantly, her feet splayed apart, dragging a grotesque mass resembling entrails, from which blood gushed forth. A massive gash marred her abdomen, where a small child suckled its thumb, gazing placidly outward. Despite the gruesome burden she bore, her speed was astonishing, each stride akin to an arrow's flight. The 3 men had encircled the female ghost, should she strike at any one of them. The other 2 would swiftly wield their kunwo swords. Suddenly, The ghost lunged, her claws aimed at a warrior's face, who, in panic, executed a backward roll. The two beside him simultaneously slashed, one targeting her neck, the other her abdomen. The sharp clangs of metal echoed as both blades were seized, one by the ghost, the other by the infant within her. In that moment, the ghost's infant leapt towards the ground-bound warrior, while her claws swept menacingly towards the two soldiers. A gunshot rang out, and a silver bullet exploded against the ghost's chest. Her form was propelled backward as if struck by a heavy truck. Seizing the opportunity, the two warriors moved in synchrony, their blades cleaving the ghost into 3 parts. The infant from the ghost's womb tumbled out, emitting a heart-wrenching wail, struggling to reach its mother, clinging desperately to her as it cried out. Gradually, its form began to dissolve. Is this the legendary production of ghosts? The warrior felt a lingering dread. This is merely a wandering spirit level. How absurd. If it were to advance to the malevolent ghost level, it would surely claim several lives. The warrior on the ground had already risen, gingerly touching the wound inflicted upon his neck. This thing isn't poisonous, is it? I've never heard of such a thing. Chen Qing observed everything with a pounding heart. He had encountered such a scene once more. Spitting to the side, a voice suddenly emerged. You've got some courage, don't you? Huh. Chen Qing was taken aback. This was the first time he had witnessed such a sight. His mouth felt dry, and saliva pooled within. Quite remarkable. At that moment, the two stood upon a bell tower, affording them a view of all that transpired around them. Han Yuan had ceased participating in the battle, merely watching the ongoing skirmish. The average strength of the Ghost Command Army appeared to differ from that of the spirits. Yet their cooperation was commendable. Despite some injuries, none were severe, and the number of ghosts was rapidly diminishing. Suddenly, Chen Qing inquired, Captain, the Black Prison Contract Ghost technique should not adhere to the principle of contract ghost energy value being only half, correct? If the ghost energy value is similar to mine, or perhaps slightly higher, can a contract be established? Han Yuan furrowed his brow and replied, it is indeed unwise to contract with a ghost whose energy value is only half of your own. This is a truth universally acknowledged. But have you ever considered why this rule has become an ironclad law? Chen Qing fell silent. Do you know what became of the previous practitioners of the Black Prison Contract Ghost technique? They were all exceptionally gifted individuals. Their talents surpassed your wildest imagination. Without exception, they all perished. You are likely the sole individual who possesses this particular skill. The malevolence of the spectral entities far surpasses your imagination. Imprisoning oneself within their realm is akin to thrusting oneself into a dire predicament. Han Yuan is not one to indulge in excessive words, yet he spoke at length. The number of spirits in the temple is dwindling rapidly. Suddenly, a soft knocking echoed, reminiscent of a tap upon a bamboo tube. Everyone's movements faltered. The scene before Chen Qing transformed into shades of black and white, his consciousness descending into chaos. The knock resounded once more, accompanied by a bizarre voice elongating. The air is dry. Beware of flames. With this utterance, flames erupted violently from the bodies of those who had been paralyzed. Han Yuan too became motionless, flames licking at his form, emitting plumes of black smoke. Chen Qing felt the fire ignite upon his body. Yet the demon suppression tower trembled gently, swiftly extinguishing the flames. The monochromatic vision shattered, restoring the world to its normalcy. Chen Qing regained his mobility. However, he was at a loss as to what to do. He was even unaware of the enemy's location. He abruptly shook Han Yuan beside him. Captain, wake up. Gritting his teeth, he plunged the Kunwu sword into Han Yuan's arm. Han Yuan jolted to clarity, the Kunwu sword in his grasp igniting with fierce flames, propelling his body forward like a cannonball. Another knock resounded. Mid-air, Han Yuan's body stiffened, yet his momentum remained unabated, crashing heavily to the ground. The eerie sound elongated once more. Close the doors and windows, guard against theft. In Chen Qing's eyes, a wooden lattice window swiftly shut, while his body felt as though it were ensnared by some unseen force, rendering him immobile. The demon suppression tower trembled slightly again. Suddenly, the window before him shattered. Without hesitation, Chen Qing sprinted towards Han Yuan, thrusting his blade once more. In this dire situation, he was the only one capable of salvaging the predicament. The Kunwu sword possessed the power to dispel evil, and Han Yuan instantly regained his senses, launching forth like a cannonball. The specter seemed to be uttering incantations. Yet Han Yuan's form closed the distance in an instant. One slash. Peace was abruptly shattered. The voices ceased in an instant. Everyone regained their mobility, hastily stripping away their smoldering garments, wincing in pain. Chen Qing rushed over to discover a ghostly corpse pinned to the ground by Han Yuan's kunwu sword, rapidly igniting. It bore a faint resemblance to an ancient farmer's attire, a bamboo tube hanging from its waist, a Class B malevolent spirit, the night watchman. Han Yuan furrowed his brow, extracting several portable adhesive bandages to dress his wounds. I can't believe I encountered such a thing. Chen Qing, however, was left in a state of shock. This night watchman, was it not one of those he had unleashed upon retrieving the demon suppression tower? Could it be that the ghost tied at the ghostless temple was of his own making? Taking a deep breath, Chen Qing attempted to reassure himself. After all, with the arrival of the blood moon, a ghost tide was imminent here as well, and when that time came, the death toll would likely multiply by 100-fold. At that moment, He Chong rushed over, his neck already scorched, skin peeling away in layers, yet he nodded towards Chen Qing. Chen Qing, you have achieved a great feat this time. With a grave expression, He Chong added, Boss, it seems there is still another malevolent spirit. Another one? It appears to be. Possession. Yet, Han Yuan's complexion reveals a certain excitement. Possession? What has it attached itself to? Unclear. Let us go. As Han Yuan strides forward, he adds, Chen Qing, you might as well practice a bit. Be cautious and aim for the weaknesses. Chapter 27, The Demon King, is coming. Possession is not a verb, but a noun. This type of spirit is rather common, known as a foolish ghost at the wandering soul level. These are individuals who, after death, become enchanted by certain obsessions. For instance, alcoholics, gamblers, miserly souls, and libertines. At the malevolent ghost level, they typically attach themselves to an object they cannot let go of. For example, if He Chong from the team were to die and become a malevolent spirit, he might transform into a fishing rod. The peculiarities of human obsession are endlessly bizarre, and so too are the manifestations of possession. An alcoholic, upon evolving into a possessed entity, might take the form of a bottle of liquor. Alternatively, a certain pervert might evolve into a pair of black stockings. If a modern person were to become a foolish ghost, it would likely be quite the spectacle. A mobile phone, a keyboard, a camera, a figurine, a basketball, overalls. Any of these would not be surprising. Amidst the chaos, a rapid-fire voice, almost incomprehensible, drifts through the air. Chen Qing strains to decipher it, and finally catches the words. I heard that person was a hopeless gambler, involved with the butcher's wife, and was caught by the butcher Zhong, who killed him. Listening further, the incessant chatter continues. Turning the corner, Chen Qing finally catches sight of two female spirits. Their mouths flap rapidly, tongues elongated and drooping to nearly a foot. As they speak, saliva splattering everywhere. The long-tongued specter. The two female ghosts exhibited distinctly different levels of prowess. One spoke with an astonishing rapidity, her practice seemingly extending over 2 years. Her words nearly imperceptible unless one listened intently. The other, however, moved with a slight sluggishness, her utterances muffled and unclear. Upon consulting the ghostly gauge, one was classified as F grade and the other as E grade. Both were feeble, yet for safety's sake, Chen Qing opted for the F grade and swiftly struck with his blade. Decapitation. As expected, the long-tongued specter dissolved into a cloud of black mist, rapidly absorbed by the demon suppression tower. The E-grade long-tongued ghost paused momentarily, then whipped her head, her elongated tongue transforming into a weapon akin to a sword or a whip, swiftly lunging towards Chen Qing. He chose not to linger, quickly evading and searching for another ghost. In this realm teeming with spirits, Chen Qing soon discovered a starving ghost in the temple's dining hall. It was ravenously devouring a bag of decayed cabbage. Its body was emaciated, yet its belly bulged, round and distended. A quick assessment revealed it to be an F-grade wandering spirit. He promptly severed its head. The starving ghost transformed into a wisp of black mist, vanishing into the demon suppression tower. Within the dining hall, faint rustling sounds caught his attention. Chen Qing tread lightly, his heart leaping with joy. 3 ghosts. They were engaged in a frenzied struggle over a piece of putrid, maggot-infested pork in the kitchen area. A glance at his ghostly gauge confirmed they were all F-grade wandering spirits. Chen Qing unleashed the demon suppression tower. A resounding thud echoed boom. The 3 spirits were instantly crushed. The next 2 spirits he encountered were classified as E-grade and D-grade respectively, and Chen Qing turned on his heel without hesitation. As he reached the accommodation area, his pace slowed. At that moment, the lascivious sounds of a woman emerged. A stirring in his heart prompted him to discern the direction. Gripping the kunwan knife tightly, he cautiously approached. Then he beheld a breathtaking scene. A large baboon was engaged in a fervent exchange with a female specter. This tableau was rife with sensitive implications, leaving me astounded for an entire year. Chen Qing would not forget that this baboon was the fate spirit of Zhou Yanqiao. Glancing around, he spotted Zhou Yanqiao standing in a corner, her face flushed. She also noticed Chen Qing and raised a finger, signaling him to be silent. She approached stealthily and pulled Chen Qing outside. Chen Qing found himself at a loss for words. Zhou Yanqiao, still blushing, explained, "My fate spirit is a lustful ghost. Only in this manner can it ascend." A lustful ghost? The sounds emanating from within were excessively provocative. Zhou Yanqiao's face remained crimson as she continued. That female ghost is a lustful spirit of the wandering soul level. When a lustful spirit ascends to the malevolent ghost level, it takes on the form of a baboon or ape. It is rare to encounter a female lustful spirit. I must seize this opportunity. The notion that a lustful spirit's malevolent form could be a baboon or ape left Chen Qing somewhat dumbfounded, prompting him to instinctively inquire, "What then is the wicked spirit level of a lustful ghost?" "I do not know," she replied. Indeed, it was likely, with the blood moon yet to rise. Most of the spirits visible now were commonplace varieties. The presence of such a ghostly figure here today was due to its ancient suppression in this very location. As they spoke, it seemed that the commotion inside had reached a climax. Even to describe a fraction of it would warrant censorship. It was truly overwhelming. Chen Qing, momentarily rendered speechless, quickly fled. After pondering for a moment, he made his way to the former abbot's chamber. There lay a decaying corpse. Yet it had not transformed into a ghost. Chen Qing faintly recognized the figure of the abbot, sighed, and turned to search other areas. At that moment, he sensed a chilling presence. Looking around, he saw no apparitions. However, with each step, his feet sank deeper into an unseen heaviness. A strange chill seemed to blow from his thigh, as if touched by an air conditioner. A jolt of alarm surged through Chen Qing's heart. He glanced down to find nothing at his feet. Yet, the legs of his trousers were gently swaying. Suddenly, it dawned on Chen Qing what it was. A hanging boot ghost, a type of shadowy entity that follows closely behind. This creature moves with remarkable swiftness, slipping into the blind spots of your vision no matter how keenly you observe. Fortunately, it only delights in frightening others, classifying it as a benign spirit. A draft of cold air brushed against the nape of his neck. If all went as expected, it was likely clinging to the back of his neck at that very moment. An F-level wandering spirit. Understanding the situation, Chen Qing steadied himself and hurled the demon-suppressing tower behind him. With a resounding crash, the tower, towering at 3 to 4 meters, landed heavily. Although Chen Qing did not catch sight of the shadowy entity, he could sense that a new ghost had been captured within the tower. Only 2 more remained. Soon, Chen Qing identified his next target. A frail figure appeared, clutching a large pile of dice. The dice continuously slipped from his grasp, and he tirelessly bent down to retrieve them, displaying an anxious expression upon his ghostly visage as he stubbornly gathered every last one. This was a foolish ghost. There are many types of foolish ghosts, and this one was evidently a gambler among them. Suddenly, 3 warriors charged in, poised to strike. Chen Qing swiftly intervened. "Leave this to me." The 3 warriors nodded in agreement, saying nothing more, and swiftly redirected their assault elsewhere. The gambler's awareness seemed muddled. It was likely an F-level spirit. Indeed, the ghost meter displayed 5K. 1 strike dispatched the gambler. The demon suppression tower was merely 1 ghost shy of completion. Perhaps good things come to those who wait. The subsequent encounters were not of F grade, and with the ghost army warriors swiftly diminishing their numbers, finding another became increasingly arduous. Chen Qing felt a twinge of anxiety and, upon a sudden thought, made his way to the rear of the ghostless tower. This area, having been a focal point, had already been cleared. However, in the corner of the surrounding wall, there lay a latrine. Perhaps a latrine ghost resided within. Indeed, an F-grade latrine ghost was savoring its meal. Chen Qing disregarded his disgust and struck it down with a single blow. The latrine ghost's corpse dissolved into black mist, drawn into the tower. The demon suppression tower trembled. Initially, it quaked gently, but soon the vibrations intensified, growing ever stronger, until the tower, along with the necklace around Chen Qing's neck, danced as if it were a small fish just caught. At last, the commotion subsided, and Chen Qing sensed the presence of the 13th ghost, the Ghost King, had arrived. Chapter 28. If I die, take care of my brother. Reflecting on the terrifying figure from the second blood moon of his previous life, Chen Qing's heart raced. He collected these 12 worthless ghosts solely to obtain this Ghost King. His cultivation of the abyssal contract ghost technique was merely to exert control over this powerful entity. Typically, employing the abyssal contract ghost technique would incite resistance from the ghost, leading to a life or death confrontation. Yet Chen Qing was different. He was the master of the demon suppression tower. With this in mind, he could orchestrate certain arrangements. For instance, he could swim into the sea or approach a cliff. Thus, if he were to perish, the tower would fall. This meant the ghost had but two choices, either to submit or to perish alongside him. It should be feasible. Chen Qing felt uncertain in his heart. However, only by obtaining this Ghost King could he possess the absolute confidence to survive the blood moon. As he silently pondered, the commotion within the ghostless temple gradually diminished. Apart from the terrifying bell ringer, the ghost suppression army had also dealt with several troublesome A-class wandering spirits, leaving one individual severely injured. The battle was drawing to a close. At last, the portable intercom crackled to life, announcing the assembly. As the group made their way toward the temple entrance, Chen Qing encountered Zhou Yanqiao. With a smile, he inquired, "Did everything go smoothly?" Zhou Yanqiao's face flushed crimson as she replied with a vague hum. It was then that Chen Qing noticed how strikingly attractive Zhou Yanqiao was, with her petite nose, eyes, and lips perfectly proportioned. You mustn't speak to anyone about my fate concerning the ghost." Zhou Yanqiao leaned closer, locking her gaze onto Chen Qing's eyes. Chen Qing was not one to discuss others, yet he deliberately hesitated. "Well, let us consider this a favor I owe you." "Deal." Chen Qing smiled, and then quietly asked, "Has your baboon made significant progress this time?" Zhou Yanqiao's face turned even redder. "Quite a lot." Seeing that Chen Qing was about to pry further, she frowned and said, "Let us not discuss this any longer, shall we?" Noticing her genuine urgency, Chen Qing decided to refrain from pursuing the topic. One armored vehicle was missing. It seemed that the soldier who had slain the deathly ghost had driven one away. Han Yuan remarked, "Although everyone suffered considerable burns during this mission, it has been a resounding success. Additional comrades will be dispatched for the subsequent cleanup. Thank you all for your hard work. With one vehicle less, shall we squeeze in or wait for another to arrive?" "Let us squeeze." In just a few minutes, the matter was settled. Han Yuan beckoned the three newcomers to enter his car, and soon, two more squeezed in. One was He Chong, and the other, a round-faced soldier named Zhang Minyuan, colloquially referred to as QQ Egg. "Damn it, QQ Egg, don't crowd me," exclaimed He Chong. "The car is this small. I don't want to be squished against you." After much jostling, they ultimately decided that He Chong would hold on to QQ Egg while seated. Once the vehicle was in motion, Han Yuan stated, "Chen Qing, you must remember your primary role today." "Oh, not at all, without the captain's wise guidance." Chen Qing replied, "What is this? In just a few days, you've learned to flatter?" Han Yuan remarked, displeased with Chen Qing's tone. Chen Qing chuckled, "Is there a reward?" "Indeed." Han Yuan responded with a smile. "However, I intend to apply for the combat team to be granted the ability to defend against special attacks. Otherwise, if we encounter a ghost with unique abilities like today, we won't even know how he perished." Chen Qing wanted to inquire about the spirit they had encountered, but restrained himself. "How about you, Ji Luo? Did you successfully contract that homebody ghost you were working on all night?" "I did," Ji Luo exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Han Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, "Is the complete sequence of the homebody ghost for sale?" With his astuteness, Han Yuan understood Ji Luo's exhilaration at contracting an E-rank ghost must be due to his family's knowledge of the complete advancement route. Ji Luo fell silent, not denying it, but eventually sighed, "Perhaps my father wouldn't agree." "Very well," Han Yuan conceded without pressing further. "The complete sequence is exceedingly precious. Each one is a testament to the countless lives sacrificed amidst the southern tide of spirits. Captain, one must question whether the task of exorcising malevolent spirits does not fall squarely upon the shoulders of the demon extermination squad. They have been rather preoccupied of late." Han Yuan spoke with a gravity that indicated the seriousness of the matter. A princess from an uncertain dynasty has awakened, and the situation is rather troublesome. Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback, realizing that it was indeed he who had inadvertently roused her. Yet, in truth, Chen Qing had rendered significant assistance. For when the blood moon arrives, this specter would likely become exponentially more formidable, and the potential devastation would be far more severe. He pondered whether to disclose the locations of several ghost strongholds that he was privy to. He was lost in thought when Chong suddenly exclaimed in frustration, "What on earth is this hard and unyielding thing?" The others gaped in astonishment. "A knife! A knife! This is indeed a knife," Chong retorted angrily. "Even if I were to pursue a relationship, it would only be with a captain of such gallant and strikingly handsome demeanor. You are nothing but a nuisance." Han Yuan shot back, "Get lost." After a brief moment, Han Yuan lowered the makeup mirror, stroking his chin and neck, before nodding in agreement. "However, I must admit that your description of gallant and strikingly handsome is indeed quite apartment." The 4 vehicles sped through the streets, swiftly entering the city. Chen Qing inquired, "Captain, may I alight from the vehicle?" "Certainly," Han Yuan replied. "Are you injured? If so, it would be prudent to have it treated at the base." "I am not." "Then you may proceed." Once he exited the vehicle, Chen Qing glanced at the time, 4:30. At this hour, taxis were scarce. He opened a ride-hailing app, set his destination, and offered 1,000 yuan. Ding! Instantly, the request was snatched up. Soon, a car came to a halt before him. "Good day, Mr. Chen." The driver wore a beaming smile, inquiring, "Are you heading to Shizhu Peak at this hour?" It was indeed unusual for someone to be driving at such a late hour. Seemingly motivated by the allure of additional earnings, a single fare of 1,000 yuan was simply delightful. Shizhu Peak is a renowned attraction in Ximing City, characterized by its steep cliffs that cascade down to the rushing Ximing River below. Once the 2 passengers entered the vehicle, they swiftly departed. The driver, brimming with enthusiasm, engaged in casual conversation with Chen Qing. However, Chen's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the Ghost King, leading him to respond minimally. Consequently, the driver focused intently on the road ahead. After a while, they arrived at the entrance of the scenic area, where the driver deliberately dropped Chen Qing off at a point inaccessible to vehicles. While some popular attractions operate around the clock, this particular site had long since closed for the night. Chen Qing switched on his flashlight and navigated through the winding paths. His physical stamina surpassed that of an ordinary person, allowing him to proceed without pause until he reached the most precipitous cliff. He found a spot precariously close to the edge, where the slope was steep enough to barely allow him to stand. Should misfortune befall him, his body would inevitably plummet into the river below. The river wind howled around him as Chen Qing collected his thoughts and composed a message. On August 15th, the moon will turn blood red, heralding the apocalypse, with malevolent spirits proliferating 100-fold, indeed a myriad of times. The malevolent entities will be omnipresent. Ensure that you and Xiaoman, along with Uncle Xia, retreat to my safe house, stockpiling provisions as much as possible. Above all, do not trust anyone. My bank card is hidden beneath a large pine tree at Shizhu Peak, weighed down by 2 stones. The password is. Upon completion of the message, he set it to be sent at a predetermined time and secured the bank card under the stones. Taking several deep breaths, he sought to calm his wildly racing heart. One singular thought emerged. The Ghost King from the Demon Suppression Tower materialized before him. The figure appeared somewhat frail, crouching on the ground with its back to Chen Qing. Without the luxury of a closer inspection, Chen Qing intoned each word deliberately. The Black Prison Contract Ghost Technique. Chapter 29, The Ghost King? Words manifesting as reality? The Black Prison Contract Ghost Technique. An entity resembling tentacles or dark mist swiftly enveloped the 2 of them. Chen Qing's heart raced. He spoke in a deep tone. "You have witnessed the environment we find ourselves in, teetering on the edge of a precipice. A person can stand, but should I perish, my corpse will plummet into the abyss. Along with it, the necklace may lie submerged in the river for decades, even centuries. You have no alternative. Either yield to me and become my contracted ghost pet, or we shall meet our demise together. Should you dare to enter here, I am fully prepared for all eventualities. Now, pray tell me your answer." The Ghost King remained crouched. The unfolding events felt somewhat amiss. Chen Qing furrowed his brow and commanded again, "Stand up." The Ghost King slowly rose. Then, Chen Qing was taken aback. A wild beard sprouted as if he were Zhong Fei, but one eye stood guard while the other kept watch. One foot donned 2 socks, while the other foot was bare. It tilted its head, scrutinizing Chen Qing. "Where are my socks?" Chen Qing was momentarily stunned. Despite the unruly beard, was this not the very mad ghost he had first collected? The Ghost King? This creature is the Ghost King? In the narrative Chen Qing had envisioned, there were moments of heroic grandeur and tragic conclusions of corpses adrift in the river. Yet, there was no anticipation of sharing a room with a lunatic. For a moment, he stood in a daze, unsure of how to proceed. After pondering for a moment, he decided to remove his socks and hand them over to the Ghost King. The Ghost King chuckled, a droplet of drool cascading down his chin as he wiped it away casually and plopped down onto the ground to put on the socks. If given a choice, Chen Qing would certainly not have opted for such a thing. Yet, he found himself trapped in this dark prison. Seizing the opportunity while the Ghost King donned the socks, a thought emerged, and a black ring of spiritual energy materialized from Chen Qing's mind, gradually encircling the Ghost King's head, tightening ever more until it vanished into his skull. It seemed the Ghost King sensed something amiss, scratching at his own head. However, the entity had already embedded itself within his brain. After a couple more scratches, noticing no reaction, he resumed sitting and began putting on the socks. Success. Is this the sensation of a contracted ghost companion? Unlike controlling with the demon suppression tower, he could feel the Ghost King's breath, distinctly sensing everything about him. So, ghosts require breath as well? With a mere thought, Chen Qing withdrew from the dark prison. Did it actually work? This was utterly unexpected. He directed the ghost indicator at the Ghost King. 3, 4, 7, 9, 13, 18, 23, 35. It halted at 35. Then, 36, 34. For reasons unknown, its value remained unstable and kept fluctuating, hovering around 38. 38, a D-grade wandering soul. It hardly befitted the Ghost King's stature. However, he understood well that this was due to his deliberate choice to contract a weak, nascent wandering soul. If he were to exchange all 12 ghosts for ones of a higher tier, the Ghost King would likely ascend to a transcendent level. Just imagine possessing an S-grade ghost companion. His heart couldn't help but flutter. Yet, his mind was somewhat muddled. This posed a significant problem. Uncertain whether replacing the ghostly entity would yield a solution, Chen Qing summoned the mad ghost with a mere thought. The two stood side by side, seemingly closer than brothers. Their four freely moving eyes resembled a 360-degree panoramic camera, capable of perceiving all directions: north, south, east, west, above, and below. Fortunately, the Ghost King sported a beard reminiscent of Zhong Kui's, ensuring he could not be mistaken. Chen Qing sighed, the words of a famous star named Shen echoing in his mind. What a sin. At this moment, dawn had barely broken, and the mad ghost appeared somewhat weakened. In stark contrast, the Ghost King remained utterly unresponsive, his eyes wandering aimlessly. Chen Qing decided to retract the mad ghost, wishing to observe the limits of the Ghost King, and patiently waited. The sky grew progressively brighter, the first rays of sunlight gracing the peak, slowly descending. If a wandering soul were to be present now, it would likely disintegrate in an instant. Yet, the Ghost King exhibited no sign of reaction. As the sunlight continued its descent, it finally reached the heads of the two entities. Still, the Ghost King remained indifferent. A check with the ghost meter revealed that the ghostly energy hovered around 38. At last, sunlight fell upon the Ghost King's face. The anticipated scene of charred, ghostly flesh failed to materialize. The Ghost King did not flinch. Instead, he turned away from the sun and yawned. Chen Qing stood in stunned silence. Despite having encountered 3 waves of blood moon ghost tides, he had never heard of a ghost that feared not the sun. This was a ghost. That up there was the sun. Where had the error occurred? The Ghost King, yawning, settled upon a stone, clearly a bit bored. Chen Man was absent. Unperturbed, he had breakfast and began his daily routine. At noon, the hotel phone rang, but the caller remained silent. Chen Qing noticed a note pressed beneath the hotel phone. Mr. Chen Man is in our possession. If you wish for his safety, please prepare 6 million and bring it to the abandoned brick factory on Taiping Road. Stunned, a surge of cold dread and fury washed over him. Chen Man was his only family, his sole kin. Chen Qing contemplated enlisting the help of the ghost army to resolve this predicament. However, he could not afford to take any chances with Chen Man's life. Resolute, he made his way to the bank and withdrew 6 million. It was a considerable sum, packed into 3 boxes, each weighing around 70 pounds. The security personnel assisted in transporting the boxes to the entrance, where a taxi fortuitously appeared to take them on board. The abandoned brick factory on Taiping Road, an obscure location. One Chen Qing had never heard of. Yet, the driver, navigating through winding alleys, directed Chen Qing deeper into the labyrinth. As long as my brother remains unharmed, the money is no concern, Chen Qing suddenly declared. The driver paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, before responding with a grin, "Mr. Chen, you are a wise man. Please, wear this blindfold. Rest assured, we seek only riches, not lives." Obliging, Chen Qing donned the blindfold. Perhaps due to the remoteness of the location or perhaps by design, the driver took an extensive route. After a lengthy journey, a passenger entered the vehicle, and a sharp object pressed against Chen Qing's neck, binding him tightly with a rope. Soon, the car came to a halt. Chen Qing was shoved out, stumbling momentarily before finally coming to a stop. The blindfold was yanked away, and the sudden light caused him to squint. As his eyes adjusted, he discerned his surroundings, an abandoned factory littered with broken bricks and desiccated remnants. Before him stood 6 men. Chen Qing possessed an exceptional memory. He could recall having seen them clearly, even if only once. One was a hotel employee, another worked at a jewelry store, and the last was a surprising presence, Li Ba. A resident of the same community, a person of the underworld, one of those who had slain Chen Qing in a past life. Suddenly, Chen Qing comprehended. He had been ostentatious with his wealth. He had carelessly tossed away 300,000 at the hotel as if it were mere gratuity, sold a golden duck at the jewelry store for nearly 10 million, and spent almost 10 million on renovations in his apartment. It was no wonder he had attracted attention. "Where's my brother?" The price had risen. They demanded another 10 million. Chen Qing now had a mere 140,000 left in his account. However, he did not hesitate. Money was of no concern as long as he could see his brother. Moments later, Chen Man was dragged out, hands bound behind his back, bruised and battered, having endured considerable hardship. A weight lifted from Chen Qing's heart. I only have 140 left. Will that suffice for you? 120,000 each should be enough. But the boss wants 5 million. We 5 brothers need at least 200,000, right? Understanding dawned upon him. Chen Qing merely needed to ascertain that they were all present. With a single thought, the magic tower shimmered slightly, and 13 ghosts suddenly appeared. Mad ghosts, 2 toilet ghosts, 2 food ghosts, 4 starving ghosts, a long-tongued ghost, and a follow bug. Grotesque and terrifying in their appearance. Everyone was struck with horror. What is this? Ghosts! 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 The crowd erupted into chaos. Yet, to Chen Qing's astonishment, the Ghost King stood tall, while the other ghosts knelt trembling on the ground. Except for the mad ghost, who seemed oblivious to the Ghost King's terrifying presence. Remaining upright, Chen Qing had not anticipated their reaction. With a mere thought, he commanded, "Eliminate them." The multitude of specters began to struggle and rise, charging towards the crowd. Yet, they were utterly feeble, particularly in the light of day, moving with exasperating slowness. Leading the charge was the Ghost King, his toes splayed awkwardly as he shouted, "Dismember them! Dismember them!" Suddenly, one individual's body was violently torn into 8 pieces, and with a resounding crash, his innards spilled across the ground. The Ghost King rushed forward, taken aback by the unexpected spectacle before him. After a moment's pause, he turned his attention to another person, continuing to yell, "Burn them! Burn them!" Boom! The fleeing individual was engulfed by a fierce inferno, the flames scorching hot, reducing him to a charred husk in mere moments. Chen Qing stood frozen, astonished by the phenomenon. Was this words manifesting into reality? His hands moved with urgency, deftly wielding a small tool to slice through the ropes binding him. He hurled forth a magic tower. Behold, a towering iron edifice, 6 or 7 meters high, abruptly appeared, crushing one unfortunate soul into a pulp. With the kunwa blade in hand, Chen Qing struck decisively, plunging the blade into the brain of the taxi driver, then pulling it sideways, cleaving the head in 2 before charging onward. Meanwhile, the remaining spirits were preying upon a terrified employee of the jewelry store, who could only scream in desperation, "Ah, help, help, I was wrong. I was so wrong." Li Ba had been cornered, the long-tongued ghost slapping him with its appendage. Yet it felt akin to a mere child's playful tap. Li Ba stood dazed. These ghosts are rather weak, aren't they? Chen Qing, his expression cold, approached Li Ba and declared, "Indeed, they are but fragile wraiths, easily shattered at a touch." A flash of the blade. Li Ba's left arm was severed at the root. He cried out in despair, "No, no, no. Please don't kill me, we are neighbors." But what of it, Li Ba? He was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Chen Qing recognized him. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, for another blade struck. His right arm was severed at the root. Blood gushed forth from the stumps of his arms. Li Ba's body convulsed and trembled. "Stop, please. I will buy my life. I have money. I have money." Chen Qing remained utterly unresponsive, lifting the knife once more. Golden unchanging. Golden unchanging. Li Ba suddenly shouted hoarsely. As if clutching at a lifeline, Chen Qing paused, a frown creasing his brow. How did he know about golden unchanging? Li Ba's lips had turned pale. Beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead, yet he continued to shout, golden unchanging. Someone wants that golden unchanging from you. Chen Qing's frown deepened. Seeing Chen Qing's movement halt, Li Ba blurted out, the hotel. The hotel's Sun Lian intends to set you up, secretly installed surveillance in the room. He captured the golden unchanging on film. And then, the news spread. We were merely henchmen. Spare me. Golden unchanging. Golden unchanging. Golden unchanging. Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed. Golden unchanging appeared abruptly before him, still the same diminutive figure, burdened by an extraordinarily large pocket filled with gold ingots. Golden unchanging. Golden unchanging. It chanted, leaping a few steps towards Li Ba, as if plunging into water, diving straight into Li Ba's belly. Li Ba's body rapidly transformed into gold, his eyes filled with terror, frozen in a state of fear for eternity. Chen Qing gazed upon this true embodiment of a gilded form, silently contemplating. Chen Man's instinct ignited a desire for vengeance. All those responsible must perish. Yet, without exposing the puppet master behind it all, rest would elude him. Chapter 30. A shadowy hand behind the scenes. This marked Chen Qing's inaugural act of murder across 2 lifetimes. Yet, unexpectedly, he felt no discomfort. His calm demeanor was chilling. The F-grade wandering spirits were simply too feeble. Had they not appeared so suddenly, startling the group, danger might have ensued. He commanded the spirits to dispose of the corpses. But one by one, they collapsed to the ground. Despite the factory's roof shielding them from direct sunlight, it was still daytime. Only the Ghost King remained standing. The rest could not withstand the light. Li Ba's body had already turned to gold. To Chen Qing's astonishment, Li Ba's phone had fallen to the ground. His hands had been severed before the transformation, making it suitable for unlocking. Upon attempting a fingerprint unlock, it indeed succeeded. He first perused the contact list, capturing the phone numbers that had been dialed within the past week. Subsequently, he scrolled through text messages and WeChat. As a figure entrenched in the underworld, Li Ba's phone exhibited a flamboyant array of content. There was a group named Chaos of Demons, filled with numerous images and videos, nearly all of which could find a place in the perverse categories of adult websites. Within this group, humans were capable of laying eggs, and its expanse was boundlessly vast. The elderly woman was adorned in vibrant attire. As he continued to scroll, he stumbled upon photographs of Chen Qing and Chen Man, evidently captured with a long lens, likely surreptitiously taken from a vehicle. The records chronicled Chen Qing's whereabouts and activities, interspersed with occasional remarks. Damn, this kid is incredibly wealthy. Just spent a fortune at the camping store. Simultaneously, surveillance footage captured the moments, particularly during the altercation with his aunt's family, which drew the most discussion. In just a few minutes today, he had squandered 280,000. Damn it. If we don't take action against him, we are betraying ourselves. The question lingered. When would they strike? It must be in the next couple of days. Further down, it was noted, that little brat has already been captured. Have you seen where he is? I have been tailing him. He just entered the bank and will be out shortly. Get the car ready, hurry. Okay. He has gotten into old Wang's car. We're set. Fortune awaits us. Keep calm. Remain steady for the last hour. Tonight, we celebrate with a banquet. Each person will receive 3 lean horses. Just as they were engrossed in their plans, a WeChat message abruptly popped up. Did you succeed? Chen Qing scrolled up, a glimmer of murderous intent gradually surfacing in his eyes. Messages from 3 days prior had been deleted, yet Li Ba continued to provide updates on the progress. It seemed this individual was the one orchestrating the plot against Chen Qing. Clearly, this person was intent on remaining anonymous. With a nickname composed of a jumble of letters and numbers, a blank profile picture, and no description. However, Li Ba had noted the name Yu. The surname Yu is not particularly common. After contemplating his habitual tone, Chen replied, both have been captured. Damn it. That's good. You all lay low for now. I'll call you shortly. He was inclined to inquire further but feared alarming the snake in the grass. Thus he refrained. 6 individuals disappearing together would be far too conspicuous. Suspicion will be aroused imminently. It is imperative to unearth the mastermind behind this as expeditiously as possible. Chen Qing mused, noting a balance exceeding 11 million in deposits, indicative of substantial wealth. Upon further examination of recent transactions, he discerned 2 transfers, each amounting to 5 million, originating from an account under the name of Jinhua. Could this be Yu Jinhua? Given the subject's circumspect demeanor on WeChat, it seemed improbable that he would employ his true name for such transactions. Chen Qing. Are they attempting to pilfer our funds? Chen Man, bearing the marks of considerable hardship, including visible finger imprints on his face, remained remarkably composed, devoid of the emotional distress that would afflict most children upon witnessing such a macabre scene. Indeed, hence the extermination. For cellular devices were recovered from the premises, and attempts were made to unlock them using the fingerprints from the dismembered limbs. 3 devices were successfully accessed, yet yielded no information of consequence, suggesting that none were privy to the existence of this directory. As these thoughts coalesced, Li Ba's phone emitted a sudden ring. Chen Qing activated the recording function before answering. A silent impasse ensued, lasting merely 2 seconds before the caller disconnected. Sensing impending peril, Chen Qing attempted to redial the number, only to find it had been deactivated. It was likely that this number would never be reactivated. Chen Qing's eyes narrowed, as he perceived an increasing sense of foreboding. The existence of a clandestine entity such as Jin Buhuan was not common knowledge, and their lavish expenditures suggested ample financial resources. Their identity was undoubtedly of significant import. It was no longer prudent to remain at the hotel. Chen Man's attendance at school would also have to be suspended. After careful deliberation, it seemed that relocating to the base was the only viable option until the completion of their residence. He wondered if it would be permissible to bring Chen Man along. He contacted He Chong to inquire. He Chong hesitated. Is it permissible for a child to reside in the dormitory? There is no precedent for such a request. Chong, I implore you to assist me. Recently, someone has been keeping an eye on my brother and me, and I cannot monitor him every day. If it comes to that, may I exchange my remaining opportunity to select antiques? He Chong paused in silence for a moment and said, let me ask the captain. After a while, a strange number called. As soon as Chen Qing answered, Han Yuan's cheerful laughter resonated. I have always maintained that my towering personality can sway everyone. They did not believe me. See, now not only you, but you have also brought your family to seek refuge with me. Considering your significant contributions, I grant you permission. Chen Qing was overjoyed. Thank you, Captain. After hanging up, Chen Qing arrived at the hotel, eager to uncover any clues that might remain. The room was too spacious, making it difficult to search thoroughly. He summoned the Ghost King to assist, though he held little hope given the Ghost King's peculiar abilities. Surveillance? Surveillance. Where are you, surveillance? The Ghost King exclaimed. Chen Qing felt overwhelmed and was about to intervene when suddenly, with a clatter, a screw from the central air conditioning unit fell. Looking up, he noticed a slat swaying precariously on the verge of falling. He fetched a chair to stand on, removed the slat, and discovered a tiny camera concealed within. Casting a deep glance at the Ghost King, he suspected that this creature truly possessed an uncanny ability to manifest its words into reality. He extracted the wireless Wi-Fi camera's memory card and plugged it into the computer. As he scrolled to the very beginning of the footage, he saw a tense face adjusting the camera's position, reinstalling the slat, and swiftly exiting the room. Chen Qing recognized this individual. It was the employee who had met his demise earlier that day. The clues here have come to an abrupt halt, Chen Qing murmured, suddenly casting a glance at the Ghost King. A newly manifested wandering spirit remains in a state of confusion, only stabilizing around the D-grade level. At this juncture, most can engage in normal dialogue and communication. However, awakening an ability is an affair of the malevolent spirit class. Yet, today, this D-grade wandering spirit has awakened a power. Shouting to dismember someone, the person is instantly torn into 8 pieces. Commanding to burn him alive, an eerie flame manifests and consumes the individual. Now, upon uttering the phrase, "Where are you, surveillance?" the surveillance truly appears. Could it be that the awakened ability is akin to a command that bends reality? The level of absurdity is utterly terrifying. Chen Qing furrowed his brows. Everything about the Ghost King defies common sense. As a ghost, he harbors no fear of sunlight. Merely a D-grade wandering spirit, yet he has awakened an ability. What is your name? Chen Qing pondered. The Ghost King, with one eye fixed on the restroom and the other on the ceiling, exhibited an air of nonchalance. As if I had said nothing. Most of the items belong to the hotel, so there is little to tidy up. However, when it came time to present the Zhong Kui painting, the Ghost King approached. He seized the painting with a swift motion and unfolded it with a flourish. Chen Qing's heart tightened in fear. Yet curiosity compelled him to observe the Ghost King's intentions without intervening. The Ghost King gazed at the Zhong Kui capturing Ghost's painting, tilting his head as if struggling to comprehend. You have it upside down. Chen Qing sighed, flipping the painting over. The Ghost King's eyes darted wildly, suddenly filled with rage. He forcefully hurled the painting to the ground, shrieking as he stomped on it fervently, alternating feet in a frenzied dance. Chen Qing was taken aback, forcefully pushing the Ghost King aside. Have you lost your mind? The Ghost King, still seething, pointed at the painting and unleashed a torrent of curses. What did this painting ever do to you? Chen Qing retorted angrily. Get away, just get away. The Ghost King remained infuriated, exclaiming, Who made me look so ugly? Chen Qing's body stiffened, a tumultuous storm brewing within. Pointing at the figure of Zhong Kui in the painting, he asked, You mean this is you? Chen Qing was genuinely astonished. Yet, upon reflection, it all began to make sense. The Ghost King's aversion to sunlight was indeed peculiar. From what Chen Qing understood, there were only two types of ghosts that were unaffected by the sun, one that possessed a living person and another known as a Maojiang. Apart from these, other spirits were profoundly terrified of the Ghost King, not out of reverence or submission, but sheer fear. It seemed that only Zhong Kui wielded such influence. Furthermore, the peculiar ability of his words manifesting into reality was clearly not a trait possessed by ordinary wandering spirits. Yet, why was he imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Tower? As Chen Qing pondered this, a chill ran down his spine. In his previous life, the Ghost King within the Demon Suppression Tower was certainly not Zhong Kui. Chapter 31. I shall take this disciple. He is the chief disciple of our sect. Could it be that they were not in the same Demon Suppression Tower? Chen Qing shook his head, dismissing this notion. After relocating the items to the base, Chen Qing accompanied Chen Man to report to the captainess office. It was essential to make an introduction. Is this your brother? Has he been harmed? Han Yuan paused slightly upon seeing Chen Man, and a moment later, his expression grew somewhat grave. Chen Man is a natural-born practitioner of vital energy, he noted. A realization that Chen Qing only came to understand when both brothers met their demise. Could it be that Han Yuan had discerned this? Chen Qing, your brother. Han Yuan furrowed his brow. This shouldn't be so. He reached for the office telephone, but hesitated before setting it back down. I shall take him under my wing. What is the matter? The intensity of his vital energy is astonishing. He possesses an innate talent for cultivating it, Han Yuan continued. Chen Qing was fully aware of this fact. However, he was reluctant to let Chen Man learn inferior techniques. If one were to cultivate, it should be through the diamond subduing demons technique. With two divine artifacts at his disposal, safeguarding Chen Man in the early stages would pose no challenge. Chen Qing, how about allowing your brother to become my disciple? Han Yuan suggested confidently. I may not boast of much, but in terms of vital energy cultivation, I am quite the master in Shiming City. Chen Qing hesitated. Han Yuan was indeed formidable, having once commanded the demon-suppressing tower in his past life, making him one of the elite in Shiming City. Yet, Chen Qing doubted whether he could offer superior techniques. Chen Man required guidance, an area in which Chen Qing lacked experience. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded resolutely. Thank you, Captain. He then turned to Chen Man. Little man, come forth to pay your respects to your master. Chen Man remained expressionless. I have already learned quite a bit. I do not wish to study further. This is martial cultivation. We shall not pursue academic studies any longer. Very well. Without hesitation, Chen Man knelt down and bowed 3 times with a resounding thud. Master, disciple Chen Man, pay my respects. Where did you learn all this? Chen Qing was left speechless. Han Yuan, however, burst into laughter, exclaiming, Very well. Sometimes you truly need to learn from the charisma of your captain. Supporting Chen Man, Han Yuan led him to the martial arts school. Similar to the spirit summoners, the berserkers also had their own training grounds, albeit with a smaller number of participants. This year, with the addition of 6 new recruits, there were only 12 in total. Captain! The trainees halted their exercises upon noticing their leader. Among them was a muscular man who had previously escorted the 6 newcomers. Continue your training, Han Yuan instructed. Beckoning, Muscle Tyrant, come over. The bald man, whose real name was Lin Tao, earned his nickname due to his exaggerated musculature. Boss, could you show me some respect? My students are all here. Understood, Muscle Tyrant. Han Yuan pointed at Chen Man. Conduct a blood vitality test on him. Muscle Tyrant appeared surprised, scrutinizing Chen Man before suddenly widening his eyes. No way. Isn't he impressive? Han Yuan replied with a proud grin. He's my newly recruited disciple. The four proceeded to a room resembling the one where Chen Qing had undergone his aptitude test previously. The testing equipment, however, was designed for adult physiques, making it quite small for Chen Man. Nevertheless, it was functional. Chen Man sat expressionless, his demeanor serious. With a gentle hum, the device vibrated slightly. Han Yuan immediately exclaimed, "3S." Chen Qing approached to examine the results, which displayed a series of complex values, culminating in the last line reading SSS. Haha, Heavenly Fate Academy has welcomed its most gifted disciple. Han Yuan laughed heartily. The Heavenly Abyss sect. Ji Ba furrowed his brow. What is this Heavenly Abyss sect? It has only just been established. I am the master of the sect, and Chun Man is the chief disciple. It seems this is merely a two-person performance. However, Ji Ba continued with a serious expression, Boss, the demon extermination team desperately needs blood warriors. What will they do without them? They need individuals who are 18 years old. Only upon reaching that age can one join the team, and Chen Man is my disciple. Do you understand? He is not a military person. Once a teacher, always a father. Who dares to take my son away? Ji Ba could only nod. An SSS-level talent is truly exceptional. It is rare to encounter one even in the demon extermination team, let alone the ghost control army. This is the pinnacle of talent, a genuine anomaly. Chen Qing was aware of Chun Man's formidable abilities, but he had not anticipated an SSS rating. He briefly informed Han Yuan that Chun Man was inherently lacking a soul, void of emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Han Yuan's expression turned solemn as he sighed. I noticed that just now. Perhaps this is the price of his extraordinary talent. He added, Chen Qing, rest assured. I, Han Yuan, guarantee that before Chun Man reaches adulthood, he will become the strongest expert in scheming. 10 years is too long. Chen Qing sighed inwardly, yet he expressed his gratitude sincerely. Thank you, Ancestor Tian Yuan. Han Yuan was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Indeed, indeed. That title has a nice ring to it. Han Yuan was utterly devoted to Chen Man. After pondering for a moment, Chen Qing finally formed a plan and asked, Captain, may I apply to participate in the Princess's Tomb expedition? I won't question your intentions, but do not overexert yourself. Understood. Thank you, Captain. He ventured to the Princess Tomb for two primary reasons. First, to replace his spectral companions. Now that he had forged a contract with Zhong Kui, those frail F-grade spirits must be substituted. These spirits were too delicate, serving little purpose beyond merely instilling fear. Second, to awaken the Vajra demon suppression technique, Chun Man required a superior martial art. Although Han Yuan was powerful, it was unlikely he possessed this technique. By entrusting its awakening to Han Yuan, he could impart it more effectively to Chun Man. Chen Qing sat in meditation, circulating his energy through the cosmic cycle. Gu Xing remained aloof, silently lying on the bed without uttering a word. The monkey and the chubby fellow incessantly lamented the challenges of soul movement. Within a week, they must achieve soul movement, and within 2 weeks, each must possess their own spirit. They were utterly at a loss as to how this could be accomplished. I truly harbor no hope. Neither do I. I suspect I'll be eliminated after a week. The two sighed despondently. After a brief interlude, the trio shared a meal, and Chen Qing departed from the base. He hailed a cab and journeyed beyond the city limits, arriving at the Princess Tomb as darkness enveloped the surroundings. Guards were stationed by the roadside, and upon presenting his Soldier S pass, Chen Qing proceeded. A continuous hum resonated, akin to the wind whispering through treetops. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was interspersed with faint murmurs. It resembled a woman softly speaking from a distant place, the sound vanishing when he strained to listen, only to occasionally resurface beside him. Glancing at his spirit gauge, he noted the concentration of ghostly energy was still lacking. Hold on. I must persevere. At that moment, a demon extermination team rushed towards him, carrying an injured soldier on their backs. The warrior was drenched in blood, a gaping wound in his side, and he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. As the two individuals passed by Chen Qing, the warrior, who had long succumbed to unconsciousness, lifted his head. A crimson gleam flickered in his eyes as he grinned at Chen Qing. Chapter 32, The Painted Bone. In that fleeting moment when their paths crossed, Chen Qing inexplicably discerned the woman's visage. Chen Qing wished to utter something, yet the person carrying the warrior, evidently agitated, did not pause for even a moment and swiftly departed. A chill gradually crept into Chen Qing's heart. The gaze of that gravely injured warrior. Chen Qing halted his steps. However, recalling that the main force of the ghost extermination team was situated by the tomb. He reassured himself of the temporary absence of danger and proceeded onward. Before long, Chen Qing encountered his first ghost, a starving ghost, an E-grade wandering spirit. The elevation was minimal, so he chose to bypass it. As he drew closer to the princess's tomb, the concentration of spectral entities intensified. The frequency of his ghostly encounters increased at a discernible pace. Chen Qing set his sights on D-grade and C-grade wandering spirits. Anything higher might prove insurmountable. Naturally, should he encounter a drowning ghost or a child ghost, he would be willing to relax his criteria somewhat, for he possessed a complete sequence for these two types of ghosts to ascend to malevolent spirits. The necklace quivered lightly. Chen Qing immediately tightened his grip on the kunwa blade, catching a fleeting glimpse of a figure ahead. Yet, it moved with remarkable speed, vanishing in an instant. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" A sudden voice echoed, causing Chen Qing's heart to shudder. He swiftly turned to see a girl of similar age to his own. Her shoulder was injured, bandaged, and she appeared quite frail. The girl regarded Chen Qing with suspicion, nodded slightly, and inquired, "Have you seen my teammate?" One was injured, while the other carried him on his back. They had just encountered one another and moved in that direction. Chen Qing pointed towards the path the two warriors had taken. "That's good." The girl nodded, but suddenly stumbled and fell straight to the ground. Chen Qing hurriedly stepped forward and caught her. The scent was not that of heavy, cloying cosmetics, but rather reminiscent of a few wildflowers, like the breeze that sweeps through the valley at dawn, or the cool air cascading down from the snow-capped mountains. The girl appeared exceedingly weak, yet her consciousness remained intact as she struggled, saying, Let go of me." "Oh," Chen Qing stammered, feeling somewhat at a loss. He helped her to the roadside, allowing her to lean against a tree before releasing his grip. The girl gasped for breath. Chen Qing couldn't help but express concern. "Are you all right? What do you think?" She shot him a glare. Chen Qing promptly fell silent. "That princess is formidable. She scattered us all. Many of our brothers and sisters were grievously injured, and countless lives were lost." Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated the princess's might. "How many of you came? Did you call for reinforcements?" he inquired hastily. The girl, pale and leaning against the tree, merely shook her head. Chen Qing rose to his feet. There were matters he needed to attend to. "Will you stay with me for a while? I'm a bit scared." The girl immediately tensed up. Chen Qing found himself in a quandary. If he left, and she encountered any malevolent spirits, it would surely spell doom for her. Glancing at the ghostly meter, he noted that the concentration of malevolent energy here was insufficient to awaken the Vajra demon suppressing technique. Nevertheless, he took out the book, rolled it into a tube, and placed it into the long package meant for his dagger, securing it to his belt. "I must go to the princess's tomb. Would you like to accompany me?" The girl hesitated for a moment, but eventually whispered, "That would be a trouble for you." At that, Chen Qing gently draped one arm around her shoulders, while his other hand fidgeted uncertainly. "It's all right," the girl murmured. "I appreciate your help." Chen Qing nodded, finally resting his hand at her waist. He supported her as they slowly made their way toward the princess's tomb. The girl's brow gradually furrowed. "It's quite dangerous over there." "Why are you going?" "Just a matter," he replied. Moments later, the girl began to piece things together. "You intend to awaken the energy with that book, don't you?" Chen Qing paused, slightly taken aback, then nodded, "Indeed." "Oh." The girl seemed to grow weaker, and the weight she leaned on him increased steadily. "Could you possibly carry me?" Chen Qing half squatted and smiled. "I have a dagger on my back. I fear it might jab you." "Just a moment." With that, he drew the kunwa dagger, facing the girl, and asked, "What is your name?" "Palace Painting Bone." She gazed at Chen Qing, smiling. "Where are you headed, young man?" At that moment, Chen Qing faced Palace Painting Bone and began to step back slowly. Though his face bore a smile, he was on high alert. The smile of Palace Painting Bone faded, replaced by an icy stare. "Since you've seen through me, then you shall perish." Her fingers elongated dramatically, extending to nearly a foot in length. She lunged forward with ferocity. Chen Qing swung the kunwa dagger down heavily, slicing through the gap between her hands and striking her chest. He had hit. With an explosive surge of power, Chen Qing unleashed a strike he believed could cleave even steel in two. Yet, to his astonishment, he inflicted not a scratch upon his opponent. Suddenly, he was forced to retreat 2 steps, only to find Gong Huagu tightly pursuing him, astonishingly grasping the blade with his bare hands. "Zhong Kui." Gong Huagu twisted aside, and a tremendous force surged forth, causing the kunwa knife to slip from Chen Qing's grasp, with claws aimed directly at Chen Qing's head and chest. A resounding clang echoed as a thin arm burst forth from the necklace, repelling one of Gong Huagu's hands. However, the other hand managed to pierce Chen Qing's chest. Gong Huagu's legs delivered a powerful kick to Chen Qing's chest, allowing him to spring back and regain his footing. His gaze fixed on the gaunt figure that emerged from the necklace, his expression rife with suspicion. To encounter a skinwalker here. A skinwalker. This was a malevolent ghost-grade skinwalker. 5 gaping wounds marred Chen Qing's chest, blood gushing forth with alarming rapidity. He felt all his strength draining away through those crimson openings. Yet, with a subtle tug of his military uniform, he concealed the injuries, standing resolutely as if untouched, his gaze coldly fixed upon the skinwalker. Zhong Kui collapsed to the ground with a thud. Gong Huagu, although unable to discern clearly, felt every hair on his body stand on end. The emaciated figure exuded a chilling aura. In the next instant, Gong Huagu seemed to recall something, letting out a piercing scream as he shot away like an arrow, unleashing a terrifying speed in his flight. The skinwalker. Ah, the skinwalker. Zhong Kui shouted with exhilaration, striding forward in pursuit. However, the disparity in their speeds rendered it utterly impossible for him to catch up. Don't go. Chen Qing, in a daze, wished to implore him to halt and protect himself, yet Zhong Kui had already sprinted far away, pressing the distress button on the ghostly watch. Chen Qing swiftly retrieved bandages from the demon tower, layering them tenfold to staunch the bleeding and secure the wound. As darkness encroached upon his vision, he summoned the last vestiges of his spiritual energy, conjuring 2 specters to guard him. Yet, he soon succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. In a haze, Chen Qing seemed to hear the captain speaking. With great effort, he pried his eyes open, revealing 3 indistinct figures. Although the silhouettes appeared somewhat nebulous, a chill ran down his spine as he recognized one. Gong Huagu. The painted skin was still present. Chen Qing longed to cry out, but the presence of a tracheal tube stifled his voice. A slight movement revealed that he was ensnared by numerous tubes, with blood bags nearby. Scanning his surroundings, he found no objects within reach. With a surge of will, a dagger materialized in his hand. He cleaved through all the tubes with a single stroke, summoning every ounce of strength to plunge the blade toward Gong Huagu. By the time Gong Huagu sensed the attack, it was too late. He managed only a hasty sidestep. Stop! Han Yuan shouted, reaching for Chen Qing. However, Chen Qing was in a daze, his strength nearly depleted. The strike merely grazed Gong Huagu's arm, drawing forth a stream of crimson. Furrowing his brow, Gong Huagu regarded Chen Qing with a frigid stare. Ha! Ha! Chen Qing pointed accusingly at Gong Huagu, exclaiming, a ghost. Han Yuan, astute and quick-witted, grasped the situation instantly. The painted skin had assumed the form of Captain Gong. Captain Gong, you shall remain with the team. Relay the message. Captain Gong Huagu is currently at the Ghost Extermination Team's base and will not depart for the next few days. Should anyone encounter a second Gong Huagu, they are to be eliminated without hesitation. Chen Qing must have been sedated, his mind clouded, yet he still grasped the situation. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness once more. Doctor! Doctor! Han Yuan urgently summoned the physician, who promptly began inserting various tubes again. It was then that he picked up Chen Qing's dagger, lost in thought. All his belongings had been collected, so from where did this blade originate? Mine. Han Yuan shook his head. Gong Huagu's expression turned icy. Captain Han, since the painting skin has transformed into my likeness, I can no longer make an appearance. I entrust this matter to you. Understood. When Chen Qing awakened again, he found himself bound by restraints on both his hands and feet. His consciousness remained somewhat hazy. The tracheal tube had been removed, yet his throat remained sore, particularly parched. A diminutive figure stood vigil at the bedside, expressionless. It was Chen Man, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Qing. Chen Qing, will you die? With Chen Shan and Chen Quan gone, you are all I have left. Please do not die. Chen Man stared earnestly at Chen Qing, his face devoid of emotion, yet this typically stoic child was now brimming with tears. I will train diligently to protect you. Please do not die. I will not die, Chen Qing struggled to utter, his voice hoarse yet resolute. A sharp pain pierced his chest, yet warmth blossomed in his heart. This little chubby figure was becoming increasingly dependable. Just then, Gong Huagu entered. Chen Qing's heart skipped a beat. Rest assured, I am human, Gong Huagu said calmly. What has transpired? Gazing upon that flawless visage, Chen Qing still felt a weight pressing down upon him. Water. The doctor advised against drinking it just yet. Gong Huagu took a cotton swab, dipped it in a bit of glucose, and applied it around Chen Qing's lips. That. Hualing. Chen Qing's voice was barely a whisper, yet Gong Huagu could hear her clearly. She proceeded to recount the encounter with Hualing and the events that followed, omitting only the existence of Zhong Kui. Glancing at the bandages on Gong Huagu's hand, she murmured. I apologize. Just a minor issue, Gong Huagu replied, furrowing his brow. This implied that Hualing possessed considerable strength as well. No wonder so many had perished. Her abilities were indeed formidable. Rest well. If you can, circulate your energy. It will expedite your recovery. With that, Gong Huagu departed. Moments later, the doctor returned to replenish Chen Qing's medication and untied her restraints. Chen Qing felt a slight headache. Hualing was a malevolent spirit of a high order. Although Zhong Kui possessed various strange abilities, he was ultimately just a degrade wandering soul, and the outcome remained uncertain. Yet worrying at this moment was futile. Chen Qing lay quietly in bed, focusing on circulating her energy. As the cycles passed, her body felt considerably lighter. The task of apprehending Hualing had escalated to a level almost equivalent to the eradication of the princess's tomb. Though Hualing might not be overwhelmingly powerful, her bizarre abilities were elusive and difficult to counter. Moreover, if she transformed into a human, particularly one of high status, the danger would escalate significantly. Those tasked with capturing Hualing updated a secret code daily, which temporarily thwarted her from assuming the guise of those nearby. After lying in bed for 3 days, Chen Qing applied for discharge. Although her chest was still bandaged, it had mostly healed. She promptly hailed a cab and made her way to the outskirts of the city. Zhong Kui, I must find you. To seek out a deranged soul in the wilderness is no simple endeavor. Fortunately, both parties are bound by a covenant, their souls intertwined. Possessing a faint yet palpable connection, Chen Qing closed his eyes to attune himself, sensing a meager trace of energy. He could discern a general direction, yet there were no alternatives. Silently, he ventured westward. Every 10 minutes or so, he would pause to recalibrate his sense of direction. Thus, time slipped away, and before he knew it, noon had arrived. From the tower, he retrieved a steaming bowl of braised pork with preserved vegetables, savoring it alongside a generous serving of rice before setting out once more. After an hour had passed, Chen Qing's perception grew increasingly acute. Now, he would stop every 2 minutes to adjust his trajectory. After another 10 minutes, he finally caught sight of a figure. Zhong Kui. Chen Qing's heart leapt with joy. At last, he had found you. Zhong Kui, momentarily taken aback, turned to him. Ha. You've come. What shall we do? What shall we do? Upon seeing Chen Qing, Zhong Kui erupted with delight, his words tumbling out in a rush. Is there a way? Do you have a plan? Chen Qing, having grown accustomed to the eccentricities of this madman, paid little heed to his frantic babbling. He scrutinized him closely. It was evident he had traversed quite a distance over the past 3 days. His slippers had long since gone astray, and the soles of the 2 socks on his left foot were thoroughly worn, their tops resembling wristbands around his ankles. The demon-suppressing tower contained an abundance of clothing, and Chen Qing produced a new pair of socks and shoes. Initially intending to instruct him on the proper way to dress, he soon abandoned the thought. The act of donning athletic shoes proved too challenging for Zhong Kui. Thus, he reverted to his old, disheveled self. What to do? Zhong Kui fretted restlessly, his brow furrowed in deep concern. What shall we do? Behold, Zhong Kui has led Chen Qing to a tranquil stream. Spanning the stream is a cylindrical concrete pipe, a makeshift bridge of considerable girth. Zhong Kui boldly leaps into the water, parting the lush aquatic vegetation as he peers into the pipe. His brow furrowed in deep contemplation. What to do? Chen Qing, intrigued yet apprehensive, follows suit and descends into the pipe. Upon inspection, a chill courses through him. The stream flows vigorously through the concrete cylinder, where a stone sits ominously in the center, upon which rests an eerily pristine piece of human skin, as white as plaster. This ghastly visage sways gently with the current, its long, raven-black hair cascading gracefully in the water. A shiver runs down Chen Qing's spine as he glances at Zhong Kui. Is this the painted skin? Yes, indeed, the painted skin. Ah, I cannot find the corpse oil. What shall we do? It cannot see the sunlight. What shall we do? His words, incomprehensible to Chen Qing, are laced with an unsettling dread. Help! Suddenly, a voice, faint as a whisper, drifts through the air. Save me. Great Spirit, save me. Chen Qing's scalp prickles with terror. The voice emanates from the very piece of skin submerged in the water. Chapter 34. The Second Ghost Pet. The Painted Skin. Great Spirit, save me. Chen Qing unsheathes his Kunwu sword, channeling his soul energy, causing the blood patterns on the blade to emerge. He bends low, approaching the ghastly skin, which bears hollow eyes and a mouth, merely a lifeless mask. The mouth was opening and closing, pleading for help. Great Master, save me. The deity Zhong Kui intends to turn me into clothing. You must rescue me. Rescue you? On what grounds? Chen Qing chuckled coldly. 3 days ago, you sought to take my life, and now you ask for my aid? Great Master, I can transform. Would you desire a maiden? A courtesan from the brothel, a lady of noble birth. I can become anyone, from the highest nobility to the oldest matron or the youngest child. If you were to don me as your garment, I could enable you to take on any form, indistinguishable from gods or demons. The painted skin desperately promoted its worth. Outside, Zhong Kui grew increasingly agitated, muttering, corpse oil, corpse oil. Where is the corpse oil? Chen Qing furrowed his brow and inquired. What kind of clothing does Zhong Kui intend to make from you? What purpose does it serve? The painted skin fell silent. Think it over, Chen Qing said. Preparing to leave. I will tell you. A cloud robe. He wishes to refine me into a cloud robe. The painted skin's voice trembled with despair. A cloud robe? What purpose does it serve? It shields against the malevolent, impervious to ghosts. In other words, one would no longer be plagued by ghostly entities, and they would perceive one as their own kind. Chen Qing fell into contemplation. It must be refined. During the blood moon, possessing such a garment would be invaluable. As if sensing Chen Qing's thoughts, the painted skin urged fervently, Great Master, I still possess this utility while I live, and I could serve you devotedly for a lifetime. Perhaps, but I would feel more secure with a garment made from a lifeless form. With a plan forming in his mind, he exited the concrete tube. Seeing Zhong Kui still anxiously pacing, Chen Qing asked, Zhong Kui, what is your purpose in refining the cloud robe? Returning home? This revelation displeased Chen Qing. You are my ghostly companion. With the blood moon upon us, I must rely on you. Great Master, Great Master. The anxious Huapi implored, please spare my life. I possess extensive knowledge of the spiritual guides of many ghosts. I swear by the King of Hell that I shall serve you with utmost dedication. Chen Qing found himself wavering. The allure of the cloud robe was enticing, yet the unreliability of Zhong Kui, who could not even put on shoes properly, made the prospect of such a complex endeavor seem precarious. Furthermore, what if, upon successful creation, Zhong Kui decided to flee, just as he had done before, emerging from the demon suppression tower without any command from Chen Qing? What if he simply vanished, leaving Chen Qing with nothing? Contemplating this, Chen Qing retrieved the demon suppression tower. The blood patterns of the Kunwu blade surged forth, and with a single strike, nothing happened. The Huapi was light and thin, seemingly easy to tear in half, yet even the Kunwu blade could not penetrate it. How curious. Chen Qing was taken aback. If my body were not resilient, I would not have been able to forge the cloud robe. The tone of Huapi shifted from pleading to distant. Is that so? Chen Qing scoffed, glancing outside, wondering what the effects of sunlight might be. Huapi paused, then began to plead once more, Great Master. Great Master. I was mistaken. I was wrong. Chen Qing weighed the demon suppression tower in his hand. Whatever he had vanquished could be contained within it. Yet, a new dilemma arose. How could he bring about Huapi's demise? No, no, no. Huapi protested vehemently, Great Master, please accept me as your ghostly companion. I shall be obedient. Chen Qing shook his head. The black prison contract ghost technique was far too perilous. He could not gamble everything on a contract with Zhong Kui, as it was a last resort. Moreover, if I were to perish, the formidable Zhong Kui within the demon suppression tower would also cease to exist. As for the painted skin, I dare not take such a risk. Do you have any reservations? The painted skin inquired softly. Chen Qing candidly articulated the Black Abyss contract ghost technique, prompting the painted skin to respond with resignation. Great Master, how could I ever dare to harm you? Should I cause you any harm, I would still need to emerge from the Black Abyss, where the mighty Zhong Kui awaits outside, ready to extinguish me with but a mere gesture. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qing concurred, yet he still felt a sense of insecurity. Moreover, Great Master, while you are within the Black Abyss, you should be able to summon the great Zhong Kui, Shun Tiyu. With him present, I would not dare to harm you in the slightest. Chen Qing was taken aback. He then stepped outside, focusing his thoughts to summon Zhong Kui. In an instant, the great deity manifested before him. Chen Qing was elated. This made matters significantly easier. With the Ghost King Zhong Kui safeguarding him, he could forge contracts with any spirit he desired. Disobedience? Zhong Kui attack. Filled with joy, he once again withdrew Zhong Kui and, crouching down, entered the cement tube, declaring, "I am about to execute the Black Abyss contract ghost technique. Do not attempt any tricks." "I would not dare," the painted skin replied. Black Abyss contract ghost technique. In the next moment, a shroud of dark mist enveloped both entities. The painted skin shifted slightly, kneeling upon the ground, stating, "I shall leave everything to your discretion." "Great Master." Pleased with the attitude, Chen Qing proceeded to perform the Black Abyss contract ghost technique. An ethereal energy took form. A seemingly illusory black ring emerged from Chen Qing's mind, slowly drifting towards the painted skin. Chen Qing discerned the fear reflected in the painted skin's hollow eyes. Yet she remained firmly kneeling, gazing at the black ring that encircled her head. The ring tightened progressively, ultimately embedding itself into the visage of the painted skin. The painted skin tensed all over, and in the next moment, knelt once more. "I have seen the master," the servant proclaimed. With a mere thought, Chen Qing dispelled the black prison contract's ghostly technique. Now at the soul movement realm, she could only bind two spirits, one being Zhong Kui, the other the painted skin, a feat that defied the heavens. Once the stone pressing down upon her head was removed, the painted skin was finally able to sit up. Chen Qing regarded the seemingly insignificant stone and inquired, "Did Zhong Kui do something to this stone?" "Indeed, transcendent." Zhong Kui's voice emerged, and another head popped out from the necklace, grinning broadly. "You, little ghost, may possess meager strength, yet your vision is extraordinary." The painted skin observed this with a mix of fear and joy. Although this individual wielded limited power, the fact that he could become Zhong Kui's master indicated a remarkable destiny. To be taken as a ghostly pet was perhaps a fortune accumulated over a millennium. "Pray tell, what abilities do you possess?" The servant's greatest ability is false form, which allows for shapeshifting, but only in appearance. To achieve a true unity of inner and outer forms, one must possess another. For instance, if I were to attach myself to a person, I would become a true human, unless one possesses extraordinary sight, such as the eye of fire or heavenly eye. No one could discern the truth. Chen Qing nodded. "The false form you speak of sounds familiar. Is it not a divine ability from the 72 transformations?" The painted skin had naturally mastered this upon forming, yet the servant's false form could not be deemed a divine ability. At its zenith, it could deceive heaven and earth, leaving gods and demons unable to differentiate. Chen Qing nodded again and asked, "If one were to possess a ghostly entity, it would not recognize the truth. Is that correct?" "Indeed." Drawing skin nodded slightly. "Furthermore, all of my cultivation resides within this skin, making me somewhat indestructible." "Somewhat? How could I possibly compare to the truly indestructible? However, ordinary cultivators and spirits are undeniably helpless against me." Chen Qing's heart leaped with joy, and he inquired, "Can I wear you during the day?" "On overcast days, that is feasible, yet I am unable to face the sun directly. Nevertheless, that is sufficient." Chapter 35. The Indomitable Demon Subduing Technique. The second ghostly companion, whom I find quite satisfactory, is a C-grade malevolent spirit, the enigmatic and elusive Drawing Skin. Endowed with a wealth of knowledge, each aspect proving immensely beneficial to Chen Qing. Furthermore, Drawing Skin mentioned that Zhong Kui possesses 72 transformations, which piques Chen Qing's interest greatly. The 72 transformations do not refer to 72 distinct changes, but to 72 divine abilities. The remarkable transformations employed by Sun Wukong are merely illusions among those 72 divine abilities. Regardless of the spirit, mastering even a single divine ability is indeed extraordinary. According to Drawing Skin's estimation, it is possible that Zhong Kui possesses half of them. Yet, for reasons unknown, Zhong Kui is imprisoned within the demon suppression tower, lost in a state of confusion. Perhaps enlightenment will allow him to harness his powers once more. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Qing arrived at Han Yuan's office, only to find it empty. Soon after, he spotted Han Yuan and Chun Man in the small training ground. Han Yuan was holding a target while Chun Man donned 2 small boxing gloves, delivering resounding blows. Upon seeing Chen Qing, Han Yuan appeared exasperated. "Brother, come and persuade your sibling." "What happened?" Chen Qing paused, recalling Chun Man's words about diligently training to protect him, and warmth surged within his heart. "I fear neither pain nor fatigue," Chun Man stated earnestly, her expression devoid of emotion. Chen Qing knelt to stroke Chen Man's head, saying, "Little man, you must maintain your health to train effectively. Do you understand? Let us rest for a while and then practice, shall we?" After much persuasion, Chen Man reluctantly agreed to train extensively, allowing only a brief respite. Han Yuan, clad in a t-shirt and shorts, showcased his robust physique and explosive musculature. His exaggerated form ranked second among those Chen Qing knew, with the first being Chen Quan. "What do you think? Isn't this captain's physique striking? Perhaps if you used a more impressive term, I might concur," Chen Qing replied. The two settled nearby. Observing Chen Man as she practiced with the sandbag, Han Yuan nodded. Though somewhat bothersome, this kid possesses an extraordinarily frightening talent. She is undoubtedly the most gifted individual I have encountered. Chen Qing nodded in agreement and produced the Vajra subduing demon technique. "Boss, this is for you. Both you and little man should practice diligently." At that moment, the Vajra subduing demon technique had awakened. Although it appeared somewhat damaged, it was certainly capable of deflecting bullets. Simultaneously, the recorded techniques within had undergone minor transformations, with both images and text appearing to come alive upon prolonged observation. "What is this?" Han Yuan casually took it, flipping through its pages. His expression grew serious, brows knitting together as he began to scrutinize the first page. As he progressed to the second, his demeanor became increasingly solemn, and he slowed his pace. Upon reaching the third page, a powerful surge of vital energy coursed through him, causing Chen Qing to be pushed aside. A palpable, invisible flame seemed to ignite within Han Yuan, causing the very air around him to warp. This intangible fire was interwoven with strands of crimson, pulsating like a vivid red thread. His muscles tensed, as if wrestling against an overwhelming force. Beads of sweat erupted from his skin, and moments later, those droplets took on a sanguine hue. The bloodstain gradually spread, saturating his garments in a deep crimson, a sight both haunting and unsettling. Could it be that he was succumbing to madness? Chen Qing's heart raced with concern, yet he understood that now was not the time for interference. So he quietly withdrew to the side. As Han Yuan slowly rose to his feet, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A visible shockwave rippled through the air. Concurrently, a pillar on the arena shattered explosively. Startled, Chen Qing hurriedly led Chen Man outside. "I want to learn that technique," Chen Man exclaimed immediately, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the skill. "I'll make sure both of you learn it," Chen Qing replied, ruffling Chen Man's hair. Bang! 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 The disturbances intensified, each sound more thunderous than the last, causing the very walls to tremble. The training arena varied in size, some were as large as a basketball court, while smaller ones, four in total, flanked either side. At that moment, everyone in the arena sensed the anomaly, turning their attention to the smaller training ground. "What is happening? Is it the captain? This commotion is terrifying. What is he doing?" Ji Ba felt a surge of suspicion, just as he was about to step inside, only to be restrained by Chen Qing. "You mustn't disturb him now." Bang! 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 The vibrations grew ever more pronounced. The ground of the training arena began to tremble slightly. Small pebbles dislodged from the walls, bouncing upon impact with the floor. Ji Ba's expression shifted with alarm. "Let us go outside." The crowd hurriedly made their way outdoors. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a section of the wall and roof of the training ground shattered. A golden, wrathful figure surged skyward. With 6 arms swirling in a circle, 3 Buddha seals were formed. After a while, this magnificent apparition gradually became transparent. Everyone stood in stunned silence. "Is this the Buddha? What is this? This is utterly terrifying." The commotion slowly subsided. Although covered in blood, the droplets could not conceal the golden hue of his skin. Indeed, his complexion had transformed into a radiant gold. As he withdrew his power, the golden sheen swiftly faded. Han Yuan opened his eyes with a smile, momentarily taken aback by the collapsed training ground, yet filled with joy. "Chen Qing, do you know the level of this technique? Given its magnitude, it cannot be merely a 3-star rating, can it? If it weren't capped at 3 stars, I would bestow it a 5-star rating." Han Yuan gazed at the blood droplets covering his body, exclaiming, "This is truly tailored for the two of us. Remarkable indeed." He then inquired, "Chen Qing, aside from Chen Man and myself, can anyone else cultivate this technique?" Chen Qing furrowed his brow slightly but nodded affirmatively. "Yes." Han Yuan regarded Chen Qing solemnly. "Thank you." At that moment, Muscle Tyrant and a throng of berserk warriors entered, all inquiring about the nature of this technique. "As for this skill, aside from Muscle Tyrant, forget it. A couple of punches would be enough to kill yourselves. Can I learn it?" Muscle Tyrant exclaimed, elated. Hold on. I'll take a few days to break it down for you. You should be able to master 16 punches. 16 punches? Indeed. This martial art comprises 18 formidable punches, each daunting in its own right, yet the demands on one's vitality are equally intimidating. You are nearly capable of mastering the first 16 punches. With that, Han Yuan escorted Chen Qing to his office and inquired, Chen Qing, the value of this martial art is extraordinary, yet regrettably, its pinnacle is capped at SSS. Is there anything you desire? Our team can request it from above, and they will undoubtedly provide it. Just keep this in mind. The drowned ghost and the child ghost require numerous items for their advancement. But there is no need to rush at this moment. Chen Man should now be able to practice the first punch, but we must proceed with caution. Let him train for a week to enhance his vitality first. Chen Qing chuckled. You are his master. These decisions rest with you. As Chen Qing bantered, he suddenly stiffened. He noticed a towering iron structure on Han Yuan's desk, resembling a large bottle of mineral water, almost identical to his own demon-suppressing tower. Chapter 36, The Gathering at the Summit. Captain, what? What is that? Chen Qing suddenly comprehended why there was no Ghost King within his demon-suppressing tower. It was not the same tower at all. The Ghost King that erupted during the Blood Moon still existed. Furthermore, having just contracted his second ghost pet, he could not bind a third. Chen Qing's expression grew exceedingly grave. Han Yuan, somewhat taken aback, scrutinized the demon-suppressing tower, appearing contemplative yet refraining from interjecting. Captain, Chen Qing's tone turned solemn. Is it convenient to discuss matters here? Han Yuan's gaze sharpened. Follow me. Soon, the two arrived at a place as formidable as a treasure vault, resembling both a dormitory and a prison. This is a place where malevolence is confined, visible solely to the surveillance room. I have severed the power supply to both the surveillance room and this location. If my intuition serves me correctly, there is a demon king imprisoned within that small tower. Han Yuan furrowed his brow. A demon king? Indeed. I have perused a tome that recounts a prophecy, which states, the tower consumes the essence of ghosts to awaken, capable of housing 12 demons. The demon king is cunning and terrifying. When the blood moon descends, it will wreak havoc, leaving a trail of bones for thousands of miles and blood for 10,000. As Chen Qing spoke, his eyes remained fixed on Han Yuan. He had long speculated that the authorities might be aware of the impending arrival of the blood moon, prompting preparations such as community defenses. Indeed, Han Yuan's gaze flickered when the blood moon was mentioned. Chen Qing understood instantly. Even if he had not experienced it firsthand, he was aware that calamity was imminent. Han Yuan silently took note. He would naturally harbor no doubts. He nodded and said, understood. Tonight, I shall take this tower to the princess's tomb to partake in the festivities. Should the tower awaken, I will devise a means to confront the demon king. Upon returning to the dormitory, only the portly He Runxing and the monkey were present. Chen Qing inquired, where is the Lone Star? He has departed. The portly one lamented, clutching the monkey and weeping. Ah, it's just the two of us left behind. How disheartening. The monkey pushed back twice without success and said, put in more effort. At least the water has stirred today. Chen Qing had been bettered in for 3 days, while everyone else had made progress. Suddenly, the phone rang. The corpulent individual continued to lament. The treatment of the esteemed ones is truly exceptional. They even have mobile phones at their disposal, able to leave the base at any moment. I am envious. Good evening, Mr. Chen. The order for pig feed you placed will be completed tonight. Oh? Chen Qing pondered briefly before stepping outside. Order another one, 000 tons. Certainly. They did not require a deposit. After some contemplation, Chen Qing decided it was prudent to also procure a batch of live pigs and chickens. Certain supernatural entities necessitate fresh blood and flesh to ascend in rank. Although he currently possessed none of such entities, one could never be too certain about the future. It would be rather unseemly to resort to human sacrifice, wouldn't it? A brief online search revealed that, at the current price for live pigs, approximately 1 million would procure about 500 pigs weighing 200 pounds each. This seemed insufficient. With that thought, he dialed the number of the bank's manager. A loan for live pigs? This. The manager hesitated. I intend to establish a pig farm. The feed has already been purchased, and now I need to order a batch of live pigs and piglets. The manager clearly harbored doubts. I am now part of the Ghost Martial Army. Certain procurements are inconvenient for military involvement. Yet the manager remained skeptical. After a moment's thought, he suggested, Mr. Chen, could I invite you and a member of the Ghost Martial Army Perhaps someone who can speak. To dinner tonight? With no other recourse, Chen Qing approached Han Yuan, who had just finished bathing, and relayed the situation. Han Yuan replied, "Must it be so complicated? Just turn on the video." Chen Qing activated the video, and the manager answered, "Is this the manager? I am Han Yuan. Do you recognize me?" "Indeed, indeed." The manager even rose from his seat in the video. "Oh, indeed. It is Chen Qing, my brother. Recently, he has been responsible for procurement." Oh. No problem at all." Manager Jean nodded in agreement. Thus, the matter was resolved, with a direct approval of a 10 million quota. As for which pig farm to choose, it will be decided by the bank when the time comes. One must always provide a little incentive. As night fell, Han Yuan's military vehicle departed from the base, presumably heading towards the princess tomb. Chen Qing sat in silence, diligently cultivating the 7th channel of his energy. There are a total of 12 channels. Once they are all opened, he will be able to access the vast energy of the great Zhou Tian in his mind, achieving the realm of Jingpa. The training intensity was overwhelming. After a few minutes of chatter, the entire dormitory was filled with the sound of snoring. After running through another channel, suddenly, the necklace stirred. Chen Qing was instantly awakened, and in the next moment, he sensed a tremendous force emanating from the necklace. What is this? It felt like a summons. Chen Qing attempted to resist, but it appeared he was unable to. In his panic, he focused his thoughts. Transform. The transformation occurred instantaneously, enveloping Chen Qing and morphing him into the likeness of another youth. In an instant, the irresistible force of the demon suppression tower enveloped him, and Chen Qing vanished from sight. This place, it seemed to be atop a peak. The surroundings were vast and empty, with mist gently swirling. At the summit, there was a grand circular table with 12 seats arranged around it. Among those seated, some possessed slender figures, clearly feminine in appearance, while others bore the bizarre forms of serpentine bodies with deer heads. Moreover, many individuals were shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering their faces inscrutable. Chen Qing sat anxiously in one of the seats, glancing at the empty space beside him when suddenly, a figure materialized in the seat. Han Yuan. Chen Qing nearly called out in surprise. Upon Han Yuan's arrival, he immediately cast a vigilant gaze upon the crowd. Well then, the 12 earthly branches tower has convened once more, a moment worthy of celebration. An elderly voice croaked from the assembly. The rules remain unchanged. Everyone is free to converse and trade. A woman, her face shrouded in black gauze, inquired, "The blood moon. What exactly is to come? Who can provide an accurate time frame? I am willing to pay a handsome price." The currency could be Tang coins, gold or silver, spirit stones, or ghost pearls, anything at all. A heavy silence enveloped the gathering. A figure with a serpent's body and a deer's head hissed, the sound grating like a saw cutting through wood. "Do you believe our ghost clan would divulge such confidential information? Do not be so arrogant. Do not assume that only your ghost clan possesses formidable individuals." The woman in black gauze seethed with anger. Chen Qing's heart raced as realization dawned upon him. This woman. She is likely a figure of high standing among humans. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qing softly asked, "What is the method of trading?" His voice rang clear, yet it was distinctly not his own. The woman beamed with delight. "Esteemed friend, please follow me." Intrigued, Chen Qing rose and followed her. The serpent-bodied, deer-headed creature hissed again, "We do not know when the blood moon will arrive. Why do you trust a mere novice?" The woman in black gauze hesitated slightly, but perhaps driven by a desperate hope, she accompanied Chen Qing to a nearby spot. This area was not far from the round table, yet the voices of the others inexplicably faded into silence. The black veil was thin yet enveloped the woman completely. Strangely, Chen Qing felt her gaze fixed upon him. "Friend, are you certain you know the exact time of the blood moon's arrival?" "Indeed." The woman remained silent for a moment before finally inquiring, "How much do you require?" Chen Qing was uncertain how to price such information. It should be worth billions. However, what was the specific amount? 100 million, he stated calmly, subsequently adding an equivalent value of gold, silver, spirit stones, and ghost pearls. The woman appeared somewhat taken aback, suddenly bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, friend." Chapter 37. The gathering in the clouds. Observing the woman's respectful demeanor, Chen Qing realized his price was likely far too modest. He had asked for exceedingly little. With a mere thought, the woman presented him with 4 pouches. Chen Qing felt a bit perplexed, but, in an effort to maintain composure, accepted them with calmness, stating, "August 15th. The woman's body stiffened. "This year? Why not?" Chen Qing wondered, nodding emphatically. Indeed, it will last for half a month, followed by another half-month of sunlight. And so it will cycle. The woman slightly trembled. She had her own channels of information, and Chen Qing's words seemed to corroborate some revelation. She asked with a quiver in her voice, "Cycle?" "Yes. Or perhaps, everyone is likely gathered within the demon suppression tower at this very moment." This assertion, however, led some present to misconstrue his intent. The creature with a serpent's body and a deer's head regarded Chen Qing, pondering. This youth exudes such confidence. He must be extraordinary. Perhaps he is deliberately targeting my ghost clan, even issuing a challenge. At this moment, fate took a peculiar turn as Zhong Kui attempted to make an appearance. Chen Qing swiftly contained the situation, preventing even a single finger of Zhong Kui from surfacing. However, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. In an instant, they sensed at least dozens of mystical energies emanating from the young man's body. The veiled woman was the first to express joy, relieved that she had not doubted Chen Qing, grateful to recognize him as a formidable ally. She mused silently. I wonder where this esteemed elder has secluded himself for cultivation. If only we could summon him from his retreat, this imminent crisis would surely be averted. Yet, reflecting further, she pondered that should he be unwilling to emerge, the harrowing price for acquiring accurate knowledge of the blood moon's arrival must have been steep. For a moment, she was lost in thought. The others, too, were stirred by the revelation. How could one individual exude such a multitude of mystical energies? And which venerable figure could he possibly be? The sheer variety of these energies was astonishing. To dare cultivate such an array of mystical powers, this elder must possess an extraordinary background. The elderly man who had spoken earlier chuckled hoarsely, remarking, "I had initially thought it was merely a young lad with great fortune. To discover it is an elder who has chosen to remain hidden is indeed an honor." Another individual inquired, "Might we know where the elder's cave abode lies? Could we perhaps pay a visit?" Unbeknownst to them, Chen Qing had no idea of whom they spoke, and fearing exposure, he remained quietly seated, composed, and unyielding. After a round of probing yielded no answers, the crowd refrained from further inquiries. Among them, a diminutive figure, reminiscent of a child, sighed inwardly. Even the notorious rat elder is disregarded. Who knows the origin of this elder? I am in need of a beauty steal and am willing to offer a handsome price for it. Another voice chimed in. The small child, still contemplating, immediately perked up. I have one. At this moment, the two individuals stepped aside to engage in a transaction. A figure enveloped in mist remarked, I seek a ghostly servant of the Taoist level. I wonder which esteemed friend would be willing to part with one. The creature with a serpent's body and a deer's head let out a cold laugh. Who dares to purchase a ghostly servant in my presence? What audacity do you possess? The misty figure responded with a smile. I am acquiring this ghostly servant primarily for the purpose of slaying and obtaining elixirs. I wonder, what can you possibly do to me, Brother Zhu? Very well, the serpent-bodied creature sneered, but do not let me catch you. The woman in black mused for a moment and then said, I happen to have one, but I have my own uses for it. May I inquire about your offer? They then exited the circular table area to continue their negotiations elsewhere. Meanwhile, Chen Qing pondered deeply. A ghostly servant? What could that be? From the tone of the individual, it seemed to denote a certain rank. Could it be that the level above the evil spirits is referred to as a ghostly servant? Han Yuan remained silent, observing without uttering a word. I wish to inquire about a person who should be within the realm of the Yellow Springs. Suddenly, Chen Qing's entire being trembled. That voice. So familiar. The figure shrouded in mist was imposing, at least 2 meters tall. Could it be Chen Quan? The towering figure slowly spoke. I am called Huang Yi. Huang Yi, that is my mother's name. All remaining doubt vanished from Chen Qing's heart. This person is indeed my elder brother, Chen Quan. Though I have not heard of him, I am quite familiar with this vicinity of the Yellow Springs. May I ask, what is your offer, esteemed friend? The figure curled up in the chair, resembling either a cat or a leopard. As they conversed, they moved to a nearby spot. Chen Qing was overwhelmed with shock. His elder brother is searching for their mother. Was it not said that mother had run away with a wild man? Could there be another hidden truth? Might the disappearance of my elder brother and father be connected to this? Chen Qing's thoughts raced swiftly, anticipating their reunion in half a month. Sigh. The world around him seemed to shift and change. Reflecting on the earlier events, he felt a sense of absurdity wash over him. The memories of Chen Quan stirred a tumult of emotions within him. He never imagined that their next encounter would occur in such a peculiar place. Was he searching for their mother? Had she gone missing, or was she abducted? The name of that location seemed almost otherworldly. Could it possibly be in the underworld? He pulled out his phone to investigate, but indeed, there was no record of such a place. After pondering for a moment, he asked Hua Pai, are you familiar with the yellow springs of the underworld? The underworld is indeed a term used for a realm of spirits. Yet it is vast and divided into countless domains. The yellow springs of the underworld was unfamiliar to his servant. Chen Qing felt somewhat uneasy. Strangely, when Hua Pai possessed him, she had directly adhered to his skin. There was a peculiar aperture that seemed just right for a certain part to emerge. It struck him as rather bizarre. Hua Pai let out a soft laugh before being drawn into the demon-suppressing tower. From his observations today, it appeared that there were 12 towers in total. He wondered what method could connect them. Han Yuan also appeared at the gathering, clearly having activated his own tower as well. This meant he would surely take seriously the prophecy he had spoken of, seeking ways to confront the Demon King within the tower. As for the need to suppress the 12 demons before the Demon King would manifest, Chen Qing knew he need not remind him of this. It was likely that during their venture to the princess's tomb, Han Yuan had already dispatched a few demons. With these thoughts in mind, he retrieved the cloth bag to inspect it, only to find it shrouded in darkness. As he reached inside, he was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at the palm-sized cloth pouch, I was astonished to find that my entire arm could fit inside. As I withdrew it, I found my hand grasping a handful of slightly colorful, transparent beads. These beads were akin in size to glass marbles, yet they contained an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. How fragrant! I yearned to taste one. I am so hungry. The voice of Zhong Kui emerged once more, reaching out with a hand to snatch at the beads. The sensation was indeed peculiar, a fully grown adult, with his roots buried within the necklace, as delicate as a thread. Since there were plenty of beads, Chen Qing casually offered him several. Troubled thoughts occupied his mind, rendering him unable to meditate or sleep through the latter half of the night. After approximately an hour, a voice called from the entrance. Chen Qing, are you asleep? Chapter 38, A Frenzy of Purchasing. Chen Qing stepped outside, and Han Yuan whispered, let us go. Upon reaching the office, Han Yuan's expression was grave. Chen Qing, that prophecy was indeed accurate. Chen Qing feigned ignorance. Tonight, I participated in the operation at the princess's tomb, and the tower awakened. Upon awakening, I found myself transported to a distant place. It felt somewhat like an online meeting, filled with formidable old monsters, especially the youth beside me, whom these ancient beings treated with utmost deference and reverence. Regrettably, my cultivation level was too low to discern what set this youth apart. Chen Qing. It dawned on Chen Qing that the predecessors they had been referring to were, in fact, himself. This youth possessed terrifying power, judging by today's events. He had even calculated the timing of the impending calamity. Thus, the most pressing matter at hand is to locate him. Observe, do you recognize this? On the paper, there is a printed visage that bears a striking resemblance to the form I have assumed today. Fortunately, there is the fade. Chen Qing felt a sense of relief within, scrutinizing it intently for a moment before shaking his head, stating, I should not recognize him. He appears unfamiliar. Han Yuan, not taken aback, inquired further. The reason I sought you out was to ask if there are any additional prophecies regarding this tower, particularly concerning the blood moon. Is there anything else mentioned? None. Chen Qing shook his head. Han Yuan nodded solemnly, saying, yet, since the prophecy has accurately foretold a portion, it deserves our serious attention. I shall approach the commander tonight to make some arrangements. A portion accurately foretold? Yes, but also no. Han Yuan nodded, recalling that the prophecy mentioned the ability to contain 12 spirits, yet this tower can only contain 6. At this revelation, Chen Qing was left in astonishment. Logically, each of the 12 towers should be capable of suppressing 12 spirits. Does this imply that each tower possesses varying capacities? There should be a total of 12 towers, and I surmise that each one's capacity for containing spirits differs. Han Yuan arrived at the same conclusion as Chen Qing. Waving his hand dismissively, he remarked, regardless, you have once again achieved a significant feat. I shall take my leave. Moments later, Han Yuan departed the base in a military vehicle, accompanied by his tower. Could it be that my tower is the Tower King? Naturally, Chen Qing speculated that the number of spirits each of the 12 towers could contain ranged from 1 to 12. Watching the military vehicle fade from view, Chen Qing exhaled deeply. Were he in Han Yuan's position, possessing such a divine artifact, he would undoubtedly hesitate to reveal it publicly. In 2 lifetimes, one can discern the essence of a person. Without a doubt, Han Yuan is someone worthy of trust. If I were to be forthright with him and share information, I could potentially acquire a wealth of knowledge regarding the Demon Suppression Tower. However, after the Blood Moon incident, Chen Qing was hesitant. The nature of humanity reveals itself only when societal structures remain intact. Give me a ghost pearl. The abrupt voice of Zhong Kui startled Chen Qing. There were 4 bags, one containing 100 million, another filled with gold and silver worth 100 million, a third with spiritual stones of equal value, and a final bag containing a ghost pearl valued at 100 million. Chen Qing retrieved the last bag, reached inside, and drew forth a ghost pearl. Having endured the blood moon, Chen Qing understood that despite the name, ghost pearls come in various forms. Yet, he had only encountered a scant few, far fewer than the multitude before him. He casually sifted through them. Among the ghost pearls were blood pearls, gelatinous forms, bones, fruits, and beads. Zhong Kui seized a finger bone, popped it into his mouth, and began to crunch down on it. He rummaged through the first bag, finding 10 bank cards inside. Exiting the base, Chen Qing transformed into a migrant worker in a secluded corner and approached an ATM, inserting a card. The screen did not display a password prompt, but rather presented the withdrawal transfer interface. 1 million. Naturally, he was not foolish enough to transfer it to his own account, so he tucked the card away. Suddenly possessing 100 million, he felt an unexpected calm wash over him. After a moment of contemplation, he realized he must spend this money swiftly, even if it meant purchasing something as mundane as toilet paper. With approximately 100 million at his disposal, any purchase could be considered a substantial transaction. Lacking connections and experience in such matters, he pondered how to proceed without merely filling in 100,000 in the quantity field of an online store. How could he effectively disperse this newfound wealth? Seeking Manager Yang at the safe house is also a viable option. Contemplating this thought, the night passed swiftly. The following morning, Chen Qing's phone rang. Mrs. Wu. Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback before answering. Hello, Li Qing here. It's Mrs. Wu. Ah, greetings, Mrs. Wu. I happen to have a few antique items on hand. I was wondering if your foreign friend from last time might still be interested? Chen Qing was initially surprised, but soon elated. He had been troubled about how to spend his money wisely. Let me inquire, he said. Please hold on a moment, Mrs. Wu. After a brief contemplation, he turned to Hua Pai and asked, do you possess the expertise to appraise antiques? I cannot authenticate them, but I can provide a period assessment, Hua Pai replied, adding, through spiritual energy, one can discern their origins. Authentication entails revealing the provenance, background, and purpose of an antique, while period assessment merely determines its dynasty. However, this was sufficient for Chen Qing. He quietly added that if this business deal succeeded, his cash flow would be quite ample. Oh, Mrs. Wu's voice conveyed delight. Excellent. Then we shall meet this evening. After ending the call, Chen Qing hastily booked a room and spent the day diligently acquiring knowledge about antiques with Hua Pai. When night fell, Hua Pai transformed into a slender, astute middle-aged man. Chen Qing, carrying a briefcase, followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived at the designated location, an establishment named Ancient Charm. The decor exuded a quaint, nostalgic ambience. Chen Qing was already familiar with Wu Xiaomin and Mrs. Wu. But there was also an elderly gentleman dressed in a tang suit with long silver hair, clearly a person of expertise in this field. Additionally, there was a genial, portly man. Hua Pai greeted everyone in turn and directly inquired, where are the items? The group was momentarily taken aback. Chen Qing smiled and said, Mr. Wan, time is of the essence. You may be departing tonight. Gentlemen, if possible, please present your finest items now. Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated no longer. Mrs. Wu produced a painting titled The Old Man with Cranes, which is said to have been created by Tang Bohu, not from the Qing dynasty. The figure with the painted face remarked, shaking his head. Next item, please. At this moment, the 4 individuals exchanged glances, their hearts aflame with astonishment. While determining that it was not from the Qing dynasty was not a remarkable feat, the ability to make such a definitive judgment with just a fleeting glance left them questioning their own capabilities. The atmosphere grew more solemn. An elderly gentleman with silver hair presented a jade ring, stating that it was a Southern Song dynasty piece adorned with peony patterns. From the Yuan dynasty, the figure with the painted face interjected. How much? The silver-haired elder replied, 2 million. That's too pricey. The figure with the painted face countered, shaking his head. Next item. The rest of the group began to feel the pressure. They had never encountered someone like him before. He had grown up in a family dealing in antiques and was well acquainted with the market. He would buy anything if the price was right. Indeed, he had a particular fondness for ghost culture and valued aged artifacts, even if they were not precious. Wu Xiaoman nodded in understanding. Chapter 39. I'll take your entire warehouse. A stout middle-aged man presented an ancient jade with a sanguine hue, stating, "This is blood-stained ancient jade, extracted from the mouth of a princess. Due to its heavy negative energy, it has remained unsold." The figure with the painted face examined it closely and nodded, asking, "How much?" "The market price is 50,000. Acceptable. I'll take it," he declared, placing the jade aside on the table. The corpulent middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Mr. Wan is indeed magnanimous. The four individuals took turns bringing forth their items, revealing their skills from earlier. And no one dared to be overly ambitious. The prices they sought were quite reasonable. The corpulent man then produced a silver-plated femur, resembling a mallet. The silver-haired elder remarked, "How did you manage to procure this?" The corpulent man replied with a grin, "This is a bone of the deceased. I trust you understand its significance?" 100,000. The corpulent man hesitated for a moment, clearly conflicted. "This item summons spirits, and it is beyond your control." Nodding in acknowledgement, the corpulent man raised his thumb. "Indeed, you are an expert." "Very well, 100,000. These 9 relics are from the temple. I dare not boast in front of an expert, and I cannot ascertain their age." The silver-haired elder smiled, seemingly intent on further testing the painted skin. The old man was impressed. The silver-haired elder sighed. "How much?" "The prices of relics have always been inconstant. How about 500,000? Agreed." The painted skin nodded and set the relics beside him. The eyes of the 4 individuals gleamed with excitement. At that moment, the corpulent man brought forth a long wooden box, opening it to reveal a pungent odor of rust mingled with something fishy. Bronze artifacts, likely from the Warring States period. 12 million. Surely, Mr. Wan is aware that my pricing is not arbitrary. The 3 men gasped in unison. This was, thus far, the highest bid. If it had remained buried in the earth, it would not have changed for a millennium, yet now, it had rusted. And in less than half a year, it would be reduced to mere copper oxide. The corpulent man's expression shifted slightly. He had handled it with remarkable care. How did this individual uncover such a detail? 1 million. The portly middle-aged man furrowed his brow. "Since you are aware it is already rusted, why offer 1 million? That is not your concern." The man's expression fluctuated between tension and relaxation, clearly in a state of indecision. After a considerable pause, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us add another 500,000. "Very well." Half an hour later, the 4 individuals had finished examining the items. The art dealer acquired 19 pieces, with a total valuation of less than 6 million. The portly middle-aged man immediately stood up. "Mr. Wan, I have several items at home that are rather large and inconvenient to transport. May I invite you to take a look?" "Certainly," replied the art dealer. Gesturing to Chen Qing, "Li Qing, please collect these items." "Understood," Chen Qing responded. "Gentlemen, shall we settle the payment now?" or Chen Qing inquired. "No rush, no rush. Let us take another look." The portly man waved his hand dismissively. However, the silver-haired elder directly handed over his phone, saying, "Please transfer it to this card. There are too many fraudsters in this line of work." The art dealer passed a card to Chen Qing. "You may proceed with the transfer." At that moment, Chen Qing accompanied the silver-haired elder downstairs, where he completed the transaction at an ATM. Upon seeing the funds successfully transferred, the elder finally felt a sense of relief and said, "Young friendly, please keep an eye on the Qing family while I make preparations. I sincerely hope you will honor me with a visit to my humble abode shortly." "Of course, esteemed elder," Chen Qing readily agreed. Before long, the trio arrived at the home of the portly middle-aged man. Located on the outskirts of the city, it was a substantial Chinese-style villa set amidst expansive grounds. The portly man led the 2 into the garage and opened a concealed door, whereupon a musty odor wafted out. As the lights illuminated the room, 2 towering crimson horses materialized before them. One stood majestically while the other reared its forelegs, seemingly letting out a neigh. Most astonishingly, both horses were adorned with wings. Chen Qing was instantly filled with exhilaration. The potential awakening of these 2 horses implied the possibility of possessing 2 magnificent flying steeds. These were indeed mystical artifacts, shrouded in a certain malevolence. often regarded with trepidation by those possessing a modicum of power, which explained the long-standing vacancy of this residence. The portly middle-aged man remarked, "Undoubtedly an ancient relic. The price is 10 million for each horse." "That is exorbitant," replied Hua Pai, shaking his head. "Let us examine other options." "Do you truly wish to negotiate?" The middle-aged man replied with resignation. "Very well. How about 2 horses for 20 million? 200,000 each," Hua Pai countered. After a moment's contemplation, the rotund man agreed. "Deal." The trio proceeded further and soon encountered 2 stone sculptures resembling seated dogs. One was ambiguous in form, neither distinctly lion nor dog, while the other possessed the head of a human atop a lion's body. These guardian beasts, much like the 2 horses, emanated a heavy aura and had remained unsold. "One for 200,000, he stated. "For both, 100,000, came the response. "Agreed." Though the corpulent man appeared affable, he likely harbored the traits of a grave robber, with a warehouse full of treasures hidden from the light of day. After acquiring several more items, the portly man led the 2 into a warehouse. The shelves were laden with numerous antiquities, many still cloaked in layers of dirt. A cursory glance suggested that this single warehouse contained thousands of items. Most strikingly, on the western wall, 20 suits of armor accompanied by matching spears were prominently displayed. The armor and spears were severely rusted. The spear shafts, crafted from high-quality steel, were enveloped in a thick layer of corrosion, giving the impression that they would shatter at the slightest touch. The armor fared somewhat better, yet the original lacing had long since decayed, replaced by threads affixed later. Chen Qing was profoundly moved. The painted skin understood as well and inquired, "Surely, there must be matching horses for these 20 sets of armor and spears." Indeed, the corpulent middle-aged man led them to another warehouse, where, as expected, 20 warhorse statues awaited. However, their craftsmanship paled in comparison to the 2 magnificent steeds, one of which had lost its head, while another was missing a leg. "What is the price for these 20 sets of armor, spears, and warhorses?" The man's expression brightened with excitement. "These items have proven quite troublesome to sell. I have struggled to find a buyer, living in constant fear for their safety." Finally, a buyer emerges. "Last year, a similar set of armor sold for 36 million, but discussing that is futile." The painted skin shook its head, asserting, "These items must remain concealed, and aside from myself, no one else would dare to acquire them." The corpulent man fell into a brief silence. After a considerable pause, he finally stated, "A total of 50 million. 5 million. Mr. Wan, your offer is excessive." The man's brow furrowed. "This price is not arbitrary. It reflects your genuine intent to purchase." After contemplating for a moment, the painted skin suddenly proposed, "Mr. Qing, why not retire? I will take the entire warehouse." The man was momentarily taken aback. "What? All the items in the warehouse, packaged for me? 20 million. Chapter 40. Blood Prophet. The portly middle-aged man paused for a moment, shaking his head. "Mr. Wan, you jest." "I speak earnestly," replied Huapi, enunciating each word with precision. The man squinted. 40 million. A firm offer. Huapi furrowed his brow, contemplating for a considerable time before stating, "Adding the previous items, the total comes to 30 million. This is my final offer." The middle-aged man grappled with his decision. The true worth of these items far exceeded this price. However, they were untouchable, each one a hot potato. After a lengthy deliberation, he resolved, "Very well. But it must be a cash transaction." Huapi handed him 3 bank cards, anonymous cards. "Consider it cash." The man hesitated slightly, displaying the keys in his hand. "Let us proceed with the transaction. Once completed, they shall be yours." "Boss Qin, there are no surveillance cameras here, I trust?" "None. Using such devices would be tantamount to courting death." Before long, the transaction was concluded. "No need," Huapi shook his head. "If this were 10 days prior, I would have accepted, but now, it is too late to upgrade the safe house. How you managed to take them away is not my concern, nor do I wish to know." With a mere thought, Chen Qing understood. "Mr. Qin, may I inquire about the location of the tomb?" The middle-aged man frowned. "It is already empty. Consider it a favor owed," he added. After a brief silence, the man scribbled an address. Subsequently, he departed in the driver's vehicle. The driver inquired, "Brother, should we do not entertain any wrongful thoughts?" As he said, "It is time for me to retire. Did the person watching the estate leave? Let them depart. The less one knows, the safer one is. Master, how do you find my performance?" "In the warehouse." The painted skin transformed into a beautiful maiden. "Quite commendable. Chen Qing observed everything around him and began to collect items with the demon-suppressing tower. The treasures here could easily establish a small museum. Even awakening just half of their potential could render one of formidable power. Once he finished gathering the items, the silver-haired elder called. The three of them visited his residence, which was also an estate, albeit significantly smaller than Qin Pang's. The silver-haired elder's collection primarily consisted of calligraphy and paintings, including works by renowned masters, all acquired through legitimate channels. However, the prices were exorbitant, and negotiations faltered. The elder produced an imperial edict. This is a decree from the Song dynasty, conferring the title of martial champion upon one Li Baoyi. Chen Qing felt indifferent. But the painted skin inquired, "How much?" "The edict from Huizong is valued at 100 million. This one is worth somewhat less, yet still demands 20 million. Such edicts are not particularly rare. They are not worth that much. Are there other edicts?" "The one for the martial champion. I have two more." The silver-haired elder presented two additional pieces. However, one was in poor condition, and the other belonged to a more recent dynasty. The combined value of the edicts totaled 300,000. After a moment of contemplation, the elder acquiesced. With that warehouse full of treasures, the subsequent items hardly piqued his interest. "Lastly, Mr. Yuan, you may find this intriguing." The silver-haired elder led the two to a corner of the estate. Here, a doghouse had been constructed. Yet, rather than a dog, it housed a black panther adorned with goat-like horns. The tomb guardian is a malevolent entity. Too ominous to keep in one's home. Discarding it is equally difficult. "Please offer a price." 50,000. Agreed. Thus, the two exchanged money, and Chen Qing shouldered the tomb guardian as he departed, leaving the silver-haired elder utterly astounded. This tomb guardian is no trivial matter. Once outside, he secured the item within the demon suppression tower. Chen Qing inquired, "Is the imperial decree truly of great significance?" "Indeed," replied the painted visage, beaming with delight. "What are the purposes of these three imperial edicts?" Chen Qing pondered for a moment, enfeefment. The moment the words escaped his lips, he comprehended the gravity of the situation, his face etched with astonishment. Indeed, if all three could awaken, it would mean that the master would gain 3 martial champions under his command. However, Chen Qing was unaware of the rank of martial champions within the realm of spirits. In the realm of wandering souls, they are known as martial men, while in the realm of malevolent spirits, they are referred to as martial champions. This is certainly among the higher echelons of spirits within the record of 100 ghosts. Malevolent spirits? Directly infecting malevolent spirits? Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback. Does the emperor's decree possess such formidable power? Yet, the fortunes of humanity have waned, and the emperor has fallen from grace. If only the ancient human emperors were still around, their mere words could directly infect even the most sinister of entities. Chen Qing found himself lost in thought. Just how immense must the power of these emperors be? Painted visage. What other formidable beings from the record of 100 ghosts do you know? Please share. It is not that the servant is unwilling to divulge, but some existences. Merely hearing their names could shorten one's lifespan. Once one reaches the level of malevolent spirits and above, they bear a hint of the formless. This does not imply invisibility, but rather that upon hearing or seeing them, one is unworthy to remember their essence. Thus, it may have been only a fleeting moment since encountering such a remarkable individual. Yet in the blink of an eye, their presence has faded from memory. The only positive aspect is that it is simply forgettable. In a more malevolent context, merely hearing their name could invite divine retribution. The very existence of beings of that caliber defies the natural order. Chen Qing found himself momentarily lost in thought. The painted skin solemnly warned, delving too deeply into darkness is a perilous endeavor. Even passively listening can be exceedingly dangerous. Understanding this, Chen Qing nodded, committing the warning to memory. After some consideration, he calculated that the total expenditure amounted to 38 million. Not only could one purchase a modest museum with that sum, but even awakening a single horse would constitute a significant profit, especially with the 3 nearly free tomb guardians. These guardians possess an innate ability to instill fear in malevolent spirits. Merely awakening one to keep in the home would ensure safety, even without the presence of a Zhong Kui painting. How delightful! The more he regarded the painted skin, the more appealing it became. "So, what reward do you desire?" he inquired. Upon hearing this, the painted skin became instantly animated. "Might the master grant me a ghost orb?" she implored. Perhaps realizing her request was rather audacious, she timidly added, "A malevolent grade would suffice." What kind of ghost orb? The painted skin was filled with anticipation. Is there one for the umbrella spirit? Chen Qing quickly produced a small umbrella, no larger than the palm of his hand. This one? Indeed, that's it. The painted skin exclaimed with joy. I may require a few days of seclusion. Master, please wait for me. With that, she vanished from sight. Chen Qing, momentarily taken aback, called forth the painted skin once more. What is it? She asked, puzzled. The demon suppression tower's flow of time is astonishingly rapid within its confines. It is almost akin to time standing still. How then does one cultivate? Is there truly a second level? The enigmatic figure, Huapi, queried, does the master not know? To which I responded, I am unaware. Why has no one informed me? Huapi elucidated, the divine Zhong Kui has resided on the second level since the beginning. I, as a mere servant, was unable to ascend. However, following the recent summit gathering, access to the second level has been granted. The passage of time there mirrors that of reality. In Chapter 41, Too Much Wealth, Too Much Worry, the notion of a second level is astounding. Does this imply the existence of third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh levels? After the awakening of the demon suppression tower, Chen Qing refrained from further exploration. Yet it seems that the tower harbors many secrets. In his mind, he contemplated, Huapi, can you hear my voice? Indeed, master, came the reply. Zhong Kui, Zhong Kui, Zhong Kui. After several calls, there was no response from Zhong Kui. Master, the divine Zhong Kui has entered the third level. The third level? Where might that be? I do not know. Only the divine Zhong Kui possesses the ability to enter it. Huapi patiently explained, the demon suppression tower and the master are one entity. As the master grows in strength, so too does the tower flourish. Presently, the tower might be likened to a small infant, beyond the third level. It likely remains in a state of chaos. Then Zhong Kui is not in danger, is he? The divine Zhong Kui already possesses divinity and numerous divine abilities. Even if he appears somewhat befuddled, there are, for the most part, few things in this world capable of causing him harm. Whom are you speaking of? Suddenly, a cryptic voice echoed. Divine being? What divine being? In the second layer of the demon suppression tower, the interior is not as one might envision. Rather, it is an expanse of ethereal void shrouded in swirling mist. The character known as Huapi sits cross-legged, her visage marked by palpable fear. Zhong Kui's massive face looms almost directly over Huapi's, his bristling beard resembling that of Zhang Fei, causing Huapi to refrain from resistance, merely whispering, I have encountered the great deity. Though Huapi is classified as a sea-level malevolent spirit, she appears as fragile as a fledgling chick in the presence of Zhong Kui, a D-level wandering soul. Zhong Kui, with one eye fixed on the ground and the other on Huapi, suddenly extends his hand, exclaiming, Ghost orb, ghost orb, ghost orb. I desire to consume a ghost orb. His hand reaches out from the confines of the demon suppression tower, as if sprouting directly from Chen Qing's chest. Startled, Chen Qing responds, you may have it, but please do not frighten Huapi. She needs to cultivate. Very well, he acquiesces. Chen Qing promptly places a ghost orb, resembling a leaf, into Zhong Kui's hand. Zhong Kui appears dissatisfied with this offering, pouting as he chews while stepping into the mist. Initially, Chen Qing intended to visit the princess's tomb to exchange the 12 wandering souls for stronger ones. However, with Huapi in seclusion, this task would be postponed for several days. Without Huapi, he had not felt a sense of unease, yet now, her absence rendered him unsettled. In the ensuing days, he engaged in vigorous training to enhance his physical abilities by day and traversed the circulatory paths by night. Each day, the requirements of the fitness test escalated, and he now completed 17 laps within 20 minutes, a pressure that led to daily eliminations among the participants. Correspondingly, the others made rapid advancements as well. In the final 2 days of the 7-day deadline, both the monkey and the fatty reached the realm of soul movement. At this juncture, Chen Qing had opened 11 circulatory paths, standing merely a step away from the realm of essence refinement. The journey has proven to be extraordinarily arduous. He Rensheng was on the verge of tears. In just 7 days, he had shed nearly 20 pounds, rendering any claim of him being overweight utterly unfounded. Yet, there was no time for complacency. He needed to contemplate how to navigate the challenges of the night ahead. The monkey furrowed his brow, realizing he had to master the art of spirit contracting within a single evening, as tomorrow night he would need to summon his first spirit companion. The pressure was palpable, and the pace was relentless. Indeed, The intensity of their training had far exceeded that of previous ghost extermination teams, and it was rumored that this year's training was equally merciless. Guxing remained silent, diligently circulating his energy. That evening marked a significant class session, and attendance was mandatory. Wukong expressed his satisfaction. Your rate of progress astonishes me. Based on my decade of teaching experience, achieving the soul movement realm typically takes a week to a month. Yet, all 41 of you who remain here have attained this milestone in a mere week. Congratulations. Are we really that exceptional? Am I a genius then? One exclaimed. You wish. I achieved soul movement a day before you. The group erupted in excitement, overwhelmed by the validation they had longed for, nearly moved to tears. However, a more daunting trial loomed ahead. From this moment, you have 24 hours to master the art of spirit contracting. Tomorrow night, we will venture to the princess tomb, and each of you must possess your own spirit companion. Had this been a week prior, chaos would have ensued. Yet, despite the absurdity of the task, the group fell into a contemplative silence. Preoccupied with thoughts on how to overcome this challenge, Chen Qing had already mastered the art of summoning spirits, as well as the more advanced technique of shadow binding. However, this did not seem to affect him. This is unacceptable, Hong exclaimed, rising to her feet. Let us not even discuss how arduous it is to learn the art of spirit summoning in a single day. To find a suitable spirit companion within that same time frame is utterly ludicrous. Her dissent sparked a chorus of agreement from several others, particularly among the females. The crowd fell momentarily silent, for it was well understood that females, generally more delicate than their male counterparts, faced an even greater burden in selecting their spirit companions. A misstep could cost them a lifetime. What do you propose? Someone questioned, voicing the concern that the selection period for spirit companions should not be less than 5 days. Nay, a week. This is not my decision, Wukong replied, shaking his head. We have class. Consequently, Chen Qing deemed his presence in the ensuing class unnecessary. The time for the closure of the illusionary skin technique was nearly at hand. He anticipated its completion by tomorrow. Mobile phones were prohibited during class. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Qing noticed 2 missed calls. Mr. Chen, the 3rd batch of pig feed has entered production, and we have brought the samples. They are located at the entrance of the 5th base of the Spirit Army. Would you like to take a look? Oh, I will be there shortly. The 2nd call followed. Hello, Mr. Chen. The rice, soybeans, and potatoes have all been prepared. When shall we expect your arrival for collection? In the next couple of days. With nearly 70 million in hand, Chen Qing found himself in a quandary. He had already spent close to 6 million on daily necessities and hardware products, while the 50 million was allocated for the most reliable types of grain. In a world of chaos, possessing food and firearms provided a sense of security. Upon arriving at the base's entrance, he spotted a business vehicle parked nearby. 3 gentlemen in suits had been awaiting here, one of whom was Mr. Zhu from the feed factory. Through recent communications, Chen Qing had discerned their intention to connect with the Yuguijin. It seemed that during the video call with Manager Jean, Chen Qing's identity as a purchaser for Yuguijin had inadvertently been divulged. In any case, they now regarded Chen Qing with utmost respect. Chen Qing took a bag of pig feed samples, opened it, and immediately frowned at the distinct, fishy odor. After sampling it, he found the texture coarse and powdery, leaving his mouth filled with crumbs. Noticing Chen Qing's expression, Mr. Zhu promptly elucidated, Mr. Chen, the taste is indeed somewhat lacking. This is the 3rd batch of the improved variant, which contains added starch. Chen Qing took another taste. There was some improvement, albeit minimal. It would be vastly better when soaked in warm water or cooked. The nutritional components are guaranteed, right? Absolutely. Without a doubt. We have stringent quality controls. Chen Qing nodded. Then there are no issues. Please expedite the production of this improved variant. Although it made him frown now, in the post-apocalyptic world, this would be considered a delicacy. As for how to receive the grain, Chen Qing had already devised a plan. After some negotiation, he obtained a stack of seals from Heechong. He then proceeded to the warehouse district of Binjiang. This area was connected to the railway and featured a dock, situated just 1.2 kilometers from the highway exit. It was predominantly a grain zone. Upon entering, he was greeted by nearly 100 towering silver metal barrels, each standing 7 or 8 stories high. Manager Tian enthusiastically introduced. We have a total of 229 standard grain silos, all constructed in accordance with ASTM-D 3299 standards. The smallest holds 35 tons, while the largest Right before us stands 30 meters tall with a diameter of 15 meters, boasting a capacity of 445 tons. Chen Qing invested 23 million in grain, initially believing this sum would purchase approximately 10,000 tons. However, with a stroke of inspiration, he opted for aged rice and beans, both around 6 years old, yet guaranteed to be unspoiled. This clever decision transformed his procurement from 10,000 tons to an impressive 25,000 tons. Manager Tian guided Chen Qing into the grain storage facility, where a seemingly simple computer consistently monitored temperature and humidity levels. The interior resembled a grain silo filled to 9/10 of its capacity, featuring an adjustable cross-shaped walkway above, lowering the walkway by 2 meters. Manager Tian bent down to scoop up a handful of rice. Heat accumulation in stored grain is our greatest concern. If left unattended, such a large volume of grain could spoil within a week. However, we possess 30 years of experience in temperature control. Although this rice is 6 years old, Mr. Chen can rest assured that while its quality may be slightly diminished, it remains perfectly sound. Are there surveillance cameras? Chen Qing inquired. Indeed, each silo is equipped with 3. Came the reply. Chen Qing ordered 5,000 tons of potatoes, 4,000 tons of rice, 4,000 tons of soybeans, and 6,000 tons of wheat. Except for the potatoes, stored in a regular warehouse, all the other grains were placed in cylindrical silos. While this may sound substantial, it actually amounted to merely 8 silos. Chen Qing promptly acknowledged receipt and took possession of the keys, affixing seals to the exterior of each of the 8 silos. Manager Tian, of course, did not intervene. Within 10 minutes, the first rice silo was entirely cleared out. Subsequently, the second, third, up to the 8th were collected. After everything was taken away, a seal was affixed to the door. The potatoes were stored in a standard cold storage. Though the potatoes, having been kept for several years, were somewhat shriveled, it was of no great concern. The monitoring cameras were positioned quite high, requiring considerable effort to adjust their angles. Once the seals were properly affixed, the task was finally completed. By this time, the afternoon had already arrived. As they exited the premises, Manager Tian warmly bid farewell. Mr. Chen, I must inquire. Is there a particular reason for your recent large-scale grain acquisitions? He referred to you. Chen Qing maintained a composed demeanor. Have other departments also begun acquiring grain? Indeed. Several waves of officials and military personnel have come recently, causing grain prices to rise by 6 points over the past few days. As a mere procurement officer, I am hardly privy to such information. Chen Qing chuckled lightly, yet internally he nodded in agreement. Indeed, the government had intervened. It seemed the woman in black he encountered at the last summit held considerable influence. Upon returning to the base, a small group had already gathered in the playground. 10 military vehicles were poised for departure. 4 were 5-seaters, and 6 accommodated 13, including 1 medical vehicle. Shortly thereafter, Han Yuan arrived with Chun Man Han Yuan, bearing bruises and looking quite disheveled, declared, "Today, I will introduce you to the broader world, but do not be overwhelmed. Let us proceed." Chen Qing hurriedly followed. "Captain, why did you bring Xiaoman along?" "Him? Oh, right, he has reached the Bloodchi realm." "What?" Chen Qing was taken aback. Han Yuan scratched his head. "I initially intended to hold him back, but as he trained, he made a breakthrough. It truly was beyond my control." Chen Qing felt a throbbing headache. It seemed he was about to experience another bout of enlightenment. 6 years old and already at the Bloodchi realm? How absurd. Oh, yes, that expression is just right. Han Yuan laughed heartily, exclaiming, "I wore that very same expression back then. So did the commander. That old fellow insisted on competing with me for disciples, and we even had a scuffle." "You're mistaken. It wasn't a fight. It was Grandfather Zhu who struck you." Chen Man corrected him earnestly. "You little rascal," Han Yuan retorted. "That fellow is no human, do you understand? Not human at all. Given that you have remained loyal to your master and have not defected, I shall spare you this time." As he spoke, Han Yuan gestured to Chen Qing. "Come to my car. Let us discuss this further." Once the vehicle was in motion, Han Yuan recounted the events of the past few days. He shared details regarding the matter of the Demon Suppression Tower, emphasizing the commander's grave concern and the invitation extended to several formidable individuals to lend their assistance. Han Yuan, along with Gong Huagu and 4 super-strong warriors, ventured to the princess's tomb, where they effortlessly dispatched 6 ghosts, ultimately summoning the Ghost King. Subsequently, under the guidance of the 4 super warriors. They forcefully imposed a blood contract upon the ghost, a perilous technique comparable to the infernal contracting art. Chen Man achieved a breakthrough to the blood qi realm. This led to a fierce competition reminiscent of the legendary sword discussion at Mount Hua, igniting Han Yuan to roll up his sleeves and engage in a brawl with the commander, ultimately securing custody rights. Of course, Chen Man's assertion that Han Yuan merely endured a beating holds more credence. So, your bruised visage is the result of the commander's blows? Chen Qing inquired. Han Yuan insisted, it was not a beating. It was a fight that I unfortunately lost. Chen Man was about to retort when Han Yuan, filled with ire, commanded him to be silent. Chen Man ceased his words. Chen Qing gazed at this individual, not with mere surprise, but with profound astonishment. For prodigies like Zhou Yangqiao, Ji Luo, and Chen Qing himself, they seemed trivial before a 6-year-old in the blood qi realm. Due to Chen Man and the presence of this tower, our 5th squad was bound to become quite lively. Han Yuan sighed heavily, lamenting that Gong Huagu would surely join our team, which seemed plausible, given that the Ghost King in the Demon Suppression Tower was now her ghostly companion. However, the thought of a few more old-timers joining us was utterly unbearable. Chen Qing furrowed his brow, suddenly pondering a question. Wait a moment, Captain. You, Captain Gong, along with 4 other elites, have gone to the princess's tomb. Why didn't you seize it while you were at it? Is the princess's tomb truly that formidable? Formidable, indeed, he scoffed. It has become the rookie village for the ghost army. In other words, the princess's tomb was deliberately left as a practice ground. Chen Qing found this notion both absurd and oddly reasonable. Moments later, 10 vehicles arrived approximately a kilometer from the princess's tomb. At the captain's command, everyone disembarked and swiftly formed 2 lines. The remarkable organization of the ranks clearly showcased the results of 7 days of rigorous training. Of course, there existed some fearsome entities among the wandering spirits, but if you cannot even contend with the spirits, you should not speak of safeguarding the rear. The study of ghosts has advanced significantly. It seems you all have your preferred ghostly companions. With a snap of his fingers, Han Yuan transformed the scene before him. The wilderness became shrouded in ghostly mist, the sky darkened in an instant, lush vegetation turned barren, and scattered houses lay in ruin. The water in the river was shrouded in darkness, permeated by a foul odor, causing everyone to gasp in shock. Han Yuan smiled. Welcome to the princess's ghost domain. My dear little ones. Chapter 43. The Soldier Ghost. A chill swept over the crowd. Having already encountered the malevolent ghost, Wind Devourer, they were somewhat prepared. Yet the realization that stepping forward would lead them directly into the realm of spirits caused many to hesitate. Zhou Yangqiao was the first to enter, followed by Ji Luo, Chen Qing, and others. It seemed there existed a certain boundary. Once they crossed that threshold, there would be no turning back. Ghost domain. Chen Qing furrowed his brow, encountering yet another unfamiliar term. Was this what had been referred to in his past life as the ghost realm? He glanced at Han Yuan, concern etched on his face. Captain, you wouldn't let Chen Man venture inside, would you? Rest assured, I will accompany him, Han Yuan replied, waving his hand dismissively. You go capture your own ghost. Chen Qing was speechless. No matter how talented Chen Man was, he was still only 7 years old. Even if he followed along, it was. Here, put this on. Han Yuan produced a peculiar pair of gauntlets, adorned with intricate wood grain as if carved from timber. He knelt down to assist Chen Man in donning them. Once the gauntlets were secured, Han Yuan retrieved a wooden helmet. After much effort, he managed to fit it on, followed by a wooden breastplate. You're quite bothersome, Chen Man remarked, his expression blank, but his tone revealing his dissatisfaction. You stubborn little brat, I am merely protecting you. I am strong enough. I do not need your protection. You're strong? I could topple you with a single finger. In 2 years, I will be able to defeat you. Even in 10 years, that won't be possible. As the two engaged in their playful banter, Chen Qing felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over him. Chen Qing, let us form a team. The monkey approached, expressing his trepidation. This is my first time in the ghost domain, and I feel rather apprehensive. Please take me along, Great One. He Runxing also joined in. The Lone Star remained silent and directly entered the ghost domain. Chen Qing was indifferent to the others, but he felt a particular responsibility towards the monkey. Nodding, Chen Qing stepped into the realm of shadows. The atmosphere was cold and murky, with a foul stench permeating the air. Fatty, what is your soul power? 41. And yours? 58. The monkey murmured, We must eliminate the F-grade ghost with a ghost energy value of 1 to 10. We can only contract E-grade or newly arrived D-grade wandering spirits. He shook his head, lamenting the limited options. Aren't you in a similar predicament? Runsheng was nearly in tears, glancing at Chen Qing. Great one, what about you? You must be concerned for the hearts of us laggards, so considerate. Almost everyone had exchanged their opportunities for ancient artifacts for ghostly devices, which they adorned upon their wrists as they proceeded cautiously. Soon, the trio encountered their first ghost, feasting on sludge in a stagnant pool. A toilet ghost. Upon measurement, it registered as a level 14 E-grade wandering spirit. The monkey realized that contracting this would be a waste, given his 58 soul power. He would ideally target a D-grade ghost closer to 30. I don't want it either. Runsheng shook his head. If possible, I would prefer a D-grade spirit. The classifications were clear: 20 to 40 for D, 41 to 60 for C, 61 to 80 for B, and 81 to 100 for A. Naturally, Chen Qing would not choose otherwise. He currently possesses two primary pets. One is Zhong Kui, and the other is the painted skin, which is an extraordinary creature of superior caliber for his level. As for Zhong Kui, although merely a wandering soul and classified as D rank, one cannot solely rely on superficial statistics when considering his formidable suppression over the painted skin. This time, his intent is to effectuate a substantial transformation among the F-rank wandering souls within the demon suppression tower. The density of spirits in the ghost domain is notably high, and soon they encounter a second entity. However, all three are taken aback. This ghost resembles an ancient figure, adorned with a helmet, chest armor, back armor, and skirt armor, wielding a blade at his waist, advancing with an imposing demeanor. None of them have studied this. While they are familiar with ghostology, most of the content pertains to modern spirits, such as the chi-eating ghost, toilet ghost, and death-by-illness ghost, with no mention of ancient spirits. A soldier ghost? The trio whimsically coined a name for it. Upon measuring with the ghost meter, it registered 61. A B-rank wandering soul. The monkey's soul power is 58. And according to the recommended threshold of 50, he should ideally contract a ghost around 29. The maximum cannot exceed 70, which is 41. Runsheng has even less, with 41 suggesting a recommended contract of 20, not to exceed 28. Clearly, they are both beyond the limits. This won't do. It's unsustainable. Let us move on. Yet, Chen Qing halted. The monkey, slightly taken aback, quickly grasped the situation. Chen Qing, can you contract this? Naturally, Chen Qing could not disclose the existence of the demon suppression tower, merely responding ambiguously. It just happens to be possible. Great deity, you're nearly at 100. Runsheng was astounded. This is truly extraordinary. Chen Qing nodded slightly, drawing the Kunwu blade into his grasp. With a surge of spiritual energy, a crimson shadow flickered across the blade. A soft hum resonated as Chen Qing vaulted over the low wall, the blade aimed directly at the soldier ghost. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through the air, akin to parting aged leather, leaving a gaping wound at the back of the ghost's neck. The blade continued its descent, yet was thwarted by the protective armor on its back, merely sparking a shower of embers. Ethereal blue blood began to seep forth, dripping onto the ground. Chen Qing raised his blade to parry. Clang! Sparks erupted. Prior to this encounter, the only specters he had faced were mere F-grade wraiths, easily shattered upon contact. This marked his inaugural clash with a ghost of such caliber. Clang! 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 The forces were evenly matched. Yet Chen Qing's swordplay fell short against the ghostly soldier. In the brief exchange, he had already sustained a cut. Fortunately, the protective guise he wore rendered him resilient against such spectral foes. Chen Qing's resolve to hone his combat techniques ignited as he intently focused on the soldier ghost's blade, striving to absorb its nuances. Suddenly, a flash of steel descended towards his face. He instinctively sidestepped, but the protective guise shielded him. He was still drenched in cold sweat. Both the monkey and Runsheng tensed up at the sight. The monkey leaped forth, brandishing his own blade, charging into the fray. "Stay back, monkey!" Chen Qing barked, alarmed. With the protective guise, he stood impervious, but the monkey was truly at risk of death. "Damn it! I cannot bear to witness your demise," he exclaimed. "Its blade cannot harm me." Chen Qing commanded, "Retreat." The monkey hesitated, scrutinizing the spot where Chen Qing had been struck, though his garment was torn. It appeared his body remained unharmed. "At present, I have retreated a little, yet I remain vigilant, prepared to offer support at any moment." The clashing of blades reverberated continuously, creating bursts of sparks in the air. Chen Qing had already sustained numerous wounds, and finally, with a swift thrust, a lethal strike to the throat. Should this blade have struck a human, blood would have spurted several meters. Although the soldier demon's wound also bled profusely, it was far from excessive. The sound of steel clashing persisted. Strike after strike. Chen Qing seemed to discern a pattern. The soldier demon's attacks became increasingly difficult to land upon him. I have attained enlightenment. I have grown stronger. Chen Qing rejoiced greatly. In a fleeting moment, with a decisive blow, the demon's head flew away. The monkey clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Incredible!" Qing stood in stunned silence for a while, then erupted with praise. Impressive. Chapter 44. The Warrior. Who could be conferred as the martial champion? Yet at this moment, Chen Qing paused. He sensed that within the demon suppression tower, the soldier demon was losing its footing. Its form was dissipating. With a thought, a toilet demon shattered, transforming into pure ghostly energy. The soldier demon seamlessly filled this void. In that instant, Chen Qing felt that Zhong Kui had grown significantly stronger. However, with the monkey and Qing present, he could not summon him for a closer inspection. Remarkable, little Qingzi, the monkey exclaimed, slapping Chen Qing's shoulder strong. The divine being is invincible. Qing also commended, his eyes scanning Chen Qing with a hint of caution. Divine being. Have you donned some protective armor? The painted skin had mentioned that when she attached herself to a human. Aside from certain ocular techniques like the heavenly eye and the fiery eye, it was undetectable. Just moments ago, Chen Qing endured a multitude of strikes yet remained unscathed, a sight that did not escape the notice of the two companions. Previously, he had acquired a single item. Chen Qing chose not to elaborate further, declaring, "Let us proceed. It is imperative that we procure suitable ghostly companions for you both today." The two nodded earnestly, for if they could not secure appropriate ghostly allies with Chen Qing's assistance, their prospects would only diminish further. This area had once been engaged in three-dimensional agriculture, abundant with fish ponds, yet neglect had led to the gradual deterioration of most embankments, which now resembled a cluster of candied hawthorns. Some ponds had nearly dried up, turning into stagnant pools of mud. Along the way, they frequently encountered the toilet ghosts merrily feasting upon refuse, but the innate aversion to such filth rendered the trio blind to the sight. Chen Qing vaguely recalled that the toilet ghost, in its malevolent form, bore the moniker Feeder of Filth, possessing commendable combat prowess. Moreover, if one could overlook the repulsiveness, this entity was quite advantageous for ascension. As the trio traversed the undulating banks of the fish ponds, occasional splashes erupted from the depths, leaving them uncertain whether the source was fish or specter. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness of the dark night, sending chills down their spines. It bore a resemblance to Shui. The monkey was struck with confusion. Chen Qing suddenly recalled this name. He was a fellow student who had undergone aptitude testing alongside him. Help! The cry for aid resonated once more, this time much closer. And both the monkey and Qing distinctly heard it. It was indeed Shui. They hurried to investigate. The cries for help echoed a few more times, during which it seemed he had sustained an injury, followed by a wretched scream. Soon, the three of them caught sight of Shui. Shui had a deep gash on his head, blood gushing forth and soaking his entire body. His arm was also fractured, and he appeared to have sustained multiple injuries. Before him, Xing was engaged in a fierce battle with a specter. This ghost, seemingly ordinary, moved with remarkable agility, wielding a black staff that struck with such ferocity that Xing found himself utterly defenseless. "Master, this is a martial artist. If you accept him, you could bestow upon him the title of martial champion." Huapi suddenly interjected. Chen Qing nodded in understanding. No wonder he was so formidable. The ghost's aura reading revealed a mere 38. A D-grade wandering spirit, yet it could overpower Xing, who had arrived at the soul motion stage even before the monkey. Xing's soul strength was at least 70, yet he was left in a state of utter disarray by this ghost, whose power was only half of his. Bang! 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 The sound of 3 dull thuds echoed. The martial artist's black staff consistently maneuvered around Kunwa's blade, striking Xing accurately. Xing remained silent as ever, only letting out muffled groans. Yet he did not yield. "Monkey, let's go. You stay back a bit." The monkey paused for a moment, but eventually nodded and followed suit. Clang! One strike landed on Chen Qing's Kunwa blade, causing his hand to tremble slightly. Bang! Another strike hit Chen Qing's wrist. sending a jolt of numbness through his entire hand, almost making him lose grip on the kunwa blade. More formidable than the soldier specters, Chen Qing mused. Relying on Huapi's protection, he delivered a flurry of strikes, forcing the martial artist back several paces. Guxing, fatty, take Yang Xingshui away. At this moment, Yang Xingshui was barely breathing, his complexion ashen. Meanwhile, Guxing stumbled, heavily wounded. Were it not for the arrival of Chen Qing and the others, both of them might have perished at the hands of the martial artist. Bang, bang, bang. The martial artist struck with a precision that seemed almost unfathomable, landing blow after blow upon Chen Qing. Despite the protective guise of the painted skin, Chen Qing felt his vitality surge and recede with each hit. He had recently gleaned some knowledge from the ghostly warrior, yet it proved woefully insufficient against the might of the martial artist. Though he exerted every effort to evade and parry, 9 out of 10 strikes found their mark. Bang! A pained cry escaped the monkey as he collapsed to the ground. A gaping wound opening on his brow, blood streaming down his face. Do not fret, I shall press on, Chen Qing urged, launching another assault. The martial artist's staff techniques were remarkably intricate, the tip of the staff dancing perilously close to Chen Qing's face. Should he evade, a follow-up strike would inevitably land on his chest or waist. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless onslaught left Chen Qing reeling, nearly choking on his own blood. It was not merely a physical torment. His spirit was equally besieged. He struggled to comprehend how a being with a mere ghostly energy value of 38 could force him into such a dire predicament. Had it not been for the protective guise, he might have already lost 3 lives over. With a swift thrust, the staff aimed directly at his eye, prompting Chen Qing to lean back sharply. In an instinctive motion, he swung the kunwa blade wide, encompassing a vast arc. The martial artist leapt into the air, and Chen Qing, driven by reflex, thrust upward. In midair, the martial artist positioned the staff to intercept the kunwa blade. Chen Qing gritted his teeth, sending his left fist crashing down upon the staff. Bang! The staff veered aside, allowing the kunwa blade to plunge directly into the martial artist's chest. With a momentary pause, Chen Qing sprang forward, kicking the staff away, seizing the martial artist by the neck with both hands while pinning his arms with his legs. He shouted, "Hurry!" The monkey stood frozen, clutching the kunwa blade, poised to deliver a fatal blow. The contract! The contract! Chen Qing bellowed in fury. The monkey paused momentarily, then suddenly realized and approached the warrior, beginning to execute the contract spirit technique. Once, it was unsuccessful. Chen Qing urged, "Do not cease, continue." Thus, the second attempt, the third, and the fourth, swiftly they reached the 10th try, each contract being rejected by the warrior. The monkey's complexion turned pale, gradually showing signs of exhaustion. 11th, 12th. At last, the monkey's body stiffened slightly, and joy illuminated its face. It succeeded. Ha! It succeeded. Upon hearing this, Chen Qing released the warrior. The warrior, in silence, stepped behind the monkey. Remarkable, remarkable, remarkable. The monkey assessed the warrior, thinking, with this fellow, I can stride through the base with confidence. Chen Qing, emotionally troubled, could not let go of grievances or favors, harboring deep concerns over trivial matters. The monkey was his brother, one who had sacrificed for him in a past life, and thus he vowed to protect him at all costs. The warrior was perfectly suited for this purpose. Once the blood moon arrived, he would use the sacred decree to elevate this warrior to the rank of martial champion. The monkey's combat prowess would ascend to new heights. The two exchanged joyous laughter, forming a large character together as they reclined on the ground. Suddenly, both were startled. Looking back, they saw a burly man charging towards them, his physique imposing and movements swift, wielding a long staff. Another warrior. Chapter 45. Kneeling at first sight of the divine, Chen Qing's spectral gaze swept over this warrior. 88. A level 8 wandering spirit. A heavy strike descended upon him. Formidable and terrifying. Chen Qing raised his hand to block. Clang. A resounding impact echoed. Chen Qing's arms went numb, and the kunwu sword slipped from his grasp. The long staff was remarkably agile, wielding no excess force, as it swiftly changed direction in midair and struck Chen Qing squarely on the shoulder. Bang! It felt as if a vehicle had crushed him, causing Chen Qing to collapse onto his knees. Chen Qing, the monkey, startled, seized his knife and leaped up, channeling all his strength toward the warrior. The warrior, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, effortlessly swept the leg. Bang! In the next instant, the monkey shot forth like an arrow, crashing heavily to the ground before bouncing several times into a muddy pond. Mud splattered everywhere. The monkey tasted blood in his mouth and spat out a mouthful, yet he struggled to rise and quickly crawled toward the shore. Meanwhile, a smaller warrior engaged the larger warrior. Their staffs clashed, but in just a few exchanges, the smaller warrior found himself at a disadvantage. The larger warrior dominated completely, even excelling in martial skill. With no other recourse, he had to unleash a powerful move. Chen Qing shouted, "Zhong Kui." In the next moment, a gaunt figure clad in a hospital gown appeared, one eye gazing skyward while the other focused on the warrior. The larger warrior's body trembled violently, slowly turning his head. Bang! The smaller warrior's staff came crashing down onto the larger warrior's head. Yet, his body too became stiff. In the eyes of the larger warrior, he finally beheld two free-moving pupils. "Ah, warrior!" Both shouted simultaneously. The larger warrior's mind shattered, and he fled into the distance. Moving faster than his previous escape, Zhong Kui pursued with a distinctive gait, soaring high with every step he took. It seemed as though his body was weightless, reminiscent of the lunar gravity depicted on television. In the next moment, Chen Qing discerned the truth. On Zhong Kui's right foot rested a golden sandal, the very one transformed by Jin Buhuan. Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback. Could this golden sandal possess superpowers? Previously, Zhong Kui's speed could not match that of the painted skin, yet now, adorned with the golden sandal, his velocity escalated dramatically, allowing him to plunge into the mist in mere strides. Death is not an option, you must pursue. Upon hearing this, Chen Qing dashed into the fog. Moments later, he beheld Zhong Kui and the warrior. Zhong Kui was perched upon the warrior's neck, clutching his hair, grinning foolishly, coupled with his rather discordant eyes. He appeared utterly foolish. The warrior, burdened by Zhong Kui atop him, stood rigid, his body vibrating as if set to the highest gear. "Let you flee." With a resounding slap, which appeared trivial, the warrior stumbled as if struck by a truck, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhong Kui was hurled aside in the process. Filled with rage, Master, Master, quickly tell the great Zhong Kui to cease." Time was of the essence, and Chen Qing positioned himself before Zhong Kui. "Stop. Stand aside. I shall flay this scoundrel." As soon as the words left his mouth, the warrior's skin began to tear away, as if an invisible hand was methodically stripping it off. The warrior howled in agony. Upon the demise of the martial artist, his body transformed into a wisp of black mist and entered the demon suppression tower. With a mere thought, Chen Qing commanded a starving ghost to shatter into ghostly essence, thereby taking the martial artist's place. As this martial artist joined the tower, Chen Qing sensed that Zhong Kui had grown significantly more formidable. With another thought, Zhong Kui manifested before him. The ghostly gauge fluctuated. 99, 98, 102, 96. The values oscillated around 99. The grand culmination of wandering souls approached perfection. If a few more were to be exchanged, would it elevate to the level of malevolent spirits, or perhaps ascend to the S rank of wandering souls? This was indeed the legendary transcendent level. Chen Qing was filled with astonishment. The values of Zhong Kui were not arbitrary, but constituted approximately 50 of the total ghostly essence from 12 spirits. Currently, within the demon suppression tower, there were 12 ghosts. The highest, the martial artist with a value of 88, followed by the soldier ghost at 61, alongside 10 F-rank wandering souls, bringing the total to around 198. This was precisely double Zhong Kui's strength. The anticipation was palpable. Suddenly, Chen Qing recalled the conversation with the painted skin and inquired, "Earlier, you mentioned telling Zhong Kui to cease. Why was that?" The painted skin replied with a wry smile. "Master, this is merely a wandering soul. How could it withstand a few slaps from the great Zhong Kui? Did you not notice? After receiving that slap, the martial artist's ghostly essence diminished by 7 or 8 points. Is that so?" Chen Qing was taken aback. He summoned the martial artist and checked the ghostly gauge. Indeed, it stood at merely 81. "You wretched Zhong Kui, were it not for that slap, you would either have advanced to the level of malevolent spirit or attained S rank as a wandering soul." The painted skin added, "Master, I have discerned that the greater Zhong Kui's strength, the more formidable the divine abilities he uncovers. We must strive to elevate our own power as well." Chen Qing nodded. Nowadays, one need not mention Zhong Kui and the painted skin. Even in their absence, armed with an A-class wandering spirit warrior, and a B-class wandering spirit soldier. He could traverse the ghostly realm with confidence. However, just to be cautious, he thought it prudent to add a should. After all, he had encountered such an extraordinary warrior within merely 2 hours. Who could say what other surprises awaited him? Chen Qing sent a few thoughts, but Zhong Kui seemed either unable to comprehend or unwilling to listen, his eyes darting about, standing idly before him. One thought was forcefully withdrawn, only for Zhong Kui to quickly re-emerge. Well, he decided against engaging in a contest of wills with him. The monkey leaned weakly against a wall, relieved to see Chen Qing return unscathed. He glanced at the dazed Zhong Kui beside Chen Qing and mused, "This is a Ghost King." The appearance of the Ghost King was not discernible, yet the ghostly essence was unmistakable. The monkey felt somewhat speechless, but recalling how this not-so-bright Ghost King had caused the formidable warrior to flee in terror upon his arrival, the title indeed seemed fitting. One should not judge by appearances. The monkey sighed, "You haven't attended class much, so you might not be aware of the pressure exerted by Zhou Yangqiao and Ji Luo. But today I've come to realize that the one hiding the deepest is, in fact, you." Chen Qing helped him to his feet, refraining from contradiction. The warrior was indeed extraordinary, and it was uncertain whether he could challenge the malevolent spirit level of Zhou Yangqiao. He assisted the monkey to the ambulance, where several others were already lying inside, with Yang Xingxue appearing to be the most grievously injured. The nurse, highly skilled, promptly tended to the monkey, immediately administering and preparing surgical instruments, evidently ready to stitch his wounds. Chen Qing turned once more towards the realm of spirits. The monkey stood frozen. "Are you going again?" "Indeed." Chen Qing nodded. This evening, he must elevate Zhong Kui's level to 100. He was eager to discover whether Zhong Kui would ascend to the rank of malevolent spirit or to the grade of wandering soul. Chapter 46. It is smiling at me. Observing Zhong Kui, the martial spirit, and the soldier ghost beside him, Chen Qing felt a surge of confidence. As they progressed, Zhong Kui exclaimed, "Ghost orb. Where is the ghost orb? I must consume the ghost orb." Ever since learning that Zhong Kui could traverse all levels of the demon suppression tower at will, Chen Qing had taken out the pouch containing the ghost orbs. However, he had not brought it along today. "No ghost orbs." Zhong Kui persisted. "Ghost orb, ghost orb, ghost orb, ghost orb." Chen Qing, exasperated by the incessant clamoring, retorted, "Go find it yourself on the first level of the demon suppression tower." With a sudden leap, Zhong Kui plunged into the tower nestled within Chen Qing's chest. The painted skin specter had grown accustomed to this, while the martial spirit observed in trepidation. One utterance could strip him of his skin, a truly terrifying existence. "He, ha-ha, la-la-la-la." Suddenly, the laughter of a child echoed through the air. The voice was sweet and innocent, yet within this ghostly domain, it was profoundly unsettling. A child ghost. Such spirits were commonplace, and Chen Qing was no stranger to them. Drawing his blade, he cautiously approached the source of the sound. However, when he arrived at the location, he found only a pool of blood. The origin of the voice had been right before him. "La la la la, mama loves." The voice continued to resonate. Chen Qing felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as if he were truly nestled in his mother's embrace. Was this merely an illusion? Walking briskly on a Sunday, I dispel the warmth coming from all directions. In a daze, it seems as though someone is gently lifting my chin and smiling tenderly at me. The warmth envelopes my entire being, akin to sunlight streaming through a window or warm water cascading over my skin. The bodies of the soldiers and warriors freeze in place. While the sound continues, vivid toys appear before Chen Qing, vibrant in hues of red and green. A small train clatters along its tracks, and a soft white rabbit rests behind me. A gentle voice recites a bedtime story. Chen Qing suddenly bites his tongue. The sharp pain restores clarity to his vision. The dark realm of spirits is imbued with warmth, covered by a thick blanket. An irresistible comfort washes over him. Chen Qing struggles to move in a particular direction, finally encountering a child clad in a belly band. Approximately 3 years old, barefoot and bare-bottomed, the chubby little hands cradle a severed adult hand. Blood stains the corners of the belly band. The child delicately plays with the fingers of the severed hand, smiling broadly and calling out, "Mama, mama." Without hesitation, Chen Qing brandishes the kunwa knife, blood swirling in a violent explosion. He strikes directly at the child ghost. The child ghost stands bewildered, seemingly unaware of the need to evade. With a splatter, ghostly blood erupts. The kunwa knife slices from the crown of the head down to the chin. Mama, mama, the child ghost softly calls as the severed hand falls to the ground. Chen Qing withdraws the knife and strikes once more. The child's head soars into the air, dissipating into a wisp of black mist that vanishes into the demon suppression tower. With a thought, a starving ghost shatters into ghostly essence, clearing the way for the child ghost. Chen Qing exhales deeply. The child specter is exceedingly enigmatic. Yet this type of ghost often evokes a sense of pity. A significant portion of them have perished at the hands of their parents. They yearn incessantly for maternal affection, a longing that radiates broadly, affecting those in their vicinity. Adults may withstand this influence, but young children are nearly powerless against it, becoming enraptured by this love, leading to their blissful demise. Fortunately, their corporeal forms are frail. Once their location is discerned, they can be easily vanquished. Upon summoning it, the ghostly aura was measured. 92. Chen Qing was taken aback. A level of wandering spirit. The child specter seemed oblivious, its pale face adorned with a rosy smile. Babbling in a cherubic voice, "Love, mama." With this, should Zhong Kui not have ascended? Filled with anticipation, a thought emerged, and Zhong Kui materialized before him. Ghost Pearl. The ghost pearl has yet to be found. Zhong Kui expressed dissatisfaction, diving back into the demon suppression tower. Summoning once more, the ghostly aura was measured. 100, 102, 103, 102. It astonishingly did not break through. Logically, it should have reached around 145. Chen Qing murmured. Is it truly so arduous to advance to S rank? Surveying the child specter, a smile illuminated his face. The most significant gain of the night might be the martial figure, yet the one most compatible with Chen Qing was indeed the child specter. For he understood the complete sequence for the child specter's ascension to the malevolent spirit level. Child specter, night wailer, chubby doll. While it may not be suitable as a primary combat companion, its capacity as a supportive ghostly pet is extraordinarily formidable. Much like earlier, even a fleeting influence over the opponent could yield devastating consequences. With a sudden thought, he summoned the 12 ghostly companions from the demon suppression tower. Mad ghost, child ghost, soldier ghost, warrior, toilet ghost, long-tongued ghost, gambling ghost, shadow, 2 gluttonous ghosts, 2 starved ghosts. Like a complex permutation, he analyzed in his mind which spirits might yield extraordinary results when combined. At that moment, a voice emerged from the distant fog. Hurry, hurry. I cannot linger any longer. That thing is too bizarre. It will take the captain to resolve this. Chen Qing's thoughts shifted, and he dismissed all but 1 starved ghost and 1 gluttonous ghost. Moments later, the 2 individuals caught sight of Chen Qing. Instinctively glancing at the ghost gauge, they were momentarily taken aback. Chen Qing, Zhou Yanqiao, Ji Luo. In their eyes, these 3 were masters, yet they were accompanied by 2 F-grade trash spirits. What have you encountered? Chen Qing inquired. We don't know. A newcomer trembled with fear, yet spoke of dread. Many have been controlled. Enough. Let us go. Chen Qing, you should come with us. Chen Qing shook his head. You go ahead. The 2 nodded and departed swiftly. Chen Qing contemplated pressing on. Yet fear of the terrifying entity they had mentioned gripped him. He released several F-grade spirits to scout ahead. Soon, Chen Qing encountered another ghost, the hanged ghost. In the next instant, the scene before him blurred. It felt as if he were suspended in midair, something constricting his neck, making it difficult to breathe. A glance to the side revealed the very old willow tree from which the hanged ghost dangled. Terror surged within him. Looking down, he saw the warrior and soldier ghosts. And himself. The Chen Qing on the ground grinned with blood-red lips, smiling directly at him. Chapter 47. The S-Class Wandering Soul, Extremely Dangerous. Chen Qing attempted to voice his distress, yet the white silk around his neck constricted, rendering him utterly silent. In his heart, he cried out, Hua Pai? The entity known as Hua Pai was momentarily taken aback, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation. The very skin that enveloped her was, in fact, a mere fade. However, the actions of the hanged ghost were undoubtedly tantamount to self-destruction. Upon confirming that the figure she encased was not Chen Qing, Hua Pai tightened her grip with ferocity. Crack, 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 splurt. The hanged ghost was crushed, its form disintegrating under the pressure. The hanged ghost within Hua Pai erupted into a gory mass. In an instant, she leapt upwards, her sharp claws severing the white silk and liberating Chen Qing from its grasp. The remains of the hanged ghost transformed into a pool of black mist, merging entirely with the demon suppression tower. leaving no trace behind. Chen Qing was still gripped by trepidation. Had it not been for Hua Pai, he would surely have met his demise here. Even with the presence of martial spirits and soldier ghosts, the hanged ghost possessed an uncanny ability to interchange positions without a sound, a skill most sinister. At this moment, he felt a genuine sense of dread. Although the malevolent spirits had been vanquished, within a mere half-night, he had encountered an array of eerie entities. The child ghost, the hanged ghost, the soldier ghost, and the martial spirit, each one a formidable adversary. Meanwhile, the black mist that had once been the hanged ghost swirled within the confines of the demon suppression tower. With a single thought, Chen Qing summoned the starving ghost, which shattered into ghostly energy, clearing a path for the hanged ghost. The hanged ghost emerged, clad in white garments, its neck's white silk suspended from a slender branch above. A realization struck Chen Qing. The white silk of the hanged ghost seemingly required a point of support. He examined the ghostly table. Level 72. The B-class wandering soul. Perhaps Zhong Kui had achieved a breakthrough? With a mere thought, Zhong Kui materialized before him. The ghostly table aligned with him. Level 100. The numerical value of 102. 100 continues to fluctuate, still failing to surpass 100. Chen Qing is at a loss for words. Yet, this indirectly attests to the rarity of S-class entities. Indeed, some form of support is essential for it to remain aloft. However, even a twig as thin as a toothpick can suffice for sustenance. This time, Chen Qing's objective is to confront the drowned ghost. Much like the child ghost, Chen Qing is well acquainted with the complete sequence of the drowned ghost, naturally prioritizing it in his pursuits. The spectral hierarchy includes the soul wanderer class, drowned ghost, the malevolent spirit class, water monkey, and the evil spirit class, kappa. The drowned ghost possesses minimal strength on land, yet once it reaches the malevolent spirit level, it becomes nearly invincible in water. The Jiangpan community, situated by the river, is bound to house one. After all, this is within the ghost domain, where spirits abound. Before long, he catches sight of one. It resembles a human form but possesses large palms, webbed fingers, scales on its back, and tufts of hair, presenting a rather peculiar sight. Chen Qing is relatively familiar with the drowned ghost. In its nascent state, it closely resembles a human. However, as its power escalates, its physique increasingly embodies a hybrid of an otter and a water lizard. The specimen before him only reveals half of its head above the water. Watching Chen Qing with caution, observing its human-like forehead and hair, he deduces that its strength is decidedly low. Indeed, a ghostly reading confirms a mere strength of 45. Chen Qing promptly advances further. Soon, he encounters the second and third entities, all exhibiting weak prowess. At this moment, not far off in a deep pond, the surface of the water suddenly erupts with a few muffled waves. A massive tail becomes vaguely discernible. What sends a chill down Chen Qing's spine is that the tail is wrapped around a person's neck. For a fleeting instant, he fails to grasp the full image. But he recognizes this individual as one of the newcomers of the Ghost Command. The corpse, swollen from prolonged exposure to water, had likely been lifeless for several hours. Regardless of the peculiar circumstances, any entity aspiring for ascension must possess a spiritual catalyst. This catalyst could manifest as a handful of spirit stones, several ghost orbs, or could hinge upon specific conditions. For the drowned spirit, the requisite condition for ascension was to claim the lives of 9 individuals. It remained uncertain how many it had already achieved. Contemplating strategies to confront this entity, Chen Qing swiftly devised a plan. With a mere thought, his disguise fell away, revealing a common young man who approached the water's edge with an air of nonchalance, indulging in the act of washing himself by the shore. Although Chen Qing could not perceive the drowned spirit, he was acutely aware that it was certainly observing this scene unfold. However, given the spirit's inherently cautious nature, he was uncertain whether it would take the bait. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3, yet the drowned spirit made no appearance. As time languidly flowed by, half an hour elapsed without a hint of activity from the spirit. Eventually, the guys pretended to doze off. Suddenly, a dark shape beneath the water expanded rapidly. With a tremendous splash, it erupted from the depths, resembling a colossal crocodile leaping forth. A long tail swiftly ensnared the guys, attempting to drag it into the depths. Despite the guys' constant vigilance, the speed of the attack took him by surprise. Without time for further contemplation, his nails elongated and plunged into the earth. As the drowned spirit dragged the guys forward by about a meter, his nails carved 1-meter-long furrows into the ground. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, the drowned spirit released its hold, attempting to flee. However, in the next moment, a figure clad in white unexpectedly emerged from the water. The drowned spirit, ensnared by a silken cord around its neck, found itself helplessly suspended in the air. The warrior advanced a step forward, delivering a powerful strike with his staff. Bang! The forehead of the drowned ghost, adorned with fine scales, immediately erupted, caving in a substantial portion. The warrior struck again with a heavy blow. Bang! The drowned ghost met its demise, transforming into a wisp of mist that entered the demon suppression tower. A gluttonous ghost was commanded to vacate a space for the drowned ghost. In a sudden shift, the hanged ghost, drenched and bearing an expression of grievance, crawled onto the shore, motionless, caught between bewilderment and anger. In the next moment, a thought materialized. The drowned ghost appeared before him. At first glance, this entity bore little resemblance to a human. It resembled a fusion of an otter and a small lizard, its face shrouded in darkness, with faint traces of human features, yet more akin to an orangutan. Its tail was twice the length of its body, ridged and angular, reminiscent of a crocodile's tail. The drowned ghost was still in a state of confusion, having transitioned from water to air only to be struck dead by 2 dark rods. Anyone would be disoriented in such circumstances. An assessment of the ghost revealed 100. It was indeed in a state of ascension. Chen Qing inquired, "How many lives have you claimed?" The drowned ghost remained dazed. "You. How many lives have you claimed?" Chen Qing pressed further. The drowned ghost responded with a gurgling sound, extending 8 fingers. Most spirits, with the enhancement of their powers, also experienced an increase in intelligence. Yet the drowned ghost was an exception, gradually losing its ability to speak until it transformed into an evil spirit of the kappa classification. Chen Qing summoned Zhong Kui once more. So hot, so hot, so hot, so hot, so hot, so hot. Upon his arrival, Zhong Kui rolled about in a frenzy. His skin flushed red. He pounded his chest and stomped his feet. Was this a breakthrough? Zhong Kui possessed the peculiar ability to manifest his words into reality. Should he bellow, "You shall all perish," aside from myself, the master, who remains unscathed. It seems that this meager collection of ghostly companions I have painstakingly gathered may soon be squandered. After a considerable pause, Zhong Kui finally came to a halt. Then, as if nothing had transpired, covered in dirt, he rose and proclaimed, "Ghost orb. I crave the ghost orb. The fingernails of the corpse king. I demand the fingernails of the corpse king. I know you possess them. Hasten. You must comply if you wish to be fed." "I shall obey." "Utterly obedient." "Compliant, good." "We shall not eat." As Chen Qing spoke, the ghostly meter pointed towards Zhong Kui. 114, 147, 189, 211. The numbers fluctuated wildly before finally stabilizing around 212. The ghostly meter displayed a line of red warning text. S-Class Wandering Spirit. Extremely dangerous. Chapter 48, The Corpse Chaser. After several previous attempts failed to surpass the threshold, this time, it surged to 212. S-Class. Upon seeing the words extremely dangerous, Chen Qing was filled with joy. He meticulously calculated the ghost energy values. Drowned ghost 100, child ghost 92, martial ghost 82, originally 88, but lost 6 due to a slap from Zhong Kui. Hanged ghost 72, soldier ghost 61. Adding in the 7 lesser spirits, the total was nearly double that of Zhong Kui's. If all 12 were to reach 100, could Zhong Kui ascend to SS? SSS. The thought was almost unfathomable. "Ghost orb. Bestow upon me the ghost orb." Zhong Kui continued to shout. Though his power had increased significantly, his demeanor and features remained unchanged, carefree and at ease. Chen Qing gazed at his golden slipper, deep in contemplation. This golden slipper had transformed in the presidential suite, becoming priceless. "Behold, it has awakened. Divest yourself of it, that I may observe." Instantly, Zhong Kui retreated 2 paces, exclaiming, "It is mine. I am aware that it is yours, but first, disrobe." "Mine." Zhong Kui reiterated with emphasis. Chen Qing was incensed to the point of grinding his teeth. Suddenly, the golden body of Li Ba occurred to him. With a mere thought, the golden corpse of Li Ba materialized before him, in the same posture as when it was stored. However, both arms were severed at the root. As the spectral energy permeated it, the golden corpse stirred to life. It appeared to desire to stand, but lacking hands. It writhed and struggled on the ground for a time before slowly rising to its feet, its eyes vacant and unseeing, standing motionless. Chen Qing was somewhat bewildered. Could it be that even gold could awaken after being transformed by Jin Buhuan? If so, was he not losing money on the golden duck he sold? A golden body. Behold, a magnificent golden body. Zhong Kui's eyes gleamed with fervor as he advanced a few steps, caressing it on all sides. A golden body? Of what utility is it? Behold, a golden body. Communication with Zhong Kui proved utterly futile. Master, you actually possess a golden body? The painted-skinned demon's words betrayed a hint of astonishment. Of what use is it precisely? A golden body, in a certain sense, signifies cultivation, whether celestial, demonic, divine, or Buddhist. Those who possess a golden body are beings of unparalleled terror. For instance, the Buddha, the Jade Emperor, the Great Sage. With each name uttered, Chen Qing felt a twitch in his eyelids. Master, it would be prudent to store it away for now, as this is far too perilous. Chen Qing immediately complied. The painted-skinned demon continued. The golden body is among the most formidable of all Dharma forms, such as the 10-foot golden body, the 8-treasure golden body, and the relic golden body. However, this humble servant cannot discern which this golden body is, as I have only heard of them, never witnessed one. Perhaps the great god Zhong Kui may know. Zhong Kui, filled with impatience, exclaimed, Yuan Pei golden body. Yuan Pei golden body. Return it to me. As he spoke, he pursued the golden body into the demon suppression tower. The Yuan Pei golden body. This signifies that the master can refine it into his own being. The term invincible golden body refers precisely to this. Both offensive and defensive capabilities are exceptionally formidable. Yet, it remains a mystery who could have severed the 2 arms of this golden body, for their cultivation must be transcendent and unparalleled. Chen Qing was filled with resentment. Had he known this would occur, he would have rather faced death than sever the 2 arms of Li Ba. Without its arms, what use is this golden body to him? Iron head technique? Diamond legs? As he brooded over his frustrations, a rustling sound emerged nearby. A starving specter, with eyes aglow, slowly crawled towards him. Soon after, the sound of clattering bones echoed as a skeleton staggered forward in his direction. Then, from the pond, a continuous splashing noise ensued as one ghost after another crawled out from its depths. This is dire. Master, we must flee. The golden body possesses an unparalleled allure to the ghostly tribe. Chen Qing immediately grasped the urgency and turned to escape. However, after only a few hurried steps, a birthing ghost appeared before him. A gruesome mass, indistinguishable between flesh and entrails, fell from beneath, while its belly gaped open, revealing a fetus gesturing within. Chen Qing dared not linger. He veered around the birthing ghost and bolted. Clang, clang. Yet, Chen Qing's body froze. The kunwa blade clattered to the ground as his hands involuntarily rose, stiffly leaping into the air. Clang. The martial artists and the soldier ghosts also became similarly rigid, their hands raised in unison, performing a zombie-like jump. This is dire. It is the corpse driver. The painted skin's voice was fraught with urgency. Under normal circumstances, she would have dallied. But now, an increasing number of specters were converging. Being boneless, the painted skin was impervious to its effects. Her body flowed like a liquid, and her ears curled inward, obstructing Chen Qing's auditory canals. The sound was now almost imperceptible. No longer able to control Chen Qing, she gazed around. But the dense fog obscured the whereabouts of the corpse herder. Ha! Ha! Suddenly, bursts of firelight and gore erupted from the mist, as if a battle was unfolding. In the next instant, a diminutive figure burst through the fog, delivering a punch. It landed squarely on the back of the birth ghost. The birth ghost's body seemed to melt like snow exposed to fire, a large portion of it dissolving instantly. Chen Qing was dumbfounded. Chen Man, radiating battle intent, relentlessly pummeled the birth ghost with his fists. Those small fists unleashed astonishing destructive power, each blow akin to a detonating shell. Numerous concave scorch marks immediately appeared on the birth ghost's body. Enraged, the birth ghost's belly swelled violently, and the fetus within shot out like an arrow, aiming directly for Chen Man's face. Chen Qing was alarmed and rushed forward, taking several strides. However, Chen Man kicked the birth ghost backward repeatedly, while his other hand seized the fetus by the neck. The fetus struggled frantically, clawing wildly. Chen Man hurled it forcefully to the ground and stomped on it. Crack! The fetus's entire face caved in, emitting muffled wails as it searched for the birth ghost. The birth ghost, driven to madness, charged at Chen Man recklessly. Chen Qing finally arrived, delivering a single stroke. The birth ghost's head soared into the air, transforming into a wisp of black mist that vanished into the demon suppression pagoda. It escaped again. Don't be impetuous, Han Yuan grumbled as he pursued. The bell rang once more. At long last, Chen Qing beheld the corpse chaser amidst the swirling mist. Adorned with a tall Taoist hat, one hand wielding a talisman and the other a bell, he moved with a rhythmic sway, accompanied by a multitude of spirits and humans, their movements stiffly mirroring his steps. Han Yuan seemed unperturbed by the cacophony. Bolstered by his formidable vitality, he charged fiercely toward the corpse chaser, drawing his blade. Simultaneously, Chen Qing arrived, their swords descending in unison upon the corpse chaser. Reacting swiftly, the corpse chaser retreated, shaking his bell vigorously, while the throng of spirits leaped forward to assail the two men. Chen Man found himself ensnared within the encirclement of these apparitions. Fortunately, the martial fighters and the soldier spirits had regained their mobility. They surged into the fray, each wielding their staff to send the spirits flying. Chen Qing relentlessly pursued the corpse chaser, ensuring he could not ring the bell. Meanwhile, Han Yuan's Kunwu sword blazed with fierce flames, dispatching spirits with swift precision. Suddenly, a resonant buzzing filled Chen Qing's ears, an eerie chant echoing through the realm. Even with his ears blocked, one phrase penetrated his consciousness. All the spirits halted, collapsing in panic to the ground. Emerging from the mist, 2 rows of palace maids gradually approached, scattering flowers in their wake. The maids bore no features, their faces smooth and devoid of any expression. The petals they released floated a foot above the ground, forming a bridge suspended in midair. Following them were 4 golden steeds, gracefully traversing the floral bridge. These magnificent horses drew a resplendent chariot adorned with an abundance of gold, silver, jewels, and layers of agate and jade, beyond counting. Go, Chen Qing, take Chen Man with you. A thunderous explosion resounded. Han Yuan manifested a towering, wrathful visage of a golden warrior, towering 6 or 7 zhang high. As the flames atop the Kunwu blade began to shift, they intertwined with strands of gold. With a swift motion, Han Yuan drew the blade across the ground, carving a deep chasm that blazed with fierce flames, illuminating the darkened sky. Behind him stood the mighty Tang dynasty. The realm of shadows was forbidden. Yet, the palace maidens pressed on, the ceremonial officers continued, and the procession remained unyielding, their momentum colliding with a resounding force. The convoy faced no hindrance. The Vajra apparitions shattered in midair. Han Yuan spat a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward. Suddenly, the sky was violently torn apart, and a colossal rusted sword plunged downwards, standing defiantly before the army. The faceless palace maidens were the first to collide with it, their forms dissolving into nothingness. After a succession of 10 maidens vanished, the convoy gradually came to a halt. Who bestowed upon you such audacity to emerge from the grave? A figure descended from the sky. Looking up, one could see a middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe, languidly perched upon the sword's hilt, observing the procession below. Chapter 49. The golden body in the demon-suppressing tower. This individual, adorned in a crimson battle robe, exuded an extraordinary presence, yet an apron was tied around his waist, and a spatula was in his hand, suggesting he had just been cooking. It was an eerie sight. Chen Qing, run! Han Yuan shouted. But Chen Qing's ears had been blocked by the painted skin, rendering her oblivious to his call. Han Yuan rushed forward, grasping Chen Qing with one hand, while pulling Chen Man along with the other, swiftly departing from the scene. Chen Qing finally regained her senses, tapping her ears, and the painted skin retreated instantly. What just happened? Was that convoy for the princess? That sword, and that person, who are they? Chen Qing was beset by countless questions, yearning for answers. We must leave this place. Han Yuan's complexion was ashen, yet his pace remained swift. If a conflict arises, we shall surely perish. Soon, the duo emerged from the ghostly domain. Outside, a number of newcomers had gathered, their expressions grim. There are the dead, and not just a few. They may not have anticipated such a scene, or perhaps they had foreseen it, yet could not have imagined it would be so devastating. As they gazed upon the once lively faces, now cold and lifeless, silence enveloped them. Joining the ghostly army entails death. Suddenly, they recalled the words spoken by Wukong on their first day in the ranks. The monkey's forehead was already bandaged, yet blood continued to seep through, creating a dark stain. His voice was somber. Yang Xing is dead. Chen Qing, bewildered, lifted his head. What? 5 have perished, and 6 remain within, uncertain if they will emerge. Indeed, with so many malevolent spirits, casualties were inevitable, Chen Qing silently mused. Several soldiers from the ghostly army approached, preparing to place the 5 newcomers into body bags. Han Yuan, in silence, moved beside the body bags and gestured to the soldiers. They halted their actions as Han Yuan quietly observed, murmuring, Li Huang joined the ghostly army 7 days ago. Age 19. He proceeded to the next body bag. Dai Should joined the ghostly army 7 days ago, aged 18. Yang Xing joined the ghostly army 7 days ago, aged 19. Huang Jing joined the ghostly army 7 days ago, aged 19. Zhang Tiantian, having joined the Yuguijin for merely 7 days, is merely 18 years old. Gu Xing sat in the ambulance, his gaze vacant, lost in a daze. Upon seeing Han Yuan approach, a flicker of emotion stirred within his hollow eyes. Captain, I failed to protect him. I am sorry. This typically taciturn youth leaned his arm against the wall, burying his face in it as he wept bitterly. I am sorry. I am sorry. I have never been able to protect anyone. Han Yuan silently sat beside him, recalling the moment when, at the peak of his vitality, he witnessed his fiancée perish right before his eyes. Gu Xing was taken aback, astonished. He lifted his head to meet a pair of eyes that should not harbor such sorrow. Despite their brief acquaintance, the captain had always embodied steadfastness. My father and mother are both gone. Han Yuan's tone was tinged with melancholy. Afterward, I devoted myself to training, and the ones I wish to protect have not perished before me since. With that, Han Yuan exited the ambulance. As they journeyed back, an oppressive silence enveloped the vehicle. On their first mission, they had lost 6 members, leaving only 35. If this continued, in 7 more encounters, they would face complete annihilation. Within the confines of the vehicle, the stifling quiet was finally shattered. Hongya, clenching her fists and gritting her teeth, exclaimed, I cannot comprehend such missions. I will not accept this outcome. Lives are at stake. Lives are at stake. No matter how rigorous your training may be, I can endure it. But now, for heaven's sake, people have died. Even Zhang Tiantian, she was a girl. Initially, the crowd remained silent, but upon hearing this, someone suddenly furrowed their brow and exclaimed, Hongya, are you out of your mind? Have you gone mad from fighting, you wretched harlot? Zhang Tiantian is a girl, so her life matters. But what of the other 5 boys? Who do you call a harlot? I'm referring to you. I've tolerated your antics during fights. But in a setting like this, you dare to continue? Fine. Come, let us duel. With a resounding slap, Hongya's face bore the mark of the confrontation. How dare you strike me? Wasn't it you who called for a duel, you harlot? Come on. Don't think I hit you just because you're a woman. Stop. Enough. The carriage instantly descended into chaos. Meanwhile, on Han Yuan's vehicle, Chen Qing sat in silence. While he had grown accustomed to witnessing life and death, this scene left him feeling somewhat numb, though he could not help but remain pensive. Today's incident involved a sword, one belonging to one of the 8 pillar nations, known as the Remnant Blade. The specter that the ghostly figures bore was an evil spirit of the princess, rank. The princess had originally been sealed deep within a tomb, with the surrounding area purged of threats. However, over the past few days, the ghostly energy had surged, resulting in an influx of malevolent entities around Ximing City, with the trend seemingly escalating. The losses suffered by both the ghostly command and the extermination squad were substantial. Chen Qing listened quietly. The blood moon loomed ever closer, and in a matter of days, Ximing City would transform into another realm of spirits. Moreover, the duration of this phenomenon would extend, with the quantity and strength of the apparitions increasing by several magnitudes, and facing all of this would be a populace composed predominantly of ordinary individuals. Contemplating this, a sense of urgency welled up within him. In the vehicle, Han Yuan answered and made dozens of phone calls. It was evident that the situation was dire everywhere. The demon army and the extermination squad resembled a house teetering in a tempest, clinging to fleeting hopes. Yet, Chen Qing understood that the storm would only intensify, and the blood moon would serve as the final thunderbolt to shatter this fragile structure. Suddenly, Chen Qing contemplated what he would do if he were the decision-maker. After much deliberation, it became clear that there was but one course of action: to consolidate forces and abandon a significant portion of the population. However, for those who would be forsaken, one must ponder, why should they bear such a fate? In this world, One can only care for their own family. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Qing's consciousness descended into the second level of the demon suppression tower. With a single thought, he summoned the painted skin. Chen Qing inquired, "Is that golden body of great significance to your kind?" "Indeed." The painted skin nodded earnestly. "It is apparent that the master has discerned the truth. Today's upheaval in the ghost domain is likely due to that golden body. If we could fully absorb its essence, even the wandering souls could ascend to the level of evil spirits." Chen Qing nodded and further questioned, "If we were to place this golden body here, would it be beneficial for your cultivation?" "Naturally. For us, ordinary ghosts, it would be an unparalleled opportunity." Chen Qing nodded again, and with a thought, the armless golden body materialized before him. He then released 12 ghosts. As soon as they appeared, chaos erupted. The drowned ghost, the child ghost, the martial ghost, and the hanged ghost immediately lunged at the golden body. The other 7 F-level ghosts, their eyes aflame with fervor, were effortlessly cast aside by the first 5. Chen Qing furrowed his brow and commanded, "Stand down." He was originally the master of the demon suppression tower, and within this internal realm, Chen Qing was nearly akin to a deity. The multitude of spirits dared not act recklessly any longer, retreating to observe the golden figure with eager eyes. Chen Qing turned to the painted skin. "You shall arrange the seating. Should anyone dare to disrupt, execute them without hesitation." The painted skin nodded earnestly. "This servant understands." Chapter 50. My apologies, I was too heavy-handed. The morning's running task was rather effortless. It was during this time that I learned that 8 newcomers had chosen to withdraw that very morning, leaving only 27 participants. A modest memorial service was held for the 6 who had perished the previous day, posthumously honoring them as martyrs. The spirits, in various postures, encircled the golden figure, their expressions entranced. "Warrior," Chen Qing called out. The warrior rose, somewhat bewildered. "Teach me your skills." Though the warrior possessed unparalleled staff techniques and boxing skills, instructing Chen Qing seemed a lofty aspiration. With a sense of resignation, Chen Qing allowed the painted skin to possess him. "Come, let us engage in combat." Combat. This was precisely what the warrior relished and excelled at. Thus, the two commenced a fierce exchange, their strikes echoing with intensity. However, thus far, Chen Qing had encountered the warrior only a handful of times. The warrior's staff struck with remarkable precision, landing solidly on Chen Qing 8 times out of 10. Time flew swiftly, and the day passed in a blur. As evening approached, they faced their first examination. Everyone sat upright, a palpable tension in the air. The monkey whispered, "Chen Qing, this time it is a competition for demon pets, and it pertains to our future allocations. After we graduate from here, we are said to be assigned as guardians in the defense circles of various communities in Ximing City. The guardianship should be determined by the order of academic performance. The better your grades, the more desirable the community defenses you can select. If you achieve the highest rank, you may directly choose our own neighborhood, allowing for better care of family. There is no wall that does not allow the wind to pass through, even with utmost efforts to conceal. Astute minds can discern the underlying unrest through various signs. Fortunately, the prices remain relatively stable, and the supply chain is also steady, with the overall situation still under control." Chen Qing nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Chen Qing cast a sidelong glance at Chen Qing, sneering, "Brother Luo, I've learned that 2 newcomers spotted Chen Qing's ghostly pet last night. Both are F-grade. This fool seems oblivious to his own fate and has effectively severed his own prospects." Ji Luo, too, chuckled coldly. "Originally, he bore me no grievance, and I had no inclination to deal with him. His error lies in entangling himself with Xiao Shi. Whoever dares to meddle with Xiao, she forces my hand to take action against him." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing's eyes gleamed with delight. His scheme had borne fruit. Ji Luo had developed an infatuation with Chen Qing. Coming from a prestigious family, Ji Luo had been ensconced in an ivory tower, diligently studying and cultivating since childhood. A mere smile and a good night from Chen Qing could elevate him to the heavens. In recent days, Chen Qing had, whether intentionally or not, hinted at Chen Qing's pursuit of Chen Qing, revealing that he had been persistently entangled, even causing disturbances that reached the police station. How could Ji Luo not be incensed? He had struck the future brother-in-law, leading to a near 3-year imprisonment for his prospective wife, compelling her mother to endure several slaps. Each of these transgressions could not be overlooked by Ji Luo. Ji Luo, well-versed in military strategy, understood the adage of knowing oneself and one's enemy to ensure victory in battle. Thus, he had been discreetly inquiring about Chen Qing's background. Initially, he harbored a modicum of trepidation towards Chen Qing. However, upon discovering that Chen Qing possessed two F-grade ghostly companions, he shed all caution. Today, he was determined to incapacitate him. Wukong arrived, his demeanor grave. Let us observe a moment of silence for the 6 classmates who sacrificed their lives yesterday. After 5 minutes, he continued, it is evident to all that the number of malevolent spirits is increasing, and their appearances are becoming more frequent. Regrettably, some among you may still depart from us. Wukong sighed and reiterated the rules. Your final scores will be derived from your overall performance, participation in tasks, and examination results. Today's competition will follow an elimination format, with those scoring higher being prioritized in the initial rounds. The drawing of lots commenced. Zhou Yangxiao, Ji Luo, Chen Qing, and Chen Qing all found themselves exempt from the first round. The first match featured Hongya against He Runqing. Fearing elimination, He Runqing had brazenly ventured into the ghost realm twice the previous night, forging a contract with an E-grade ghost, a sickly spirit. Hongya, on the other hand, summoned a D-grade ghostly toilet spirit and a D-grade long-tongued ghost. The outcome seemed all but certain. Unexpectedly, He Runqing displayed remarkable tenacity, commanding his lackluster spirit to strike Hongya squarely in the face. Yet, that was where his triumph ended. He Runqing soon succumbed to defeat, inciting Hongya's fury as she charged towards him, exclaiming, "Are you not ashamed? Do you not understand the concept of gentlemanly conduct? With such a vast disparity in strength, you should concede, yet you dare to strike me. Get lost. Truly, how infuriating. He Runqing, I shall not rest until you are vanquished." Hongya exclaimed furiously. He Runqing, feeling disgruntled, remained silent. However, when the results were announced, everyone was taken aback. Wukong stated calmly, "It is a draw." How can that be? The anger that had just begun to subside in Hongya was instantly rekindled. Do you think calling you teacher grants you any respect? What gives you the right? Is it merely because you are all men? Are you protecting that inferior man beneath you? Others, too, were astonished by this unexpected outcome, yet seeing Hongya's demeanor, they fell silent. Wukong, typically placid, furrowed his brow at Hongya's relentless tirade. In actual combat, you would both be mutually annihilated. Hongya, touching the reddened mark on her face, suddenly had a thought. I advise you to visit the medical facility at the base. Furious, Hongya pointed at He Runqing and shouted, "Bah, you despicable wretch. Only you would choose such a pathetic, dying creature. A perfect match." Wukong frowned. If you do not go soon, you may lose that pretty face of yours. Enraged, Hongya knew she could not afford to delay any longer and swiftly exited the training ground. The subsequent battles did not yield any surprises. Next up was the monkey, who drew the opponent, named Wu Ming. With a soul power of around 70, he slightly surpassed the monkey. Wu Ming possessed 2 ghostly companions, a C-grade hungry ghost and a D-grade lightning ghost. The lightning ghost was quite rare, its charred exterior revealing pale flesh beneath, occasionally flickering with tiny arcs of electricity. Monkey, it would be wise for you to concede, though this lightning ghost is merely D-grade. Its combat prowess rivals that of any C-grade. Fortune smiled upon me as well. The monkey fell into silence and summoned the warrior. Numerous individuals immediately employed ghostly devices to detect. Level 38, Wandering Soul. Wu Ming furrowed his brow, casting a malevolent glance toward the monkey. Monkey, you stand no chance. The Thunderstrike ghost unleashed a terrifying intensity, yet it necessitated the accumulation of electrical energy, which I am unwilling to squander upon you. My adversaries are Zhou Yang, Xiao Ji, Luo Chun, and Qing. Why do you force my hand? Wu Ming seethed with rage. Very well, let it be as you wish. With that, the Thunderstrike ghost surged forth, crackling with arcs of electricity. The warrior deftly flicked his staff, piercing straight into the face of the Thunderstrike ghost. With a resounding crack, the charred visage of the ghost shattered. The warrior effortlessly sent the Thunderstrike ghost flying with a single kick, propelling it like an arrow toward Wu Ming. Wu Ming gasped in shock. The starving ghost immediately shielded him, baring its menacing fangs. The warrior's staff descended with force, and as the starving ghost reached out to block, the staff veered slightly, producing 2 muffled thuds as it struck the ghost's eyes. The starving ghost shrieked and collapsed, while the warrior's staff remained poised before Wu Ming. Beads of cold sweat dotted Wu Ming's forehead, his complexion paling. Should that staff advance even an inch further, his eyeball would surely be pierced. I concede, Wu Ming stammered. Recalling the bravado he had displayed merely 10 seconds prior, his face flushed with embarrassment, wishing fervently to vanish into the earth. The warrior withdrew his staff, and Chen Qing appeared lost in thought. He pondered, why did the staff not descend? At this moment, it dawned upon him that this group was ultimately comprised of merely ordinary individuals with slightly enhanced capabilities. They had not traversed the depths of darkness and the brink of life and death as he had. Perhaps their passions and conflicts were merely rooted in a few exchanged words or trivial disputes, like specks of dust. However, Chen Qing, he was truly capable of murder. A ghostly companion with a frightful power level of 38 had effortlessly vanquished 2 other ghostly companions, one of which was of a higher rank and the other a rare Thunderstrike ghost. Such a feat instantly stirred a commotion throughout the entire arena. What kind of being is this? This is utterly terrifying. Is my ghostly companion malfunctioning? You mean to tell me this ghostly companion is merely D rank? Does anyone recognize what kind of ghost this is? This is simply a statistical anomaly, a total annihilation. Wukong was also momentarily taken aback. Aside from places like the Princess Tomb, the ghosts in other areas were generally commonplace. This was his first encounter with such a creature. What kind of ghost is this? A martial ghost. I must obtain one. With such a being, one would be invincible. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter. They were momentarily stunned, realizing the undeniable truth. Such overwhelming strength could easily result in unforeseen demise if confronted head-on. The power was simply off the charts. Wukong waved his hand. Next group. Soon, the first round concluded entirely. From the 8 groups, 9 individuals advanced to the next round. Alongside Chen Qing and the 5 others who had received a bye, 2 more individuals also had byes, Chen Qing and Zhou Yangqiao. This time, the crowd was taken aback. In their eyes, the rankings had consistently been Zhou Yangqiao, Ji Luo, Chen Qing, and Chen Qing. But how could Chen Qing possibly be ranked first? Teacher Wu, is there a mistake in the rankings? Chen Qing furrowed his brow. Whether Chen Qing can even secure 3rd place is questionable. How is he now positioned ahead of Luo Go? Wukong shook his head. The scores were obtained by He Chong, and the captain has reviewed them. If there are any objections, you may raise them with the captain. Suddenly, Chen Qing laughed. Chen Qing, shall we have a match? Loser must call the winner, daddy. Chen Qing was taken aback, his expression darkening. With 2 contracted F-grade wandering souls, Chen Qing was undoubtedly no match for him. However, the last time he was beaten by Chen Qing left him with lingering shadows. He despised Chen Qing, yet he feared him even more. He could not comprehend how the formerly timid Chen Qing had transformed into someone so assertive and ruthless overnight. But if he backed down now, where would he place his face? Ji Luo whispered. Those 2 F-grade wandering souls of his are easy to deal with. The only threat is when he gets close. But with what you possess, even 10 Chen Qings up close would not pose a challenge to you. Gradually, Chen Qing's expression turned icy, a cold smile forming. Fine. Then I shall incapacitate him. At that moment, Chen Qing stood up. Teacher Wu, will our challenge count? It will. Good. Chen Qing, do not regret this. Chen Qing moved to the center of the arena and summoned his 2 ghostly companions. One was a production ghost with a ghost energy value of 55, a C-grade wandering soul. Subsequently, a tiger-striped object appeared, adhering to Chen Qing's back. The tiger's head crowned Chen Qing while its 4 legs enveloped him. What is this? Can this ghost provide him with protection? Master, be cautious, for this is a Chong. Chong. Suddenly, Chen Qing comprehended. It refers to the Chong in the phrase to serve as a Chong for the tiger. Indeed, it can significantly enhance strength and defense. How does it compare to you? Master, you underestimate me. Despite being a mere servant, I possess a half-divine ability which is incomparable to this insignificant spirit. A divine ability is an illusion, while a half-divine ability is indestructible. Although it is termed as half, until now, Chen Qing has yet to encounter anything capable of destroying it. As the Chong possessed him, Chen Qing's demeanor shifted dramatically, radiating extreme confidence and arrogance. He sneered, Chen Qing, today you shall learn how to write the character for death. Chen Qing maintained a calm expression, and with a mere thought, the warrior and the hanged ghost materialized behind him. The hanged ghost, draped in 2 white silks, hung from the lights above the training ground, its white garments billowing gently, reminiscent of a jellyfish floating in the air. The warrior rested a long staff on his shoulder, his hands resting upon it, his expression serene. The faces of Ji Luo and Chen Qing shifted in alarm. The hanged ghost. And a warrior. How could it be? Isn't this merely a lowly F-grade wandering spirit? Another warrior has appeared. It seems even more formidable than the one the monkey had. An F-grade wandering spirit. Logically, the hanged ghost appears more eerie, yet having witnessed the monkey's warrior. The crowd's attention was drawn to this warrior. He Runching murmured, "Truly, the great deity is indeed remarkable." He bellowed defiantly, "So what? Come at me." The malevolent specter launched a fierce assault, and with the unborn child within, it could be deemed a battle of 1 against 2. With the phantom at its side, it possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, rendering it invincible. Chen Qing repeatedly bolstered his courage, observing that the warrior had ceased to be afraid. The ghostly figure, now draped in a white silken shroud, descended before the warrior. The warrior moved. He swung the long staff, yet struck the very specter instead. Thud. A resounding crack. The sound of the staff meeting flesh, accompanied by the ominous sound of bones shattering. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Why was this warrior attacking his own ally? Had he lost his senses? The struck individual let out a harrowing scream, staggering and struggling, rolling and crawling away in desperation. The crowd was even more bewildered. That voice. Chen Qing? In the next moment, someone exclaimed, "The specter." Chen. They had exchanged positions. Chen Qing and the ghost had swapped places. The warrior raised his staff once more, poised to strike the specter again. As the one directly involved, Chen Qing had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. The staff, accompanied by a whooshing sound, came crashing down. Thud. The sound of bones fracturing. Chen Qing's shoulder caved in. His body stiffened abruptly. The warrior, relentless, swung again, this time smashing into Chen's knee. Crack. The knee shattered. Chen Qing's body convulsed, overcome by excruciating pain, his face paling as beads of sweat formed upon his brow. Enough. Ji Luo appeared before Chen Qing, casting a cold gaze at Chen Qing. The outcome is clear. Do you intend to deliver a fatal blow? I shall not kill him, Chen Qing thought. If it were only the two of us, I would slowly carve him apart. With a bewildered expression on his face, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no." I didn't hear him concede. My apologies, I was too heavy-handed." Chapter 51. The Fall of the Overconfident King. Everyone was somewhat dazed. The ability of the hanging ghost is truly peculiar. How does it manage to swap positions with the opponent? Isn't the hanging ghost supposed to be an ordinary spirit? It appears to have significant utility. I suddenly feel that the hanging ghost is a perfect match with any other ghost. As they spoke, they recalled how they would fare against Chen Qing. A chill crept into their hearts. If it were they facing Chen Qing, they too would not escape the forceful blow that landed heavily upon their shoulders. With the first strike, Chen Qing was still screaming in agony. By the second and third strikes, however, he had lost the strength to cry out. His entire body trembled. Whether from convulsions or otherwise was uncertain. One leg dangled limply, swaying like a nunchaku. Witnessing Chen Qing's unfortunate state, the crowd regarded Chen Qing with mixed emotions. Strong. Indeed, he is formidable. Yet, isn't this a tad too ruthless? We are all newcomers from the same batch. Is it truly necessary to employ such severity? Chen Qing remained entirely indifferent to their gazes. How does this compare to the knife Chen Qing had plunged into his own chest? Wukong cast a deep glance at Chen Qing. Chen Qing wins. After observing Chen Qing's confrontation, did everyone glean any insights? Wukong inquired. The significance of supportive ghost companions is paramount. The ability of the hanging ghost may not be exceedingly powerful, but in conjunction with the martial artist, it achieves a remarkable synergy. Brother, I implore you to check the ghost chart. Hanging ghost, level 72. Level 72, a B-class wandering spirit. Indeed, there exists a martial spirit with a ghostly energy value of 83, undoubtedly a grade A wandering soul. Wukong nodded and remarked that while Chen Qing's relentless diligence had earned him formidable soul power, one must remain vigilant regarding the synergy among different ghost types. If a skilled practitioner possesses a lowly ghost pet within their ranks, one should not feel relieved, but rather alert. In the ensuing match, Hongya faced off against Ho Tianyi. Has Hongya arrived? The monkey rubbed his fists together, a smirk playing on his lips. I've been waiting to settle scores with this fellow, and the moment has come. Hongya. Shortly thereafter, she made her entrance. Her left cheek smeared with a thick layer of what resembled grease. With disdain, she glared at He Runching, her pride unabashedly on display. This slap will be forever etched in my memory. You shall spend the rest of your days repaying it. I shall become your nightmare. Are Are you going to fight or not? Stop with the incessant chatter, the monkey exclaimed, feeling exasperated. She scoffed. Do you think just because I am a woman, victory is assured for you? Have you not heard the saying, how can an army be formed like a woman, filled with rage? Enough of this. Are we fighting or not? The monkey cursed. You have no real skills, yet your tongue is sharp. You will undoubtedly become a tongue demon when you perish. Laughter erupted from the crowd. To be candid, Hanya possessed a commendable disposition. Despite having the weakest innate talent, she was now considered somewhat above average among the newcomers. However, her sharp tongue did not endear her to many. Very well. Words of caution fall on deaf ears for the damned ghost. Let us begin. With that, she summoned forth her 2 ghost pets. 2 D-class wandering spirits, 1 toilet ghost, and 1 long-tongue ghost. As for the monkey, it is a D-class wandering spirit, a warrior. Hanya had just gone to the medical room and did not witness the warrior in action. Upon measuring with the ghost meter, a cold smile emerged. You think you can take on 2 D-class wandering spirits by yourself? Monkey, whom do you look down upon? The warrior moved. The toilet ghost and long-tongue ghost also sprang into action, charging towards the warrior. Time seemed to slow as the 3 figures intertwined in an instant. The warrior deftly maneuvered his long staff, allowing the tip to circumvent the long-tongue ghost's extended tongue, striking at the throat of the long-tongue ghost. Simultaneously, with a slight drop of his shoulder, the toilet ghost's claws swiped through empty air as it passed over the warrior, who then forcefully thrust his shoulder upward, colliding with the toilet ghost. Bang! Bang! Both ghosts tumbled in opposite directions. The warrior swiftly advanced, arriving in front of Hanya in an instant. One swing. Bang! Hanya stumbled, her right cheek swelling rapidly. All of this transpired in mere seconds. It was astonishingly swift. To the onlookers, the 3 spirits collided. And in that fleeting moment, 2 ghosts were sent flying, while the warrior's figure flickered, and Hanya was struck. It was too fast. Everything happened too quickly. Hanya covered her face, disbelief etched across her features. You cheated. She spat out a mouthful of blood, revealing a tooth among the crimson. Gazing at the tooth, Hongyu could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, I will fight back. With a resounding thud, the warrior's staff came crashing down, blocking her path. The monkey, unfazed, remarked, I advise you to head to the medical room. If you delay any longer, you may not even save your right cheek. The words were almost identical to those of Wukong. While Wukong referred to the left side of his face, the monkey spoke of the right. Hong Ya's complexion flushed crimson. Her trembling finger pointed at the monkey. You wait for me. With that, she swiftly departed from the arena. Ho Tianyi emerged victorious. The subsequent matches grew increasingly intense. He Runxing did not manage to pull off another upset and was eliminated. Before long, they reached the 3rd round. To everyone's surprise, the monkey drew Chen Qing as his opponent. Chen Qing smiled and declared, I concede. I forfeit. The crowd was taken aback. What on earth did this mean? The monkey was enraged. Do you think I need your concession? I have no desire to be the guardian officer. Chen Qing murmured. I'm not deceiving you. I truly do not wish for that. The monkey seemed contemplative. Chen Qing genuinely had no interest in assuming the role of guardian officer. The blood moon was terrifying. He only sought self-preservation and had no inclination to protect anyone else. In this life, armed with self-awareness, Chen Qing held a distinct advantage. Although his strength had yet to fully manifest, the power at his disposal was quite considerable. However, how could Chen Qing possibly protect the residents of Jiangpan Community? Aside from the monkey's family and the blind Uncle Xia, he cared little for the lives of others. In fact, there were grievances he intended to settle himself. The competition appeared serious, and everyone regarded it with great importance. Yet, Chen Qing had already shattered Chen Kuan's shoulder and knee, a minor act of vengeance in advance. To him, this contest held little significance. It felt more like child's play. Chen Qing shook his head and patted the monkey on the back. Do your best, my friend. With that, he exited the arena, contemplating whether to visit the Princess Ghost Domain once more. Gather a few more ghostly pets and take out some old relics to see if I can awaken them once again. Awakening several objects in advance would certainly bolster my confidence, wouldn't it? Just as I was pondering this, my phone rang unexpectedly. It was Mr. Qin, the rotund gentleman who sold me a warehouse. Could there be more treasures in store? I answered the call. Hello? Mr. Li. It's like this. Someone is interested in purchasing the batch of goods you have. The price is negotiable, very negotiable. I scoffed at the notion. Negotiate? Is it really necessary? Mr. Wan is no longer in the city. Mr. Li, please do me the favor. Mr. Yu is exceedingly generous, I assure you. The price will satisfy you. I kindly request Mr. Wan to consider. I ceased listening to the latter part of his speech as my eyes narrowed, radiating an unprecedented aura of menace. Mr. Yu, is it you who instigated Li Ba to meddle in matters between Chun Man and myself? Chapter 52. The Bone Spirit. The surname Yu is not particularly common, thus the likelihood of encountering the principal is rather high. I feigned deep contemplation and mused, pray tell, which Mr. Yu are you referring to? Ah, how many Mr. Yus are there in Shiming City? Mr. Qing chuckled, as far as I know. I have only heard of this particular Mr. Yu. Having received the answer I sought, I pondered for a moment before responding, Mr. Qing, Mr. Ruan is not lacking in funds. My dear brotherly, you may be unaware that this Mr. Yu is exceptionally affluent. Mr. Ruan could potentially reap 7 or 8 times the reward with a mere transaction. Why not seize the opportunity? Very well. I shall inquire with Mr. Ruan. Upon hanging up the phone, Mr. Qing sighed heavily. The longtime chauffeur of Mr. Qing remarked, Boss, we have scrutinized all the nearby surveillance footage. Yet we found no trace of how they managed to transport the goods. Mr. Qing sighed deeply, alas. Mr. Ruan appears to be a figure of considerable influence. Such a substantial shipment has vanished without a whisper. There was a glint of malice in the chauffeur's eyes. If we could arrange a meeting tonight, should we not consider? Mr. Qing furrowed his brow. Have you lost your mind? The chauffeur's voice was filled with urgency. After all, the price has escalated tenfold. 500 million. Brother, this could secure a lifetime of luxury for all our comrades. But one must have the means to enjoy it. Mr. Qing retorted. If it were you, could you possibly dispose of such a vast quantity of goods in just a few days? He let out another heavy sigh. Even if we had an additional 5 days, we could sell this batch to Mr. Yu. Alas, perhaps wealth is simply not destined for me. The time for their meeting was set for the evening. During the day, there are numerous restrictions when dealing with supernatural entities. At night, Chen Qing felt a modicum of reassurance. He felt fortunate that since his encounter with Wu Xiaoman, he had been using the alias Li Qing. Had it not been for this, Mr. Yu might still harbor some reservations. Of course, he could not appear in his true form either. When the time came, he would don a disguise to assume the identity of Mr. Ruan for the gathering. As dusk approached, the competition concluded. Zhou Yanxiao faced off against Ji Luo in the finals, and predictably, Zhou Yanxiao emerged victorious, claiming first place with his formidable demon-level baboon. The monkey, wielding an E-grade wandering spirit, secured third place. To Chen Qing's surprise, a newcomer approached him. Greetings, esteemed one. You may not remember me, but I am Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng possesses an unremarkable appearance, average grades, and is generally mediocre in all aspects. Thus, he beseeches you, esteemed master, to assist him in contracting a martial spirit. He is willing to offer a reward of 2 million for your efforts. Chen Qing was taken aback, realizing that there lurked a hidden scion of wealth within their class. Regrettably, I lack the capability to assist. Chen Qing shook his head, pondering whether the monkey had divulged any information. The monkey had mentioned that a wise individual was aiding him, and upon reflection, it seemed only you possessed such ability. Zhou Zheng earnestly implored, should finances be a concern, we can certainly negotiate. Regrettably, I truly lack the means. Chen Qing was not in want of money. Moreover, the martial spirit, as described in the 100 Ghosts record, is among the elite, and if it were to be sold, the price would undoubtedly exceed this sum. After all, money would soon become mere scraps of paper. With no other choice, Zhou Zheng departed in resignation. Chen Qing once again entered a meditative state, and after a considerable time, exhaled deeply. The 12th cycle of the Great Zhou Heaven was achieved. Ultimately, he connected the essence of the Great Zhou in his mind, marking the threshold of the spirit refinement realm. The acupoint diagram had long been memorized, beginning with the Jiao Sun acupoint, located above the right ear. Precision was not paramount. A general awareness of its position sufficed. Acupoints and meridians functioned similarly to service stations along a highway, or akin to a pond within a river, significantly enhancing its capacity. The spiritual energy began to flow gently. The initial experience was always constricted and obstructed, yet with persistence, it would improve. At last, the spiritual energy coursing through the meridian above the ear surged forth, flooding into the Jiao Sun acupoint. The next target was the Lingxi acupoint. Time passed slowly, and dusk settled in. Chen Qing exited to hail a cab, arriving at the designated location. President Qin awaited with a beaming smile, greeting Mr. Wan warmly. Where is young Li Qing? Has he not arrived? He has some urgent matters at home, responded Chen Qing. What about President Yu? He is likely en route, Qing sighed, adding, it seems Mr. Ruan is fortunate. I, however, am not blessed with such fortune. How so? President Yu has offered 10 times the price to acquire this warehouse's goods from you. After selling for 40 million, someone immediately offered 400 million. I can only imagine the despair it brings me. Yet, being a seasoned individual, he merely chuckled at his own plight. After exchanging a few idle remarks, the time came for President Yu's arrival. He was a tall figure, standing at nearly 6 feet, with pronounced brows and large eyes, and a conspicuous crimson birthmark on his left cheek that lent him a somewhat fierce appearance. After some casual conversation, they swiftly transitioned into business. I am very interested in the goods you possess, Mr. Ruan. The price is not a concern. May I inquire what you are willing to offer? 10 times. President Yu declared, presenting an astonishing figure. Is business conducted in such a manner? I wish to assess your assets first. 400 million is indeed a substantial sum. With a grin, President Yu produced a pouch from his pocket, retrieving a hefty stack of unmarked cards. Mr. Ruan would undoubtedly recognize these cards, each requiring an application threshold of 10 million. Chen Qing squinted, not merely at the stack of cards, but at the pouch itself. This was the very pouch gifted to him by the enigmatic woman in black during peak times, possessing spatial attributes with a capacity of approximately 1 cubic meter. Certainly not something an ordinary person could acquire. Very well. Follow me. Chen Qing nodded. Mr. Yu was overjoyed. He immediately produced a note and tossed it to Mr. Qing. Thank you, Mr. Qing. Consider this as an introduction fee. Mr. Qing accepted it, his emotions a mix of gratitude and bewilderment. The area was nearly devoid of inhabitants, and the roads, long neglected, were mostly cracked and crumbling. Mr. Ruan is indeed meticulous in his work, Mr. Yu praised. In dealings of a dubious nature, it is prudent to exercise caution. As they walked, Chen Qing chuckled. Mr. Yu, have you ever heard of gold that cannot be exchanged? He spoke while closely observing Mr. Yu's reaction. The ever-charming Mr. Yu's expression suddenly shifted the moment those words were uttered. He inquired eagerly, where? Chen Qing produced the demon-suppressing tower and tossed it over. Catch it. Enormous. 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 In the next instant, the tower transformed into a 3-story structure and crashed down with a thunderous roar. Boom, boom, boom. The ground fractured and crumbled. Yet, the demon-suppressing tower did not strike the ground, but hovered about a meter above it. Chen Qing was taken aback to see a creature, entirely covered in black fur, holding the tower aloft with both hands. Mr. Yu, bloodied and sprawled on the ground, waved his hand, and a skeleton appeared before him. The skeleton's face still bore remnants of flesh, though mostly glistening with gold, draped in a cloak made of interlinked bone fragments. The moment the skeleton emerged, it swiftly rolled Mr. Yu out of the tower's range. A necromancer indeed. Chen Qing felt a chill run down his spine as spirits of soldiers, martial artists, children, and hanged souls materialized around him. Master, that skeleton is a white-bone spirit. The ebony-furred monstrosities were indeed formidable Mao zombies, each a terrifying entity of the evil ghost tier. Vast, vast, vast. As he listened, Chen Qing magnified the demon suppression tower once more. At that moment, the tower's weight was incalculable, bearing down upon the earth with tremendous force, pulverizing a foot-thick road into fragments. The noose of the hanged ghost rested gently upon a nearby tree. In the ensuing moment, the soldier ghost and the warrior's blade and cudgel struck the hanged ghost with devastating impact. Crash! Crash! A cudgel landed a severe blow upon Boss Yu's head. A blade descended, and despite Boss Yu's desperate attempt to evade, it severed an ear, along with a patch of skin. Boss Yu was aghast. The white-boned spirit extended her right hand, her index finger abruptly elongating into a bone whip several meters in length. With a delicate flick of her finger, she whirled it in a circle, like a white serpent, lashing out ferociously. Whap! The soldier ghost failed to evade the blow, and the bone whip detonated upon its shoulder, shattering an arm. The limb, along with the hand, was sent flying. Simultaneously, a gaping hole erupted in the soldier ghost's flank. Chen Qing was horrified. Zhong Kui. He sought to summon Zhong Kui, but the exorcist was beyond his reach, outside his summoning range. At that instant, the white-boned spirit's middle, ring, little finger, and thumb all underwent a sudden elongation, transforming into 5 bone whips, each a dozen meters long, possessed of extraordinary agility, and lashing out with incredible speed. Retreat. Yet the white bone spirit's left hand had also undergone the same transformation. 10 bone whips sealed off all avenues of escape, viciously constricting the group. Mommy loves. The infant ghost vocalized, and the 10 bone whips momentarily froze. However, in that fleeting instant, a bone whip pierced the infant ghost's cheek. In a mere moment, it had pulverized the infant ghost's entire jaw. The 10 bony whips rose once more, lunging towards the crowd like serpents. The hanged ghost re-emerged. He had exchanged places with the bone spirit. In an instant, the bone spirit appeared 30 meters away from the onlookers. She paused briefly, and simultaneously, 10 bony whips plunged into the hanged ghost's body. At that moment, the severely beaten General Yu waved his hand, and a delicate, fair young lady materialized before him. The young lady's thumb and middle finger clasped in the air as if she held an embroidery needle. "Be careful," Whoopi exclaimed, desperately steering Chen Qing to the right. A faint sound emerged. Chen Qing felt a sharp pain in his right chest, as if pierced by a needle. The fair young lady tugged at the air, and it seemed as if the flesh and blood of Chen Qing's right chest were being wrenched, leaving him pale with agony. The warrior and the soldier ghost, who had but one arm remaining, charged recklessly towards the fair lady. Chen Qing shouted, "Zhong Kui! Zhong Kui!" Amidst Chen Qing's horror, he finally sensed Zhong Kui's presence. The next moment, Zhong Kui appeared, with a series of resounding slaps. The 10 bony whips struck him from all directions. Pain, 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 pain. Zhong Kui shielded his head with both arms, screaming in anguish, his fury palpable. Who dare strike me? However, most of the bony whips had already shattered, like decayed wood striking against solid rock. The bone spirit was momentarily taken aback. With each strike, the entire earth trembled. The fair maiden possessed an enigmatic power. As she retreated, she deftly manipulated the needles suspended in the void, piercing left and right. Each thrust rendered the warrior momentarily stiff, yet through sheer physical prowess, he seemed to sever the threads of the needles in the ether. Advancing 2 steps, he seized the maiden's hands, which struggled futilely as if ensnared by steel. The warrior lifted her effortlessly, akin to a chick, bringing her before Chen Qing. At that moment, Chen Qing was drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by pain. The embroidery maiden, her introduction remained unfinished, her voice abruptly halting. Without hesitation, Chen Qing unleashed the bloodline of the Kappa blade, decapitating the embroidery maiden with a single stroke. She transformed into a wisp of black mist, drawn into the demon suppression tower. Chen Qing commanded a long-tongued ghost to explode into ghostly essence, clearing a space for the embroidery maiden. Only then did the painted skin continue. "This is an auxiliary type of ghost pet. Surely the master has sensed it. She can pierce the master's body from a distance with the embroidery needle, somewhat akin to the hanging ghost." The hanging ghost. Chen Qing rushed over, recognizing the dire plight of this creature. The golden body had such a function? Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so many ghostly beings vying for it. The bottom of the demon suppression tower still contained the hairless zombie, which Chen Qing knew could be described in 2 words, impervious and immensely powerful. Bang, bang, bang. The earth continued to quake. If the hairless zombie had any semblance of intellect, it would be excavating sideways, yet with the master unconscious and no one to direct it. The hairless zombie's simplistic mind relentlessly sought to break through the demon suppression tower. A skeletal figure, barely held together, was unceremoniously cast to the ground. Its eyes, already filled with a sense of freedom, darted around in anger. How dare it attempt to flee? "I shall dismantle your bony form for kindling." The blood-etched kunwu blade in Chen Qing's hands glimmered ominously as it descended. Clang! Sparks flew as it merely carved a deep indentation. "Master, crush it with the demon suppression tower." With Zhong Kui present, there was no need to fear the hair-raising undead. Boom! The tower came crashing down, reducing the skeletal beast to mere fragments. The hair-raising creature, akin to a nail driven into the ground, struggled and managed to create a significant space. Upon witnessing the tower being flung away by its own actions, it hissed, ready to emerge and wreak havoc. Suddenly, it halted. Seeing its foe ignited a fury within. Zhong Kui seized the creature by its hair, akin to lifting a chick, and hurled it to the ground. With a swift motion, he delivered several resounding slaps. Smack! "You shan't dissolve. You shall not dissolve. I shall see if you can." Smack! Smack! Even in its maddened state, Zhong Kui's disdain for the spirit race was unabashed. The hair-raising creature, impervious to blades, found its fur stripped away wherever Zhong Kui's palm struck, revealing the dark flesh beneath. "Master, hurry!" At this call, Chen Qing plunged the kunwa blade into the exposed flesh of the creature. With a forceful twist, the creature stiffened, gradually collapsing. Upon contact with the earth, it transformed into a wisp of black mist, merging into the demon suppression tower. Chapter 53. Candidly speaking. The most potent interrogation techniques. Gazing upon the chaotic battlefield, Chen Qing felt a lingering trepidation. What would have transpired had Zhong Kui not been present? Though one may be shielded by a painted skin, the needle of the embroidered maiden can inexplicably pierce through one's very being, a truly eerie phenomenon. The entities known as Mao Jiang, by Gu Jing, and the embroidered maiden are not commonly encountered specters, particularly. The combination of Mao Jiang and the embroidered maiden forms a flawless complement. The embroidered maiden constrains movement, while with the brute strength of Mao Jiang, who could withstand a single blow? Moreover, possessing the wealth comparable to the richest, their lavishness is unparalleled, especially when their target is an ancient artifact. This individual is undoubtedly formidable. After attempting to subdue them, Chen Qing found it impossible to confine them within the demon suppression tower. Resigned, he employed rudimentary medical skills to tend to their injuries. The moment the disinfectant alcohol was applied, Mr. Yu finally awoke from his stupor, his face contorted. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. Mr. Yu sensed the absence of any connection to the three ghostly companions, likely having perished. Before Chen Qing could inquire further, he fixed his gaze upon him. "Who are you?" "I." Chen Qing replied with keen interest. "I am Chen Qing." "You are Chen Qing." Mr. Yu's pupils dilated in shock. Suddenly recalling something, he erupted into laughter. Ha! 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 As his laughter subsided, Chen Qing calmly inquired, "Now, tell me, who are you?" "I." Mr. Yu sneered. "You, with your painted skin for protection, set this trap to kill me, yet pretend not to know who I am? Ha! Ha!" Suddenly, Mr. Yu's voice was cut short. The painted skin controlled a hand, forcing its way into his mouth. After a few random motions, it grasped a tooth, extracting it with flesh and blood. The tooth appeared hollow, subtly emanating a green hue, a product of the Taiping Tao. The Taiping Tao advocates for the equality of all beings, promoting the coexistence of humans and spirits, with aspirations to establish an absolute balance in the world, governed by their principles. Many spirits enhance their conditions through acts of murder. How can coexistence be achieved? It is undoubtedly a cult. All formidable cults possess a doctrine that shines with a grandeur akin to the principle of acting on behalf of heaven, and the Taiping Tao is no exception. Upon witnessing his teeth being extracted, Yuzong finally panicked. "Master, the followers of Taiping Tao are notoriously tight-lipped. He may not divulge anything easily." Huarong suddenly had an epiphany and chuckled as he spoke a few words. Chen Qing immediately awakened to the realization and turned to Zhong Kui, exclaiming, "Ah, Zhong Kui, this person dares to deceive you. He is not speaking the truth." Zhong Kui was instantly enraged, raising his hand to strike, but Chen Qing hastily intervened, stating, "I wager that you will injure him." Zhong Kui faltered momentarily, then suddenly grinned, "I shall not." He then gently tapped, or rather, stroked Yuzong's face. Zhong Kui was immensely pleased, exclaiming, "Huh? He is unharmed, and will not lie now. Master, this is straight talk, a manifestation of the 72 divine abilities. Now, whatever this fellow is asked, he must answer truthfully." Chen Qing chuckled and inquired, "What is the most despicable act you have ever committed?" "I committed incestuous murder against my aunt." Yuzong blurted out, and in the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. Chen Qing smirked and asked, "How do you know about Jin Buhuan?" "There are many informants in Ximing City. I instructed them to keep an eye on news related to Jin Buhuan. One of them, Zhang Yun, who is acquainted with the Arya Hotel, learned that you had Jin Buhuan." This was not an unexpected response. "What do you want with Jin Buhuan?" The elusive Jin Buhuan is arguably one of the rarest specters in existence, possessing the extraordinary ability to illuminate all things and transform them into spiritual treasures. My cultivation demands an immense quantity of these treasures. Spiritual treasures? Are they ancient artifacts? Indeed. Chen Qing nodded and inquired further. What do you cultivate that necessitates such an abundance of spiritual treasures? The lineage of the Duobao Taoist posits that the greater the number of treasures, the stronger the body becomes. Chen Qing remained silent, while the ever-eager Zhong Kui interjected, "Duobao? Duobao Taoist? Ah, give it to me, give it to me." He lunged forward, intent on seizing something. though he was unaware of what it was. With a mere thought, Chen Qing confined him within the demon suppression tower, where he struggled to emerge. Zhong Kui's evident reverence for this matter suggested it was of significant importance. "My master," he began, "there are myriad forms of cultivation techniques, methods, and inheritances. However, those that dare to be called lineages are the pinnacle of transmission, typically handed down directly from immortal beings." Chen Qing nodded and asked, "Where is the lineage of the Duobao Taoist located?" "It resides within my Qingquan bag." "So, this bag is referred to as a Qingquan bag," Chen Qing mused. Following Yuzong's instructions, he produced a jade elongated object, akin to the length of chopsticks, half a finger thick and 2 fingers wide. "The lineage Jade Gui. Mine. Mine." Zhong Kui became somewhat frenzied once more. "How could someone as formidable as you still require such an item?" Zhong Kui paused, then nodded earnestly. "Indeed. Indeed. Yes. Yes, yes." Chen Qing diligently noted the 4 characters that represented the lineage Jade Gui, and then inquired, "Is there a connection between the Duobao Taoist lineage and Jin Buhuan?" The evil spirit level of Jin Buhuan is known as Duobao Tongzi, which, according to legend, was the specter crafted by the Duobao Taoist for the purpose of cultivation. "Do you possess the spiritual guide of Duobao Tongzi?" Within the ancient text of the Taoist Jade Tablet, it is revealed why this individual covets the unexchangeable gold. However, it is questionable whether this gold truly belongs to him. After addressing his concerns, Chen Qing pondered momentarily before inquiring, "Are you a follower of Taiping Dao?" "Indeed," came the reply. "What are your intentions?" "To assist the ghostly kin in establishing a market for the spectral." "Just as I suspected. A nefarious cult. How much wealth do you possess?" 1.1 billion. "From whence did such a fortune originate?" "A month ago. I seized control of the chairman of the Guiley Group and plundered all his riches." "What is your purpose in acquiring such an abundance of antiques?" "To cultivate the Tao of treasures." After a moment's reflection, a more pressing question surfaced in Chen Qing's mind. "What other spirit conduits of ghostly breeds are you aware of?" "The embroidered girl and the white-bone spirit." Chen Qing's heart leapt with joy. In this realm, the promotional hierarchy of various ghostly breeds is an invaluable treasure. The embroidered girl belongs to the level of wandering souls, while the malevolent ghost level is represented by the flower-waist bride, which necessitates the crafting of a human skin wedding gown. How sinister. The white-bone spirit is classified as a malevolent ghost, with the evil spirit level known as dragon-bone skeleton, requiring the acquisition of at least 2 dragon ribs to serve as its primary structure, gradually fostering growth. The Taoist corpse level is termed white-bone bodhisattva, of which I am unaware of the spirit conduit. Upon hearing the phrase white-bone bodhisattva, a resounding hum echoed within Chen Qing's mind, akin to a mighty hammer striking down. A chill ran through his heart, for he realized he had encountered knowledge beyond his rightful comprehension. Dragon bones? Bodhisattva? Is this the knowledge that I am meant to possess? He inwardly scoffed. Lacking any interrogation skills of his own, he knew that if he entrusted the task to the captain and his team, they would undoubtedly extract a wealth of information. However, having learned the secrets of Jin Buhuan, Zhong Kui, the demon suppression tower, and others, it was simply impossible to allow him to live. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What is your greatest secret?" "I committed infanticide against my aunt." "You? What is your second greatest secret?" "I committed infanticide against my grandmother." "You wretched scoundrel. I shall have you subjected to slow slicing for this." "And your third greatest secret?" "The entrance to the ghost realm leading to Shiming City." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing's eyes narrowed. Currently available public information: skeleton, bone spirit, dragon bone skeleton, bone bodhisattva. Chapter 54. Zhong Kui reaches SS rank. The interrogation continued for an extended period. Chen Qing meticulously questioned him about the schemes of the Taiping Dao, particularly the location of the exit to the ghost realm in Shiming City. Unfortunately, Yu Bei's injuries were severe, and he was gradually losing his strength. After a few more minutes of questioning, he was gasping for breath. A life must not be wasted. Chen Qing immediately summoned the drowning ghost. This entity had long maintained a ghostly energy level of 100, and its ascension essence required the drowning of 9 individuals, of which it had completed 8, with only 1 remaining. Drown him. The drowning ghost was overjoyed. Its long tail ensnared Yu Bei and swiftly dragged him into a nearby stream. The water was only knee-deep, yet sufficient to drown a man. Yu Bei struggled weakly a couple of times before falling silent. The drowning ghost trembled with exhilaration. Its body writhed in the water, convulsing. Transformations occurred within its form, limbs elongating, hands and feet expanding relentlessly. At last, all remnants of human characteristics vanished, leaving it resembling a gibbon. Its entire body sprouted coarse hair, which grew rapidly, soon reaching the length of a palm. After a considerable duration, the ascension was finally complete. The soul of the drowned ghost transitioned from the soul level to the malevolent ghost level, becoming the water monkey. Its dark fur seemed to possess a certain camouflaging quality in the water. Although it was right in front, it almost melded with the aquatic surroundings, requiring considerable effort to discern its form. The water monkey moved with unparalleled swiftness, its long tail gliding effortlessly, propelling it forward by several meters. Upon measuring with the ghost gauge, a reading of 118, E-class malevolent ghost was obtained. This acquisition was monumental. The ascension sequences of the skeletal spirit and the golden unchanging were remarkable. Wealth surged by an additional 600 million in one fell swoop. This fortune needed to be swiftly converted into resources. However, lacking any deficiencies, only bulk goods could be procured. Reclining on the bed, Chen Qing entered the second layer of the demon suppression tower, beginning to assess the three new ghost companions. The hair zombie and the back of its head were left bald from being struck by Zhong Kui, but the injuries were not too severe. Upon measurement, it registered as a 332 D-class malevolent ghost. The skeletal spirit bore the brunt of the assault. Zhong Kui appeared particularly disdainful of this ghost type, leaving it in a fragmented state. At this moment, both the skull and ribcage were severely damaged, feeling as though they could shatter at any moment. A measurement revealed it as a 107 E-class malevolent ghost. Chen Qing was left in exasperation. The embroidery girl sustained the least harm. A measurement indicated 98. She had reached the brink of ascension, but the spiritual essence involved sewing human skin wedding garments was somewhat inhumane. Furthermore, her embroidery needle, as a supplementary skill, proved to be quite beneficial. The capabilities of the malevolent ghost state, floral waste bride, remained uncertain. There was a possibility that upon ascension, she might lose the embroidery needle ability, rendering the endeavor futile. For the time being, promotion is not being considered. Currently, there are 3 malevolent spirits at the evil ghost level. The hairy zombie at 332, a D-class evil ghost. The water monkey at 118, an E-class evil ghost. And the bone spirit at 107, also an E-class evil ghost. At the wraith level, there are 9 spirits, 3 unnamed wraiths. The hanging ghost at 69, a B-class wraith. The soldier ghost at 43, a C-class wraith, along with 4 inadequate spirits yet to be replaced. The mad ghost, the toilet ghost, the anger-eating ghost, and the gambler ghost. Surprisingly, since placing the golden body on the second floor, the enhancement of these spirits has been remarkably swift. The gambler ghost and the mad ghost have surprisingly ascended to E-class. Of course, they remain fragile and easily shattered. In the battle against Yubei, the spirit's energy levels have diminished to varying degrees, particularly the soldier ghost, which has suffered the most, dropping from B-class to C-class. The total energy value of the 12 spirits has now reached 998. As for Zhong Kui, Chen Qing feels a sense of anticipation. Zhong Kui, he attempts to summon him immediately. However, these days, Zhong Kui seems to be exploring the currently ethereal upper levels of the demon suppression tower. Although there is still a connection, it appears he cannot be forcibly summoned. Zhong Kui, Chen Qing calls out once more. At last, Zhong Kui appears. The moment he materializes, all the spirits tremble in fear. Even the strongest, the hairy zombie, crouches down, clutching its head and daring not to look up. Chen Qing measures the ghostly aura. 502. An SS-class wraith. Double S. Chen Qing rejoices. Zhong Kui, how do you feel? With one eye gazing skyward and the other surveying the ground, Zhong Kui utters a word that perfectly aligns with his demeanor. You have transcended levels. 2S. I ask you how you feel. Chen Qing repeated loudly, enunciating each word clearly. Zhong Kui covered his ears and exclaimed, Why are you shouting so loudly? The master, Zhong Kui the Great, is not mad, merely not deaf. Yet, despite Chen Qing's persistent inquiries, he could not discern the truth and was left with no choice but to give up, feeling a sense of shock. Zhong Kui had already amassed over 500 ghostly energy points, yet he still lingered at the level of wandering spirits, while the lesser Maolang, with significantly fewer points, had already reached the D grade of malevolent spirits. Upon reflection, Zhong Kui had employed 4 divine abilities thus far: stasis, dispelling, and straightforward speech. These three are among the 72 grand divine techniques. The technique, words manifest action, according to Huapi, possesses an even more formidable origin. Huapi himself wields a semi-divine technique, illusory form, along with a fragmentary Vajra invulnerability. Maolang, on the other hand, seems to possess approximately 0.7 of a divine technique, 0.3 of Vajra invulnerability, and 0.4 of mighty strength. Although these abilities may appear incomplete, they are nonetheless exceptionally useful and worthy of gradual cultivation. As he organized the power within his grasp, his mind began to explore the intricate interplay and combat strategies among them. While others strained to deduce combinations among 2 or 3 types of spirits, he found his ghostly companions to be numerous. Any 2 he selected would yield remarkably potent results. For instance, the hanged ghost Maolang would certainly bring about a swift demise. Similarly, the hanged warrior, the embroidery maiden warrior, and the embroidered maiden skeletal demon, and so forth. If they were to unite, the outcome would be even more monstrous. With these thoughts in mind, he retrieved the precious Daobao Daoist jade tablet, an artifact held in high esteem by Yubei, suggesting it was far from ordinary. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he contemplated the Tao of Daobao, which transcends the ordinary, seizing the essence of heaven and earth and fortifying the mundane foundation. Heavy as light roots, swift as the ebb and flow. Knowledge of the world can be attained without stepping beyond one's threshold. A mere utterance sets the laws of the universe in motion. The history of this cultivation technique is exceedingly ancient and profoundly obscure. Yet, inexplicably, Chen Qing comprehended it. He soon found this arrogance excessive. It transcended mere youthful folly. According to Yu Gui's description, should one succeed, heaven and earth would serve them, ever at their beck and call. The method of cultivation is astonishingly simple. Gather treasures and refine them into one's body. As long as the treasures are sufficiently abundant, one can attain an invincible existence, capable of rending the heavens and splitting the earth with a mere gesture. Chen Qing fell into contemplation. Spiritual treasures, he possesses a warehouse full. This seems almost as if it were prepared for him. Chapter 55, The Realm of Essence. Unlocking the 3rd level of the Demon Suppression Tower. In comparison to being a spirit master, Chen Qing found himself nostalgically yearning for the sensation of being a warrior. Moreover, spirit masters possess frail physiques. Should they find themselves in close quarters, it is tantamount to death. The Tao of Treasures, however, allows one to refine spiritual treasures into their body, thereby enhancing their physical form. Chen Qing pondered. Before long, he had reached a resolution. He would practice. A formidable physique is of utmost importance. Though he possesses the protection of a skin shield, bizarre entities like the embroidered girl can attack from a distance, making defense nearly impossible. With just 2 needles, he had nearly lost his combat ability. Had it been Shen Man, he could likely withstand a dozen or 20. At this point, Chen Qing began to explore how to cultivate. However, it requires the essence realm. This is of no concern. Chen Qing was already on the verge of breaking through to the final circulation, known as the Great Circulation. Upon exiting the Demon Suppression Tower, his soul energy gradually flowed into his mind. From the corner of the world, through the skull, to the completion of the bones. The soul's energy trudges along the parched meridians. As time slowly passes, by morning, Chen Qing has already expanded to the 14th celestial pillar point. With a total of 27 acupuncture points in the Great Circulation, he has finally surpassed the halfway mark. Chen Qing opens his eyes to find the monkey, and he Runxing getting up and washing up. After washing his face and resting for a moment, he calls Boss Zhu from the feed factory. What? For 100 million. Yes, for 1,000 yuan per ton, within 10 days. You can subcontract to other manufacturers. Oh. Boss Zhu appears somewhat bewildered. After a while, he asks, what about the advance payment? Is 50 sufficient? Yes, absolutely. Boss Zhu nods vigorously. Nowadays, those with keen instincts are trading money for goods, primarily rice, flour, and cooking oil. Few dare to imagine the situation could deteriorate to the point of consuming pig feed. Regardless of oversight, Chen Qing refuses to engage in online transactions. Before long, Boss Zhu arrives at the base with an accountant and an assistant. Chen Qing presents 20 anonymous cards, stating 1 million per card. A total of 200 million. Oh. The 3 of them appear somewhat dazed. No contracts or receipts have been exchanged. They are all taken aback. Do you trust us this easily? Otherwise, would you dare to embezzle the funds of the Imperial Ghost Army? Let us transfer the money to the Factory S account first. It feels unreliable. He then calls Manager Tian, as anticipated. All the grains have already been depleted. Every warehouse has been completely emptied. Another phone call was made. Manager Yang. Are we nearing completion? All the configurations for the safe house must be top-notch. As for the weaponry, it must be ample. Is there a budget? There is no upper limit to the budget. Will 50 million suffice? A sputtering sound was heard from the other end of the line. After a while, Manager Yang inquired, Mr. Chen, have you perhaps caught wind of something? Recently, orders for safe houses have surged again. Indeed. That's why I'm augmenting the setup. Chen Qing nodded. I may be a tad paranoid, but it's better to err on the side of caution. Understood. However, even with the additional layer, it shouldn't cost that much. Well, let us just load it up. By the way, can we still order the canned goods? No. It's no longer available. As expected, time passed slowly, and by nightfall, the soul energy finally reached the last major acupoint, the Tontian point. The soul energy surged forward and retreated, sometimes employing a gradual approach, until finally, a hum resonated within Chen Qing's head. At almost the same instant, a wave of clarity swept from top to bottom. Chen Qing experienced an unprecedented sense of lucidity. His senses heightened. He felt invigorated. The soul energy coursed through his body at a speed tenfold that of the soul movement realm. The sound of water flowing in the pipes, the rustling of leaves falling, the sensation of a speck of dust landing on him. The world became so close, so cacophonous. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the dandruff on the monkey's ears, the mosquito droppings in the corner of the window. Everything appeared so vivid. His thought processes accelerated significantly, allowing him to count to 100 in mere seconds. Is this the essence of the spirit? Chen Qing murmured. What on earth is wrong with your eyes? The monkey almost leaped up. At that moment, Chen Qing's eyes sparkled with vitality, glimmering with a bluish-white light. Great, great, great. Divine being, you have reached the essence realm. Qing stammered in astonishment. The monkey also reacted. Essence realm. No way, Chen Qing, have you taken some potent elixir? How could you ascend to the essence realm so suddenly? This is rather abnormal. The two were in a fluster, while Chen Qing appeared remarkably composed, smiling as he said, Keep this matter to yourselves. Do not share it with others. Whether it be securing a ranking in the competition or enhancing one's realm, both would yield benefits. Chen Qing, however, had no intention of becoming a defensive officer or a sentinel. He believed that retreating to a safe haven before the blood moon arrived and enduring until the end was the right course of action. He admired those who could rise to the occasion and stand before the masses during extraordinary times. Yet everything he had experienced made it clear that he could never again become a hero. Ji Luo's soul power was rising remarkably fast, and it seemed his family possessed a complete lineage of haunted spirits. As long as his soul power was sufficient, he could summon a malevolent spirit companion at any time. Divine being, you should be cautious of him. He appears to be intent on dealing with you. Understood, Chen Qing nodded. Regardless of the source of malice, he would approach it with utmost caution. However, a mere malevolent spirit should not pose too great a concern, right? The Lone Star's injury had yet to heal and remained in the medical room. Typically, the monkey and Qing would be asleep by now, but after Chen Qing's stimulation, they were utterly unable to rest. They meditated until midnight, only then surrendering to slumber. Meanwhile, Chen Qing had already prepared himself, adjusting his body to its optimal state, and commenced his cultivation. The first level of the Dao Bao Dao tradition was called the Spirit Pool. In the realm of the spiritual sea, a vortex of spiritual power must be formed. At the heart of this vortex lies a formidable spiritual treasure. However, the dilemma arises for Chen Qing regarding which treasure to utilize. The Demon Suppression Tower? The Zhong Kui painting? Among the myriad treasures in the repository, there are indeed remarkable items, such as the bronze sword and the flying steed, though they remain unawakened, leaving one to ponder what they might become once they awaken. It is premature to dwell on such thoughts. For now, the focus should be on cultivation. As Chen Qing silently contemplated this and was about to commence his training, he heard the voice of the painted skin. Master, Master, the third layer has opened. Have you made a breakthrough? Chen Qing was taken aback. Observing that both the monkey and Qing were asleep, he directed a thought into the second layer of the Demon Suppression Tower. Except for Zhong Kui, no ghostly companions could traverse layers. Upon sensing, he indeed felt that another layer had been unlocked. However, unlike the first layer, which resembled an enlarged version of the Demon Suppression Tower, the second layer appeared to be a miniature world, devoid of any stairways connecting it to the first layer. The tower exuded an air of enigma. Chen Qing was uncertain of the time flow within the third layer and hesitated to enter recklessly. Otherwise, he could find himself inside for merely 2 minutes, only to find that the blood moon had already descended. Exiting to the outside, he activated the stopwatch on his phone and cast it into the third layer, commencing the timer. Precisely 1 minute later, he retrieved the phone. In the next moment, Chen Qing was dumbfounded. The time displayed on his phone read 10 minutes. A time dilation ratio of 1 to 10. This signified that while he cultivated for 10 days within, only a single day had passed outside. Furthermore, this rule applied equally to ghostly companions. While others' ghostly pets trained for a day, his own would have cultivated for 10 days. Remarkable! 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 Chapter 56. The greater the ability. The greater the responsibility. After casting the toilet ghost into the third level and confirming its safety, all the ghostly companions, along with the armless golden body, were sent into the third level. Hua Pai assumed her role as the steward, directing the spirits to commence their exploration. Wow, Master, it's immense, so vast. The space of the third level exceeded that of the second by at least 100 times. It was hard to fathom that this was merely one layer of a tower. However, the desolation here was palpable. The sky was a dreary gray, the ground equally bleak. And in the distance, there were hills, all barren, devoid of any vegetation. After a brief moment, Hua Pai's voice trembled as she spoke. Master, please, you must come and see. Chen Qing entered the third level and approached Hua Pai, only to be met with a scene that left him awestruck. Before him sat a colossal desiccated corpse, towering at least 10 meters high, seated in a meditative posture. 4 chains, thicker than a human, were affixed to the corpse's pipa bones, one end embedded in the ground. This corpse had likely remained in this position for millennia, yet it radiated a chilling, formidable aura. Master, this is a divine power, Hua Pai stammered. This body must have reached the level of formlessness in life. Upon hearing this, Chen Qing closed his eyes. In the next moment, he furrowed his brow, realizing that the desiccated corpse he had just seen left no trace in his memory, as if it had never existed. Yet, upon reopening his eyes, the corpse remained seated in tranquil silence. He could only vaguely recall the existence of such a being. Let us proceed, Chen Qing urged, suppressing his curiosity. The phrase to delve into darkness is an exceedingly perilous endeavor resonated deeply within him. The demon suppression tower, whose handiwork could this possibly be? The demons it restrains may not solely pertain to Zhong Kui. What has driven Zhong Kui to madness? With the unraveling of each enigma, a multitude of new mysteries emerges in succession. It is time to cultivate, allowing F4 to embark on their exploration. Under the command of Hualing, the mad ghost, the toilet ghost, the anger-eating ghost, and the gambling ghost were dispatched. As the blood moon approaches, time is of the essence. Here, the flow of time is tenfold, making this the ideal place for cultivation. First, the spirit pool must be established. Chen Qing adhered to the guidance of his cultivation method and commenced the construction of the first spiritual vein. It proved to be exceedingly challenging. Circulating the qi is meant to unblock the obstructed acupoints. Yet now, he must forcibly create numerous acupoints from scratch. It is no wonder that the minimum requirement is the essence soul realm. After reaching that stage, one's spiritual consciousness becomes exponentially more potent, significantly enhancing control over soul energy. If one were to attempt to establish a spirit pool with the control capacity of the soul motion realm, it would likely take a year to clear a single acupoint. The human body is replete with countless meridians, yet most are so minuscule as to be nearly invisible. Chen Qing's task is to widen these nearly imperceptible meridians and establish acupoints upon them. For now, he must first concentrate his soul energy, intertwining dozens of spirals, and begin to impact a meridian within his mind as fine as a strand of hair. During this initial attempt, it was far too narrow. Countless times he brushed against the threshold, feeling an overwhelming force with nowhere to direct it. Reluctantly, he focused on condensing the soul energy to the fineness of a hair and gradually extended it forward. Throughout the entire morning, he advanced merely 1 centimeter. In the afternoon, he progressed another centimeter. The requirement is 1 inch per acupoint, and in ancient terms, 1 inch is approximately 2.77 centimeters. In the 12th hour, Chen Qing commenced the deliberate creation of the first acupoint. By the 17th hour, the initial acupoint was completed. To his astonishment, the minuscule meridian continuously conducted soul energy, and its diameter expanded from the width of a single hair to that of 2. This fortunate development alleviated the need for further expansion on his part. After a brief respite of 1 hour, he pressed onward. An epiphany struck him, prompting him to divert a portion of his soul energy to simultaneously extend from the other end. Yet, the task proved to be quite arduous. With his current reservoir of soul energy, dividing it into 10 streams was feasible, but controlling them was exceedingly challenging. It was akin to holding a single hair with each hand while attempting to pass it through rings the size of hair strands positioned a meter away. Initially, he believed that splitting into 2 streams would yield greater efficiency, but after 10 hours, the combined progress was still less than half of what he had previously achieved. Having raised Chen Man since he was 13, Chen Qing possessed a tenacious spirit. He compelled himself to concentrate on both ends, opting for a slower pace rather than risking mistakes. As the days passed, by the 4th day, the speed at both ends had matched his earlier single-end control. At this juncture, Chen Qing's pace truly doubled compared to before. Remarkably, he even managed to bifurcate his energy once more, resulting in 4 strands of soul energy advancing in unison. Days 5, 6, and 7 transpired, and by the 12th day, the velocity of the 4 strands of soul energy reached a normal level, equating to a quadrupling of acupoint expansion speed. At this moment, traversing through his body's major acupoints felt akin to navigating a 24-lane expressway, with his soul energy striking precisely where directed. Gritting his teeth, Chen Qing divided his soul energy yet again, producing 8 strands. Even with his resilient nature, he found this endeavor immensely taxing. Focusing on one meant the other would either halt or veer off course gradually. No retreat is permitted, adjustments must be made. In the blink of an eye, 20 days have passed. Chen Qing, utterly fatigued, found himself back in the realm of reality, albeit for a fleeting moment. Suddenly, a monkey emerged from the restroom, exclaiming in surprise, "Where have you been these past 2 days? Your phone has been off. What happened?" Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback. "The captain is looking for you." "Oh." Chen Qing nodded and proceeded to the captain's office. Han Yuan, with a penetrating gaze, shook his head and said, "Do not overexert yourself in your cultivation. It can truly lead to dire consequences. I sought you for 2 matters. Firstly, Chen Man has already provided all the resources for bone tempering, top-notch materials that you can use with complete assurance. The second matter, I would like you to serve as the defense officer for the Jiangpan community." Chen Qing's brows furrowed. Han Yuan's expression turned grave. "Chen Qing, our human race has sages who have predicted the blood moon, which can be interpreted as an enhancer for the demon race. It is feared that when the blood moon arrives, the number and strength of the demons will multiply several-fold." "Several-fold? You are being overly optimistic," Chen Qing thought, shaking his head internally. Just based on this estimation, he was unwilling to accept the role of defense officer. It was quite simple. Whether constrained by objective conditions or sheer optimism, the defensive measures would be deployed at several times the usual strength. However, in the face of the blood moon, at the very least, 100-fold increase in preparation would be necessary. Yet, humanity could never muster such an extraordinary force. This presented an insurmountable dilemma. Chen Qing deduced that he could only abandon the majority, nevertheless, who would willingly accept being among the forsaken. Moreover, Chen Qing had no intention of rescuing the treacherous souls of the Jiangpan community. This time, he was eager to witness what they could become in the blood moon without his relentless protection. Thus, Chen Qing merely smiled and said, "Captain, my abilities are limited. There is little I can do. The greater one's power, the greater one's responsibility. Chen Qing, this is the mission of our demon-subduing army." Han Yuan is an individual of pure essence. He is willing to bare his soul and speak candidly for the organization. Yet, Chen Qing questioned his own capacity to do so. The untainted version of Chen Qing had likely long since decayed. In this lifetime, his greatest mercy was refraining from taking lives. The two parted ways in discontent. This captain, who had always been amicable, was genuinely angered. From his perspective, Chen Qing was excessively selfish. Chen Qing had his own reasons, but they could not be articulated. Upon returning to his dormitory, he sat in a daze for a while. When malevolent spirits roamed unchecked, heroes and angels also descended. Amidst the endless wails of the dead, the grotesque and radiant facets of humanity were magnified infinitely. There is a saying, "No bitter winter lasts forever, and no springtime fails to arrive." Yet, that winter devoid of spring crushed all humanity into mere fragments. In my past life, I was a hero, but that was limited to that existence. Chen Qing's gaze was tranquil when suddenly, the demon-suppressing tower on his chest emitted a potent gravitational pull. The second summit of the 12 earthly branches had commenced. Chapter 57. The second summit of the 12 earthly branches. Chen Qing hurried to a corner, donned a disguise, transforming into the youth from before, and slipped into the demon-suppressing tower. Before him unfolded yet another endless, lofty peak. This peak stood like a solitary stone pillar, quietly towering amidst swirling clouds. Serene and sacred, atop the grand circular stone table, 11 individuals gradually took their seats. Dear friends, after a brief separation, I trust you are all well. The elder at the forefront chuckled warmly. Chen Qing glanced to his right, and his heart sank. Chen Quan was absent. The creature with a deer head and serpent body hissed. Esteemed guests, does anyone possess the promotion sequence for the performer? I am willing to pay a handsome price for it. After a moment, a figure, diminutive as a child, spoke up. I do not have the spirit guide, but I have heard the name after the promotion. Would you like to purchase it? Just the name? The deer-headed serpent creature pondered deeply. Sometimes, a name could reveal a modicum of insight. For instance, a martial artist becomes known as the martial champion after promotion, while a zombie is referred to as the hairy zombie. Yet, after much contemplation, the creature shook its head. Just a name is insufficient. The deer-headed serpent then turned its gaze to the figure shrouded in mist, its voice cold as ice. Last time, you sought a corpse-level ghost servant. Did you find it? The misty figure chuckled. I have indeed slain it, and, by coincidence, it was of your candle serpent lineage. Interestingly, in its dying moments, it even mentioned your mountain. Brother Candle, it seems we are quite fated. The candle serpent's body stiffened. You truly court death, it declared, as bluish-green flames erupted from its form, chilling the atmosphere. I presume Brother Candle has discerned the identity of this little candle serpent. Ha ha ha. The misty figure remained unfazed, laughing heartily. In the North Sea, shrouded in ghostly mists, I have often heard of the Rakshasa ghost market. Might any of you enlighten me on this matter? A woman inquired slowly. Seated with a pallor akin to that of parchment, clad in garments drenched in crimson, her head crowned with a blood tree. The main trunk bifurcated, then further divided into 4, then 8, meticulously arranged to perfection. Notably, this diminutive blood tree was adorned with numerous droplets of blood, each seemingly poised to fall at any moment. Chen Qing felt a slight jolt within. How could she elude his memory? As he closed his eyes, he recalled only the presence of an individual there, yet the specifics had become a blur. An existence of the formless grade, he understood in his heart. Suddenly, he became aware that there were indeed 11 individuals present, yet he held no recollection of the others, deducing they too were of the formless caliber. Perhaps during the previous gathering, they had exchanged words, but he had failed to retain any of it. In a daze, he noticed a figure occupying a seat that seemed far too colossal for this setting. However, upon turning his head, all memories evaporated. A dragon? Chen Qing was struck with terror, yet in an instant, all thoughts vanished, leaving him unable to even recall the notion of a dragon. I too have this query. What are you, the ghost tribe, intending to do? You brazenly invade our human realm and seal off its territories. The woman in black gauze spoke with a chilling tone. The candle snake, however, simply smiled. The woman in black gauze looked toward Chen Qing, as if seeking aid, but silently sighed within her heart. In recent days, to be precise, he had devoted 20 days to relentless training within the tower. His spirit had long since waned. Even Han Yuan could perceive this, despite donning a disguise. How could he conceal himself from the gaze of such formidable beings? The woman in black gauze felt a mix of gratitude and concern. She naturally comprehended that this venerable elder must have employed some form of prophecy, incurring a grievous cost, hence his woeful state. It is highly probable that he utilized the technique of reverse knowledge of the future from the 36 celestial generals. This arcane art is exceedingly arduous, with only a handful of practitioners in the world, and it involves the theft of celestial secrets, the price of which is immensely terrifying each time it is invoked. A mighty figure of the human race merely attempted it once, gaining a vague awareness of the demonic race's impending invasion, and has since suffered grave injuries, falling into a coma. Yet this elder had precisely foreseen events of the 15th day of the 8th month, the cost of which is beyond imagination. Chen Qing felt quite dispirited, yet he noticed the woman in the black veil glancing at him multiple times. After some contemplation, he decided to divulge the entrance to the ghost realm. He rose and said, "Follow me." He then turned to Han Yuan and added, "You too." Han Yuan was taken aback, but promptly followed suit. The trio took just a few steps when, as if traversing some spatial barrier, they abruptly vanished. The elder at the forefront squinted slightly and smiled, addressing the companions. "Dear friends, may I inquire if any of you are acquainted with this esteemed elder?" The woman in the blood-red dress responded. With dozens of divine abilities at his disposal, such cultivation marks him as an exceptional adept in this realm. And his skills are remarkably diverse, accompanied by an audacity that is truly formidable. However, I have never heard of him before. Perhaps he has mastered the technique of flying footsteps and concealed tracks. Flying footsteps and concealed tracks is one of the 36 celestial techniques, allowing one to exist beyond the confines of the world, cloaked in invisibility, wandering amidst mountains and rivers. I sense the essences of turning stone to golden words manifesting as law within him. I wonder if I have perceived incorrectly. It should be accurate. A colossal figure spoke with a resonant voice, possessing various celestial techniques and numerous divine powers, including several that are inherently incompatible. This elder's cultivation is truly unfathomable. The figure shrouded in mist jested. "Zhu Shi, it seems he has employed the reverse knowledge of the future technique, comprehending your ghost clan's arrangements. Given your temperament, why haven't you slain him?" Zhu Shi merely scoffed. The misty figure grew more triumphant. "Indeed. You only dare to act against the weak. Such an elder is someone you would never dare provoke, am I right?" "Ha ha ha." The diminutive figure, resembling a child, looked around. His stature was so short that his head barely reached the level of the table, and his cultivation was woefully inadequate, merely at the corpse level, rendering him incapable of participating in the discourse of these significant individuals. Meanwhile, upon seeing Chen Qing, the woman in black silk deeply bowed. "Elder, I thank you for enduring hardship on behalf of our human race." "What?" Chen Qing responded, puzzled. "Enduring hardship? What hardship?" Han Yuan remained silent, having spoken not a word during the two previous 12 Earthly Branch Summit meetings. Chen Qing slowly remarked, "The exit of the Ghost Realm in Shiming City may be the Immortal Valley." With just this statement, both the woman in black silk and Han Yuan were taken aback. The Taiping Dao should have numerous members in Shiming City, involved in the Ghost Realm's arrangements there. Taiping Dao. Once again, Taiping Dao. The woman in black exclaimed in anger. Suddenly realizing something, she bowed deeply to Chen Qing once more. "Thank you, Elder." Han Yuan, who had remained quiet, also bowed deeply. "Thank you, Elder." The woman inquired about the price of the information. However, how could such an esteemed individual lack anything? Ghost beads? Spirit stones? Gold and silver? If he were indeed in want of these, it would be utterly laughable. Chen Qing felt a twinge of frustration. Why was this woman so oblivious? She seemed to regard herself as a renowned master. Naturally, a master must possess an air of sophistication. Information does not come free and cannot be dispensed casually. Chen Qing could only respond ambiguously. Suddenly, the woman in the black veil seemed to have an epiphany. With determination, she produced 10 complete Qianquan bags. Chen Qing accepted them, contemplated for a moment, and inquired, "Do you have any dragon bones?" The woman was taken aback. Casting a wary glance at the massive figure seated at the round table, she spoke softly, almost involuntarily. "If it is required by the esteemed one, I shall do my utmost to procure it. At the next summit, I will certainly bring it for you." Several individuals turned their attention to Chen Qing, scrutinizing him while they meditated. After a while, the elder at the forefront spoke. "The 12 Earthly Branches Tower is deeply concealed among us, but I, an old man, have a request for the master of the Time Tower. Might we converse privately?" Silence enveloped the gathering. Anticipation lingered for the next meeting. Chapter 58. The safe house is almost complete. The Time Tower? Chen Qing was momentarily stunned. He had already discerned that the Demon Suppression Tower was not identical in every respect. For instance, Han Yuan's tower imprisoned a Ghost King, while his own held Zhong Kui. Moreover, Han Yuan's tower could contain only 6 ghosts. It seemed evident now that the functions of each tower varied. Could the Time Tower mentioned by the elder be his own? The first level operates at half the speed of the real world, while the second level aligns perfectly with reality. The third layer moves at 10 times the speed of the real world. One's own Demon Suppression Tower could very well be the Tower of Time. But what about others? Is there a space tower, a fire tower, or a water tower perhaps? The monkey and he Runxing should be in class. Yet unexpectedly, Gu Xing is present. Gu Xing appears lost in thought. Just then, Chen Qing approaches. Suddenly, Gu Xing kneels down, striking his forehead against the ground repeatedly. Chen Qing is taken aback. Is this an illusion? Chen Qing declares, I can no longer bear to witness anyone perish before me. I yearn to grow stronger. Can you assist me in finding a ghost pet? As Gu Xing raises his head, his face is streaked with tears. Chen Qing has encountered such scenes far too often to be moved. Yet Gu Xing kneeling and pleading is truly unexpected. Coincidentally, Chen Qing, now at the spirit realm, is able to contract a third ghost pet. He might as well take a chance on the last few lowly creatures in the demon suppression tower. He nods. Wait for me. Just as he intends to say phone call, he remembers that using a mobile phone at the base is a privilege unique to him. He then alters his words. At 7 this evening, wait for me at the entrance of Zhong Community. It is of utmost importance. In his previous life, it was on this very day that Chen Quan delivered the paper armor and paper knives. With those 2 pieces of armor and 2 knives, Chen Qing and Chen Man managed to survive until the 3rd blood moon. A question has lingered for many years. Why? They must have their own burdens. Yet, Chen Qing still wishes to ask, why? After some thought, he seeks out the monkey. Wait for me at the entrance of Zhong Community at 7 this evening. We shall venture into the princess ghost domain. The monkey, momentarily stunned, soon bursts with joy. All right, Brother Qing. One can contract 2 ghostly companions, and presently one remains unclaimed. With merely a single martial figure, he has already secured a position among the top 3 newcomers. Though this may be attributed to Chen Qing's leniency, the monkey firmly believes his own prowess ranks within the top 5. Chen Qing, Zhou Yanqiao, and Ji Luo undoubtedly occupy the top 3 positions. Even though Zhou Yanqiao possesses an evil-grade ghost companion, he is convinced that Chen Qing surpasses him in strength. The 4th position may belong to Chen Qing or possibly himself. Only through competition will the truth be revealed. He produced 10 bags and meticulously examined each one. Ghost orbs and spirit stones constituted the majority, numbering in the thousands. Additionally, there were various spiritual herbs and plants, their functions indiscernible. Upon opening them, a formidable aura of ghostly and spiritual energy intertwined, astonishing in its intensity. All the ghostly companions turned their attention towards him, yet none dared to act. The ghostly meter indicated a notable increase in the strength of these companions. With a mere thought, Chen Qing summoned Zhong Kui. Instantly, all the ghostly companions knelt, trembling in awe. Zhong Kui possessed an extraordinarily powerful spirit. I wager you cannot contain it. Zhong Kui, filled with wrath, declared a ghost? No matter how formidable, it cannot surpass my might. Then dare you wager? 5 ghost orbs. Zhong Kui, elated, replied, I accept your challenge. Let us seal the pact. Chen Qing and he clasped hands in agreement. With a sly grin, Chen Qing remarked, when I call upon you, I will use the faintest whisper. You won't even perceive it. Nonsense. Even the faintest sound shall reach my ears. Zhong Kui retorted. Though now he exhibited a measure of caution, he would likely remain vigilant, attentive to Chen Qing's summons in the days to come. All was set. Chen Qing feared the possibility of Zhong Kui failing to hear his call. Returning to the realm of reality, in an almost inaudible whisper, he uttered, Zhong Kui. In the next moment, Zhong Kui's voice resonated immediately. What is it? What is it? What is it? Chen Qing feigned astonishment. I spoke so softly, yet you could still hear me? Zhong Kui, brimming with pride, replied, Humph, even if your voice were diminished tenfold, this immortal would still perceive it. In a certain ethereal and chaotic corner of the demon suppression tower, Zhong Kui reveled in his triumph. Upon returning to the 3rd level, Chen Qing resumed his cultivation of the multi-treasure dao. With 8 streams of soul energy advancing simultaneously, Chen Qing exerted his utmost control. Yet he found himself constantly at a loss. Time flowed slowly, and soon afternoon descended. Chen Qing had already been cultivating within the tower for 3 days. Master, you can absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, Huapi remarked. Chen Qing paused, retrieving a spirit stone. The method of absorption was not difficult. Within half a minute, his eyes widened in astonishment. He felt invigorated and utterly refreshed. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I assumed it was common knowledge. Chen Qing shook his head. Exiting the base, he arrived at the Riverside Community. Since Chen Qing's budget had significantly increased, a multitude of installations were required, prompting a shift to round-the-clock construction. Fortunately, the most time-consuming tasks had been completed, and the additional installations and configuration changes would only take 2 or 3 days. He had already communicated his arrival. Yet Manager Yang was still keen to await Chen Qing. Manager Yang, There's no need for such formality. Not at all, Mr. Chen. Other companies would be eager to oversee construction 24/7. Your arrival now is the utmost trust you place in our company. Allow me to show you around. Not only Chen Qing's residence, but the entire building had undergone enhancements. The exterior is pristine and tidy, and the corridor appears revitalized. Following the renovation, the structural integrity of the lower floors has been significantly reinforced. Initially, there was dissent among the residents, but when they learned that the renovations would be complimentary, their objections dissipated. Manager Yang whispered, "Each building's motion sensor lights are equipped with surveillance cameras. What are they monitoring?" Chen Qing mused, dismissing the notion, yet recognizing their expertise without contradiction. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Yang pointed to room 503, stating, "This unit has already been purchased. It serves as a fire safety buffer for your home." Chen Qing exclaimed in astonishment, "Well, let us reinforce this unit as well. Will it take long?" The layouts here are quite common, with ready-made modules available. 2 days should suffice. Ascending to the 6th floor, the former dilapidated appearance was unrecognizable. The entire wall had been replaced with frosted metal material. The door was immensely thick. When knocked upon, it produced a profoundly muted sound. There were 2 layers to the door, and within, a mechanical structure could completely seal it off. Even if explosives were employed, it would be this very building that would crumble first. Upon entering, Chen Qing felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. Firearms were abundantly displayed. As per your instructions, we have procured 7 million worth of firearms and ammunition, complete with a dedicated armory. The sofa was crafted from ironwood, guaranteed to retain its shape without deformation for a century under normal use, while the sofa covers were made from the latest generation of self-cleaning fabric, expected to last 2 decades, with 20 spare sets available. Each feature was presented meticulously. Chen Qing could only utter one word: delightful. The 128 square meter home, once bare and empty, was now filled to the brim, yet the organization of the space ensured it did not feel crowded in the slightest. Upon entering the gym, one is greeted by a meticulously organized space of 21 square meters, adorned with an array of fitness equipment, each thoughtfully designed to allow for disassembly and reconfiguration into various forms. What particularly captivates Chen Qing's attention are the 3 dolls of varying heights standing nearby. They possess an uncanny ability to engage in conversation, with rudimentary AI to assist during network outages, ensuring seamless dialogue in everyday interactions. These dolls are capable of generating warmth, pre-programmed with 50 distinct personalities, and feature self-cleaning mechanisms in their key components, which can also be replaced. Chen Qing observes the central doll, dressed in a strikingly short black skirt, whose serene visage is truly lifelike. Lifting the skirt for a closer inspection, Chen Qing is compelled to give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Incredible. Utterly realistic." Chapter 59. Chen Quan. Next, she ventures into the entertainment room, which has been custom designed to facilitate effortless organization. To ensure ease of maintenance, the handles, mouse, and keyboard utilize the most common models, all adhering to a modular design. Manager Yang opens a box revealing a collection of spare parts. "These are replacement components," he explains. "With an estimated usage of 10 hours a day, they are built to last for a century." Regarding storage capacity, Mr. Chen previously mentioned an upgrade that has brought it to an impressive 150 petabytes. Frankly, despite our diligent efforts, we have only managed to utilize 61 petabytes. The content within can be viewed nonstop for 40,000 years upon completion. The gaming library is extensive, encompassing nearly every title available on the market, including localized versions of web games. The hardware is of paramount importance, featuring the most durable versions available, with 10 sets of spare parts for each item. In summary, everything has been prepared with a century's worth of usage in mind. Subsequently, they arrived at the electrical room. The structure of the diesel engine is not overly complex. Therefore, in addition to 5 complete units, there are also 20 spare engines available. Furthermore, it is possible to replace the engine with a wood-burning kit, allowing for the incineration of any combustible material, including household waste, to generate electricity, albeit with slightly diminished efficiency. Moreover, various power generation devices are at hand, including solar panels covering the rooftop, wind turbines, and even hand-crank generators. The storage chamber is situated atop the building. Upon inspection, Chen Qing immediately felt a sense of reassurance. The rooftop space spans approximately 600 square meters, extending over neighboring properties. It is evident that disputes have arisen in the past, but they have since been amicably resolved. The largest area is occupied by a family farm, covering around 300 square meters. A seed facility is located here, employing our recommended crops, which can yield approximately 3 kilograms of vegetables per square meter each week. For staple foods, we advocate for potatoes, such as the Qing Shu 90 variety. With optimal temperature and humidity control, an output of 90 kilograms can be achieved in just 80 days. The fertilizers used in the soil are specially formulated, combined with organic fertilizers, namely human waste, which can typically sustain around 300 cycles. Even under high-intensity cultivation, a lifespan of 50 years is feasible. By intercropping vegetables, fruits, and staple foods, the comprehensive yield can reach up to 110 kilograms daily. After calculating, Chen Qing felt somewhat bewildered. Manager Yang, are you certain of your calculations? 110 kilograms daily? This is under low-intensity cultivation. If you opt for ultra-high intensity, the yield could potentially double. Then why would we need to purchase such a large quantity of grain? Upon entering the storage chamber, Chen Qing was instantly filled with a sense of security. The 110 square meter storage area is divided into 4 sections, brimming with canned goods. In an ideal scenario, there exists a volume of 400 cubic units. Consisting solely of canned food, half would be consumed while the other half discarded. Chen Man and I could survive 2 lifetimes on this. The entire rooftop is adorned with solar panels. The energy generated in just 8 hours is sufficient for a month's normal consumption. How invigorating. Truly, wealth brings immense pleasure. The safe house remains incomplete, still not in its full form. Yet, it has already left Chen Qing thoroughly satisfied. After bidding farewell to Manager Yang, Chen Qing opened the door and awaited in silence. Today, Chen Quan would arrive, leaving behind a paper knife and paper armor. Fixated on the doorway, his thoughts were restless and turbulent, unable to find tranquility. It felt as though that extraordinarily robust man could enter at any moment. Time seemed to have slowed down significantly. The scorching sun gradually softened, while neighbors either bustled or ambled peacefully in and out of the community. In this lifetime, Chen Qing had been preoccupied with countless pursuits, never before allowing himself the luxury of idling away time. It appeared that this afternoon had thickened the very fabric of time itself. Yet, it finally crept toward 6 o'clock. The figure he had been eagerly anticipating was still absent at the community entrance. In the next moment, Chen Qing's body tensed. He drew the kunwa knife. Within the room, an unimaginable surge of spiritual energy surged forth. Rushing over, he beheld a tear in the fabric of space within the living room. A pitch-black rift. A torrent of spiritual energy poured forth. 2 massive hands gripped either side of the rift, straining to widen it. It was Chen Quan's hands. The dark rift slowly expanded to the width of a palm, and Chen Qing suddenly caught sight of his elder brother's weathered face. Brother! Chen Quan was momentarily taken aback. His typically composed visage fixated on Chen Qing. He shouted, but his voice was impeded, failing to traverse the barrier. The fissure writhed, attempting to mend itself. Chen Quan silently screamed, exerting himself to widen it further, his massive hands already drenched in blood. Beside him, a hand tossed a folded cardboard into the chasm. He merely gazed at Chen Qing, his eyes brimming with a myriad of emotions. The fissure rapidly sealed, taking with it Chen Quan's gaze. Was this a rift in space? Chen Qing, hesitant to act hastily, diligently recorded all that he witnessed. Only when the crack vanished did he, somewhat dazed, retrieve the cardboard. Carefully unfolding it, he discovered, as expected, the familiar paper armor and paper knife. Within the paper armor lay a heap of powder, which, judging by its shape, appeared to be a sheet of paper, or rather, a letter. Both his father and elder brother faced great difficulties. Chen Qing was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. The delivery of this paper armor and knife must have come at an unimaginable cost to Chen Quan. They had never forgotten us. The 2 pieces of paper armor and 2 paper knives were as insubstantial as ordinary sheets, as if a mere tug could rend them asunder. Yet, steeped in ghostly energy, they transformed into formidable weapons and armor. After a moment of contemplation, his phone rang. Chen Qing, we are all at the entrance of the community. Have you arrived? Wait for me for 4 minutes, Chen Qing replied, informing Manager Yang that construction could proceed, and made his way to the community entrance. Monkey, solitary star, He-Run-Shing, everyone from the dormitory had come. Great God, please take me along. He-Run-Shing insisted, having followed Monkey. From now on, I shall be the most loyal follower of the great God, ready to serve without hesitation. Chen Qing nodded in acknowledgement. He Runsheng had driven over, sparing them the need to hail a taxi. As the group arrived at the princess's ghost domain, twilight descended upon them. Have you all contemplated the type of ghost pet you desire? The martial warrior's offensive prowess is undeniably sufficient. I find myself in need of a support-type ghost pet. Should fortune favor me, I hope to acquire a hanging ghost. The monkey remarked, recalling the flawless synergy between Chen Qing's hanging ghost and the martial warrior. A sight that had lingered in his mind, igniting a sense of longing. Most importantly, while martial warriors are rare, hanging ghosts are not overly uncommon. If luck is on my side, I too would like to obtain a martial warrior. He Renshing scratched his head, his confidence wavering. Other options would suffice as well. Ideally, something of a higher level. Listen to Chen Qing, said the Lone Star. Chen Qing nodded in agreement. Having ascended to the spirit refinement realm, he could contract another ghost pet. However, he lacked no companions, adhering to a philosophy of quality over quantity. The four ventured into the ghost domain, and with a single step, the verdant earth transformed into a somber, dark brown hue. Within the dense fog, two toilet ghosts were feasting on something. Upon noticing the intruders, they promptly vanished into the mist. Chapter 60. The terrifying ghost wall. The group proceeded cautiously. Compared to a few days prior, the density of ghostly energy had intensified. I wonder what the outcome of that confrontation between the esteemed figure and the princess was. Chen Qing pondered. Be cautious. A long tongue suddenly shot forth from the withered underbrush beside them. Chen Qing swiftly dodged as the tongue sliced downwards. Seeking death. With a mere thought, the martial warrior materialized before the monkey. With a gentle flick of his staff, the long tongue veered aside. Seizing the opportunity, the martial warrior spun around, and with a resounding whoosh, struck the long tongue ghost forcefully. The creature crashed to the ground, the staff already poised at its neck. Despite the struggles of the long-tongued specter, it remains as steadfast as a mountain. Both the Lone Star and he Runshing gaze upon it with great envy. Among the newcomers, the monkey's prowess is merely average. However, with the aid of this martial spirit, it has firmly secured a position within the top 5. Is there anyone interested in the long-tongued specter? Upon measurement, it possesses a ghostly aura of 50, categorized as a sea-level wandering soul, which seems quite suitable. Yet, both the Lone Star and he Runshing shake their heads. As the ghostly aura intensifies, the density of the apparitions significantly increases. Within the thick, swirling mist, eerie sounds occasionally echo, resembling howls of wolves or the cries of the sorrowful. In a fleeting moment, the crowd beheld the next ghostly presence, 2 starving specters. They were engaged in a fierce struggle over a nearly decayed bird, acquired from an unknown source. In its former life, this bird soared freely through the skies, only to find itself a meal for these famished apparitions. He Runshing let out a sigh, his eyes gradually reddening. The specters multiply. Will there come a day when they breach the ghostly domain and invade the city? Will we, too, meet the same fate as that bird? He Runshing wiped away his tears. Chen Qing was taken aback to see the monkey also wearing a troubled expression, lamenting. Perhaps our mission in the ghost suppression army is destined to end at the hands of these specters. Sighing, his eyes also began to glisten with moisture. Had I known it would come to this, I would have preferred to join them. After all, I cannot protect anyone. The Lone Star clenched his teeth, his tightly balled fists trembling slightly. This is not good. It's the night crier. Chen Qing suddenly realized. Adults might fare better, but infants stand little chance of survival. The most troubling aspect is that no one has ever discovered the whereabouts of the night crier. Let us move. A thought flickered, and a martial artist appeared before them, grasping 2 individuals in his hands, while he himself clutched one and swiftly departed. After a span of 4 or 5 minutes, Chen Qing finally released them. What happened, great deity? He Runshing inquired, his eyes brimming with tears and a hint of confusion. There might have been a spirit nearby capable of influencing emotions. If we do not vacate this place soon, we could find ourselves in grave trouble. All 3 bore red-rimmed eyes, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. They were certain they had not been subjected to mental manipulation, and they could distinctly recall the shifts in their own thoughts. Yet, the wave of sorrow that washed over them was utterly inexplicable, undeniably having an effect. What a strange spirit. He Runshing cursed. Damn it, it's merely a dead bird. And yet it conjured such a spectacle. Both Gushing and the monkey felt somewhat awkward. However, Chen Qing was unfazed. His vigilance heightened upon the realization that they had encountered a malevolent spirit. According to Han Yuan, The malevolent spirits in the princess's tomb should have been dealt with long ago. Yet, following the ostentatious emergence of a suspected evil spirit previously, encountering yet another malevolent entity suggested an unforeseen complication. Reflecting on this, he spoke candidly. If I am not mistaken, the spirit we just encountered appears to be of the malevolent variety. Should we continue, we may face peril. The trio fell into a moment of stunned silence. The monkey narrowed his eyes, declaring, "Forget it, let us take action." Without hesitation, Gushing affirmed, "Onward." Ruanqing's expression wavered, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, he too consented, "Let us do it." The core area of the princess's tomb was perilous. They could only seek opportunities along the periphery. As long as he does not encounter a princess, Chen Qing is confident in his ability to protect himself with the aid of 3 formidable ghostly companions. However, he feels uncertain about safeguarding the 3 without revealing his true strength. The monkey is undoubtedly trustworthy, but the other 2 are merely ordinary roommates. Suddenly, a faint knocking sound emerges from the depths of the mist. The night watchman. Chen Qing's expression shifts alarmingly. "We must leave, perhaps due to the distance." The night watchman's voice does not seem to affect the 4 of them. After a considerable time, having moved far enough away, Riverside expresses his confusion. "Great deity, what was that just now?" The night watchman, a ghost of formidable caliber. "That was the same kind of ghost we encountered during the last cleansing of the Wu Gui temple." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 changed drastically. Although they did not participate, they are well aware of the terror that this ghost instills, having seen many brothers injured that night. After encountering 2 formidable ghosts consecutively, Chen Qing senses something amiss. We cannot proceed any further. Chen Qing makes a decisive choice. The 3 feel a tinge of disappointment, but understand the necessity of caution. However, as they continue walking, Chen Qing furrows his brow. "Why have we been walking for so long?" The monkey glances around and points to a low wall. "It seems we've passed by this place before." Checking the ghostly compass, its directional function is clearly malfunctioning. Gushing picks up a stone and places it atop the wall, and the 4 set off once again. Moments later, they come across the same low wall once more. The stone that Gushing had placed remains unchanged. Is it a ghostly barrier? The ghost of a haunted dwelling, a formidable specter, chaotic courtyard? Chen Qing's brow furrows even deeper. Yet another formidable ghost. A haunted dwelling? The subject of discussion was whether Ji Luo's ghost was merely a domestic spirit. The monkey furrowed his brow, while Chen Qing shook his head, fully grasping the monkey's implication. Yet, given Ji Luo's current spiritual energy, he was incapable of commanding a malevolent ghost as a familiar. The notion of a chaotic court was merely something he had heard of. How was it possible to encounter such a multitude of troublesome entities in a single night? What about Riverside? Suddenly, Gushing inquired. The trio froze, a chill running down their spines. Indeed, where was Riverside? How could he vanish without a trace? In an instant, a blade swung down towards them. Chen Qing, ever vigilant, instinctively raised his weapon to block. "Be careful, be careful." Blades began to rain down from various directions. They were confronted by a legion of soldier ghosts. Chen Qing promptly summoned his warrior spirit, and the monkey followed suit. It was then that they discerned the presence of 5 soldier ghosts. Individually, the soldier ghosts were no match for the warrior spirits, yet their cohesive offensive and defensive maneuvers forced the 3 humans and 2 ghosts into a continuous retreat. Chen Qing's mind raced. Despite the dense fog enveloping them, it couldn't possibly be that impenetrable. The full force of 5 soldier ghosts had only become apparent at the moment they attacked. Clang, clang, clang. Thanks to his training with the warrior spirits, Chen Qing managed to cope, but Gushing and the monkey found themselves in dire straits. Suddenly, a flash of blade light struck Gushing's left arm. Gushing. The monkey quickly intercepted the soldier ghost before him, deflecting the blow aimed at Gushing. However, at that moment, another blade came crashing down. Abruptly, the soldier ghost vanished from sight, replaced by a ghostly figure in white, a hanged spirit. Before Chen Qing, 2 strands of white silk draped over a low wall were tightening around a soldier ghost, which was frantically struggling. The warrior naturally would not miss this opportunity. With a single strike, he forcefully struck the soldier demon on the head. The helmet reverberated violently. The soldier demon's body stiffened, and with a swift horizontal slash of Chen Qing's Kunwa blade, the demon's head soared into the air. With one death, the coordination among the soldier demons weakened significantly. Chen Qing and the great warrior isolated 3 soldier demons, and under the onslaught of Gushing, the monkey, and the young warrior, The second soldier demon's head was also severed. Subsequently, the third followed suit. Chen Qing inquired, Gu Xing, do you want the soldier demons? Yes. Gu Xing replied without hesitation. The warrior was not something anyone could contend with. The soldier demon was indeed an excellent choice. Do you want both? Just one. The monkey hesitated. While the soldier demon was inferior to the warrior, it was still a commendable option. After a moment of struggle, he ultimately conceded. With the warrior present, there was no lack of offense, only the need for support. After measuring the demon aura, they left one behind with a level of 61. The great warrior and the young warrior firmly pinned it to the ground. Gu Xing took 2 steps forward and began to invoke the demon contract technique. Once, twice, thrice. At the 8th attempt, he finally succeeded in the contract. Meanwhile, Chen Qing quietly exchanged the toilet demon, the gambling demon, and the gluttonous demon for 3 soldier demons, 1 B-level wandering spirit, and 2 C-level wandering spirits. Although the demon aura values of these 3 soldier demons were only 46, 55, and 61, which were rather weak, they could still elevate Zhong Kui's demon aura by approximately 80. Gu Xing exhaled in relief. His gaze towards Chen Qing filled with gratitude. Chen Qing, I am not eloquent and lack the words to express myself, but thank you. Chen Qing nodded. Follow me. The monkey and Gu Xing immediately fell in line. The trio made their way to the water's edge. In this region, there once thrived a form of 3-dimensional agriculture, with numerous ponds scattered about. However, after neglect, the embankments between the ponds have either been eroded into a singular expanse or transformed into stagnant pools, progressively drying up. Watermarks are visible along the pond's edge. Yet in the dimness of night, they are challenging to discern. Chen Qing follows the traces of water, weaving left and right. Within a minute, the scene before him becomes astonishingly clear. He Runqing gazes in disbelief at Chen Qing and his companions, stammering You. A knife. The blade of Kunwu has severed He Runqing's left leg at the knee. The pupils of Lone Star and Monkey dilate in shock. He Runqing screams in agony, incredulously staring at his severed limb. You. Why? His face pales as he exclaims, You dare, you. Blood drips from the tip of the Kunwu knife, creating ripples that spread across the pond's surface. Chen Qing. Don't. I will tell you. He Runqing panics, utterly taken aback by Chen Qing's silence and the brutal blow he has just dealt. The severing of limbs is a cruelty he had never envisioned. In his mind, a mere brawl resulting in a bruised face was already a significant grievance. Yet he now realizes that Chen Qing might be capable of murder. Ji Luo. It is Ji Luo. He instructed me to report everything about you. As long as I obey, he will grant me a haunted spirit. Once my soul power is sufficient, he will assist me in elevating the haunted spirit to chaotic court. Chen Qing, blade in hand, advances step by step. On the narrow embankment, He Runqing, terror-stricken, disregards the pain and frantically crawls backward, shouting, Uncle Ji. Help! The hair has yet to grow in fully, yet the strikes are remarkably fierce. Suddenly, a voice, cold and sinister, echoed. A middle-aged man emerged from the space ahead, seemingly concealed behind a painting that appeared almost lifelike. He was robust, with dark skin, and regarded Chen Qing with a chilling gaze. How did you see through the disordered court? He inquired. How did I see through it? Apologies. I am simply a ghostly companion. Chen Qing retorted. Is it excessive to toss one into the pool? The water monkey had been following the 4 from a distance in the pond, and subsequently, it stealthily trailed off after He Runqing, marking the path he had traversed. Chen Qing followed the markers and successfully navigated out of the disordered court. The disordered court was, in truth, manipulated by someone, as if a certain area had been fragmented into numerous puzzle pieces, continuously reassembling. Naturally, the section he occupied remained static. It was the so-called eye of the formation. Chen Qi was not one to bare his soul to adversaries, and a serene smile graced his face. For you have left behind the most significant flaw. Chen Qing pointed towards the sky above the middle-aged man. Instinctively, the man looked up. Suddenly, a dark shadow shot out from the water like an arrow. With a resounding splash, it plunged into the opposite side of the pool, and the middle-aged man had vanished without a trace. Both the Lone Star and the monkey were taken aback. Be cautious. In the pond, the middle-aged man was ensnared by the water monkey's long tail, forcefully pinned to the bottom. The water monkey's limbs were not idle either, striking with its claws in swift succession towards the man's neck and chest. A torrent of blood gushed forth, visible even beneath the dim sky. Bubbles incessantly surfaced as the middle-aged man's body convulsed violently at the bottom of the water. Gradually, the commotion diminished, becoming ever quieter until it ultimately ceased entirely at the bottom of the pool. Chen Qing felt an icy chill envelop him. In his eyes, Uncle Ji was an expert on par with Han Yuan. Yet, he had been ensnared by Chen Qing in this pond. You, Chen Qing, we are classmates. We are comrades. I was merely momentarily confused, just a fleeting lapse in judgment. You. The monkey and the solitary star observed this scene, chills racing down their spines. Yes, that Wanting is right here. Here, monkey, solitary star, keep an eye on him. Chen Qing stepped forward, and the scene before him shifted once more. Ahead, a white weasel was hastily fleeing. However, the death of its master had wrought a dreadful weakness upon it. It did not run swiftly. Is this Wanting? A thought crossed his mind as the Mao Dang and the hanged ghost materialized before him. Mao Dang's large hand was raised high towards the hanged ghost. In the next moment, the hanged ghost, its neck ensnared by white silk, abruptly vanished, revealing a white weasel thrashing wildly within the silk. Mao Dang's formidable hand came crashing down. Bang! It was akin to shattering a watermelon. The brain matter of the white weasel splattered everywhere, shattering the C-grade wandering spirit and clearing a path for Wanting. Chen Qing's complexion turned ashen, teetering on the brink of blood loss and shock. Chen Qing, how do you intend to deal with him? Solitary Star inquired, though he already harbored an answer in his heart. Chen Qing smiled, embracing the two as they stepped away from the pool's edge. Let us not dwell on such disheartening topics. Simultaneously, a thought emerged, and the embroidery maiden appeared by the pond, lightly laughing as she approached Chen Qing. Chen Qing issued her a command, to sew a wedding gown of human skin. Chapter 61, The Mysterious Assassin. Both the monkey and the solitary star remained silent, their hearts gripped by dread as they recalled Chen Qing's actions throughout the night. A formidable being capable of mastering chaos had met such a trivial end. He merely followed the direction indicated by Chen Qing, glanced at the sky, and then perished. Chen Qing, could you refrain from killing him? The solitary star's complexion turned pale. Chen Qing smiled, his demeanor unchanged. Still the taciturn and gentle youth he always was. Solitary star, have you ever contemplated what our fate might have been had I spared this G? What would it have been? What would it have been? The solitary star fell into silence. He wished to argue against the terrifying conjecture in his heart, yet silence prevailed. Chen Qing, I have always revered you since childhood. From this day forth, my admiration deepens. The monkey cursed, damn it, from now on. Whatever you say, we shall do. There is nothing left to discuss. Chen Qing smiled and turned his gaze towards the solitary star. The solitary star trembled slightly. I want to speak of it. Ha 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 ha. Chen Qing chuckled. Don't make it seem as though I must silence you through murder. Let us proceed with our affairs. The solitary star looked at Chen Qing, still the gentle youth he had always known, utterly unable to fathom that he had just taken 2 lives. Was that ghostly creature that just emerged from the water also yours? The solitary star stammered. Chen Qing, Zhou Yanxiao, and Ji Luo were recognized as the prodigies among the newcomers. However, he suddenly realized that the figure before him seemed to be the unparalleled beast concealed among the crowd. Watching Chen Qing's departing silhouette, the solitary star forced a stiff smile and remarked, "What nonsense! Are you suggesting that collaborating with the soldier ghost would yield better results? I too yearn for a hanging ghost. Yet, encountering such a spirit appears to require a stroke of luck." The typically reticent solitary star incessantly sought conversation, perhaps unaware that he wished to keep his mind occupied, unwilling and afraid to contemplate the fate of Chen Qing by the pond. The embroidery girl cheerfully presented Chen Qing with a bloodied piece of skin, which vaguely resembled a vest. Chen Qing nodded, a thought igniting the summon of Wanting. A white weasel. The ghostly measurement revealed 401, a C-class malevolent spirit. Currently, he commanded 5 malevolent spirits, 2 C-class spirits, Huapai 527 and Wanting 401. 1 D-class spirit, Mao Jiang 336, 2 E-class spirits, Bai Gu Jing 147 and Shui Hozi 123, and 4 B-class wandering spirits, Xiuhua Gunyang 100, Xiao'er Gui 97, Wu Fu 92, and Jiao Si Gui 81. Additionally, there were 2 B-class wandering spirits, Bing Gui 71 and Bing Gui 61, 1 C-class wandering spirit, Bing Gui 55, and one F-class wandering spirit, Feng Gue 9, by Gu Jing, initially comparable to Hua Pai, had been rendered incapacitated by Zhong Kui and now possessed no combat prowess. The embroidery girl, having recently acquired the warm human skin wedding garment, was on the verge of advancement, yet it would require some time. Overall, apart from Bai Gu Jing and Jiao Si Gue, all had experienced a slight increase in strength. Only Feng Gue exhibited an unparalleled weakness. The spectral energy of Zhong Kui amounts to half of the total from the 12 spirits of the Demon Suppression Tower, which translates to approximately 780, an exceedingly formidable S-class soul. Aware that Zhong Kui is intently awaiting his summoning, Chen Qing, driven by curiosity about the spirit's energy, refrains from squandering this opportunity. "Can you understand me?" he inquires. The spirit, Luan Ting, nods. "Can you speak?" Luan Ting shakes his head, frowning. Chen Qing lacks the patience for a guessing game. The multitude of spirits they encounter today are likely conjured by Luan Ting, and the immediate danger seems minimal. Chen Qing contemplates the most suitable spirit for the monkey. He harbors a desire to encounter a Ching, preferably a tiger Ching, which would serve as an ally. Like the foolish ghosts, Ching belongs to a broader category. Foolish ghosts encompass various types, such as the drunken ghost, gambling ghost, and miserly ghost, while Ching manifests in numerous forms. The most common are the tiger Ching and the crafty wolf Ching. Typically, once possessed, both the host and the Ching experience a significant enhancement in power, thereby providing the monkey with a means of self-preservation in a post-apocalyptic world. Other spirits, like the embroidering maiden, would also be a perfect match, yet they are exceedingly rare, so one cannot be overly demanding. After careful consideration, the optimal choice remains the hanging ghost. The trio, armed with knives, proceeds cautiously. Before long, they hear the faint sound of chanting. Upon closer inspection, it is discerned to be Buddhist scripture. A Buddhist ghost? They approach with vigilance, only to discover a grotesquely decayed monk, hands clasped in prayer. Though one hand has been reduced to mere bone, his cheeks are rotting, revealing the tongue within. As he continues to chant, a wave of dizziness washes over the group. However, it is merely an E-class soul. They decide to move on. The trio continues their journey. Time slowly passed. Although numerous apparitions were encountered, none of the suitably fitting ones had yet to be seen. Instead, they stumbled upon a B-grade ghost, a hanging spirit. However, both were of a lower tier, and since Chen Qing also possessed one, they chose to let it go. The three of them settled down against a tree and began to consume their compressed biscuits. The hanging spirit had been encountered once, proving it was not too difficult to find, and surely, it could be located again. The monkey seemed to be either rallying himself or offering self-reassurance. Just as they were conversing, Chen Qing suddenly felt an icy shiver run down his spine. Instinctively, he lunged forward as a blade of light grazed his back and slid past him. Thanks to the protective skin, he emerged unscathed, though drenched in cold sweat. The hanging spirit and the martial artist appeared immediately. The former was about to unleash a skill when suddenly he halted. He vanished. No, this entity must not be allowed to escape. Chen Qing's gaze hardened. Chaos in the court. In the next instant, a white weasel materialized. A child ghost. A chubby little boy, clad in a belly band and bare-bottomed, also appeared. In a tender voice, he exclaimed, "Mama loves." The monkey and the solitary star exchanged glances, their eyes becoming somewhat misty as they recalled their mother's embrace and the warmth of the sun. Chaos in the court was manipulating the nearby space, rapidly restructuring and cycling. Within a 100-meter radius, entry was permitted, but exit was forbidden. Such an absurd ability. Chen Qing stood in a daze. The position they occupied was undoubtedly the eye of the formation. From this vantage point, the surrounding space appeared fragmented into blocks the size of rooms. Chen Qing then beheld it. A pitch-black silhouette emerged from the shadow of a tree, attempting to leap into the shadow of another tree, only to abruptly collide with an invisible wall. The hanging spirit. The white silk of the hanging ghost gently draped over the tree, its silhouette fading into obscurity. While within the silk, a figure clad entirely in darkness struggled frantically. Chen Qing furrowed his brow, pondering, where are its eyes? Its nose? It appeared as though coated in a material devoid of any reflective quality, so dark that not a single feature could be discerned. He swiftly retracted the chaotic spirits of the courtyard and the child ghost. The monkey and the solitary star awoke, instantly perceiving the suspended dark figure. What is this? Perhaps an assassin. I have only heard tales of such beings, never witnessed one. The solitary star's eyes sparkled with excitement, Great. Great God. Grant it to me. Bestow it upon me. It may not align well with your soldier ghost. No matter. Absolutely no matter. I desire this above all else. Upon measuring the ghostly energy, it registered at 57, classified as a C-grade wandering soul, perfectly suitable. Consequently, the hanging ghost restrained it, preventing any erratic movements, while the solitary star repeatedly attempted the contract. Just as his spiritual energy was on the verge of depletion, he ultimately succeeded in forging the pact. Indeed, it was an assassin. Chapter 62, The Coroner Corps? Collect it for me. It seemed that the assassin was particularly well suited to the solitary star's temperament. Neither of them inquired about the earlier descent into the illusion. Perhaps it was related to Chen Qing? Yet, this made little sense. Chen Qing's hanging ghost and martial figure were well known, but tonight, it became apparent that he possessed a drowned ghost as well. That accounted for 3 spirits. Surely, there couldn't be a 4th? That would defy logic. As for the ghost lurking in the water, it was not merely a wandering soul-level drowned ghost, but rather a malevolent ghost-level water monkey, an idea that neither of them would entertain. Both of them had elevated Chen Qing to an extraordinary height, yet unbeknownst to them. Chen Qing surpassed even that lofty perception. Do you think he can defeat Chen Qing? The monkey inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xing nodded earnestly. I am 80% confident of victory. If it comes to a life-and-death battle, I shall surely vanquish him. How enviable, the monkey mused. Then turned to Chen Qing. Chen Qing, can you prevail against Zhou Yang, Xiao, and Ji Luo? Certainly, Chen Qing replied with a smile. The combined strength of all the newcomers would still be insufficient to match my prowess. The monkey was taken aback, exclaiming, what an outrageous boast. However, Gu Xing's pupils constricted slightly. He did not believe Chen Qing was merely bragging, yet the assertion felt rather implausible. Disregarding their astonishment, Chen Qing gestured for silence. Instantly, the two halted, gripping their kunle blades tightly. Not far away, a monstrous entity emerged. No words could adequately describe this abomination. It could only be referred to as a monster. It towered at least 4 meters high, nearly spherical in shape, composed of countless severed limbs and dismembered bodies stitched together. The majority of its grotesque form consisted of human organs, arms, legs, interspersed with deer heads and horse hooves. It staggered forward on 5 appendages, its surface teeming with dozens of hands that clutched and released continuously. What the hell? The monkey shivered in terror, as the trio stood in stunned silence. A large dog darted around the creature, barking wildly. This dog possessed 2 heads. One was gnawing on a large piece of putrid flesh, while the other was frantically biting and tearing, leaving a trail of dark, viscous drool. Then came the second, third, and fourth. Retreat, Chen Qing whispered. The 3 individuals tread lightly, gradually retreating into the shadows of the trees. They refrained from making any rash movements, instinctively huddling behind the foliage, confident that the dense underbrush would conceal them. The low growls of a pack of dogs echoed, mingled with their snarls, accompanied by the ominous footsteps of a colossal creature. Each step sent tremors through the ground beneath. Suddenly, the monkey gently tapped Chen Qing. Peering out from behind the thicket, Chen Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Among the pack of dogs stood a towering figure, easily 2 meters tall, not only tall but also corpulent, with a massive belly nearly brushing the ground. It possessed 3 arms. A small hand gripped a bundle of iron chains around its neck, while its left hand was bound with 4 enormous chains tethered to the backs of 2 massive dogs. In its right hand, it wielded a butcheress knife, the blade measuring nearly a foot in length. The air surrounding this fiend was thick with an overwhelming stench of blood, detectable even from several dozen meters away. It was the butcher. Chen Qing was taken aback. The butcher, a formidable ghost type. Its strength was unmatched among soul-level entities. A quick assessment revealed. 55. C-grade wandering soul, perfectly suitable for the monkey's pact. Chen Qing felt a surge of joy. Although he already possessed a formidable malevolent spirit, he recognized that this ghost type would be an exceptional choice for the monkey. Having made up his mind, he remained cautious, for he recalled that butchers did not typically accompany dogs. Where had these dogs and the enormous creature originated? The gigantic being came to a halt, and the pack of dogs along with the butcher ceased their movements as well, seemingly awaiting something. After a brief moment, a 3-headed dog, each head the size of a horse, emerged, its 2 lateral heads snapping at one another, barking furiously. At the center, one of the heads appeared lifeless, its eyes sealed shut. Astonishingly, Astride the three-headed hound sat a figure, spectral, perhaps, gaunt and wizened, with piercing eyes and hoary hair. He was unmistakable. "Master, it's a coroner," the painted skin exclaimed with fervor. "A coroner?" Chen Qing echoed. "A coroner, indeed, an archaic forensic expert, versed in examining wounds, scrutinizing marks, and dissecting cadavers." "Did he conjure these ghastly beings?" "Presumably," the painted skin affirmed. "A coroner's abilities are eerily potent, perhaps rivaling my own. I implore you, master, to enlist him." The painted skin spoke with gravity. Chen Qing harbored no reservations about recruiting the coroner, save for one. The individual seemed formidable. "Master, a coroner is of the evil ghost tier. Those of the wandering soul rank are termed physicians." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing grew restless. A physician, precisely what the team lacked. This one must be acquired. Chen Qing silently vowed. Suddenly, something splattered upon his shoulder. Instinctively glancing upward, he beheld a human face. It belonged to a grotesque creature, a human head atop a lizard's body, clinging to the tree, its gaze fixed upon the trio, its mouth awash with saliva. Thwack! The martial artist's staff struck true, piercing the creature's torso and pinning it to the tree. Aarg! The monster emitted a harrowing shriek, akin to a human's death cry. "Attack!" Chen Qing commanded. Startled, the two swiftly turned to behold the creature in the tree. Realizing their cover was blown, they erupted into action. The monkey's martial prowess, the Lone Star's assassin skills, and the soldier ghosts. The embroidered girl materialized first, succeeded by the hirsute corpse, chaos in the courtyard, and 3 additional soldier ghosts. The monkey and the Lone Star stood dumbfounded. The specters of the hanged, the martial warriors, the drowned souls, the matted corpses, and the white weasel, 3 ghostly soldiers. Chen Qing possesses 8 ghostly companions. Yet, there is no time for contemplation. Chaos has erupted. Beware the butcher. The embroidery maiden deftly weaves in the void, her delicate hands piercing the air. A 2-headed dog. Its tail tucked, leaps forth, yet its body is impaled by an unseen force, as if nailed to the abyss. The matted corpse strides forward, delivering a heavy blow. Bang! The 2-headed dog's skull bursts apart, collapsing lifelessly. The coroner observes this scene, as slender blades akin to chopsticks materialize in his hands, slicing through the void. The advancing soldier specter has its foot severed into several pieces, losing balance and crashing to the ground, a few neatly severed limbs flying away with it. This sight sends a chill down the spines of the 3 onlookers. Meanwhile, the butcher suddenly hurls an iron chain. The chain vanishes as soon as it is released. Almost simultaneously, a chain appears on one of Chen Qing's soldier specters, constricting tightly upon its emergence, causing the specter's body to creak ominously. Ha 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 ha. The butcher's laughter reverberates, his enormous hands making a dragging gesture as the struggling specter is swiftly pulled away, carving a chaotic path upon the ground. The cacophony of barking erupts, as 2 soldier specters and 2 martial warriors barely hold their ground. The coroner raises his slender blade once more. But a shadow suddenly leaps forth, thrusting a blade directly at the coroner's face. Caught unawares, the coroner is pierced in the mouth, stretching one side of his jaw and revealing his ghastly yellowed teeth within. The coroner gasps in horror. The 3-headed hound retreated a few steps, while the dark figure leaped into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Chen Qing felt a surge of joy. As long as he could hold off the most troublesome coroner, the other spirits could be dealt with adequately. At this moment, the burly zombie strode forward, seizing the soldier spirit that was being dragged across the ground. The butcher's maniacal laughter abruptly ceased. The butcher was an indomitable force of the same rank, while the burly zombie was among the most formidable of its kind. However, the burly zombie was a malevolent spirit. The butcher's body was dragged forward with a heavy step. With a thud, dust erupted into the air. The burly zombie attempted to grasp the invisible chain, but it was in vain. This ethereal chain seemed to lack any physical form. The burly zombie could only seize the soldier spirit bound by iron chains and pull it back. The butcher stumbled forward again, nearly losing his balance. Meanwhile, the powerful warrior wielded his staff with deadly precision, each swing landing perfectly on the vulnerable points of the 2-headed hounds, such as the waist, the neck, and even the groin. Were these ordinary dogs, such strikes would surely result in death or grievous injury. Yet, these 2-headed hounds appeared to have significantly dulled senses. After being toppled, they would whimper before rejoining the fray. The martial prowess of the warrior was truly terrifying, especially when one large and one small warrior coordinated their efforts. their dual staffs whistling through the air, nearly impervious to interruption. The smaller warrior lifted a two-headed hound and sent it flying toward the larger warrior, who met it with a devastating blow. With a resounding crack, the hound's head shattered, leaving only a tattered remnant. Chen Qing remained vigilant towards the enormous stitched monstrosity, but it moved slowly, seemingly devoid of lethal intent. The coroner was entangled with the assassin, who showed no intention of taking his life. However, as the coroner brandished a small dagger, an assassin would suddenly materialize. At that moment, the zombie had already approached the butcher. The butcher emitted a maniacal laugh. Ha! Ha ha ha! The massive cleaver, the size of a monitor, came crashing down, striking the zombie squarely on the head. Clang! Sparks flew. Several coarse hairs were severed, tumbling to the ground like iron wires. The cleaver was deflected. The zombie swayed slightly but quickly regained its footing, raising its hand high. Do not kill it, Chen Qing urged hastily. Perhaps in terms of strength, the butcher could barely match the zombie, but the butcher's defenses would surely crumble before such a strike. The butcher was meant to be a sacrifice for the monkeys. The embroidering made in deftly threaded needles of emptiness, piercing the butcher's body with ethereal stitches. Meanwhile, the zombie clung to the butcher like a sloth, firmly locking it in place. Yet, another hand was still clasped around the zombie's face. This hand forcefully pressed against the zombie's visage, seemingly jabbing at its eyeball. How formidable was the zombie's defense? Even its eyeball was impervious to harm. Yet, pain was undoubtedly felt. In a fit of rage, the zombie bit down on the hand, twisting its head to sever it, casting it aside. The coroner finally sensed something amiss. With a swift clenching of its legs, the three-headed dog beneath it howled, attempting to flee. At that moment, the hanged ghost appeared. In the next instant, the hanged ghost abruptly vanished. All that remained was a white silk ribbon, tightening around the coroner's incredulous face. There was no time to struggle. As the warrior's long staff, two soldiers' blades, and Chen Qing's kunwu sword all plunged into the coroner's body simultaneously. The coroner momentarily froze, then suddenly struggled to rise. The severed wound healing rapidly as if a zipper were being drawn shut. His hands hung stiffly at his sides, yet the small blade in his grasp flicked deftly, causing one side of the white silk to snap abruptly. If even a bound coroner could not be retained, then Chen Qing need not concern himself further. A cold laugh escaped him as the gleaming blade of the kunwu knife flashed. The coroner's head was severed and flew away. It thudded heavily onto the ground, still opening and closing its mouth, eyes flashing wildly. Not yet willing to succumb, Chen Qing chuckled. The kunwu knife descended in a flurry, shattering bones and scattering flesh everywhere. At last, the coroner breathed his last. Help me. Meanwhile, the hanged ghost swiftly departed upon the back of a three-headed dog. Had it not been for a heart-wrenching cry, it would have appeared ethereal in its swift flight, draped in flowing white. Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback. This fellow could actually speak? Suddenly, an assassin, concealed within the shadows of the three-headed dog, leaped forth, tackling the hanged ghost. They rolled together for quite some time before finally coming to a halt. All the other two-headed dogs fled in disarray, even the one with a shattered head. Yet, its steps were terribly uncoordinated, reminiscent of a child afflicted by polio. Let go. Let go. The entire scene fell silent, leaving only the butcher's desperate cries and the enormous, relentless stomping of the stitched monstrosity. At that moment, the creature stood in place, slowly turning in circles. Monkey, your butcher, come forth to claim your prize. Only then did the monkey comprehend that Chen Qing had captured the butcher for his sake, momentarily stunned before erupting in joy. The butcher was an extraordinary being. His strength was unparalleled. Remarkably, his control was equally terrifying. Have you ever heard of the chains of the void? The hanging ghost appears to possess no ability to walk, while another entity lies severed. The hanging ghost clutches the broken white silk, creating a rather awkward scene. Accustomed to seeing two lengths of white silk hanging, the sight of just one feels decidedly strange. Although his face remains obscured, Chen Qing senses his displeasure. Without further ado, he summons the ghost away with a mere thought. The monkey has already activated the ghost contract technique. Once, twice, thrice. Ha 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 ha. Not doing it. Not doing it. The butcher's laughter is boisterous. Soon, the number of contracts reached 23. The monkey's face turned pale, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. His soul energy had run dry. Meanwhile, the butcher's eyes rolled back, clearly on the verge of succumbing. Chen Qing produced a spirit stone, and upon the monkey absorbing it, he was instantly rejuvenated. After a few more attempts, The butcher finally yielded. Chen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. This mission was a resounding success. With a mere thought, the coroner appeared. Chen Qing pointed at the butcher, heal his hand. The coroner, still somewhat dazed, took a moment to comprehend the situation. Without uttering a word, he approached, picked up the butcher's third hand, and positioned it against his neck. With a swift motion, the flesh immediately stitched itself together, rapidly healing. The butcher moved about, feeling completely at ease. He erupted into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Chen Qing's heart swelled with joy. The team had long been in need of a doctor, and they had finally found one. The ghostly tally focused on the coroner. 665. Goodness. A B-grade malevolent spirit. Chapter 63. Contractual gold unchanged. Finally possessing an SSS-level ghost pet. Lone Star watched the unfolding events, utterly astounded. Everything surpassed his understanding. Tonight, Chen Qing summoned 7? Or was it 8? It was indeed those few who stood at the pinnacle of humanity, a feat that seemed impossible. At this moment, he comprehended that Chen Qing's assertion that no group of newcomers could hope to defeat him was no jest. Indeed, collectively they would not stand a chance against Chen Qing. They were no longer on the same tier. As for the coroner, what was that monstrous creature doing? Master, those are the fragments of corpses collected by the little one, meant for crafting a two-headed hound. Remarkable. Transporting materials while allowing them to journey on their own. What purpose does the central head of your three-headed hound serve? Chen Qing asked, astonished. It seemed that if he continued in this manner, he might well assemble a formidable horde of spirits. That should be possible. The coroner lifted two small, knife-like instruments, their blades rasping against each other. Chen Qing nodded and stored away both the two-headed and three-headed hounds. All of this transpired within the chaotic domain. The coroner should maintain a low profile. Chen Qing stepped forward, addressing the Lone Star. I prefer that my affairs remain undisclosed. With a smile, he retained his gentle demeanor, yet the Lone Star felt a chill within. He solemnly declared, Chen Qing, I shall follow you. Very well. Then you shall be my golden blade consort. No, my armed attendant, Chen Qing replied with a chuckle. As for the monkey, Chen Qing said nothing. There was no need for words. In this lifetime, only 5 individuals would not betray him. Chen Man, Uncle Xia, the monkey, Chen Shan, and Chen Quan. The monkey, brimming with excitement, proposed, Chen Qing, shall we find a few spirits to practice with? Chen Qing nodded and cautioned, do not venture out without me. The strength of both the warrior and the butcher is substantial, yet certain spirits pose a considerable challenge. It appears that I am no longer intimidated by the physical realm, but I remain powerless against the magical domain. This encapsulates my sentiment. Chen Qing urged, swiftly cultivate your soul power, as long as your soul power is sufficient. The warrior can ascend to the level of a malevolent spirit at any moment. Wow, Brother Qing. No, Uncle Qing. Grandmaster Qing. The monkey exclaimed with elation. Given the formidable prowess of the warrior, ascending would undoubtedly be an arduous endeavor. Moreover, should the ascension be successful, the mere thought is almost unfathomable. At that moment, no, with the combination of the warrior and the butcher, even against the likes of Zhou Yangqiao and Ji Luo, I would possess confidence to confront them. The various spirits that undergo ascension possess an array of peculiarities. The warrior's malevolent spirit level is termed the martial champion, while the spirit's ascension is akin to an emperor's decree. The endorsement can be delivered in person, through an edict, or a royal command. Chen Qing holds 3 imperial edicts to confer the title of martial champion. The 3rd level of the Demon Suppression Tower facilitates the rapid growth of spirit companions. However, the monkey's low soul power renders him vulnerable to backlash from the spirit companions. Progress must be gradual. As the trio advanced, they soon encountered several skeletons. Contrary to the stark white they had envisioned, the bones were a dull yellow, with remnants of decayed flesh still clinging to them. The monkey took the lead, summoning the butcher. Chains were hurled from the butcher's small hand around its neck, and in the next moment, the chains ensnared the skeleton. The skeleton rattled as it was bound, splintering into small fragments. Ha 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 ha. The butcher bellowed with laughter, his corpulent tongue licking his lips as his hands continuously gestured to pull back. Wow, wow, wow. A man like a mad dog. The monkey rejoiced. The martial artist had already reached a level of abnormality, yet the butcher's strength surpassed even that. As long as there is shadow, the assassin can become invisible. Although the attack power is somewhat lacking, with proper application, it can yield unexpectedly effective results. In an instant, 5 skeletons were reduced to mere bones. The solitary star felt somewhat dazed. Prior to this night, he would surely have faced dire consequences against 5 skeletons. Yet, in just a few hours, he could effortlessly dispatch these skeletal foes. All of this was thanks to Chen Qing. Suddenly, a familiar and eerie voice echoed, "Golden unchangeable, golden unchangeable, golden unchangeable." Chen Qing was both surprised and delighted. With a single thought, the chaotic courtyard manifested, swiftly reorganizing the space before him, severing the line of sight between the solitary star and the monkey. The golden unchangeable continued to carry its enormous bag, brimming with gold ingots. Golden unchangeable, golden unchangeable, golden unchangeable. The golden unchangeable bounced towards a bone staff. Chen Qing no longer hesitated. Zhong Kui, the long-awaiting Zhong Kui, immediately made his appearance. His eyes, no, the left eye fixating on the golden unchangeable. Aha! Golden unchangeable. Aha! No wonder you don't believe this great deity. Truly a formidable challenge. But who is this great deity? How could I be thwarted? Zhong Kui formed a sword shape with his index and middle fingers, pointing at the golden unchangeable. Yet, the golden unchangeable merely paused momentarily, continuing to bounce towards the bone staff. Zhong Kui's brows furrowed. This fellow always exuded an air of effortless confidence. But for the first time, he displayed such an expression. The golden unchangeable pressed onward. A thought struck. Zhong Kui clapped his hands together with great force. The golden unchanging continues its forward march, yet the ground beneath it resembles a treadmill, perpetually shifting. It appears as though the golden unchanging remains stationary. Hurry, bind it. Chen Qing hesitated. The price of the hell-contracting ghost technique was steep, and failure meant death. What if it refused? Fear not. This great deity shall accompany you. Indeed. How could I have overlooked this? Without further hesitation, he invoked the hell-contracting ghost technique. An inky darkness enveloped him, and the golden unchanging in an instant. The golden unchanging, ever bouncy and determined, fixated on that bone staff. A dark circular ring materialized above Chen Qing's head, gradually descending upon the golden unchanging. The golden unchanging did not evade. The ring smoothly penetrated its head. Success. Chen Qing rejoiced. With a mere thought, the golden unchanging swiftly entered Chen Qing's mind. It truly worked. A bet is a bet. Money, money, money. Zhong Kui chuckled heartily. Chen Qing, thoroughly satisfied, handed over 10 ghost orbs to Zhong Kui. Though his expression was one of reluctance, alas. I concede. I did not anticipate your prowess. Zhong Kui was immensely pleased, turning away with a chuckle that made his body tremble. The ghost meter pointed at the golden unchanging. 788, a B-class evil spirit. Chen Qing was elated. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He directed the ghost meter towards Zhong Kui. 1,999. 1,999. The numbers fluctuated incessantly, yet they predominantly stabilized at 1,000. Beneath the ghost meter were 3 conspicuous letters. SSS Class Wandering Soul. Chapter 64. The addition of the Great Golden Fatty to the organization from S to SS, then to SSS. The descriptions are exceedingly uniform, extremely perilous. Clearly, Zhong Kui is entirely deserving of such an appraisal. 1,000, by all accounts. He should have reached the level of an evil spirit, yet this fellow remains a wandering soul. Chen Qing found this utterly absurd, while secretly reveling in the irony. He also felt a twinge of headache. As for the advancement of the coroner's spirit, Chen Qing was utterly oblivious, even to the name of his malevolent spirit. However, he believed that with some effort, perhaps he could attain it. But what of Zhong Kui? Could this individual truly advance? Surely, he would not remain a wandering soul for eternity? Currently, under his command, there are 7 malevolent spirits. B-rank malevolent spirit, Jin Bugwan 788, Coroner 665. C-rank malevolent spirit, Huayan 527, Wanting 401. D-rank malevolent spirit, Maojiang 336. E-rank malevolent spirits, Beigujing 147, Shuihuzi 123. There are 7 wandering souls. SSS rank wandering soul, Zhong Kui. A-level wandering souls, Xiuhua Girl 100, Child Ghost 97, Martial Man 92, Hanged Ghost 81. B-rank wandering souls, Bingue 71, Bingue 61. E-rank wandering soul, Mad Ghost 11. The Mad Ghost, Chen Qing pondered, was not something he dared to replace. After all, it was the first ghost pet within the Demon Suppression Tower. Upon its emergence, it was also mad. its appearance remarkably consistent. Thus, Chen Qing harbored a conjecture. Could Zhong Kui be formed based on the first ghost pet of the demon suppression tower? If this were indeed the case, what would happen if he replaced the mad ghost and Zhong Kui followed suit? Therefore, Chen Qing preferred to waste a position rather than risk removing the mad ghost. After all, whether it was present or absent made little difference. Moreover, it was also making progress, was it not? The malevolent aura surged from 9 to 11, representing a proportionate increase that was akin to the elevation of an entire tower. Huapi, the servant, was present. The skill known as golden transformation. What was it called again? One of the 36 celestial powers, the ability to transmute stone into gold. Does it imply that when directed towards living beings, it could once again create a golden form? Huapi paused momentarily. This servant is unaware. However, it might be possible. Then what if the target of this transformation were that colossal mass from today? Huapi gasped. That enormous mass resembled a house. If it could indeed transform into a golden body, the implications are beyond imagination. Merely sitting beside it could lead to a rapid increase in cultivation. A plan began to form in her mind. She glanced outside, where the Lone Star and the monkey were anxiously pacing, clearly distressed by the strange phenomenon of the golden transformation. Fearing that Chen Qing might be in peril, they were eager to render assistance. Yet, the chaotic domain of the ruinous court was intricate, continually shifting, preventing their escape. I am fine. I will emerge shortly, Chen Qing declared with a resonant voice. The two paused, finally able to relax. Chen Qing produced 2 winged crimson steeds and 3 tomb guardians. The steeds bore wings, while the guardians included one resembling a lion-dog hybrid, another with a human head and lion body, and the last a black panther adorned with goat horns. The concentration of malevolent aura here should suffice to awaken them, albeit the process may take some time. Chen Qing, are you all right? The monkey called out again. I'm fine. Fortune has favored me, as I have encountered something remarkable. I will need an hour or two. With that, Chen Qing joined his companions, instructing the coroner to keep watch over the situation. Casually, I settled down cross-legged. The monkey immediately inquired, what extraordinary fortune is this? After a moment's contemplation, I realized that the awakening of cultural relics was no longer a secret. It seemed that these artifacts, steeped in spectral energy, could indeed awaken. If you possess any cultural relics at home or can procure some, it might be worth a try. The monkey appeared deep in thought. By the way, how goes the construction of your safe house? You've been training in the base for quite some time. It should be nearing completion, right? Chen Qing nodded. He had already prepared to bring the monkey's family down to the lower floor. After all, Manager Yang had purchased the 5th floor apartment and combined with the rooftop. It formed a 3-story safe house with a total area approaching 900 square meters. Lonely Star, what was your name before? I was reluctant to mention that name. Lonely Star shook his head. Most normal individuals would likely associate it with the term Heavenly Calamity Lone Star, but seeing his reluctance, we didn't press further. Instead, we reminisced about many childhood memories. Do you recall the time we went fishing and your father scolded you? Chen Qing chuckled. I remember saying I spotted something enormous in the water, and you didn't believe me. In hindsight, it was probably a drowned ghost. Your laughter sends a chill down my spine. Speaking of which, Lu Yanhong, do you remember her? That wretched woman. A few days ago, I heard she attempted to steal materials from my safe house, and when my mother caught her, she had the audacity to scratch my mother. And then there was Hong Ya, whose punches resounded like thunder. We had someone in our high school suffering from renal failure. What a ridiculous situation. His mother came to me, asking me to donate a kidney. I inquired why she did not contribute herself, to which she replied that as a female, her constitution was frail, unlike that of males. Were it not for the medium of WeChat, I would have felt compelled to slap her in reality. Having undergone an unprecedented intensity of training and faced terrifying events, even brushing against death, it seems that today I have truly let go of everything. Like in days of yore, we engage in casual conversation, reminiscing and teasing one another. By the way, Chen Qing, have you reached the spirit refinement stage and chosen your blood contract partner yet? Chen Qing shook her head, still in a state of indecision. A blood contract partner is one who forges a life and death bond with a ghostly pet. Everything about the ghostly pet will influence its master, and the bond enables sharing of the pet's abilities. Zhong Kui is extraordinarily powerful, yet his multitude of skills makes Chen Qing uncertain about which she might acquire. Conversely, Jean Buhui presents an excellent choice. Presently, it seems Jean Buhui possesses only 2 skills, one being the ability to transmute stone into gold. a divine power among the 36 celestial skills, and the other a form of spatial traversal skill reminiscent of the divine movement and the 72 divine powers, akin to the great powers star shifting. Both options are superb. Should it be the latter, it would be even more advantageous, as it is a skill that even Zhong Kui's binding techniques cannot restrain. With an abundance of ghostly pets, Chen Qing lacks for combat strength. Her inclination leans more towards self-preservation. Gu Xing, I presume you wish to form a blood contract with the assassin, correct? Gu Xing nodded, affirming that the assassin's skills resonate with her. After an extensive discussion among the three, Chen Qing rose to her feet. Although she resembled fine porcelain, she was animated and agile, remarkably peculiar. Turning her gaze towards the three tomb-guarding beasts, she noticed they had all risen as well. The creature, reminiscent of both a lion and a dog, extended its right foreleg and languidly licked itself. With a human-faced lion staring directly at Chen Qing, an unsettling aura enveloped the atmosphere. A black panther with sheep-like horns stretched its forelegs while Chen Qing marveled internally. With a singular thought, he resolved to move forward. Shall we? He inquired. Indeed, came the reply. Upon exiting the haunted domain, the trio was momentarily taken aback upon spotting He Ruanxing's vehicle. We became lost in the chaotic courtyard, and then He Ruanxing vanished. After a brief pause, the chaos of the courtyard abruptly dissipated. Chen Qing stated calmly. I suppose I should greet the captain first, the monkey suggested. That seems reasonable. After hailing a cab, they arrived at the Riverside Community. The monkey, now somewhat blindly trusting Chen Qing, refrained from questioning him and followed him to the foot of his building. With a singular thought, Chen Qing acquired the tomb-guarding beast resembling a lion dog. Though it was undeniably a stone lion, it appeared to be alive. The monkey gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What in the world is this? Incredible!" After a moment of observation, the monkey continued, "This is utterly absurd. Outrageously absurd. And what have you?" Chen Qing inquired. "I have more. Then I shall accept this, my adoptive father." The monkey's expression shifted slightly. "This is 10 million. What can one buy with that nowadays?" Chen Qing handed him a card. "Isn't this a bit outrageous?" The monkey remarked, furrowing his brow. The notion of Chen Qing casually gifting him 10 million struck him as unfathomable. Although Chen Qing's actions had become increasingly preposterous, 10 million was no trifling sum. It was not as if he could simply carry 20,000 in cash and triumph over 90% of others. Money that goes unused is but waste paper. The monkey solemnly accepted the task and inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to command, foster father?" Treating it as though it were the end of days. He thought of the dire shortages: no water, no electricity, no rice, no oil. "Spend it quickly. If you run out of money, come to me. I have plenty of this worthless paper." "Very well." The monkey led the guardian beast upstairs. Chen Qing arrived at the corner of the community. It was 3 in the morning. He initially intended to merely glimpse from afar, yet he found Uncle Xia seated there, his vacant eyes gazing into the sky. Lost in thought. "Who is it?" Uncle Xia furrowed his brow. "Chen Qing? You recognize me from that?" Chen Qing chuckled. "How have you been these past few days?" "Uncle Xia?" Bang, bang, bang. Uncle Xia pounded heavily on the pile of instant noodles, crackers, and sausages that Chen Qing had given him. "Life hasn't been this indulgent for a while." Uncle Xia chuckled. "What brings you to seek me out at this late hour, blind man?" "I have a task to attend to and happened to pass by the community, so I thought I would take a stroll." "That is fine," Uncle Xia replied readily. "By the way, the residents in the community have recently voiced considerable discontent towards you. Do exercise caution." This revelation took Chen Qing by surprise. "What?" "They claim you are engaged in unsavory dealings, that your family has unlawfully occupied the rooftop, and that your construction has disturbed their rest. Particularly regarding the building you reside in, they assert it has compromised the structural integrity and are demanding either compensation or the purchase of their properties. The price is reportedly similar to that of the establishment below yours." Chen Qing scoffed. "Ultimately, it's merely envy. Manager Yang acquired the establishment beneath me at a price significantly above market value. Otherwise, these clowns wouldn't be prancing about so merrily. Let them lodge their complaints. The government is currently overwhelmed. If they pay me any mind, I shall consider it a defeat." The two engaged in casual conversation before Chen Qing finally stood up to leave. They had agreed in advance, fearing that Uncle Xia might depart on the 14th. He Ruanxing left with the three, and in the dead of night, he posed numerous inquiries to them. Then, it seemed there was nothing more to say. Observing the large, plump creature circling around, Chen Qing stroked his chin. Having come to a decision, Jin Buhuan. In the next moment, Jin Buhuan appeared before him. Still in its diminutive form, scarcely half a meter tall, carrying a bag nearly a meter in diameter, filled to the brim with golden ingots. Each encounter with Jin Buhuan was accompanied by its characteristic chant, yet this time it remained silent. Chen Qing pointed at the enormous creature. Go, transform it into gold. Jin Buhuan, with its repetitive chant, bounced towards the large creature. Like a diver, it leaped into the plump being. From the point of entry, it began to stiffen and turn to gold, slowly spreading outward. However, the pace soon decelerated. After covering approximately 60%, the transmutation halted. The already bizarre form of the creature became even more peculiar, its body stitched together from various severed limbs, with one half now transformed into gold. The lower half of the creature had yet to turn to gold. Under ordinary circumstances, it would have perished, yet it remained upright, though the weight of the gold was overwhelming, causing it to struggle to support its upper body, its 5 legs trembling, on the verge of collapse. Chen Qing chose to ignore it. Jin Buhuan. He called out twice, but there was no response. He sensed that Jin Buhuan still existed, yet it was exceedingly weak at that moment. At this moment, Chen Qing resumed his cultivation of the multi-treasure Tao. His thoughts divided into 8 streams, gradually expanding forward. Before he knew it, a day had passed. He summoned Jin Buhuan once more, and at last, it appeared before him. It looked exceedingly dispirited, particularly the large pocket on its back, which was utterly empty, devoid of even a single gold ingot. Chen Qing understood that only when the pocket was filled to the brim with gold ingots could the transformation from stone to gold occur. Time flowed slowly. After a full 5 days of cultivation, Jin Buhuan's pocket was once again brimming. The second infusion began. Jin Buhuan, with exuberance, leaped into the massive flesh orb. Its colossal form was entirely transformed into gold, crashing down with a thunderous roar, sending dust swirling into the air. Even though its body remained stitched together with the remnants of various beings, the sight of the great golden figure was undeniably pleasing. This golden entity had awakened to its golden form. One could only imagine the staggering increase in the power of the ghostly pet. At this moment, it was the second day since the trio had entered the ghost domain, precisely 5 p.m. After exchanging greetings with Guxing and the monkey, Chen Qing made his way to the princess ghost domain. After waiting for a while, night fell, and the ghostly aura surged. In a secluded spot, Chen Qing produced the great golden figure. Standing at 4 meters tall, it shook the ground with tremendous force, with the density of gold. This creature now weighed approximately 300 tons. The ghostly energy permeated the atmosphere as time passed slowly. At last, the severed limbs on the great golden figure stirred slightly. Subsequently, the second arm moved, followed by a twitch from the hoof atop its head. The great golden figure came to life. It attempted to rise, but its 5 legs were firmly embedded in the earth. Chen Qing was overjoyed and stored the great golden figure in the 3rd level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Truly remarkable. I kindly request the esteemed audience to bestow a 5-star review. My heartfelt gratitude extends to Ingratitude, Dugwian, and the culinary enthusiast of shepherd's purse noodles, Lu Jin, as well as to the generous Wang Zi, who delights in celery salad. A special mention of appreciation goes to Wang Zi for the inspiration behind the creative capsule. Chapter 65, The Blood Moon, has finally arrived. Upon the appearance of the corpulent figure of De Jin at the 3rd level of the Demon Suppression Tower, all spirits descended into madness. The golden body manifests in various forms, such as the Tianzhong golden body, the 8-treasure golden body, and the relic golden body. Each of these incarnations is a formidable existence, recognizable by their illustrious names, akin to the Buddha or the Jade Emperor. Chen Qing's 2 golden bodies are referred to as the primordial golden body. In comparison to those powerful embodiments, it resembles a mere iron mold. To phrase it more poetically, it holds infinite potential, yet in reality, it is akin to an unfinished structure. Should one possess sufficient strength, they may refine it into their being. The term invincible golden body refers to this very concept. Wow, what a magnificent primordial golden body. Zhong Kui appeared uninvited, leaning upon the primordial golden body, caressing it incessantly, with a captivating expression and his charming eyes. One could only imagine the authenticity of his admiration. All spirit-level ghost pets trembled in terror, collapsing to the ground at the sight of Zhong Kui. The more malevolent spirits fared slightly better. The coroner, the painted skin, and the chaotic court bowed respectfully, their demeanor full of deference. However, amongst the wicked. The newly ascended water monkey curled its long tail around its head, shrinking into a ball. Meanwhile, the hair-raising creature, having previously been bested by Zhong Kui, now sat hunched over, clutching its head in a shivering heap, having lost patches of its once invulnerable fur. As for the white-bone spirit, no further elaboration is necessary. Originally, its ghostly energy should have been around 500 to 600. After being nearly shattered, it has only recovered to 187, leaving behind a motionless heap of skeletal remains. With these two golden bodies present, how much could your cultivation speed increase? The potential is indeed remarkable. With a threefold enhancement in cultivation efficiency, coupled with a tenfold acceleration of time flow, the total would amount to a staggering 30 times. A single day here equates to an entire month outside. The ghostly energy of the gathered spirits has risen considerably, yet Zhong Kui remains stuck at 1,000. The total ghostly energy of the 12 demons in the Demon Suppression Tower approaches 2,300. Logically, Zhong Kui should be around 1150. However, he remains locked at 1,000. Unable to progress. SSS level and above should be non-existent, right? With such thoughts, Chen Qing stepped back. In just one night, the ghostly energy within the princess's domain surged significantly once more. Chen Qing summoned a flying horse with a mere thought. It was a blood-red porcelain steed, taller than Chen Qing himself, its knees adorned with night eyes crafted into clouds, and its body embellished with golden threads forming blossoming plum flowers. The mane, saddle, and reins were all golden. Having never ridden a horse before, Chen Qing cautiously mounted. Suddenly, the flying horse let out a loud snort. Chen Qing tightened his grip on the reins, silently urging, "Rise." The horse took a few steps and soared into the air. "Oh!" Chen Qing couldn't help but exclaim. The mist here was too thick. He felt waves of fog crashing swiftly against his face. At that moment, a beam of light flickered through the dense fog. What an immense figure! It felt as if it spanned the size of a football field, shrouded in dazzling golden light. It illuminated the entire princess's domain through the heavy mist. Chen Qing was taken aback. He quickly urged the horse to descend. This entity enveloped him in a sense of suffocation. Yet, his heart was filled with curiosity. Despite the thick fog, he could vaguely discern a sharp-edged silhouette. Unlike any living being, the indistinct outline sparked a thought in him. Could it be a spacecraft, perhaps a UFO? "Master, in my early years, I heard tales of a malevolent creature known as the Great Sun Paper Sparrow. Perhaps this is it." "Paper Sparrow? Is that also a specter?" "Master, do you know of the paper effigies?" Chen Qing suddenly realized something. This Great Sun Paper Sparrow, could it be of the demonic spirit level? Such formidable menace surely indicates a malevolent spirit. "Let us go, go. I am frightened." Chen Qing urged his steed to take flight. Though this time he dared not soar high, hastily skimming the ground. The same speed felt entirely different when traversing the sky versus the earth. Everything beside him rapidly receded into a blurred afterimage. Chen Qing's face distorted, ripples of anxiety washing over him. In a mere moment, he arrived outside Shiming City. He did not wish to attract undue attention, for powerful figures undoubtedly resided within the city. He sought refuge in the third level of the Demon Suppression Tower to cultivate. Having received a call from Boss Zhu in the morning, the pig feed was all ready for delivery. Chen Qing covered the transportation costs and arranged for a warehouse to store it. "Chen Qing, you have no idea how outrageous the current prices are." The monkey had received money 2 days prior and immediately urged his parents to embark on a shopping spree. However, prices had surged more than double since then, with the increase in medicinal prices being even more astonishing. The government is striving to stabilize prices, yet many items, despite being labeled at their usual rates, often transact at multiples of their original costs. Regardless of the nature of the commodity, a mere 10 gap will precipitate a price increase. Numerous individuals are acquiring bulk goods, which inevitably influences the prices of all downstream products. They would purchase even at tenfold the cost. Money swiftly becomes worthless as mere paper. Remember, with your 10 million, you could scarcely procure a loaf of bread. The monkey was momentarily stunned. Zheng nodded sagely. "I understand." Chen Qing still possessed a plethora of $10 million cards. Yet after several attempts, bulk transactions proved futile. Shopping at supermarkets held little significance. Not to mention the limited availability of goods, any fortunate acquisition might attract undue attention. Even in tranquil times, conspiracy theorists incessantly concoct tales of impending doom. While they have managed to maintain a facade of normalcy, Matters such as community defense and resource allocation have long sparked the curiosity of many. Panic is on the rise. Chen Qing, today marks the final examination. Once concluded, you will be assigned to various community conflict zones. What are your thoughts? Me? I prefer to stay home. Chen Qing replied with a smile. Why else would I invest so much in building a safe house? I see. The monkey nodded. Then I shall forfeit as well. Alas, I had hoped to encounter Ji Luo. What a shame. Coincidentally, Manager Yang called. Mr. Chun, the safe house is complete. When shall you come to sign for it? Perhaps shortly. I suspect you would not enjoy the signing ceremony, so I have not prepared one. Chen Qing chuckled. You understand me well, Manager Yang. Passing by the training ground, numerous newcomers were fiercely competing for a few performance points. Chen Qing disregarded the matter and sought out Han Yuan. Chen Man was also present, which alleviated Chen Qing's concerns. Chen Man possessed an extraordinary innate talent, and according to Han Yuan, many esteemed individuals were now highly sought after. Captain, isn't it the Mid-Autumn Festival? I've invited several relatives, and will need to take a few days off. Han Yuan observed Chen Qing with a calm demeanor, remaining silent. He understood that Chen Qing was aware of the situation, and that Chen Qing knew he was aware. Chen Qing, you possess considerable ability. This is the opportune moment for you to showcase your talents. Chen Qing chuckled softly. Captain, the notion of contentment with small fortunes may not be suitable here. Yet that is precisely who I am, someone with modest aspirations. Han Yuan sighed, lamenting that Chen Man was even more wasteful. We shall discuss this further when he matures. For now, I am his sole guardian, and he must heed my words. Right, Xiao Man. Indeed, Chen Man's expression was one of earnestness. Han Yuan felt a deeper sense of melancholy. Very well, it is your choice. He shook his head. This afternoon, I will impart the last 5 punches to him. Thank you, Captain. Just then, Gong Huagu entered. For some reason, Chen Qing sensed that something significant might transpire between Gong Huagu and Han Yuan, especially since they were deeply bound by the Demon Suppression Tower. The tower belonged to Han Yuan, yet as a berserker, he was unable to form a pact with the tower's Ghost King. Consequently, the Ghost King became Gong Huagu's spectral companion. Captain Gong, good morning. Good morning. They exchanged nods and continued on. Later that evening, Chen Qing waved goodbye to Gu Xing. Take care, my brother. Gu Xing hesitated momentarily before nodding earnestly. Take care. Upon arriving at Han Yuan's office, he was not present. Proceeding to the training grounds, Han Yuan was engaged in practice with Chen Man. Both were covered in bloodstains, a testament to their exertion during training. Had Chen Qing not encountered them beforehand, he might have been alarmed. Take care, Captain, he remarked. Indeed, Han Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Man knelt down, striking his forehead thrice against the ground with a force akin to a hammer. Chen Qing chuckled softly, choosing not to intervene. Han Yuan assisted Chen Man to his feet, reminding him, you must continue to practice diligently at home. Understand? Understood. Chen Man replied. Why are we constructing so many houses? He inquired. For community defense, several others are also building safe houses. Naturally, their standards cannot compare to yours, Han Yuan explained. Many renovations merely consisted of a single door. Once they reached the lower level, Chen Man scratched his head, questioning, is this our building? Indeed, came the reply. Due to structural considerations, the entire edifice had been reinforced under the guise of renovation. Not only was it unrecognizable as an old community, but it also exuded a hint of luxurious decor. Ascending the stairs, Manager Yang awaited them at the entrance, methodically checking off cans, medicines, and other supplies. Chen Qing felt a surge of admiration, given the current inflationary pressures. The pharmaceuticals alone could rival the cost of an entire safe house. Prices might rise even further by tomorrow. Yet, this individual honored the agreement, which was commendable. In Chen Qing's presence, he destroyed the renovation keys, recording fingerprints and retinal scans. Wishing you safety, Mr. Chen. Upon returning home, Chen Man began to wail, though his expression remained devoid of emotion. Little man, it seems we shall linger here for quite some time. After a while, Chen Man began to wail again. So many guns. Are they capable of killing? Indeed. Originally, these were intended for defense, but it was utterly unforeseen that the two brothers would enhance their prowess so swiftly. These items may well have been rendered superfluous. Now, even if 10 burly men were to arrive, they would hardly suffice against Chen Man's might. Contemplating this, Chen Qing remarked, Little man, let us venture out and play. Chen Man immediately nodded. As long as he was with Chen Qing, he was eager to partake in any activity. The setting sun cast its golden rays, enveloping everything in warmth. In the community, some elderly women were walking their dogs, while children frolicked joyfully. The men tended to discuss the current situation, speculating whether a conflict was imminent. At that moment, the couple, Ho Gang and his wife, parked their small vehicle downstairs, their SUV brimming with provisions. Huang Jin scoffed. Only a fool would shop at a time like this. Let me tell you, I visited the supermarket today. A single sausage costs $6. A pack of instant noodles, 12. Chen Qing regarded him calmly, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. He was Lu Yanhong's husband, the one who had killed Chen Qing in a past life. They were entwined in fate. Ah, Chen Qing, your family has even established a safe house. Who are you guarding against? Surely not against ghosts? Laughter erupted among those present. Chen Qing smiled and approached him. Oh dear, do not be angry. It's just a child's play. Bang! Chen Qing delivered a punch to his nose. The crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed. Huang Jin collapsed to the ground, his hands clutching his nose in agony, blood gushing from beneath his hands. Chen Qing initially intended to wreak havoc during the blood moon. Yet a sudden thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he would not be the one to take action. The chaos around him rendered the idea of calling the police futile, as they would likely ignore him. Instead, he decided to vent his frustration with a few punches. Everyone was momentarily stunned, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of accusations directed at Chen Qing. Unexpectedly, Huang Can appeared from somewhere, prompting Chen Qing to chuckle. Xiao Man, teach him a lesson. Huang Can, taking advantage of his size over Chen Man, often bullied her. However, Chen Man was not one to hold back. She landed a solid punch on Huang Can's nose. A resounding thud echoed as his nose caved in, sending Huang Can flying backward, motionless. The crowd stood in shock, utterly unable to believe that such force was wielded by a mere child. Lu Yanhong screamed as she rushed in, not to check on her son first, but to confront Chen Man. Once again, Chen Man threw a punch, this time striking the base of Lu Yanhong's thigh. A sickening crack reverberated through the air. Lu Yanhong collapsed to the ground, her hands trembling violently, her mouth agape like a fish, unable to produce a sound. Well done, you little rascal. Chen Qing chuckled, affectionately ruffling Chen Man's hair as they slowly made their way toward the community entrance. The atmosphere remained deceptively calm, though the distant wail of police sirens occasionally pierced the night. Upon reaching the entrance, Chen Qing unexpectedly spotted 3 familiar homeless children. He waved them over, and they promptly gathered around him. The eldest child, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Who are we beating up this time?" Chen Qing shook his head and instructed, "Open your pockets." The 3 children paused momentarily but complied. In the next instant, they were left speechless as Chen Qing began tossing money into their pockets. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, their faces flushed with disbelief as they gaped in astonishment. The insatiable desire for wealth exhibited by these children is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Exercise caution, lest you fall victim to theft. May you find joy in your play. Chen Qing silently mused, for your existence is limited to but a single day. Those bereft of sanctuary are the first to perish. These 3 children stand little chance of survival, unless by some miracle. Yet, Chen Qing soon exhaled a sigh. Initially, she intended to savor the last flickers of human warmth, but the scene had grown rather chaotic. The Huang family was absent, having been taken to the hospital after futile attempts to reach an ambulance. She paid them little mind. In a corner of the community, Uncle Xia was enjoying some biscuits, catching the crumbs that fell from his mouth before consuming them. "Uncle Xia, come, let us celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival at my home." Chen Qing? Upon hearing her voice, Uncle Xia's face lit up with a smile, though he expressed confusion. "Isn't it tomorrow? You must be mistaken. Is that so?" Uncle Xia pondered, but he still followed Chen Qing. Indeed, the time had not yet arrived, yet Chen Qing feared unforeseen circumstances. Thus, she decided to bring Uncle Xia home today instead. Upon arriving at her abode, Uncle Xia remarked, "I had intended to enjoy a good wash tomorrow morning in this newly decorated house. Now, with my bottom sitting down, half of it is bound to be spoiled. Uncle Xia, why not take a shower first?" "All right." Uncle Xia readily agreed. Chen Qing guided him to the bathroom, familiarizing him with everything as she stepped out. "Just arrived. This child insists on not joining the ghost army, and no amount of persuasion seems to reach him. Chen Qing, do assist me in convincing him." "Of course, but Uncle Ho, today is Xiao Man's birthday. Let us celebrate together." "Huh? Oh, all right. Sounds good." Soon, Ho Gang, Li Qi, and Monkey arrived. "Wow, This is magnificent, Monkey exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. And there's even an arcade room? Let me give it a try. As he surveyed the safe house, Li Qi remarked in awe, this must be worth millions, right? Chen Qing, where are my clothes? Uncle Xia called from the bathroom. Chen Qing approached the bathroom door and replied, those are all dirty. Change into this set instead. Uncle Xia furrowed his brow but nodded in agreement, saying fine. You think I'm going to soil your new sofa, huh? Exactly, Chen Qing said. On the table lay a sumptuous feast from the hotel. He remained silent, quietly making his way to the door, locking each layer of locks securely. Uncle, Aunt, you can stay at my house for these 3 days. There's another floor below. It's more than enough for us. Ho Gang's expression grew serious. Is it coming? It should be tomorrow, but I'm worried about any unexpected events. Ho Gang nodded gravely. Uncle Xia began to sense something was amiss. Chen Qing, is there something going on? The apocalypse is approaching. We need to hunker down. Uncle Xia exclaimed, slapping his thigh. No wonder. Even the instant noodles and biscuits you gave me were stolen. Damn it. He then asked, what does it mean to bring me to your home? What does it mean? It means we'll live together from now on, Chen Qing replied. Uncle Xia's brow furrowed again. I need to cultivate some principles of being a person, and only you can help me with my studies, he added, tears slowly welling up in Uncle Xia's eyes. After cultivating good fortune for several lifetimes, I've finally met 2 wonderful children like you. Come, come, Uncle Xia, it is time to dine. Monkey, cease your antics. Let us eat first. Chen Qing, I have an aversion to fish. Then do not partake in it. Is there Kentucky Fried Chicken available? It must be. Chen Qing, today I heard that Xiao Man possesses formidable skills in combat. How many can he take on now? 6 individuals, jovial and harmonious. Moments later, satiated and content. Chen Qing presented Uncle Xia with a smartphone designed for the visually impaired. The screen was dark, yet upon touch, it provided auditory prompts at triple speed. To the untrained ear, it would sound like mere gibberish, but for the blind, their hearing is acute, rendering this pace suitable. After a brief conversation, Li Qi retired downstairs for rest. Ho Gang and Uncle Xia engaged in casual chatter while watching television. Meanwhile, Chun Man, Chen Qing, and Monkey ventured into the entertainment room, tirelessly experimenting with various games. Time passed swiftly. Once the 3 adults succumbed to slumber, Chun Man, drooling, nestled into the soft, expansive sofa of the entertainment room. Chen Qing rose, stating, I shall step out for a moment. Shall I accompany you? No need. At this juncture, it was already 1 o'clock. The entirety of Shiming City had descended into tranquility. Chen Qing ascended to the rooftop, opened the door, and mounted his steed, disappearing in an instant. Moments later, he arrived at the warehouse district. Everything was in place, save for the pig feed. It was likely that witnessing the rising prices of goods had instilled a sense of regret. A palpable aura of dread permeated the area, with a considerable density of malevolence present. Soon, he located the warehouse, yet he was taken aback. At the slightly ajar entrance, 2 figures lay prostrate, their bodies partially devoured. Upon closer inspection, one could still recognize the features of Boss Zhu. Inside the warehouse, a cacophony of unsettling sounds echoed throughout. A thought emerged, accompanied by a coroner. A warrior, a corpse of a zombie, a spirit of a hanged man, and a seamstress, all appearing in unison. The warrior, wielding a long staff, forcefully pried open the 5-meter-high warehouse door, revealing an interior teeming with famished ghosts. These wretched beings were ravenously devouring pig feed, some with their bellies nearly bursting. Yet they continued to feast. A cursory glance revealed at least 30 of them. Kill them, commanded the coroner, and with a graceful motion of his hands, 2 of the approaching famished spirits were suddenly torn asunder, their bodies collapsing to the ground, one head rolling to the side, coming to rest beside Chen Qing. Although numerous, their levels were insufficient, rendering them far from a challenge. In a brief moment, all the famished spirits were eradicated. Chen Qing collected all the pig feed from the warehouse into the demon-suppressing tower. Following the provided addresses, he systematically gathered the remaining pig feed. As Chen Qing's soul power increased, the range of the demon-suppressing tower expanded significantly. Had it been in the past, this task would have taken several hours. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a warehouse containing hundreds of thousands of umbrellas. While their utility eluded him, he collected them nonetheless. Like a treasure hunter, Chen Qing moved from one warehouse to another, gathering everything in sight. One warehouse stocked firefighting equipment, boasting a considerable quantity of diesel and gasoline, along with items such as blowers, chainsaws, and fire-extinguishing lime bombs, none of which he bothered to inspect. Another warehouse was filled with unassembled bicycles, all coated in a thick layer of dust, yet he collected them all. There were also garments prepared for export and heaps of toys, as well as various other items. Throughout this endeavor, he occasionally encountered a few corpses. After 3 hours of scouring the entire warehouse district on his flying steed, he completed his task. Even though the majority of the warehouses stood empty, the peculiar objects within the Chen Qing town's magic tower could only be described as abundant. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, an unsettling sensation of trepidation lingered within Chen Qing's heart, growing ever more profound. He opened the ventilation holes of the rooftop family farm and arranged a small portion of the artifacts within the warehouse here. Space was limited. Unable to accommodate such a multitude, the monkey, wide awake, awaited Chen Qing's company. Deciding against sleep, Chen Qing engaged in games with the monkey. Together, they successfully navigated through several levels. Gradually, an ominous realization dawned upon them. By 6 in the morning, the sky showed no sign of illumination. An eerie wind began to rise, punctuated by intermittent whispers reaching their ears. Despite being August, an inexplicable chill permeated the air. By 7, darkness still enveloped the sky, and the moon appeared streaked with crimson, resembling a bloodshot eye suspended in the heavens. Chen Qing gazed upwards, murmuring, "The blood moon has finally arrived." Chapter 66. Is the community defense officer Ji Luo? It was already 8 in the morning, yet the sky remained shrouded in darkness. What was amiss with this cursed weather? A solar eclipse, perhaps? Yet, he had heard no such news. Many had gathered in the community, some still clad in their nightwear. Gradually, more and more people congregated. Was this an omen of misfortune? At that moment, a woman emerged, suddenly screaming and running as if possessed. A ghost. The crowd was startled into silence. Someone approached her, attempting to reassure, do not fear, we have so many people here. What on earth is happening?" A specter of hunger appeared at the entrance of the community, causing everyone to take a collective step back. My goodness, it truly is a ghost. At that moment, a figure suddenly dashed forward, wielding a blade, and with a swift stroke, cleaved the ghoul in two. The onlookers turned to find 3 youths clad in the uniforms of the ghost-slaying army. Behind them, a military vehicle unloaded a substantial supply of provisions, approximately 1 cubic meter, marked with the name Jiangpan Community. The vehicle then proceeded to its next destination. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Isn't that Chen Qing? And that is Hong Jian's daughter, named Hongya." Ji Luo stepped forward and declared, "I am Ji Luo, and from this day forth, I shall serve as the defense officer of Jiangpan Community, overseeing its protective measures. The 2 individuals beside him are likely familiar to you. She is Hongya, and he is Chen Qing." Among the crowd stood Chen Shi, who beamed sweetly at Ji Luo, filling him with a sense of ease. As the second-ranked newcomer, he had the opportunity to be placed in a more prestigious location, yet he chose to come here, drawn by both Chen Shi and Chen Qing. "This is our deployment order. We will select 20 individuals from the community to form a defense team against the malevolent spirits." Spirits? Haven't we always spoken of them? Why is this disturbance so pronounced? This is different. To date, 447 individuals have perished. What? 400? That can't be true. Amidst the clamor, a trembling individual in the crowd raised their phone, exclaiming, It's real. Number 1 Nanquan, there are casualties. So many dead. In an instant, the crowd dispersed by half. "Commander Ji, perhaps we should establish a group. It would certainly be more convenient." Ji Luo nodded in agreement. He had acquired extensive knowledge on leading a team, yet today he discovered that guiding a group was far more challenging than he had anticipated. His phone vibrated slightly, and Chen Qing realized he had been added to a group, Jiangpan Community Defense Group. The group leader was Ji Luo, and the announcement read, "Due to the outbreak of malevolent entities, the death toll in Shiming City has reached 600. We must unite and overcome this adversity." The notice continued, "The establishment of the community defense team is a directive from the government and the exorcist military, aligning with current realities. We need to recruit a total of 20 individuals, with a daily subsidy of 1,000 yuan for each." Upon seeing such a generous allowance, excitement surged within the group. "I volunteer. I have practiced martial arts before and have a solid foundation. I can even perform a backflip. I also wish to enlist. I run 5 kilometers daily, and my physical fitness is unquestionable." A flurry of additional volunteers followed. Someone immediately inquired, "Commander, Surely there are women who can contribute as well? Exactly. Why should only men be permitted in the defense team? Humanity has wielded firearms for nearly 200 years. Women can fight on the battlefield too. Amidst the clamor, Ji Luo attempted to interject, but his voice was drowned out by the rapidly escalating messages. Frustrated, he activated the mute function. Official members of the defense team would receive 1,000 yuan daily, while reserve members would receive 200 yuan daily. For now, let us gather a few individuals. We need to secure the entrance of the community. In the group, silence was enforced. Yet soon someone emerged to voice their outrage. You think you can just impose a ban? On what grounds? Based on a few obscure photos of deceased individuals? I need to earn a living and support my family. This ban cannot stand. It would create immense inconvenience. Although the situation appears somewhat bizarre at present, it should normalize swiftly. What a hassle. Have you all gone mad? Just look at the documents in the group. They are from a legitimate defense officer. And he is the one in charge now. Indeed, there has been an actual death in the neighboring community. The simplest measure of sealing off the block has already stirred up chaos. Ji Luo gritted his teeth, steeling himself as a ghost, charred and flickering with flames, materialized before him. What the hell? A ghost? A ghost? Both sides of the argument recoiled in shock. Ji Luo scoffed coldly. I am here to carry out my duties. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall not be treated kindly. The apparition indeed quelled the crowd. However, someone suddenly sneered. A spirit master, huh? Don't think I don't understand. Come on, if you dare, kill me. This individual seemed to sense Ji Luo's hesitation, advancing to the doorway and defiantly proclaiming, come on, pile bricks on me. Ji Luo's face turned ashen. The scene he had envisioned, where everyone would respond to his call, did not materialize. I am here to assist these foolish beings. Yet they dare to impede me. Lock him in the storage room. 5,000. Yet, no one moved. Officer Ji, you keep claiming there is money, but we have yet to see any. Ji Luo's fury ignited. As the morning sun rose, Chen Qing made his timely appearance, retrieving a bundle of money from a hefty box. One individual, elated by this unexpected fortune, rushed forward, exclaiming, who will lend a hand? Let us apprehend this traitor together. Instantly, someone responded, and the two moved towards the scene. The man on the ground, infuriated, shouted, they are attacking me. The government is assaulting me. They are killing me. Though somewhat frail, he was no match for the other two, yet his voice boomed, echoing throughout the vicinity. Thus, amid his pig-like wails, he was ultimately confined within the garage. With a resounding clang, the roll-up door thunderously sealed him inside. Ji Luo, his face a stormy hue, recognized the dismal start of this endeavor and grimly declared, let the work commence. Suddenly, the warehouse door was pounded upon with great force. How many bricks and hammers lay within? The man was merely confined, not bound. Help! The mafia is holding me illegally. Help! The sound of the door being battered was deafening, familiar to anyone who had heard it. Ji Luo's expression was taut with frustration, almost dripping with rage. He was at a loss for how to proceed, frozen in place. In Chapter 67, the first day of the apocalypse, the arrival of Luo Sha Haishur, Chen Qing found amusement in Ji Luo's predicament, realizing that his show of authority had backfired spectacularly, complicating the tasks that lay ahead. He ascended to the rooftop to inspect the ancient artifacts, most of which had already awakened and been collected. Returning to the second floor, he outfitted Xiao Man with paper armor and handed another piece to the monkey. What is this? He inquired. It offers protection against spirits, impervious to blades and bullets. Impenetrable? The monkey was taken aback, casually grasping a fork and scraping it vigorously against the armor, discovering it indeed bore no damage. He then seized the kunwan knife and struck it forcefully several times, yet still, there was no effect. This seemingly fragile paper armor was truly invulnerable. It must be worn closely at all times, even during bathing. With 2 guardian beasts and a painting of Zhong Kui at home, the lessons from the previous life were too bloody to allow for even the slightest negligence. Both individuals nodded in agreement. They refrained from revealing the painting of Zhong Kui before the crowd, instead hanging it in the medical room and gradually infusing it with spiritual energy. Suddenly, the figure of Zhong Kui within the painting came to life. The painting seemed to transform into a screen, with Zhong Kui wielding his long sword. Slowly stepping out from the canvas, he grew larger and larger until he towered over the room. Stop! Halt! As his form enveloped the 3 floors, Chen Qing swiftly commanded for him to cease expanding. Having completed these tasks, he finally felt a sense of relief. Li Qi prepared a simple meal, and the group dined. Some engaged in conversation, while others watched television. Li Qi, glancing at her phone, exclaimed with amusement, "Look, they started arguing again." Chen Qing observed that a new group had been created, and the discussions had escalated. In this not-so-large community, the speed at which new messages emerged rivaled that of a live stream with millions of viewers. It was overwhelming. This Ji Luo sensed something amiss. Does anyone have connections to investigate his background? Rest assured, my son is his deputy. He is genuinely a commander of the Ghost Army and one of the most exceptional talents in recent generations. There are also voice messages. This. We need to address the issue. This problem should be viewed from two perspectives. There are certainly advantages and disadvantages. We must approach it dialectically. Chen Qing, halfway through, abruptly turned it off, finding the rambling tiresome and the atmosphere stifling. At this moment, they still had the leisure to scroll through their phones, but soon that would change. Chen Qing shook his head and glanced at the monkey. Shall we play Civilization 8? Come on. This game is the most time-consuming, yet time is the one resource we have in abundance right now. By 11 in the morning, the sky remained shrouded in darkness. The blood moon hung ominously, streaked with what appeared to be veins, casting an unsettling aura. Meanwhile, the collective doubt among the people was gradually dissipating. Negative news travels swiftly, with friends and colleagues sharing among themselves. Gruesome images rapidly circulated onto their phones. Panic began to spread. It seemed that, at some point, whispers filled every corner of the city. The streets had long been deserted, occasionally shadowy figures darting past. Suddenly, from somewhere within the neighborhood, a piercing scream shattered the silence. In the midst of his frantic efforts, Ji Luo swiftly drew his kunwu, sword from his back, and rushed towards the sound. Room 202 on the 4th floor had its door ajar. Inside lay a family of 4 sprawled on the floor in disarray. Not a single wound marred their bodies, their eyes wide open, yet lifeless. The screaming woman huddled in a corner, her dress soaked, having lost control of herself. She pointed at the corpses, overwhelmed by terror. She could not articulate a single coherent sentence. Ji Luo inquired several more times, growing impatient and contemplating taking action. The woman finally trembled and uttered, "The light. The light. The child. The child. Light. Child." He maintained his composure and attempted to soothe her once more. The woman swallowed her non-existent saliva and continued, "A child walked in, and it just happened." The area was already surrounded by onlookers. The news spread rapidly through the group, inciting panic among all. Whether the deceased were from the north or south of the city, they felt a disconnection, yet this was within the community. Just half an hour ago, that individual had been in the group discussing strategies like everyone else. How could they be dead? How could this happen? Help! Help! Namo Amitba, Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. In the group, is this the work of a ghost? Can one die while hiding at home? Officer G. Where is Officer G? Was he not here to protect us? How can there still be deaths? Messages continued to flood the group when suddenly another person screamed. Ji Luo furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings in search of the source of the sound, which quickly ceased. Moments later, another family was discovered dead together. What on earth is happening? What is this thing? I can barely breathe. Is there any medicine? Help! Ji Luo gritted his teeth and turned to Chen Qing and Hongya. We must guard 3 locations and uncover what this entity truly is. 3 individuals summoned their respective spectral companions, and a multitude of people instinctively gathered in the central area of the community. It was evident that remaining at home offered no guarantee of safety, thus it was preferable to be together. Regardless of its efficacy, there was at least solace in numbers. Suddenly, one person in the crowd, his expression filled with terror, exclaimed in a distorted voice, What is that?" The crowd, now a collection of startled souls, turned to the direction he indicated. He was pointing towards his own home. Yet, there was nothing there. Nothing at all. "Oldo, can you refrain from joking at a time like this?" But Oldo's face was ashen, his voice quivering with despair. "There's a child knocking at my door. Didn't you see? My wife is still inside." A chilling scream erupted from Oldo's home. Chen Qing rushed forward. The door was shut and bolted. With a few powerful kicks, he forced it open, only to discover a woman staring blankly, lifeless within. Chen Qing's expression darkened. Ji Luo and Hongyo arrived shortly thereafter. Ji Luo's face was grim. "Did you see what it was?" "The woman didn't cry out before I came up, but I saw nothing." Ji Luo's countenance soured as he approached Old O. Tell me what you just saw. I saw my wife. The truth dawned upon Old O through Ji Luo's expression. He collapsed to the ground, beating his chest in anguished sobs, wailing, Wife. Oh, my wife. How can I live without you? Exhausted and on the brink of explosion, Ji Luo was pulled up by his collar, demanding, Tell me, what exactly did you see? Suddenly, a crimson line burst forth from an individual's shoulder in the crowd, splattering those nearby with blood. What? Blood. Blood. The terrified onlookers recoiled in horror. In the midst of the chaos, the man wore a grotesque smile, his eyes wide with shock, gazing at the crowd as his severed arm dropped to the ground, blood gushing from his shoulder. Yet, astonishingly, he seemed utterly oblivious to his plight. In the next instant, his other hand inexplicably severed as well, blood pooling around him. The man continued to smile. At that moment, his neck twisted with a sickening crack, turning one into half rotations with only a thin layer of skin holding his head in place, drooping limply behind him. Several voices screamed in unison. Yet, the horror did not cease. In fact, this was merely the beginning. On August 14th, in the height of summer, a chilling wind swept through the crowd, and to their astonishment, snow began to fall from the sky. Flake by flake. What? What is that? The crowd tensed as if struck by electricity. A woman suddenly covered her ears and shut her eyes, screaming incessantly. The bolder among them glanced in the direction she indicated. On the rooftop of a 5-story building, a small boy clad entirely in white sat, swinging his legs leisurely. Though too distant to discern clearly, it appeared as if the boy was gazing directly at them. Yet the body shattered into countless snowflakes, vanishing without a trace. A wave of helplessness surged within Ji Luo. What on earth is this? Ji Luo. Building 2, you had better come and take a look. At this moment, Ji Luo was utterly at a loss. He arrived at room 102 of Building 2. A woman was still lost in some sensation, moaning in a trance. A succubus, perhaps? It seemed likely. Hongya's face flushed slightly. No matter how I called her, she wouldn't wake up. I even slapped her twice, yet she remains in this state. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Damn it! Ji Luo exclaimed in fury. He hurriedly rushed out, only to encounter a woman, drenched in blood, staggering out of the building. Behind her was a paper figure. The paper figure moved stiffly but swiftly, wielding a paper knife that flopped about as it ran. A haunting specter, Ji Luo shouted, and the specter appeared beside him. It reached out towards the paper figure, causing a flower pot to shift suddenly. The paper figure stumbled over the flower pot, losing its balance. In the next moment, a flame-wreathed ghost appeared, poised to incinerate the paper figure. Yet, the paper figure darted away with astonishing speed, as if carried by an unseen wind, drifting through the 6th floor and disappearing into the increasingly fierce snowstorm. Officer G. There is a group of ghosts at the north corner. Ghosts? What kind of ghosts? Ji Luo instinctively inquired, but then realized that ordinary citizens could hardly discern the types of spirits. Indeed, the individual exclaimed in distress, I don't know. But they came in from that direction and are rummaging through the garbage. The 3 of them exhaled in relief. Consuming refuse is the fate of either a famished specter or a lavatory ghoul, both easily vanquished. Brimming with pin-up ire, Ji Luo unsheathed his kunwa blade, casting a fierce gaze upon Chen Qing and Hongya. You too, stand guard elsewhere. I shall obliterate these abominations. Arriving at the designated locale, he found precisely what he sought. Vile lavatory ghouls feasting upon the very provisions Chen Qing had gifted Uncle Xia. A tempest of spiritual energy erupted forth. The kunwa blade shimmered with sanguine bloodlines. Ji Luo plunged into the throng of ghouls, unleashing a frenzied massacre. Limbs were severed, soaring skyward, while heads tumbled to his feet. Before he could tally the count, 5 of the ghouls had already succumbed to his blade. The remaining ghouls scattered in disarray. He aimed to demonstrate to all his capability in subduing these specters. However, the eyes of the one who had guided him widened in horror, his finger trembling as he pointed behind Ji Luo. A chill ran down Ji Luo's spine. He swung the kunwa blade in a horizontal arc. 3 ghoul heads, impaled upon the blade, were flung aside. Yet, the kunwa blade had met only air. It's clinging to you. Embracing your head. Ji Luo was aghast. He retaliated with a backhand strike, narrowly grazing his hair. Still, he found nothing. Suddenly, he understood. It was a parasitic fiend, regardless of whom it latched onto. It remained unseen. Look east, and it would be west. Gaze downward, and it would appear above. In essence, it would always occupy a blind spot. A thought struck him, and he swiftly retrieved his mobile phone, activating the selfie function. Using the blade as a mirror, one positioned in front, the other behind his head. Indeed, he glimpsed a peculiar entity reflected in the Kunwa blade. It bore a resemblance to a koala. Yet, the instant it was perceived, the creature vanished. Is it still present? It is gone. The man shook his head, turning to Ji Luo with a newfound respect. Commander Ji is truly remarkable. He has slain so many ghosts in an instant. Ji Luo nodded, a sense of pride swelling within him. Fire! Fire! The cries of alarm rang out once more. Ji Luo, having already dealt with a burning ghost, immediately deduced that the fire was the work of the vengeful spirit. Let us go. Put out the flames. Boom, boom. At that moment, a series of muffled sounds echoed from afar, reminiscent of distant thunder. Thunder? Ji Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. It was not thunder. Rather, it was the clash of formidable adversaries. In such a situation, it was almost certain that the combatants were powerful humans engaged in battle with formidable ghosts. The snowstorm intensified. Suddenly, Ji Luo stood frozen in astonishment. In the sky, a colossal figure, breathtaking in its grandeur, floated by. Even with the dense snowfall, this massive silhouette was discernible. It radiated with shimmering golden light, its edges sharp and defined, resembling not a living being. As it soared past at great speed, it sent flurries of snow spiraling in every direction. Clang, clang. The streets echoed with sound. Two faceless maidens scattered petals to form a bridge, while a resplendent carriage glided slowly toward the heart of the city. The sky, once a pure expanse, had become tainted, darkened in parts, and stained with blood. Yet, the fierce snowfall could not obscure the crimson, full moon above. He, ha ha ha, he, ha ha ha. A shadow, as imposing as a mountain, suddenly materialized between heaven and earth. That creature, with the head of a deer and the body of a serpent, was the candle serpent that Chen Qing had encountered during the gathering of the 12 earthly branches. The laughter of the candle serpent echoed thunderously through the heavens and the earth. Welcome, delightful bipedal sheep, to the city of Rakshasa. Chapter 68. Not opening the door is equivalent to murder. Upon hearing the term bipedal sheep, a chill surged through Chen Qing's heart, further solidifying his resolve to remain at home. In just a few short hours, the once bustling community fell into an eerie silence, punctuated by the occasional cries emanating from within some residents, adding an air of desolation. Ji Luo was still overwhelmed with anxiety, desperately seeking to take action, having studied various concepts such as leadership and management. Yet, he suddenly realized that the strategies he had learned were utterly useless. Death was rampant. The community was besieged by apparitions that he had never before encountered. The cacophony of screams and cries gnawed at his sanity, making him feel as if he might pull his hair out in frustration. At Chen Qing's home, Li Qi scrolled through WeChat, her complexion pale and her eyelids twitching incessantly. Uncle Xia remained silent. Though blind, he could still hear. Former friends, once familiar faces, were vanishing at a terrifying pace. They're dead. So many have died. Brother Gang, Li Qi exclaimed, her expression betraying her fear as she looked at Ho Gang. Ho Gang, an ordinary man himself, bore a countenance that offered little solace. Nevertheless, he reassured her, do not worry. Chen Qing and Tian Yi are no longer ordinary individuals, and Chen Qing has been preparing for this long in advance. Surely, it is foolproof. Setting everything else aside, this place is undoubtedly the safest in the community. Meanwhile, Chen Man sat alone in the gym, cross-legged in meditation, practicing his skills. The berserker knows that there are no shortcuts. Chen Man has now reached the bone refinement stage, requiring the enhancement of each and every bone in his body. Chen Qing and the monkey are engrossed in a video game. This building is equipped with surveillance cameras from top to bottom, leaving virtually no blind spots. Chen Qing's eyes narrowed quickly. On the second floor, a lantern flickered into existence from the darkness. The flame danced, casting an eerie light that oscillated between brightness and dimness. The lantern arrived at the door of room 204. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking echoed. Naturally, the occupants inside dared not open the door, their terrified screams piercing the air. Such cries could be heard even without the surveillance. Bang. The fourth knock resounded. The screams abruptly ceased. Silence enveloped the space. Chen Qing furrowed his brow. Hua Pai, do you recognize this entity? Perhaps it is a lantern boy, Hua Pai replied uncertainly. The lantern boy often accompanies the bell ringer. Quite mysterious. However, it is merely a lantern. I have no recollection of anything more. In the scene, the lantern vanished. Chen Qing scanned the entire screen, suddenly spotting it reappear on the 6th floor. Chen Qing sprang to his feet. This entity was peculiar. It must not be allowed to knock again. It needed to be eliminated swiftly or driven away. He hurried to the door and peered through the specially crafted peephole. There stood a child, holding a lantern, the very same scene in the surveillance footage. Indeed, the monitor showed only a solitary floating lantern. It became clear to Chen Qing. Some things can only be perceived by the human eye. It was manageable if it were the lantern boy. Hua Pai chuckled. The lantern boy is merely a wandering spirit, albeit somewhat strange. In ancient times, the lantern boy accompanied the bell ringer, one signaling the time, the other offering greetings. Due to the frequent presence of thieves, whenever a suspicious individual is spotted, they will knock on the door to inquire about well-being. As neighbors, they have long established a secret code. A single knock indicates the presence of a thief. 2 knocks signal a bandit, and only 3 knocks suggest normalcy, also known as a human knock. If there are 4 knocks without a response, it signifies that all within have perished. Thus, a 4th knock is referred to as the death knock or the knock of doom. One must refrain from knocking 4 times, for it would indicate one's arrival here. Should it come to knock on our door, upon the 3rd knock, one simply needs to announce safe and sound. The lantern bearer smiled, adding that there is an additional benefit. Once the lantern bearer confirms it is a safe room, no other spirits may enter. Quite insightful. Chen Qing nodded in agreement. In a certain sense, could the lantern bearer be considered a guardian deity? Approaching Chen Qing's residence, the lantern bearer's figure suddenly halted. In the next moment, it vanished. It was merely a wandering spirit, likely intimidated by the spectral presence of the great Zhong Kui. This is entirely understandable. After all, in the previous life, the Zhong Kui painting and the demon suppression tower were both revered as 2 divine artifacts of Ximing City. Not to mention, even a mere wandering spirit would hesitate to provoke such power. The Zhong Kui painting could expand to envelop the entire neighborhood, yet Chen Qing was reluctant to do so, as he still harbored deep-seated grievances from his past life. Furthermore, he dared not draw attention, should he attract the gaze of the candle snake. The formidable strength of the candle snake undoubtedly surpassed his comprehension, and he may have unwittingly brushed against the edge of the formless. It remains uncertain whether the Zhong Kui painting could shield him. Thus, his priority was to protect his own home, while the fates of others in the community were of no concern to him. Lacking the ability himself, Chen Qing was resolute. He would not spare the grotesque faces that haunted him. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks reverberated through the air, startling him as he approached the door. The knocking grew more fervent, an incessant barrage that could not be ignored. Disturbed by the ominous sound, Chen Qing's irritation grew. Upon inspecting the surveillance, he discerned a woman, approximately 60 years of age, accompanied by her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. The woman, named Hui, appeared quite cultured, and while she and Chen Qing had no significant rapport, nor any grievances, her daughter-in-law, Gao Fei, was a tempestuous character, known to berate her ancestors for hours over trivial matters. Had Chen Qing not met an untimely demise in his previous life, he was certain that she would have stormed into his home without hesitation. Gao Fei's son had inherited her audacity, often tormenting Chen Man. At this moment, it was indeed Gao Fei who was relentlessly pounding on the door. Furrowing his brow, Chen Qing addressed the monitor, demanding to know the purpose of the intrusion. Chen Qing, open the door. I know you are home. Your residence is the safest in the entire community. You cannot turn a blind eye to our plight. Gao Fei's voice was frantic, her knocks growing more desperate. Chen Qing, hurry up. There are ghosts everywhere. Xiao Fei, do not panic. Hui urged, we are here to seek help. We must be courteous. Courteous? With so many lives lost. Gao Fei retorted fiercely, if this continues, we shall perish too. The pounding persisted. Chen Qing, you are complicit in this neglect. No. You are indirectly responsible for murder. Chen Qing, open the door quickly. The ghost is coming. Chen Qing felt utterly bewildered. Why did it seem as though she owed her something? What was the basis for such a notion? There was no animosity between them, nor any friendship. Chen Qing, disinterested, replied nonchalantly, it seems something is indeed approaching. If you wish to die, then remain as you are. Chapter 69, A Stricken Heart. Again and again do you believe I will dismantle your door? Jiang Shaohai was enraged, kicking the door vehemently. However, This door was forged from chromium molybdenum steel. For a mere child like him, even an electric drill would leave only a faint scratch, if at all. Gao Fei felt a twinge of anxiety and glanced back. Chen Qing, you cannot stand idly by while someone is in peril. You could face severe consequences. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaohai had already removed his trousers, aiming his small member at the door. The chill in the air was palpable, causing him to shiver, yet he stubbornly shouted, "If you don't open the door, I'll urinate." With a smile, Chen Qing activated a button. 3, 2, 1, 0.5, 0.4. I'm truly going to urinate. A stream of urine burst forth. In the next moment, Jiang Shaohai suddenly stiffened, toppling backward. Gao Fei, startled, instinctively caught him, bewildered by the unfolding events. Shaohai, Shaohai. Unfortunately, the automatic electric closure intervened, preventing any further lesson for Gao Fei. Chen Qing had little understanding of electricity and was unsure if such a brief duration could inflict harm. But the affected area was among the most vulnerable on the human body. Suffering seemed inevitable. Xiao Fei, I think something is indeed coming. Jiang Yuan pushed the furious Gao Fei away. All right. Chen Qing, just you wait. Four individuals hurriedly descended the staircase. Li Qi lingered at the back, hesitating to speak. The door made of chromium molybdenum steel was immensely thick, impervious to fire, water, and electricity. The sound of knocking was relayed through the surveillance system. While Chen Qing had contemplated various possibilities, he had never imagined that someone would resort to such a crude act. The physical harm was negligible, yet the psychological impact was undeniable. Chen Qing, you, take a look, Li Qi offered her phone. Upon glancing at it, Chen Qing let out a cold laugh. In the group chat, a person featuring a selfie of Gao Fei remarked, Chen Qing's safe house is ghost-proof. If he allows us all in, surely nothing will happen. A drowning person clings desperately to a straw. These individuals were already paralyzed by fear. Someone promptly tagged Chen Qing. Chen Qing, we are all neighbors. We hope you will open the door for us. This kindness will be remembered by the entire community. Chen Qing felt an urge to laugh. Remember kindness? In his previous life, he had fought valiantly to protect the neighborhood, only to be repaid with betrayal, the blade piercing his chest. He and Chen Man's mother had been entwined in a single knife, as one who had a duty to save lives. Failing to act could be construed as a criminal offense, often categorized as intentional homicide. Suddenly, a woman named El Shengnan spoke up, her profile picture depicting a professionally attired woman. Her. Chen Qing bore no personal grudge against her, yet he found her insufferable. In his past life, due to a scarcity of food, instant noodles had skyrocketed to 50,000 per bag. El Shengnan had spent a staggering 100,000 to purchase 2 bags. Subsequently, she perished during the second blood moon, not at the hands of a ghost, but by human folly. Yet, no one cared for her fate. Wu Yiming chimed in. Indeed, Chen Qing, you are turning a blind eye to those in peril. It is essential to impose a conviction. Chen Qing scoffed. Do you have an obligation to ignore a dying person? Why should I save you? Is it because Wu Yiming bears a tumor upon his head? Or is it because El Shengnan is skilled in boxing? You shall face retribution for such arrogance. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged, Ji Luo. As the defense officer of this community, Chen Qing possessed the authority to command all within its bounds. You are undoubtedly aware of this. Please open the door and allow everyone entry. Thank you for your cooperation. Whom do you think you are, playing the authority card, Ji Luo? What significance do you hold? A defense officer? What have you defended? Are you even aware of the lives lost? This defense was never desired by me, and it certainly does not grant you any right. Keep your arrogance confined to your thoughts. Although Ji Luo and Chen Qing had never clashed openly, their animosity simmered beneath the surface, primarily due to Ji Luo's inflated sense of self-worth. In Chen Qing's eyes, Ji Luo was never a rival. Even 100 Ji Luos combined would not match Chen Qing's prowess. Ji Luo, accustomed to his elevated status as a scion of a noble family and a youthful prodigy, had never endured such humiliation before. His hands trembled slightly. Chen Qing, do not mistake my courtesy for weakness. I, Ji Luo, am merely extending an invitation. An invitation? What transpires thereafter remains uncertain. A familiar voice interjected. It was Chen Shi. Are these two now allied? Chen Qing paused slightly, realization dawning upon him. Surprised? Not in the least. A faint smile crept upon his lips, and just as he was poised to speak, the monkey interjected. No. Allow me this opportunity. Morning Light, you. Have you really gotten together with Ji Luo so quickly? This is quite excessive. Last time, you stayed in the presidential suite of the Area Hotel with Chen Qing for so many days. Did you not vow to be with him for a lifetime? Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback. You're talking nonsense. You're spreading rumors. May you meet a terrible fate. Morning Light was infuriated. Had it not been for the fear of tarnishing Ji Luo's image, a torrent of profanities would have erupted from her lips. At that moment, the monkey immediately shared a picture in the group chat. Morning Light was seen in a revealing short sweater, holding fruits in front of the presidential suite. And who was standing opposite her, if not Chen Qing? Morning Light was momentarily stunned. The next instant, the monkey's phone rang. It was a call from Morning Light. The monkey chuckled. Look, she's anxious. Chen Qing couldn't help but laugh too, commenting in the group, though it was merely 3 days. It was the most wonderful 3 days of my life. Thank you. I absolutely adore your butterfly tattoo. At that moment, Morning Light was also left speechless. But how did Chen Qing know? Though she had always yearned to advance her relationship with Chen Qing, she hadn't even touched his hand until now. Ji Luo's expression darkened. Just the night before, Morning Light had finally allowed him to claim her innocence, albeit shyly. He certainly knew the location of that butterfly. At this revelation, Ji Luo trembled all over. His kunwa knife erupted with blood-red light, tinged with green. Damn it! Ji Luo's trembling hand typed out a flurry of messages in the group. Leave. Chen Qing is obstructing official business. Disturbing the peace. Immediately surrender the premises for the defense officer's arrangements. Any resistance will be dealt with severely. Ji Luo faced a series of misfortunes in the neighborhood, yet this time, his call was met with overwhelming response. In an instant, dozens of individuals had gathered below, each brandishing weapons, marching menacingly towards Chen Qing's residence. Chapter 70. The buffet of infant ghosts. Moments later, the crowd surged forth. Chen Qing remained unfazed. He held an abundance of cards, each one a king. However, the monkey had already risen. Damn it, Xiao Qingzi, deal with them. With that, he drew his knife. Li Qi was already in a panic. Chen Qing. Let us discuss this rationally. The monkey interjected. What are you doing in such a critical moment? Calm down, auntie, just stay seated, Chen Qing replied. His first course of action was to head to the gym, where he called out to Chen Man, who was in the midst of a workout. Pointing at the surveillance monitor, he said, Xiao Man, pay close attention and remember, these people intend to steal our possessions and invade our home. What should we do? I can eliminate them, Chen Man replied earnestly. I am quite formidable now. Chen Qing felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, after following Han Yuan for so long, he had not adopted Han Yuan's naive philosophy. He respected Han Yuan for his selflessness and purity, but in this apocalyptic world, he could not allow Chen Man to become such a person. The cost of 2 lives had already proven to be exceedingly steep. Bang! A heavy hammer struck the door with force, yet it yielded no effect. Chen Qing noticed that the entrance was now completely blocked by people. A robust man was swinging a hammer vigorously against the door. Bang! Bang! With a plethora of hidden cards, Chen Qing possessed 15 ghost pets. Aside from the mad ghost, which of them could be easily dealt with? Amidst a room filled with firearms, the crowd swelled densely, and a single barrage of bullets could easily claim half of them. However, the act of cleaning the bloodstains proved to be rather troublesome. Upon entering the medical room, he stowed away the portrait of Zhong Kui. Instantly, the atmosphere within the room seemed to chill. Chen Qing approached the doorway and opened the gun port. With a mere thought, a golden pot materialized at the entrance. This was the vessel transformed by Jin Buhuan during their stay at the hotel. Chen Qing had inquired about the painted skin. This object could also expedite the cultivation of the ghost clan, albeit with significantly lesser efficacy than the golden body. Chen Qing remarked, the warehouse is not devoid of firearms or explosives. It would be wise for you to tread carefully. Ji Luo's expression darkened. Don't blame me for disregarding our camaraderie when the time comes. Logo, there's no need to waste words on such scum. Just tear it down. Once captured, we can bind him in the warehouse and feed him to those ghosts. Chen Qing fumed angrily. Hongyu was absent from the throng, likely scurrying about elsewhere. Director Ji, stop wasting your breath. With so many of us, I refuse to believe we cannot dismantle this place. A man named Wang sneered. But in the next instant, he suddenly froze, his eyes fixated on the rooftop. There, a withered ghostly visage peered down from above, surveying the crowd. Ghost! Ghost! Suddenly, a scream erupted. On the roof. There's a ghost on the roof. Panic ensued within the crowd. Another voice shrieked, a female ghost. A female ghost. And there are more behind her. A paper figure darted forward. "Ah, Mama, Mama, I love you." The cacophony of shrieks abruptly ceased as a child's innocent voice echoed in the ears of all present. Everyone's face adopted an expression of relaxation and comfort. In that moment, despite the differing environments, most were enveloped in warm, gentle memories. The paper figure surged forward, its paper knife, swayed by the wind, effortlessly severing a person's head. It resembled a creature devouring a watermelon, gnawing while simultaneously striking at the next victim. "Hey!" Ji Luo suddenly shouted, the first to emerge from the illusion. Two ghostly companions materialized. Upon seeing the fiery specter, the paper figure was instantly seized by terror, fleeing for its life, swept away by a gust of wind, vanishing into the swirling snow. "Ghost! Female ghost! A ghost!" The crowd shrieked, huddling together, blocking the entrance to Chen Qing's abode. A faint yet distant laughter echoed, followed by a series of eerie giggles that seemed to resonate from above and around. Panic ensued, as everyone desperately pressed towards the door. "Make way! Let me out!" Ji Luo shouted. Though his physical prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary person, he was ultimately a ghost master and could not withstand the force of the throng. Ah, a ghost! A ghost among us! A man, trapped within the crowd, suddenly found himself cradling a plump infant. The baby, with wide eyes and a tiny mouth, was exceedingly adorable, yet its skin was unnaturally pale, akin to a corpse that had been submerged for days. The baby giggled innocently, seemingly eager to play, extending a chubby little hand towards the man's face. It exerted no force, but the chubby little hand resembled a dollop of cream, effortlessly plucking a piece of flesh from the man's face. "Ah, ugh, help me!" The man's cheek was leaking air, blood gushing forth, rendering his words incomprehensible. At that moment, all around him were screams and a frantic crowd pressing in. He found himself unable to raise his hand. The chubby hand returned once more, this time targeting his nose. The man's visage seemed as if sculpted from cream, and the little hand easily penetrated his features. One eyeball, his nose, all vanished. The man convulsed violently, then fell silent. Yet, the crowd continued to jostle and push. "Ha ha ha! Hee hee!" Laughter multiplied, as these chubby children emerged from every corner. Some clung to thighs, others perched upon heads. They appeared to be indulging in a feast of animated, human-shaped cream. Gradually, a woman of exquisite elegance and poise made her entrance. With each step, the elaborate adornments atop her head quivered slightly. In her arms, she cradled a delightful child indistinguishable from an ordinary infant, chubby hands and feet, porcelain-like and rosy. Chen Qing observed through the surveillance, a chill creeping into his heart. In the next moment, a light, tinkling laugh echoed through the room. "Ah!" Li Qi's scream pierced the air. Bang! Chen Man's fist had already penetrated the infant. The formidable surge of blood energy consumed the child like a wildfire devouring paper, leaving not a trace of remains. Things had escalated. Chen Qing dared not proceed further. He hurried to the medical room, hung the portrait of Zhong Kui, and infused it with spiritual energy, controlling it to envelop the upper and lower tiers of the safe house. A portion of the phantasm revealed itself in the room, colliding with several infants. Their anguished cries immediately turned to ash. The woman, resplendent in her composure, bore an expression of sheer terror as she hastily fled. "Ah, my eyes! My eyes!" The crowd continued to wail in anguish. As the onlookers witnessed the dignified woman vanish, they frantically rushed down the stairs. The panic was contagious. Within moments, the majority had succumbed to fear and fled. Some were drenched in blood, trembling and nearly unable to move. Others lay in pools of blood, their heads grotesquely mutilated. "Help! Someone!" Ji Luo implored, shaking with urgency. "Quickly, carry them to the warehouse for aid." Chen Qing sneered and sent a message in the group chat. "Ji Luo, you gathered these people here, and it is you who has brought them to their demise. These 12 lives will be on your conscience." Chapter 71. The awakening of the relic. The temperature continued to drop, and Ji Luo found himself in a state of frantic disarray, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. The memory of those eerie little specters haunted him, leaving him utterly at a loss for how to respond. The human body seemed to dissolve before their presence, like cream. A person at his feet had a gaping wound in their neck, blood gushing forth. It was unlikely they would survive. "Doctors in the community, please come assist in the warehouse." However, it was Hanya who sent out a notice in the group. The defense team will prioritize aiding residents who demonstrate a proactive stance. The latter statement carried significant weight. In the face of such horror, Who could guarantee that the next incident wouldn't occur in their own home? Although these young individuals appeared ineffectual today, at least having a few allies provided some reassurance. Thus, it was not long before 3 individuals arrived at the warehouse area. As the 6 wounded lay upon the ground, the 3 doctors wore expressions of distress. A stab wound could typically be stitched up, but the injuries sustained by these individuals were beyond comprehension. Where were the missing parts of their bodies? One doctor, clad in a disheveled assortment of clothing over his pajamas, appeared out of place and was left shivering with reddened hands. Gone. Gone. Such extensive wounds. Are there any emergency supplies? Some were dispatched from above. Is this what they are? Chen Qing brought over a substantial package of supplies. Yes, this is it. The 3 doctors immediately began to collaborate in their efforts to provide care. Yet, it wasn't long before 2 of the victims succumbed. The condition of the remaining 4 was equally dire. Damn it. Damn it all. A woman suddenly appeared from nowhere, collapsing onto a man and weeping inconsolably. Her cries piercing the air. She was on the brink of fainting, her finger accusingly pointed at Ji Luo. It's you. You are the one who took my husband. It's you. Return my husband to me. You have brought him to this fate. Ji Luo's face turned pale, rendered speechless. The woman, with bloodied hands, struck him forcefully across the face. Slap. Ji Luo, momentarily stunned, erupted in rage. He kicked the woman away with great force. You are a specter. A specter. If it weren't for me, the entire community would have perished. Should you continue this senseless commotion, I shall end your life. The bloodstained blade of Kuan Wu glinted ominously as Ji Luo glared menacingly at her. I wish to cease to exist. I wish to cease to exist. The woman advanced toward Ji Luo step by step, her gaze fixed upon him. Kill me then. Ji Luo raised his hand high, the tip of the knife aimed at her heart. At this moment, the woman seemed to have transformed into a mere shell of her former self. Devoid of any hesitation as she fixated on Ji Luo, advancing step by step, the instant the tip of the knife pressed against her chest, Ji Luo's blade trembled and retreated. He stumbled back in panic, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, You have lost your mind. You have truly lost your mind. Come on, end my life. Luo Jie, remain composed. The imposing figure who had previously wielded a heavy hammer to smash Chen Qing's door intervened, asserting, None of us wish for such a tragedy to unfold. Suddenly, Luo Jie collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably, but how can I survive without him? A similar scene unfolded throughout the entire community. Meanwhile, in a room, Li Qi and Ho Gang appeared somewhat pale. The child who had just appeared was a ghost. A painted skin. Did that female spirit comprehend her origins? A ghostly mother, the malevolent specter that births demons was indeed her. Thus, it became clear. Originally, birthing even one was a challenge, and now, after ascending, she could bear a multitude. As thoughts swirled, Chen Qing suddenly sensed something and hurried upstairs to investigate. 9 sacred relics were gently floating in the air. These were the items purchased from Boss Qin. The 3 items that had captured Chen Qing's utmost attention that day were the 9 sacred relics, a bronze sword, and a human femur. With a mere thought, he collected the 9 sacred relics, then released them once more, thereby achieving the simplest form of acknowledgement. For a more profound recognition, a drop of blood would be required. Having just undergone a ritual, the 9 sacred relics began to orbit around Chen Qing gracefully. On the rooftop, a door stood ajar as he opened it. With a single thought, 1 sacred relic shot forth. Whoosh! Bang! A flower pot shattered into pieces. He proceeded to manipulate it again, sending it hurtling downward. With a sudden whoosh and a resounding crash, the thick floor was breached. To Chen Qing's astonishment, he pointed towards the distance as 9 luminous orbs shot forth, scattering concrete debris in every direction. In a single collision, they created a hole the size of a basketball on the rooftop. Most significantly, these orbs were infused with spiritual energy, effective even against malevolent spirits. A divine artifact indeed. Just as he contemplated finding a spirit to test his skills, a small boy, entirely cloaked in white snow, materialized amidst the swirling storm. Master, that is a snow child, an immortal being. Do not engage with him. The painted skin warned urgently. Immortal. You say? Indeed. Spirits associated with the elements, such as the snow woman, rain woman, and wind woman, are all immortal. Even a single snowflake ensures their existence persists, which can be quite troublesome. Chen Qing nodded, committing this knowledge to memory. Many spirits posed significant challenges. For instance, the malevolent spirit known as the Night Wailer. A child spirit had never been seen in its true form. So the creature we just encountered was a snow child, akin to a malevolent snow woman? Correct. While its lethality may not be overwhelmingly strong, its immortality renders it exceedingly troublesome. Fortunately, we possess the Zhong Kui painting, which keeps such entities at bay. Suddenly, the painted skin recalled something. Perhaps if the great deity Zhong Kui intervenes, he could eliminate them. Zhong Kui? Chen Qing nodded, considering the possibility that the deity's intervention could indeed be effective. Just then, a monkey's laughter erupted. Chen Qing. Chen Qing. Check the group chat. This is hilarious. Chen Qing glanced at the chat, where Ji Luo had posted a message. At such a critical moment, daring to pilfer communal resources is a grave sin. To put it mildly, it's theft. To put it more severely, it's akin to indirect murder. Do not make me hunt down the culprit. Immediately, someone in the group inquired, Director G, what has been stolen? 2 boxes of compressed biscuits. At such a critical moment, how can anyone still have the audacity to steal? Such individuals ought to perish. Chen Qing shook his head. The thief of the compressed biscuits displayed a certain clarity of thought. Perhaps many people could not yet see the reality, but in a few days, these would be the most valuable commodities. However, if the theft occurred days later, Ji Luo's fury would be understandable. Yet now, Ji Luo surely had yet to grasp the preciousness of food. Thus, his anger must stem from something far more significant than merely the 2 boxes of biscuits. Chen Qing, however, remained indifferent. As Chen Qing had anticipated, Ji Luo was now consumed by the urge to kill. In just half a day, he felt utterly exhausted, and at such a moment, he was unaware of which scoundrel had made off with an entire box of money. Without that box of funds, how could he possibly assemble a defense team? Who would still heed his command? This was the apocalypse. An apocalypse. So many had perished that morning, and yet, some still harbored such sinister intentions. Chapter 72, The Abandoned Infant Tower. Ji Luo's teeth were on the verge of shattering. The most pressing issue was that he could not dare to speak out. If word got out that a box of money had been stolen, it was likely that no one would be willing to work with him. I swear. If I catch you, I will kill you. Ji Luo's mindset had remained at a student level. In his eyes, a mere beating was already a grave matter. Yet at this moment, he truly felt the desire to kill. One of the 6 injured had succumbed, leaving only 1 remaining. This individual merely suffered a missing chunk from his shoulder, and fortunately, the bleeding had ceased. He needed warmth. Is there an emergency thermal blanket? The doctor, covered in blood, inquired. Warmth? Among the supplies provided by the military were food and emergency medications, but he had overlooked the thermal blankets. Furrowing his brow, the doctor began to search through the supplies, quickly locating a plastic package slightly larger than his palm. Found it. The thermal blanket was not made of fleece, but rather a large, thin sheet of aluminum foil rolled up to the size of an ice cream cone, wrapping the injured person in layers with the blanket. The victim weakly opened his eyes and murmured, "Thank you." Exhausted and overwhelmed, Ji Luo slumped onto a military ration barrel, his expression weary. He had never anticipated the multitude of terrifying and bizarre specters he would encounter. Uncertain of what else lay ahead or whether he could cope, he was jolted by another anguished scream. Ji Luo stiffly rose, and soon a pale-faced individual rushed towards him, breathless. Li Chun. Li Chun's entire family hanged themselves. Hanged. Ji Luo paused, momentarily taken aback. Was it the immense psychological pressure that drove them to such an act? The man's face was filled with terror. Li Chun's wife is hanging by a thread of yarn. Such a thin thread, it would break with a mere tug. And their son was found hanging by a headphone wire. Ji Luo felt a chill run down his spine. He hurried towards the scene. Hongya sat in the warehouse, her complexion equally pale. In her imagination, she envisioned herself as a heroic savior, yet she suddenly realized that, in the face of such strangeness, she was no better than an ordinary person. At that moment, the patient wrapped in a thermal blanket widened his eyes in terror, writhing violently and weakly uttering, "Ghost, ghost, ghost." Hongya felt a surge of tension and hurried over. The patient's body squirmed within the blanket like a caterpillar, and his finger suddenly pierced through the fabric, pointing towards a corner of the warehouse. Several doctors and Hongya felt a chill run down their spines as they looked in that direction. A half-charred infant was slowly crawling on the ground. It appeared to have just been born, with an umbilical cord trailing behind it. This is madness. Chen Qing gritted his teeth and struck down with his knife, severing the infant in 2. There's another one. A doctor jumped aside as if electrocuted, pointing to another corner of the warehouse. This place had been converted from a garage, and in the corner lay a pile of debris, with a dusty bag obscuring that area. The darkness enveloped them, and the dim lighting made it difficult for everyone to see clearly. They could only vaguely make out a small figure hiding in that corner. Chen Qing summoned the spirit of vengeance, seemingly bolstering his resolve, and shouted, "No matter what kind of ghost you are, I shall cleave you in two." As the flashlight beam fell upon the figure, a wave of dread washed over him. It was a 3-year-old girl, her body infested with rats and cockroaches, which had gnawed at her, leaving her riddled with wounds. Half of her face had been devoured, and she wept softly, "Mother, mother, don't leave me." "Father." With a heavy heart, Chen Qing steeled himself, leaping forward with a swift stroke of his knife, cleaving the girl in two. "Damn it! Why are there children everywhere?" Chen Qing's complexion flushed as he gasped for breath. Once again, a doctor exclaimed, and with his gaze, the crowd beheld a small girl, battered and bruised, her frail body infested with rats and cockroaches. These creatures burrowed into her tiny form like a sponge, entering and exiting incessantly. Chen Qing swiftly intervened, cleaving the vermin in two with his kunwa blade. Soon, he encountered several malevolent spirits, all ghostly infants, all girls. After vanquishing another, Chen Qing's eyes suddenly narrowed. "Hongya, I have discovered the source of this wretchedness." Hongya hurriedly approached to investigate. In the community's greenbelt, a peculiar structure became discernible. Approximately human height and hexagonal in shape, it was topped with a cover that featured a protrusion at its center, resembling an enlarged teapot. The wall of this edifice bore a hole, slightly larger than a basketball, through which a baby girl was attempting to crawl. A chill ran down Hongya's spine as she suddenly laughed coldly. "This is the handiwork of your kind." Chen Qing momentarily stood in shock. "What?" "This is the abandoned infant's tower. Throughout history, men of the Tang dynasty have consistently oppressed women, and this tower was constructed specifically for the purpose of discarding female infants. Upon birth, they are cast into this structure to fend for themselves. Do you not realize it is teeming with snakes, insects, and vermin? These little girls will be devoured alive. Moreover, every few days, individuals come to set fire to it, regardless of whether any children remain alive inside, ensuring their demise." Hongya's history is indeed tragic, yet as a modern woman capable of independent thought, she understands many historical injustices faced by women, some of which are true, while others are mere fabrications. Hongya fixed her fiery gaze upon Chen Qing, her anger palpable. "It is you who has committed this heinous act. Are you out of your mind?" Chen Qing, bewildered, could only manage a laugh. At that moment, a girl of perhaps 10 years, clad in rags that barely clung to her frail form, appeared seemingly from nowhere, crouching in the corner of the wall, softly weeping. Her body was riddled with countless wounds, a veritable home to snakes, insects, and vermin that scuttled in and out. Terror was etched upon her face as she cried out, "Mother, mother, I will be good. I will work. Please do not abandon me. Father, father, I do not wish to go. I do not wish to go." The discarded infants were typically female. Yet the emergence of this girl indicated the grim reality of her past. Even Chen Qing stood frozen in disbelief. The moment Hongya laid eyes on her, tears cascaded down her cheeks. She rushed forward, reaching to caress the girl's head. "Little sister, be good, your elder sister." Suddenly, a pair of hands pierced through her heart. The girl, her expression twisted with rage, relentlessly clawed. "Mother, you too shall accompany me. Stay with me." With a violent jerk, she withdrew her hands, and before her words could fully escape, the girl's head was severed. A fleeting sense of relief washed over her battered face as she murmured, "I am afraid." Chen Qing, holding Hongya, whose chest bore 2 gaping wounds, felt the chill enveloping them. I am so cold. I am so cold." Hongya clutched Chen Qing tightly. The wound that pierced her heart left no hope for survival. Her grip tightened momentarily before her hand fell limply to the ground. Chapter 73, Master, please reclaim the abandoned infant tower. Chen Qing's surveillance encompasses the entirety of Building 8. One particular camera fortuitously captures the abandoned infant tower, allowing him to witness the entire event unfold. Chen Qing is left speechless. Although he is unaware of the specifics, Hongya's proactive approach undoubtedly signifies a sacrificial offering. "Master, I recommend that you reclaim the abandoned infant tower." "The abandoned infant tower?" Chen Qing pauses momentarily, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. He must have heard of it before. In a society that values male superiority over females, many female infants were discarded, reaching a peak during the late Qing dynasty, which even saw the establishment of towers specifically for the disposal of female infants. Essentially, it served as a refuse bin for newborn girls. Born in an era steeped in archaic beliefs that devalue women, the narrative elicits little more than a casual response, as if recounting a commonplace occurrence. After discarding their daughters, parents would still burn incense and pray, seeking solace for their actions. I seem to have digressed. The abandoned infant tower is a spectre-level entity. Neither malevolent nor immortal, and even the most sinister spirits would not pose a threat to it. Its most formidable attribute lies in its inexhaustible ability to generate ghostly infants. With its presence, it is akin to possessing a military stronghold. Chen Qing's eyes gleam with interest. The abandoned infant tower is undeniably enigmatic, yet by a stroke of fortune, I am aware of its potential to ascend to the malevolent spirit level. Similar to the infatuated ghost, the abandoned infant tower can manifest in various forms, of which I am familiar with three: the Tower of 10,000 Infants, the Pagoda, and the Grave Tower. The Tower of 10,000 Infants requires a multitude of human infants to be cast within, left to fend for themselves. Upon their demise, their souls are ensnared, and once their numbers reach a sufficient threshold, the tower can ascend to the malevolent spirit level of the Tower of 10,000 Infants. Chen Qing immediately shook his head and smiled, saying, "Your master can be considered a true scoundrel who repays grievances and kindness alike. Yet I do not reach the depths of a heinous villain." He spoke of a readily available object. When a relic was placed within it, it could transform into a stupa, a Buddhist tower. I see. Chen Qing pondered for a moment. He was aware of the stupa's significance, for saving a life was said to be more meritorious than constructing a seven-tiered stupa. Yet, what powers the stupa possessed remained unclear to him. As for the tomb tower, it was nurtured by a king of ghosts in the netherworld, who would capture numerous spirits and, once their numbers were sufficient, would promote them into a tomb tower capable of continuously generating ghostly servants. Decided. Let's procure one. Chen Qing swiftly resolved. A new ambition ignited within him. With a single command, 100 ghosts would march forth. "Master, you must hurry. If the abandoned infant tower vanishes, no one will be able to find it." Understood. Chen Qing promptly descended the stairs and arrived before the abandoned infant tower. Hong Ya's corpse was no longer present, presumably taken away by Chen Qing. In that brief moment, several ghostly infants emerged, some charred to a crisp, others infested with snakes, insects, and vermin, a truly pitiable sight. Reflecting on the tragic fates of these female infants, Chen Qing could only sigh. It was indeed a cannibalistic era. With a single thought, the hair zombie appeared. In terms of sheer offensive power, the strongest under Chen Qing's command was the hair zombie, of course, excluding the unpredictable Zhong Kui. The hair zombie's greatest flaw was its sluggishness. However, with a multitude of ghostly companions aiding it, its destructive potential could be maximized. In confronting the immovable abandoned infant tower, the immense strength of the creature, known as the hairy zombie, was perfectly showcased. Prior to reaching the tower, it raised its arms high and struck down with tremendous force. Boom! The very earth trembled beneath the impact. However, the abandoned infant tower remained unperturbed, leaving not even a trace. The hairy zombie swung again. Boom! The ground quaked once more as the tower was driven several inches into the earth, yet still stood intact. Chen Qing furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the hairy zombie's destructive capabilities. With those two strikes alone, even an excavator's arm would have been bent, yet the tower bore no scratches, suggesting it possessed some form of indestructible quality. Zhong Kui. At this juncture, the only recourse was to summon Zhong Kui, but he remained unresponsive. Chen Qing felt a surge of frustration. "Master, hurry, it is on the verge of vanishing." As the voice of the painted skin echoed, the soil beneath the tower began to bubble and churn as if boiling, while the tower slowly sank into the earth. Should it disappear, even the Ghost King would be unable to locate it. The painted skin urged him on. Enraged, the hairy zombie grasped the edges of the abandoned infant tower. With an appropriate fulcrum, it could have lifted a small building, yet it could not hold back the tower, which continued its descent. Chen Qing's brow knitted in despair. Suddenly, a thought struck him: Jin Bu Huai. In the next moment, Jin Bu Huai appeared. Jin Bu Huai, Jin Bu Huai, Jin Bu Huai. Jin Bu Huai, Jin Bu Huai, Jin Bu Huai. The large bag filled with gold ingots was once again brimming. Chen Qing pointed towards the half-submerged abandoned infant tower. "Go." The golden transformation commenced as the golden unchanging leapt joyfully towards the abandoned infant tower, soaring high before plunging into its depths. The process of transmutation began, resembling an enlarged teapot, with the golden essence emanating from the pinnacle of the tower and gradually spreading outward, cascading downwards. Soon, the transformation reached the point where it met the boiling soil. Below the surface, Chen Qing could no longer see. However, the soil's tumult gradually subsided. The abandoned infant tower, which had been sinking steadily, began to halt its descent, becoming half embedded in the soil, motionless. What had occurred? Chen Qing was puzzled. A peculiar sensation washed over him, and he realized he possessed the ability to control this entity. Crushing a soldier ghost to make space, Chen Qing stored it within the demon suppression tower. Upon returning home, he ascended to the third level of the tower. Releasing the abandoned infant tower, he commanded, "Come forth." The golden tower remained silent. "Spray, come, life, emerge." Regardless of Chen Qing's entreaties, it did not respond. Just as he was about to speak again, a small golden hand emerged from its opening. In the next moment, a female infant appeared, her body riddled with countless wounds from snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Yet, there was no sense of revulsion, for both the infant and the creatures that crawled upon her were resplendently golden. Indeed, the opulence of gold could cure all phobias of densely packed entities. Subsequently, a succession of ghostly infants emerged, their tragic forms transforming into a golden hue that exuded an oddly sacred aura. To put it more elegantly, they appeared resplendently dignified. As these spectral babies continued to crawl forth, time gradually elapsed, and the clearing was now home to 13 of them. Is there a limit to their numbers? This servant is uncertain. Chen Qing did not impede their emergence. Rather, he was intrigued to see just how many ghostly infants could be produced. The abandoned infant tower. Suddenly, a figure appeared unexpectedly, with Zhong Kui's eyes elegantly fixated in different directions. Observing the abandoned infant tower, Zhong Kui expressed his confusion. Something is amiss. Is it a golden tower? No, it is a domain of spirits. No. He squatted down, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. Master, it is exceedingly challenging for others to elevate the abandoned infant tower to a burial tower, as it is difficult to accommodate ghostly entities. However, this tower, inherently imbued with a golden essence, possesses a profound allure for spirits. Simply releasing it will invite an unceasing influx of ghosts to be ensnared within. With the great deity Zhong Kui present, it is indeed a fortuitous moment to attract these entities. Indeed, Chen Qing immediately nodded, stating, "Zhong Kui, I shall cast this tower outside. It will undoubtedly draw many formidable spirits, some of which you may find insurmountable." "Nonsense," Zhong Kui retorted fiercely, asserting that he could endure any insult, but not the implication of being unable to contend with spirits. Regardless of the phantoms and apparitions, they are but mere trifles before me. Agreed. Chen Qing promptly guided Zhong Kui to the northern corner of the community. Zhong Kui patted his chest in assurance, declaring, "You may proceed. You stand here, embodying an invincible heroic spirit, which impudent wretch dares to approach." Indeed, Zhong Kui plunged headlong into the demon suppression tower embedded within Chen Qing's chest. Chen Qing summoned the chaotic court and simultaneously unleashed the abandoned infant tower. The cacophony of eerie sounds intertwined, woeful wails, guttural growls, and a torrent of unsettling noises crescendoed. Chen Qing beheld a tumultuous throng of spirits emerging into his sight, heedlessly rushing toward the abandoned infant tower. Chapter 74. The second SS-class wandering soul. This motley crew of specters encompassed an array of apparitions. Foremost among them a paper figure clad in vibrant red and green, its cheeks and lips painted a blood-red hue. Following closely were several uniquely colored zombies. Alongside the likes of the hanged ghost, the starved ghost, the thunderstruck ghost, the birthing ghost, and even the toilet ghost, among others. The paper figures surged ahead, arriving at the entrance of the abandoned infant tower with scarcely a moment's hesitation, and promptly glided within. Next came the starved ghosts, a multitude clamoring in a frenzied rush. The first to swiftly enter was quickly followed by the second and third, who became ensnared at the threshold. Fortunately, the spirits behind them pushed with wild abandon, forcing one unfortunate starved ghost to the point of fracturing its hip before it finally tumbled inside. The birthing ghost's fetus lunged forward in a sudden leap, plunging into the tower as well. A symphony of ghostly howls erupted, resonating painfully in the ears, while the ground quaked violently beneath them. The entrance to the abandoned infant tower proved insufficiently wide, resulting in a pileup of dozens of spirits at the threshold, quickly accumulating to a height surpassing that of the tower itself. Chen Qing could only shake his head in astonishment. Was Jin Buhuan truly this formidable? Each time the invaluable artifact appears, it incites countless heroes among mortals and the supreme spirits of the underworld to vie for it fervently. For its possessor, it is indeed a remarkable fortune. Yet, one cannot help but wonder who has incurred such a profound debt to the owner. Chen Qing observed the throng of spirits recklessly rushing to their demise, perplexed. In his previous life, he considered himself a veritable savior within this community, with numerous individuals indebted to him. However, in this incarnation, he found it difficult to identify anyone to whom he owed a debt of gratitude. Having endured painful lessons, his demeanor now bore traces of coldness, far removed from that of a hero. After much contemplation, he realized that the only ones he had truly aided were the family of the monkey, Uncle Xia, and the solitary star. The conundrum, however, was that they were all still alive. It was only those who, before their demise, had cherished thoughts of Chen Qing and vowed to repay him through servitude, that would transform into debt spirits upon death. Furthermore, these spirits could only become invaluable through exceedingly rare circumstances. It was baffling. Shaking his head, Chen Qing decided to abandon the train of thought. He had initially counted the numerous spirits entering the abandoned infant tower, but it was now completely submerged, rendering any further counting impossible. He estimated silently that approximately 3 or 4 spirits entered every minute, which would amount to around 200 in an hour. Should a particularly large spirit obstruct the entrance, the chaotic court would employ their powers to remove it. Time passed slowly. Ji Luo and Chen Qing found themselves in a rare moment of tranquility. Had the tide of spirits receded? Perhaps it had. They silently regarded the lifeless body of Hong Ye. Suddenly, a notification chimed from Hong Ye's phone. "Daughter, are you all right?" Ji Luo clenched his fist tightly. Chen Qing's eyes were vacant, fixed in place. "Daughter, do not frighten your mother. Are you well?" Perhaps reassured by the absence of any lurking specters, Hong Jian and Huang Shui, clad in thick down jackets, appeared in the neighborhood. Moments later, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from the warehouse. "Ah, Hong Ye, Hong Ye. Rise. Get up. How could this happen? How could this happen?" Darkness enveloped Hong Jian as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Struggling to his feet, he staggered forward on his knees, embracing Hong Ye. It is you. You are the one who has caused my daughter's demise." Huang Shui, on the brink of collapse, lunged at Ji Luo. He pushed her away, shaking his head. "It is a ghost, a ghost. It is not me. Not me." Huang Shui lunged once more but was forcefully shoved aside by Chen Qing. Suddenly, Chen Qing's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "It was Chen Qing." Just now. While Hong Ye was battling the ghost, Chen Qing seized the opportunity to stab her from behind. Hong Jian's body trembled violently, his face contorted with rage, resembling a malevolent spirit. Chen Qing, I will fight you to the death." Even if at that moment he retained a sliver of reason, he could see that there was no wound on Hong Ye's body. Yet, he had lost all semblance of rationality. Meanwhile, Chen Qing engaged in idle chatter with the painted skin, observing countless ghosts rushing eagerly into the abandoned infant tower. The tower stood no taller than a single person and had a diameter of about 2 meters. Yet, at that moment, it had been filled with at least 200 ghosts, who appeared oblivious to any irregularity, continuing to pour in with fervor. Only one among them was of the evil spirit caliber. The virulent specter, a fiendish manifestation of pestilence, represents a formidable echelon of malevolence. Within this enclave, malevolent entities of comparable caliber undoubtedly abound, yet they seemingly possess a heightened degree of sagacity and restraint, rendering them impervious to deception. As the temporal constraints intensify, the spectral denizens lingering in the open diminish in number. Presently, a mere cohort of approximately 10 apparitions remains, each distinguished by its imposing stature. Deeming further procrastination imprudent, Chen Qing initiates the spectral assessment. The spectral gauge registers 637, an SS-grade wraith. Chen Qing is momentarily stunned. Its ascent is meteoric. Remarkable indeed. Given Chen Qing's current spectral potency and reflexive alacrity, the situation unfolds in what seems like slow motion. With a delicate grasp between his index and middle fingers, he anticipates the assailant's arrival. Without even discerning the individual's identity, he retaliates with a swift, backward elbow strike. Bang! Crack. The man's arm contorts into a grotesque configuration. Aya. The man emits a harrowing shriek. A woman, brandishing a boning knife, lunges towards Chen Qing's visage with lethal intent. With a mere flick of his index finger, the boning knife is dislodged from her grasp, soaring through the air. A resounding slap. Smack. Crack. The woman's body is propelled backward, accompanied by a spray of teeth and blood. Hong Jian, Huang Shui. Ostensibly, these two individuals constitute Chen Qing's closest kin, save for Chen Man. In truth, animosity between the parties is virtually non-existent. The sole lingering grievance stems from their refusal to extend a loan of 200 yuan. However, they bear no obligation to provide financial assistance. Moreover, having subjected them to prior humiliation, Chen Qing is disinclined to instigate further conflict. Nevertheless, should they actively seek confrontation, he cannot be held accountable for the severity of his response. Chen Qing's countenance assumes a playful demeanor, his gaze imbued with a palpable sense of murderous intent. You beast. You would dare lay hands on your own cousin. I'll make you pay? Huh. Wait a moment. What is the meaning of this? Hong Jian advances once more, awkwardly wielding a cleaver with his left hand. Smack. A forceful slap resounds. Hong Jian's left cheek instantly ruptures. Smack. With a resounding slap, Chen Qing struck again and again. Before long, Hong Jian's consciousness waned, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground. When Huang Shui attempted to intervene, Chen Qing cast a frigid gaze upon her, declaring, "Make another move, and I will end your lives." Huang Shui shuddered. Paralyzed in her spot. Who claims that I murdered Hongya? Huang Shui's face was swollen, saliva intermingling with blood trickling down her face. Perhaps out of fear, or perhaps regaining clarity, she paused, then mumbled, "Zhong Kui." Zhong Kui said it. Chen Qing? Chen Qing nodded, unsurprised. If you still crave death, I can grant it, but seek retribution from the true culprit. Huang Shui was taken aback. Who is it? Hong Jian's vision blurred, his face ashen. He attempted to rise, but fell back to the ground. Chen Qing unlocked his phone and opened the surveillance software. Xiaoya. Huang Shui sobbed, reaching for the phone, but Chen Qing pushed her away. Stay still and watch. The footage displayed only Hongya and Chen Qing. The young girl was absent from the recording. Some spectral beings defy capture. Thus, they witnessed Hongya strangely scurrying to a corner to crouch down. In the next instant, Chen Qing charged in, brandishing a knife. The blade did not strike Hongya, yet she erupted in a torrent of blood, slowly dying in Chen Qing's arms. It was him. Hong Jian's body trembled, blood mingling with saliva from the laceration on his left cheek. Huang Shui clutched her chest and collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Hong Jian suddenly knelt, crying out, Chen Qing, avenge my Xiaoya. Clenching his teeth resolutely, he uttered, I bequeath the house to you. All my valuables are yours. Bang, bang, bang. His head struck the ground with tremendous force. Barely a dozen impacts sufficed to break the skin. With each subsequent prostration, a crimson blossom bloomed upon the earth. Aiding you is beyond my capacity, Chen Qing stated composedly. However, I can offer you a spectral blade. Would you desire it? Hong Jian paused, momentarily stunned, before resuming his fervent kowtowing. Arise, Chen Qing commanded. With a mere thought, the mortician materialized, causing Hong Jian and Huang Shui to recoil in astonishment, instinctively retreating several paces. The mortician, however, remained indifferent to their presence, retrieving the boning knife from the ground. He inhaled deeply, expectorating a viscous, jade-black phlegm onto the blade. The sputum reacted like a potent acid, seething violently upon the surface before gradually subsiding. Upon closer inspection, the blade now bore streaks of black and green. Lethal poison. Chen Qing elucidated. Even the slightest laceration will prove fatal. He extended the blade to Hong Jian, saying, ponder your vengeance at your leisure. Subsequently, he entered his abode. Disregarding the pair, Hong Jian gazed vacantly at the blade, his eyes gradually filling with murderous intent. His bloodshot eyes turned towards Huang Shui. Xiao Shui, are you capable of taking a life? Chapter 75. The bank with the Riverside Community enjoyed a rare night of tranquility. Owing to Chen Qing's extermination of nearly all the resident specters, while the distinction between day and night had blurred, decades of ingrained habits could not be easily discarded. Around 7 or 8 o'clock, the residents gradually awoke. Uncle Xia expertly began listening to audiobooks at triple speed, rendering them incomprehensible to the average listener. The television remained without signal, and Ho Gang, sporting dark circles under his eyes, appeared to have had a restless night, even though the night was quiet. I woke up 7 or 8 times. Li Qi prepared breakfast, and after we all ate together, Ho Gang spoke up. Chen Qing, our family truly owes you a great debt of gratitude. Now that the ghosts seem to have quieted down a bit, we don't wish to impose any further. Uncle, the bond between the monkey and me is one of life and death. You need not say such things. However, it remains somewhat inconvenient. All right, please take care. Regardless of who it is, do not open the door. The monkey, with reluctance, lamented, it's just so comfortable here. Why didn't I think to set up a recreation room? I could just take one. Are you serious? My adoptive father. The monkey rejoiced. Soon enough, he actually carried away a computer. Chen Qing's storage capacity was an impressive 150 PB, or rather TB, but unfortunately, having set up a NAS, he couldn't spare any portion for him. Nevertheless, he managed to copy over more than 30 games, which would suffice for several months of enjoyment. The monkey's safe house was equipped with ghost-repelling features, preventing ordinary spirits from entering. Coupled with the monkey's own strength as a grave-taming beast, safety was not a significant concern. Meanwhile, within the same community, Hong Jian and Huang Shui bore swollen faces, having been beaten by Chen Qing. The two, having realized something profound, grit their teeth and began to arrange for Hong Ye's funeral. In truth, it involved cremation. They believed they had become sufficiently resilient, yet when the flames engulfed the body, Hong Jian rolled on the ground, crying out in heart-wrenching agony. Huang Shui even attempted to push through the flames, but was restrained by Ji Luo. Whether it be a funeral home or the cremation practices of certain ethnic minorities, the presence of family members is never permitted. The presence of a body tends to evoke the feeling that the person is still there. Once the inferno had passed, never again would we meet in this lifetime. The agony of having one's heart torn asunder is beyond human endurance. Piles of flames soared into the sky, claiming entire families, carelessly consigned to the pyre. A peculiar scent of charred remnants permeated the community, accompanied by a chorus of lamentations. A rough estimate indicated that 30% of the population had perished that day. According to Chen Qing's assessment, the death toll on the first day was likely to be at least half. However, the infant tower had mercilessly dispatched nearly all spectral souls, inadvertently saving hundreds. Official lines remained unreachable, while the streets were haunted by a terrifying multitude of spirits. Ji Luo directed the group to begin constructing walls. The materials had long been prepared, consisting of prefabricated panels with mortise and tenon joints. The team worked swiftly, erecting walls that reached a height of 2 meters by midday. Ji Luo once again led the group to the riverside to raise the height of the low surrounding wall. Huang Shui and Hong Jian were at home, faced with the hamsters raised by Hong Ye. Within the enclosure, 2 hamsters struggled, their muffled cries chillingly poignant. Hong Jian's gaze was icy. Indeed, there is deadly poison. Chen Qing did not deceive us. Huang Shui, lost in despair, fixed her gaze wherever it landed. Xiao Shui, pull yourself together. We must avenge our daughter. Huang Shui looked up, her swollen eyes long since bereft of tears. Steady yourself. Steady yourself. Hong Jian urged, shaking her gently, before he sighed and busied himself in the kitchen. Halfway through, Huang Shui joined him. By 7 in the evening, as Chen Qing struggled to manage the chaos, he received a call from Hong Jian. Xiao Qing, thank you for assisting Xiaoyu so much. We have prepared a meal. You must come over. Uncle, there's no need. I am simply overwhelmed with tasks and cannot spare a moment. One must eat to sustain oneself, and defending our home requires nourishment. Moreover, your aunt spent a considerable 3 hours preparing this meal as a token of gratitude. It would be best to come and enjoy a warm dish. After a brief hesitation, Chen Qing acquiesced. What surprised the Hong couple was that Chen Qing had come alongside Ji Luo. Unsure of what to say, they welcomed both of them inside. Uncle, what has happened to your faces? We encountered a ghost in the neighborhood, and it left us injured. It was quite large, resembling a toad. Oh, that must be a toilet ghost. Be cautious of your wounds. They may become inflamed. Chen Qing no longer harbored doubts. Have a drink. We will need your support in the community moving forward. Hong Jian produced a treasured bottle of fine liquor and filled their glasses. When the two attempted to decline, Hong Jian earnestly stated, "You have both looked after Xiaoyu, and this toast is in her honor." Exchanging glances, the two felt it inappropriate to refuse further and reluctantly raised their glasses. They had consumed beer before, but the potency of the liquor made them grimace. Soon after, Hong Jian filled their glasses once more. In ancient times, This toast serves as a tribute of appreciation, signifying recognition of our esteemed officials. We have all witnessed your contributions to our community. Chen Qing contemplated declining, yet Ji Luo immediately raised his glass. Those words resonated deeply within him. He felt he was worthy of terms such as self